Hey guys, let's get off work early today and play a few rounds of Shanghai 3C tonight? Sure, I haven't played in a long time. Let's call Han Xing to join us. In an office building in Xinyang City, two men were chatting. Han Xing heard someone calling his name but didn't respond immediately, keeping his head down. He is playing a pixel-style survival adventure game on his phone called Sky Island Paradise, featuring a fresh art style and cheerful, relaxing music. When players are first born, they stand on a floating block and expand their territory by exploring other floating blocks and collecting resources. However, as he played, Han Xing discovered that this game was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. During exploration, players unintentionally trigger various side quests, each with different options, and every choice seems to influence the progression of the story. These side quests are interconnected, gradually piecing together a vast main storyline. In addition to the rich side quests, the dialogues between the game characters are exceptionally engaging. When the protagonist interacts with other characters, the genuine emotions inadvertently revealed by those characters make Han Xing wonder if he is conversing with real people. As the quests progress, fragments of long-buried history slowly emerge. All of this made Han Xing wonder, is this really a pixel-style game under 100 megabytes? He was completely immersed in it. At that moment, a notification popped up on the phone screen. The game will undergo maintenance in 10 minutes. The new version content is about to go live. Please stay tuned. Maintenance? Didn't this game just start its beta testing a few days ago? Han Xing was puzzled, but then he saw a well-built man walk up to him. Chang Jianyang patted Han Xing on the shoulder and squinted with a smile, saying, "Watching videos of some beauty again? You didn't even respond when I talked to you." Han Xing put away his phone and said, "I heard you. I'm really surprised. The department's performance hasn't met the target this month, and Chen Ergu is watching us every day. How dare you not work overtime?" Cheng Jianyang chuckled and said boldly, "Overtime? What a joke. With that little salary, they still want me to work myself to death? Even if a deity came, I'm leaving early today." Cheng Jianyang spoke with conviction, but Han Xing looked at him with a face full of doubt. Next to him, a man in a suit laughed and said, "Han Xing, don't listen to his bragging. This guy got married right after graduation, unlike us, who only have to worry about feeding ourselves. If he doesn't work overtime, who will support his wife and kids at home?" The man speaking was named Xin Yun, an old classmate of Han Xing and Chang Jianyang. The three of them graduated from the same university, spent 4 years living in the same dormitory, shared similar interests, and after graduation, joined the same company, becoming Han Xing's only two friends. Cheng Jian looked embarrassed when Xin Yun undermined him and said in a low voice, "It's just one day, it's no big deal." Seeing him like this, Han Xing and Xin Yun exchanged a smile. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we played games together," Han Xing said. A nostalgic expression appeared on Xin Yun's face as well. "Yeah, I really miss those college days." At this moment, a voice came from behind the three of them. "If you miss school days so much, why don't you go back to school?" Hearing this voice, the three of them felt a sense of foreboding. It was the department manager, Chen Huaibua. Privately, Han Xing and the others all called him Chen Ergo. This guy was the boss's most loyal lackey. Chen Huaibua, with a dark expression, questioned, "What exactly are you three discussing? Haven't met your targets, and you're already thinking about playing games?" A few irresponsible guys, complaining about being tired after just a few extra days of work. "Are you pampered little princesses? Tell me, do you not want to work anymore? If you don't, then get lost quickly. Stop occupying a spot and doing nothing. Right now, there are unemployed fresh graduates everywhere. If you don't want to do the job, there are plenty of people eager to take it. A bunch of useless fools." Xin Yun took a step forward and said coldly, "Watch your mouth." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unshakable firmness. The office fell silent instantly, and the other employees cautiously peeked out, seemingly unable to believe someone dared to contradict Chen Huaibua to his face. "What did you say?" Chen Huaibua's face darkened. "Do you believe I'll call the boss right now and have you pack up and get out immediately?" Xin Yun was about to respond, but Han Xing gestured to stop him. Han Xing looked at Chen Huaibua and said coldly, "Stop shouting. Isn't it just that you want to kick us out so you can bring in your relatives? Chen Huaibua, do you think no one knows about your little schemes?" Han Xing's face was full of disdain. "You? What do you mean you? If you have the guts, go complain to the boss and see if he'll really fire us." Han Xing retorted smugly. Even if the department's performance was poor, the three of them were still the biggest contributors. Chen Huaibua trembled with anger, clearly not expecting the usually low-key Han Xing to dare to talk back to him. He was just about to rush forward to grab Han Xing's collar when Cheng Jianyang blocked his way. "Chen Ergu, are you planning to make a move here?" Cheng Jianyang narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of threat. His tall and burly figure made people hesitant to provoke him. Chen Huaibua's outstretched hand retracted, and as he looked at the three standing on the same side, his face turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Han Xing quietly tugged at Cheng Jianyang, intending to persuade him not to act here, but before he could say a word, his vision suddenly went black. At this moment, a system notification sounded in everyone's ears. The update for the new version of the game is complete. In 3 minutes, all humans on Blue Star will be entered into this game. Game instructions: this is a world without land, where countless floating islands of various sizes drift in the sky. Each island holds opportunities and dangers. First and foremost, you must find a way to survive. Shortly, the system will generate a piece of floating land for each player. This will be your core territory and the foundation of your future sky island. If it is destroyed, you will lose everything. You can control your territory to move through the air, make contact with those islands shrouded in clouds and mist, explore to obtain survival resources, and also occupy islands to expand your territory. Opportunities are hidden within the islands, but they may also harbor terrifying dangers. Each person has only one chance to survive, and failure means death, so please choose carefully. The elderly, children, and other vulnerable groups will be placed with their respective relatives 1 month after the game begins. Welcome to Sky Island Paradise. When Han Xing's vision recovered, he found himself floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down, it was completely empty, with no land in sight. High in the sky, a gentle breeze brushed past, and clouds drifted. Fear surged like a tide in his heart. At this moment, a personal panel appeared before Han Xing's eyes. Name: Han Xing. Race: human. Profession: none. Level: LV0. Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 4, Stamina 5. Skills: none. Immediately, the system prompt sounded again. Please choose a profession system as soon as possible. Currently divided into 5 major systems: Warrior, Mage, Cleric, Hunter, and Rogue. Players can advance their professions through profession scrolls upon reaching a certain level. Han Xing was momentarily stunned, the fear in his heart gradually dissipating, replaced by overwhelming excitement. To think that he could freely choose a profession. Moreover, these 5 major profession systems were exactly the same as the game he had played on his phone. Although he hasn't been playing that mobile game for long, his understanding of these classes far surpasses others. The names of the 5 main classes already reveal their areas of expertise. Warriors specialize in close combat and can advance to swordsmen or berserkers after reaching a certain level, with further progression to swordmasters and berserker gods. Mages manipulate magical elements to attack enemies, advancing to elementalists or illusionists, and further to elemental mentors and weavers. The other 3 professions also have 2 career paths and advancement routes. If there are no surprises, most people can only choose from these 10 professions. I used to play as a hunter, and now choosing hunter is the most suitable option to leverage my strengths. The key is, in that mobile game, I heard about the hunter's hidden profession from NPC dialogues. That hidden class is called Wild Ranger. If the early stages of the game remain unchanged, I can get ahead and secure this hidden class. Thinking of this, Han Xing had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to choose hunter, a solemn notification sounded in his mind. Player Han Xing detected to have a fate compatible with this world. Personal talent Divine Craftsman has been activated. Divine Craftsman, SSS level, hidden unique. You will not fail when crafting any item, and the probability of producing high-quality items is greatly increased. Han Xing froze, muttering in shock. Profession selection successful. Hunter, initial equipment has been distributed. Personal territory successfully generated. Talent, none. System prompt ended. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a cubic block of soil, 1 meter in length, width, and height, suddenly floated in midair. Han Xing stood on it, as if stepping on grass, but the oppressive height made his legs involuntarily weak. At some point, a faded wooden bow appeared in his hand, and a quiver materialized at his waist, containing 10 wooden arrows. Item information appears before your eyes. Wooden longbow, white quality rough, attack power 6-8, special effect, none. Note, made of oak and cow tendon, when fully drawn, it can deal damage to ordinary 1-star creatures. Arrows *10, white quality rough, attack power 1-2, special effect, none. Note, arrows made by sharpening wooden sticks. Han Xing tightly gripped the longbow in his hand. With a weapon in hand, he felt a bit more at ease. Looking around, he noticed many clouds of varying sizes and colors floating in the sky. Some clouds were as massive as mountains, while others were only the size of a table, similar to his territory. He understood the rules of the game. Hidden among these clouds were floating islands, and all the initial resources for players, including food and drinking water, had to be obtained from these islands. He had to explore more floating islands as quickly as possible to gather supplies, or he would soon die of hunger and thirst. Han Xing began to control the block beneath his feet to move forward slowly. After more than 10 minutes, his lips started to crack. These clouds seem to be within reach, but in reality, they are far away. At his current beginner block speed, he can only travel a maximum of 10 kilometers in an hour, which is less than 3 meters per second. Although the speed of the floating island will increase as the level rises, for now, it is unbearably slow. After another 10 minutes, Han Xing finally approached a small cloud emitting crackling electric currents. The system prompt sounded. A cluster of active lightning elemental power is contained within. Do you wish to enter? Power of thunder element? Are there monsters inside? Han Xing pondered for a moment and decided to give up for now. After all, this isn't a mobile game. Death means no revival. The system had already clearly clearly indicated that everyone only has one life. He adjusted his direction and continued to float forward. Slowly approaching a gray cloud, the system prompt sounded again. There seems to be an evil force hidden inside. Do you want to enter? Danger. Abort. Han Xing resolutely changed direction and continued to float. And so, another 20 minutes passed drifting. Since he entered the game, a whole hour had passed. Moving on the floating island not only consumed physical strength but also drained a large amount of mental energy. Suddenly, Han Xing felt stars dancing before his eyes, and his throat was unbearably dry. He glanced at his personal status bar and discovered that his status had changed. Status: thirsty, mentally exhausted. Note: you need to rest as soon as possible. The consequences of driving while fatigued are severe. Rest? There's nowhere to rest at this altitude. What should I do? Han Xing gritted his teeth, filled with helplessness. Even if he could overcome his fear of heights, the initial territory was only 1 square meter, making it difficult to even stretch his body, and a single careless move could lead to a fall. It wasn't just Han Xing. The situation for other players was even worse. Less than an hour after entering this world, over 1 million people had fallen from high altitudes and lost their lives. No, I must explore the floating islands quickly and expand the territory. Han Xing shook his head, forced himself to stay alert, and continued looking at the nearby clouds. At this moment, he saw a cloud about the size of his territory floating over from behind, faintly tinged with green. A few minutes later, Han Xing approached the cloud, and a system prompt sounded. There is a faint vitality within. Would you like to enter? There's hope. Han Xing's heart leaped with joy, and he clicked to enter without hesitation. The clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a square patch of soil covered with green grass. In the center of the soil stood a tree less than 1 meter tall, but with a trunk as thick as an adult's thigh. Its branches and leaves were lush, and its crown was laden with red fruits. Berry tree, a type of shrub. The berries on the tree can be eaten directly, replenishing both hydration and satiety. Han Xing felt as if he had seen his savior, so emotional that he almost burst into tears. He lunged at the berry tree and began stuffing red berries into his mouth in large bites. The bright red juice burst in his mouth, carrying a sweet and sour flavor, like a refreshing rain nourishing a parched heart. After swallowing a few berries, the feelings of hunger and thirst were instantly alleviated. Han Xing counted the red berries on the tree. There were more than 20, each about the size of a strawberry. If eaten sparingly, they could last at least 2 days. Just then, a system prompt popped up. Would you like to merge this piece of land into your territory? Han Xing chose yes without hesitation. Merge successful. Your territory area has expanded. After the system prompt ended, Han Xing discovered that his original 1 meter * 1 meter * 1 meter cubic block of soil had turned into a 2 meter * 1 meter * 1 meter rectangular block of soil, and on one section of the soil block, a berry tree was planted. Hunger and thirst were finally addressed, but his spirit remained utterly exhausted. He leaned against the berry tree's canopy and slowly lay down. Half an hour later, Han Xing opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he found himself somehow rolled to the edge of the territory, with one arm hanging in midair, almost about to fall off. Han Xing took a sharp breath, instantly waking up, and couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. Seriously, even sleeping is this precarious. What about those people who toss and turn restlessly in their sleep? He couldn't help but complain inwardly, while a sense of crisis surged within him. Humans ultimately need to sleep, and no one can guarantee they won't unconsciously turn over or move while asleep. With such a small initial territory, even a slight deviation could result in falling from a great height. Therefore, the most important task now is to explore those clouds and expand the territory, at least to ensure safety. Thinking of this, Han Xing once again gazed at the surrounding clouds. He had already investigated earlier. Most of the nearby clouds concealed dangers, namely monsters. Han Xing knew that if he wanted to survive, he would have to confront these monsters sooner or later. It was better to take the initiative while he was still in good condition. However, for now, I can use my advantage to enhance my combat power. Han Xing had played this game before, though not for long, but he knew where his strengths lay. That was the SSS level talent activated when entering the game, Divine Craftsman. This talent allows him to never fail when crafting quest items, and there's a high chance of creating higher quality equipment. In the game, as long as you have the blueprint, personal profession equipment can be crafted by yourself. In other words, Han Xing can now create equipment of higher quality than what the system provides. When he chose the hunter profession, the system automatically recorded 2 equipment blueprints, wooden longbow and wooden arrow. A wooden longbow requires logs and animal tendons, which I don't have right now. However, making wooden arrows is simple, as long as you have some branches. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at the berry tree behind him and broke off more than a dozen branches. Obtained branches *17. After the system prompt ended, Han Xing took a deep breath and clicked produce all. Rows of progress bars appeared before his eyes, and almost every second an arrow could be made. Amid the flickering white light, arrows appeared one after another in front of him. Sharpened arrow, white, *17, quality excellent, attack power 2-3, special effect, sharpness. Sharp, easier to penetrate penetrate the target's body during an attack, causing a severe injury state. Although it's still white-grade equipment, the attack power has significantly increased, and more importantly, it actually comes with a special effect. It's worth noting that even for green-grade equipment, the probability of having a special effect is extremely low. Now, these few branches, enhanced by the god-level Craftsman talent, have unexpectedly turned into rare special effect equipment. SSS level talent is indeed terrifying. Han Xing picked up a wooden arrow, its tip polished smooth as a mirror, as if meticulously refined. A quiver can hold up to 30 arrows. If he could obtain spatial type items, he would be able to carry more things in the future. He packed all 17 newly crafted arrows into it, and the weight at his waist gave him a greater sense of confidence. He set his sights on the cloud emitting a faint green glow not far away and walked forward for more than 10 minutes as the sky gradually darkened. Han Xing looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "Does this place also have day and night?" Shaking his head and deciding not to overthink it, he resolved to focus all his attention on the cloud in front of him. When he was less than a meter away from the cloud, the system notification sounded. "There seems to be an invisible elemental force active inside. Do you want to enter?" Han Xing took a deep breath, pulled out a sharpened arrow from the quiver, knocked it onto the bowstring, and drew the bow to its full extent. Han Xing was fully prepared, ready to face an attack. He clicked to enter. The clouds gradually dispersed, and a slime with a transparent, spherical body bounced up and down in front of him. Slime, 1-star creature. Strength, 6, Agility, 3, Spirit, 4, Constitution, 5, Skill, Spit. Whoosh! The moment Han Xing saw the slime, he shot the first arrow without hesitation. The wooden arrow pierced into the jelly-like body of the slime with a sharp sound of tearing through the air. The sudden attack startled the slime, causing it to leap several meters high in an instant. Han Xing did not hesitate and immediately fired a second arrow, hitting the target with precision. Struck by 2 arrows in a row, the slime finally reacted, opening its mouth in anger as a mass of invisible elemental energy began to gather within. However, before it could launch an attack, the third arrow had already been swiftly released. Thud! This arrow seemed to trigger a special effect. The sharpened wooden arrow pierced through the slime and, without losing momentum, instantly burrowed into its body. This is the sharp effect carried by the sharpened wooden arrow. The attack the slime was preparing halted mid-air, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. With a splat, the slime's body suddenly burst apart, and transparent goo scattered like fireworks. Han Xing instinctively stepped back 2 paces, still flinging a glob of glue-like sticky liquid from his hand, with some of the goo even splashing onto his face. Ugh, what is this thing? Disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification popped up in front of him. Successfully killed slime LV1, your level has increased. Current level LV1. Before Han Xing could react, the cold announcement of the system echoed in his ears. Announcement: the first player to kill a Sky Island monster in this area has appeared, and the regional channel has been activated. Divided by region, every 10,000 players are assigned to the same area. Current players can communicate and trade in the regional channel to strive for more survival opportunities. Opening the panel, Han Xing discovered that he had been assigned to channel 107. Just as he was about to enter the channel, the system voice sounded again. Since you are the first player in this region to kill a Sky Island monster, you have received the first kill reward, Spirit Core *50, Space Backpack, White *1, Space Backpack Blueprint, White *1, Space Backpack, White Quality, Ordinary, Storage Space plus 20, Special Effect, None. This is truly a spatial type item. Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim. He tested it by putting in 30 arrows, which only occupied 1 slot. In other words, the Space Backpack allows him to carry up to 600 arrows with him. More importantly, he also obtained the blueprint for crafting a spatial backpack. Spatial Backpack Blueprint, White, Crafting Requirements, 1-star Beast Height *1, Spirit Core *10, Ether *20. Crafting Success Rate, 20%. Due to the Divine Craftsman talent bonus, the success rate has reached 100%. Sure enough, the success rate is still 100%. Doesn't this mean I can mass-produce space backpacks and trade them with other players? Space backpacks are extremely rare. Even though Han Xing has played on his phone for so long, he has never seen 2 of them. If such an item appeared in the trading channel, it would definitely trigger a buying frenzy. Hiss. However, he knew in his heart that it was not the right time yet. In the early stages of the game, what players lacked the most were resources like food and water. Even if spatial backpacks appeared, no one could afford them. Han Xing entered the 107 area channel, and a system prompt appeared. Would you like to use the default name Han Xing to enter the regional channel? No. He decisively refused and then changed his name to Xinghe in the personal information section of the regional channel. The channel had just opened, and the chat section was already flooded with thousands of messages. This is channel 107, with tens of thousands of players sending messages simultaneously. Is anyone there? Can someone tell me what's going on? How did I end up in the sky? Amitba, oh god. Isn't it said that you only go to heaven after death? Could it be that I'm already dead? I haven't finished paying off my mortgage yet. Shen Mengting, where are you? I'm your husband, Wang Hongroe. Please respond if you see this. Wait, where's my husband? The overwhelming information caused many to lose their composure, crying out blindly. Others were frantically searching for their family and friends, hoping for a shred of comfort. Han Xing carefully sifted through this information, understanding that suddenly arriving in such an unfamiliar world was indeed hard to accept. But if they didn't adapt quickly, what awaited them would be the depletion of resources, leading to either death from thirst or starvation. Of course, among the tens of thousands of survivors in the 107 regional channel, there were also some calm individuals who had already begun exploring this unknown world. Someone asked for help. Help! I just encountered a cloud, and the system indicated there was a foul smell inside. Does this mean there's a monster inside? You're asking us, but we don't know either. Why don't you go in and take a look? Alright, I'll go in and check. 2 seconds later, a terrified cry for help came through the chat channel. It's a mud slime. Help! The slime jumped on me. It's stuffing me into its body. Glug, glug. The chat channel fell silent for a moment, then someone cautiously asked, could this guy have been drowned by a mud slime? No one responded, but the possibility was high. Help! I've encountered a monster here too. I'm the same here. There are too many monsters in the clouds. These monsters are terrifying. How on earth did that guy who got the server's first kill manage it? Although these people adapted quite well, they were still a few steps behind Han Xing. By the time he had already achieved the server's first kill, most people were just encountering their first cloud. Of course, not everyone's luck is that bad. Some clouds don't contain any danger at all. What a bunch of unlucky fools. I didn't encounter any monsters and even found food inside. If you want it, trade me some water. I didn't run into any monsters either. I just opened a wooden box and found a green weapon for a stalker. It's amazing. Don't ask me how to trade aside from water and food. I won't accept anything else. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. The most scarce resources right now should be water and food. He entered the trading channel, which was densely packed with hundreds of trading messages. Crushed stone *20 can be used as a throwing weapon. Trade for food. Slime mucus *10, magical material. Trade for 200 milliliters of water. 1-star beast hide *1, high quality leather, can be used to craft equipment. Trade for 3 units of water or food. Beast hide. Han Xing's eyes lit up. One of the materials required for the backpack blueprint he had just obtained was a 1-star beast hide. In Sky Island Paradise, every player can equip 2 backpacks, and Han Xing can still equip 1 more. Moreover, with his god-level craftsman talent bonus, the backpack he crafts is likely to be stronger than the one rewarded by the system, just like the wooden arrows. If he's lucky, it might even come with a special effect, greatly enhancing his survival ability. It's just that the price set by the seller of animal hides is somewhat outrageous, directly asking for 3 units of water, which is 3,000 milliliters. Everyone has just arrived in this world not long ago. Who can come up with so much water all at once? Han Xing knew this guy was deliberately setting a high price, which is also a bargaining strategy, so he opened a private chat. The other party's name was Sorrowful Wind Emperor. Xingha, brother, 3 berries for 1-star level animal hide. Emperor Sorrowful Wind, 3? Do you think I'm a beggar? Galaxy, 3 is already quite a lot. You can't craft anything without blueprints, so the beast hide is useless to you. It's better to exchange it for practical resources. In this world, survival is the most important thing. Han Xing began to persuade, but the other party stubbornly refused to budge. Emperor Sorrowful Wind, no. This 1-star beast hide cost me an enormous effort, almost my life, to obtain. At least 10 berries, no less. After hearing this, Han Xing suddenly laughed. Are you bragging? Beast hides only drop from 1-star beasts at the very least. With your current attributes, how could you possibly defeat a 1-star beast? I think you just got lucky and picked it up on another floating island. The Emperor of the Sorrowful Wind was somewhat shocked. How do you know this so well? Han Xing chuckled lightly but certainly wouldn't tell the other party that he had actually played this game before. He continued, that's why I say, 1-star beast hides aren't rare materials. After tomorrow, if you want to sell them, you probably won't even be able to trade them for 3 berries. Han Xing understood in his heart that he was deceiving the other party. Animal hides have a wide range of uses and would never be unwanted. The Emperor of the Sorrowful Wind seemed to be taken aback by Han Xing's words and cautiously asked, Really? He wavered slightly, but 3 berries are still too few. How about you give me a bit more? No problem, 5 berries. If it exceeds this amount, I won't take it. The other party quickly agreed. Survivor Emperor of Sorrowful Wind has sent you a trade request. Han Xing clicked agree, and both parties placed their items in the trade window and confirmed the transaction. In the backpack, 5 berries disappeared, and a brand new piece of animal hide appeared on the territory ground. A hint of joy appeared on Han Xing's face. Great, now we have both materials needed to make the space backpack. Only ether is missing. Ether, this material, can only be obtained from certain magical creatures. Han Xing checked the trading channel and found that most people selling this material were asking for water and food in return. There were still 19 berries left on the berry tree in his territory. To prevent any mishaps, he couldn't use the berries to trade anymore. However, although berries cannot be used for trading, he still has another ultimate weapon in his hands: sharpened wooden arrows. During the earlier battle, Han Xing had already verified the power of the wooden arrows. After 3 shots, the special effect was triggered, directly taking down a level 1 monster slime. In the regional channel with tens of thousands of people, there are certainly many who chose the hunter profession, and they will definitely recognize the power of wooden arrows. Sure enough, as soon as Han Xing posted the consignment information, the chat channel immediately exploded. Wow, high-quality wooden arrows, and they even have special effects. Hiss, the attack power is nearly double that of my wooden arrows. That's incredible. Hunters are in luck. Give me a few of these arrows, and I'll dare to challenge the monsters in the clouds. Who has ether material? Hurry and trade. This big shot is now offering 10 ether for 1 arrow. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 wooden arrows Han Xing had consigned were sold, earning him 50 ether. Great, the materials for crafting the spatial backpack are finally complete. Han Xing's lips curved into a smile. Just as he was about to craft the spatial backpack, 2 system notifications suddenly popped up before his eyes. Survivor Prejudice Yong requests to add you as a friend. Survivor Xin Yun requests to add you as a friend. Level 1. Xin Yun, huh? You can actually add someone as a friend through their name. Prejudice Yong, Brother Xing, I finally found you. I've been searching for you so hard. Han Xing said helplessly, if I remember correctly, it's been less than half a day since we last met, right? Half a day? It feels like half a year to me. Xing Ji, you have no idea what I've been through. Cheng Jianyang sounded like a nagging complainer. Not wanting to listen to his long-winded complaints, Han Xing simply interrupted. Let's talk in the discussion group. After adding each other as friends, the 3 of them created a joint discussion group. As soon as he entered the group, Han Xing directly asked, how are things on your end now? Xin Yun immediately replied, I'm doing okay. After entering the game, I kept approaching those islands covered by clouds. If I sensed danger, I gave up. Just now, I finally found a safe island and have already expanded my territory. Han Xing nodded. I'm at about the same progress. Cheng Jianyang was a bit surprised after hearing this. What the heck, you guys have already started merging islands? All I've encountered along the way are monster islands. The system has warned me that I'm in a state of hunger and dehydration. Now my mouth is dry, and my head is almost foggy. You're so bad at this, Xin Yun said disdainfully. Back in school, you were the worst at gaming, and now that we're in another world, you're still this bad. Cheng Jianyang let out an awkward chuckle. Han Xing said seriously, Jianyang, when you get close to those clouds, make sure to carefully read the system prompts. You need to expand your territory quickly, or it could be very dangerous if your mental state deteriorates. Cheng Jianyang immediately tensed up after hearing this. Dangerous? Do you mean falling to my death if I pass out? I don't want to die yet. I still have a wife and kids. Brother Xing, Brother Yun, save me. A scream of despair from Cheng Jianyang echoed in the discussion group. Xin Yun said disdainfully, enough, with your Brother Xing and Brother Yun here, do you think we'd let you die? Look at this. In the local network, Xin Yun sent in item information. Spring water, 600 milliliters, ready to drink. Water. Cheng Jianyang exclaimed, quick, give me a couple of sips, I'm dying of thirst. Xin Yun smiled and said, you can have some water, but what do you have to call me first? Cheng Jianyang immediately understood what he meant and said shyly, Brother Yun, this doesn't seem very appropriate. I'm a married man after all. Are you going to shout or not? If not, I'll drink it myself. Godfather. Cheng Jianyang immediately compromised. Xin Yun laughed heartily and then traded 200 milliliters of spring water to Cheng Jianyang. At this moment, Han Xing also received Xin Yun's trade request. Brother Xing, have some water to ease up first. Han Xing did not refuse. Although water resources were extremely precious at the moment, given the relationship between the 3 of them, there was no need to be overly calculative. Besides, he did indeed need to replenish his water intake at this moment. While the berries were sweet, they couldn't satisfy his body's need for water. After the transaction was completed, a small puddle appeared in Han Xing's territory. Since he had no container, he quickly drank the spring water from the ground. Han Xing drank the spring water in one go and immediately felt much clearer-headed. At this moment, Cheng Jianyang excitedly said, damn, finally woke up. If only we could have some food right now, that would be great. I have food here, I'll trade it to you. Han Xing picked 10 berries from the berry tree and gave each of them 5. Thanks, Brother Xing. Thank you, Brother Xing. Han Xing smiled, and this scene reminded him of the times during school when the 3 of them teamed up for gaming sessions. Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyang also showed expressions of nostalgia. Xin Yun sighed, I never thought there would be a day when all of humanity would cross over to another world. Yeah, what I didn't expect even more was that in this new world, the 3 of us could still team up. Cheng Jianyang said with deep emotion, after graduation, I've been so busy with work and overtime that I almost forgot what it feels like to play games. Han Xing said with a smile, alright, everyone, make the most of your time to explore other floating islands, gather resources, and strengthen yourselves. He didn't tell the 2 of them that he he had played this game before, feeling that whether he said it or not wouldn't make much of a difference. At this moment, Han Xing opened the function panel and clicked on the blueprint section. The 3 materials needed to create the space backpack have been gathered, and now the production can begin. He was full of anticipation, wondering what kind of special effects the space backpack blueprint would bring under the enhancement of his god-level craftsman talent. He reached out and clicked the production button, and a 10-second progress bar appeared before his eyes. Then a flash of white light passed, and the system prompt came through. Successfully crafted space backpack, white, *1. Space backpack, white, quality, excellent, storage space, 30, special effect, vitality, constitution +4. Awesome! Han Xing sincerely praised upon seeing the attributes. Compared to the space backpack from the first kill reward, this new backpack not only has a larger capacity but also comes with an additional special effect that boosts constitution. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 points, but a full increase of 4 points. You should know, when he killed that slime and leveled up to level 1, his constitution only increased by 2 points. This backpack is equivalent to boosting his constitution by 2 levels, truly terrifying. Han Xing happily equipped the new backpack, and the attribute panel immediately changed. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Profession, hunter. Level, LV1. Strength 4, agility 5, spirit 4, stamina 7+4. Skill, beginner archery mastery. Talent, divine craftsman, SSS. Status, good. Stamina value directly broke through double digits. At this moment, Han Xing felt an endless surge of energy throughout his body, even tempted to perform a chest-breaking stone act on the spot. Facing creatures like slimes would be much easier. He controlled the floating island and continued to sail forward. After reaching level 1, the speed of the floating island territory increased significantly, reaching 5 meters per second. In the early stages, each level up would increase the speed by 2 meters per second. Although still somewhat slow, for now, it is already sufficient. Before long, Han Xing discovered a gray cloud cluster. There seemed to be signs of biological activity inside. Should we go in? As per the usual practice, before entering, Han Xing fully drew the bowstring, which is one of the advantages of the hunter profession. The cloud cluster dissipated, revealing 2 square-shaped areas. A creature covered in dense gray-brown fur appeared, its slender limbs and exposed fangs highlighting its ferocity. Forest wolf, 1-star creature. Level, LV1. Strength 5, agility 7, spirit 4, constitution 8. Skill, bite. Compared to the slimes encountered earlier, this forest wolf is clearly much stronger. Its 5-meter-tall body exudes an intense sense of oppression, and its sharp gaze radiates a strong killing intent. The moment the forest wolf saw Han Xing, it lunged fiercely, but though it was fast, Han Xing was faster. Just as the forest wolf lunged, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow accurately struck the forest wolf's right eye. At this moment, Han Xing's floating island was less than 3 meters away from the forest wolf's floating island, with a gap in between. The forest wolf, severely injured in the eye, let out a miserable howl, abruptly halting its charge and nearly falling from the sky. In the early stages of the game, hunters have almost no skills and must avoid close combat with enemies. Han Xing quickly maneuvered his floating island territory to retreat, creating a safe distance. A system notification appeared. Attention, the alert range of 1-star creatures is 10 meters. If this distance is exceeded, they will disengage from combat, and the floating island will revert to an unexplored state. The unexplored state means the floating island is shrouded in clouds, and external attacks cannot affect anything inside the island. 10 meters? That's enough. Han Xing quickly controlled the territory to retreat. He exhaled softly, and an arrow appeared out of thin air in his hand, which he then knocked and shot. He fired 3 arrows in succession, 2 of which hit the target, while 1 veered off into the air. The wolf kept letting out painful howls, but it was confined to a 2 cubic meter space, trapped with no way forward or back. The current situation clearly showed that Han Xing was employing a kiting tactic, a strategy commonly used by hunters. Han Xing continued shooting arrows. He fired 4 more arrows in quick succession, 2 hitting the target and 2 missing. He was fairly satisfied with this hit rate. After all, he was maintaining a 9-meter distance from the wolf, ensuring his safety while achieving such accuracy, which was already quite impressive. After choosing the hunter profession, the system granted him the initial skill, basic archery mastery, which endowed him with innate proficiency in archery. As his level increased and his agility improved, his accuracy would continue to rise. At this moment, the forest wolf had 5 arrows stuck in its body, looking miserable, yet it still hadn't fallen. The monsters within the floating island all possessed extremely tenacious vitality. As for the previous slime, Han Xing had relied on luck, with the 3rd arrow triggering the sharp effect. However, after Han Xing shot 2 more arrows, the forest wolf finally let out a whimper and collapsed. Successfully killed forest wolf LV1, gained 10 experience points. Seeing the notification, Han Xing let out a sigh of relief. He maneuvered the floating island to approach the forest wolf's corpse. Disassemble the forest wolf corpse. Successfully disassembled forest wolf corpse, recovered 7 arrows, obtained 1-star beast hide *1, acquired acquired 37 kilograms of wolf meat and collected 102 beast bones. The forest wolf corpse disappeared, leaving behind beast hide, a pile of fresh red wolf meat, and a mountain-like heap of white bones on the ground. So much wolf meat, Han Xing exclaimed in surprise. 37 kilograms of wolf meat is enough to feed an adult for several days, and if rationed carefully, it could last half a month. Successfully killing a forest wolf directly resolved Han Xing's urgent need for food. Even if he couldn't finish it all, he could trade it with other players. Currently, in the entire Channel 107, Han Xing is probably the only one capable of soloing a one-star beast. This type of meat is an extremely rare and highly sought-after resource. After storing all the spoils of war into his backpack, Han Xing merged 2 more territories with his floating island, expanding its size once again into a T-shaped area of 5 cubic units. At this point, even if he lay down, he wouldn't have to worry about falling off. At that moment, the local chat channel suddenly received a private message. Tian Fengniao, Master, I saw the arrows you listed on the trading platform. Are you a hunter class? Yes, Han Xing replied. Tianfeng Bird, Grade 1, I have something here. I wonder if you're interested. Send it over for a look. Han Xing didn't like beating around the bush, and the other party straightforwardly sent the item information. Fine iron arrow blueprint, green equipment, and it's a blueprint for arrows. Han Xing's pupils contracted slightly, and a strong desire for this blueprint immediately surged within him. But he quickly suppressed his excitement, steadied himself, and asked, I can take it. How much are you selling it for? The other party, Tianfeng Bird, also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Based on Han Xing's consignment records in the trading channel, they had already guessed his profession. The Tianfeng Bird said directly, I want water, and it must be a large amount of water, no less than 2 units. After hearing his conditions, Han Xing's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained calm as he said, 2,000 milliliters of water. Do you know how precious water resources are right now? The Tianfeng Bird replied, I know, but what I have is a green equipment blueprint. Although I don't fully understand this world yet, I know that such items become increasingly valuable over time. Even if you wanted to trade 20,000 milliliters of water later, you wouldn't be able to get it. Han Xing sneered, you said it yourself, it becomes more valuable over time. But right now, what everyone lacks most are survival resources. I don't have water, but I do have some food. If you really want to trade, name a price I can accept. As soon as the words were spoken, the survivor named Tianfeng Bird also realized that their asking price was a bit excessive and made a slight concession. Food is fine too, but it can't be less than 10 units. Han Xing still sneered, I'll give you at most 5 units, 5 kilograms of food, enough to last you 2 or 3 days. Tianfeng Bird hesitated for a moment and finally gritted their teeth and agreed, fine, 5 kilograms it is. The transaction was quickly completed. Although 5 kilograms of food was quite a lot, no matter how you calculated it, Han Xing still came out ahead. Successfully obtained refined iron arrow blueprint. Would you like to learn it? Han Xing clicked learn without hesitation. The next moment, a green equipment blueprint appeared in the blueprint section. Refined iron arrow, green. Materials required for crafting, refined iron *2, feather *1. Han Xing pondered for a moment. Refined iron is a material that can only be obtained from treasure chests in the early stages of the game. I wonder if it's available in the trading channel now. He entered the trading channel, typed in the keyword refined iron, and quickly filtered out 7 consignment listings. The seller's trade conditions were all water and food. Han Xing privately messaged each one and started bargaining. In the end, he traded 3 kilograms of wolf meat and 4 berries for 12 pieces of refined iron. Half of the arrow materials were gathered, but feathers were still missing. Han Xing spoke up in the discussion group, hey guys, lend me a few feathers. I need to make something. Fur, brother Xing, I'll give it to you. Cheng Jianyong immediately responded. Then let's trade. After the transaction was completed, the system notification sounded. Successfully obtained certain primate body fur *23. Han Xing looked at the few black hairs in his palm, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Cheng Jianyong, are you out of your mind? Who the heck wants your leg hair? Damn, didn't you say you wanted hair? You didn't make it clear, Cheng Jianyong retorted indignantly. Han Xing threw the leg hair away. I meant bird feathers, the feathers from birds. To avoid further misunderstanding, Han Xing deliberately emphasized the last sentence. Seeing their chat logs, Shen Yun couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xing, when I was exploring the clouds earlier, I found a huge bird's nest. Although there were no creatures, I managed to grab a few feathers, just for you. After the transaction was completed, Han Xing's backpack now contained 9 grayish-white feathers. Toucan feather, common material. With all the materials ready, Han Xing opened the blueprint and began crafting. White light flickered repeatedly. Successfully crafted fine iron arrows, green, *6. Successfully crafted fine iron arrows, green, *6. Fine iron arrows, green, quality, excellent, attack power 5/7, special effect, armor piercing. Armor piercing, when attacking high defense enemies, there is a certain probability of triggering, ignoring part of the opponent's defense to deal damage. This effect is incredible. It directly completely ignores defense.
The fine quality iron arrow has a starting attack power of 5 points, almost catching up with the additional attack power of the wooden longbow in his hands. You have to know, the wooden longbow is his main weapon, and now it's being matched by a single arrow. Plus the armor-piercing effect. Just imagine how terrifying the damage would be when it hits an enemy. After making the arrows, Han Xing continued browsing the trading channel, aiming for a hunter's weapon or blueprint to replace the plain longbow in his hand and further enhance his attack power. After browsing for a while, he couldn't find a suitable target. Although there were hunter weapons on consignment, most were similar to the plain equipment he already had, and he even saw some survivors selling the weapons gifted by the system. Just as Han Xing was about to exit the trading channel, he suddenly spotted a hunter weapon blueprint.
Sandalwood longbow blueprint, white.
Although it is basic equipment, being self-made and enhanced by the god-level craftsman talent, it will definitely be a significant improvement compared to the wooden longbow in hand. Han Xing clicked on private chat. The other party's name was Levi. This guy actually didn't choose anonymous chat but used his real name instead.
Deal. How much for the longbow blueprint? Han Xing asked directly.
Levi replied, 20 units of food, or 10 units of water.
Look, now this is what you call asking for the moon. Truly asking for the moon. Han Xing frowned. Your price is too high. Can you make it a bit cheaper?
If it were someone else genuinely wanting to trade, they would usually make a slight concession at this point in response to Han Xing's words. But the other party chatted using their real name, clearly not someone to be trifled with.
Levi sneered. This is the price, not a penny less. Buy it or not, it's up to you. Goodbye.
Han Xing was equally blunt, directly exiting and preparing to close the private chat window.
But Levi suddenly sent a message. Wait, your name is Xingha? The one selling special effect wooden arrows?
Han Xing didn't understand what this guy was trying to get at, but still replied, that's me.
Upon hearing Han Xing's confirmation, Levi's attitude immediately changed.
Being able to create such items so quickly in the early stages, you've got some skills.
Interested in joining our Lei Corporation, Lei family, the one from Xinyang City? Han Xing asked.
Lei Wei replied, it seems you've heard of them. Oh, I almost forgot, most people in this channel are from Xinyang City, so it's not surprising to know about the Lei group. Since arriving in this world, nearly 10 hours had passed and everyone had already figured out the rules for regional division. According to the regions, 10,000 people from neighboring areas were grouped into the same channel. In other words, most of the 10,000 people in channel 107 came from the same place. Levi continued, our Lei group has some influence in Xinyang City, and we also have our own team in this channel. Now, we've formed a discussion group and established an elite team where everyone helps each other and shares survival experiences. So, what do you think? Want to join us? Levi straightforwardly extended the invitation. Han Xing directly refused. No need. Levi was silent for a moment, clearly a bit puzzled that someone would refuse his invitation at a time like this. You must understand, humans are social creatures, especially in this unfamiliar world full of life-threatening dangers, where they crave the support and comfort of companions. Levi continued to persuade, you should know, this place is completely different from the world we came from, where life is as fragile as paper. I formed this team to unite everyone so that we can survive a little longer. Levi's words sounded lofty, and for most people, joining at this moment would undoubtedly be a wise choice. But Han Xing knew that Levi was one of the major shareholders of the Lei Corporation, essentially just a businessman. Merchants are naturally profit-driven, and a few years of societal experience had long allowed Han Xing to see their true nature. The so-called organization and team were merely tools to gain control over discourse and extract more benefits. Moreover, Levi's condescending attitude from the very beginning made Han Xing very uncomfortable. He rejected it without hesitation. Han Xing refused again, and Levi immediately became anxious. You short-sighted guy. Do you know that right now, in the entire region 107, besides us, there are several other organizations forming teams? Survivors uniting is an inevitable trend. If you don't join us, the only thing waiting for you is a dead end. As long as you join the Lei Corporation and contribute the method for making the special wooden arrows, I can even sell you the blueprints at a low price. Levi began to alternate between threats and inducements, but the conditions he offered made Han Xing think this guy was simply a fool. A blueprint for a whiteboard weapon to try to buy me off? What a joke. Of course, it's also possible that Levi is used to calling the shots in New Sun City and subconsciously treats everyone else like fools. Han Xing sneered, I've already said, I don't want to join your organization. Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. Anyway, I'm hanging up now. You insolent brat. If you don't join the Lei Corporation, don't even think about getting this weapon blueprint. When the time comes, there won't be a place for you in channel 107. Han Xing sneered, keep the blueprint for yourself. It's just a whiteboard weapon blueprint, and only you would treat it like a treasure. Serves you right for being foolish. Levi wanted to say something more, but Han Xing had already closed the private chat window. At this moment, Xin Yun spoke up in the discussion group, Brother Xing, Jian Yong, have you received any invitations from organizations asking us to join? Cheng Jian Yong replied, yeah, just now some company's boss invited me, but I turned it down.
down.
Han Xing, I refused as well. Xinyun did not respond, as if lost in thought.
After a moment, he asked, Xingji, what do you think about joining these organizations? Han Xing replied, no need.
The rules of this world were made clear when we entered.
We just need to explore other floating islands and expand our own territory. The two pondered for a while and eventually agreed. Just then, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, it seems there's some drama on the local network.
The Lei Corporation seems to be looking for trouble with someone called Xingha.
Yes, Galaxy? Isn't that his own name? Lei Corporation, could it be that Levi?
Han Xing hadn't told them his virtual name. Cheng Jianyong and Xinyun had added him as a friend using his real name. He opened the chat channel and, sure enough, saw that Levi had mentioned him on the local network.
Levi, at Galaxy, you little punk, how dare you insult me?
Ungrateful brat, let me tell you, from today onward, don't even think about trading resources with anyone from our Lei Corporation.
Bamboo Rat, supporting the boss, our Lei Consortium is collectively boycotting you. Slow-moving Yun Luo, support.
Old 6, at Xingha, kid, come out and say something to us.
Han Xing was speechless.
He had indeed argued with Levi a bit earlier, but he didn't expect this guy to be so petty, even posting about him on the local network. However, seeing them threaten to blacklist him and refuse to trade supplies with him, Han Xing couldn't help but laugh.
He opened the consignment channel and listed an item.
A few seconds after the item was consigned, channel 107 instantly became lively.
Consigned item information, space backpack white, items required by the seller, any blue equipment blueprint, consigner, Xingha. In the chat channel, everyone exclaimed, space backpack? Where did this master come from? How did they get such a powerful item so quickly? The seller seems to be Xingha, isn't that the one who was justed by the Lei group and said to be banned? The atmosphere in the local area network became subtle.
At this moment, someone said, wait, the master has uploaded something again. Hiss, it's actually rare quality iron arrows, and a large amount of wolf meat.
So much wolf meat, quickly check what he wants.
Need green equipment blueprints, animal hides, spirit cores, as well as water and refined iron.
Whoever has them, quickly go find the pro to trade.
After Han Xing continuously posted consignment information, the few people from the Lei Corporation suddenly fell silent. Even if they wanted to speak, their voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages. The reason was simple, the items Han Xing brought out were just too powerful. There's no need to elaborate on the spatial backpack, it was the reward for the first kill across the entire server. Although we now had something better for these players, this item was practically a divine artifact. And those high-quality iron arrows, with the attack power of a single arrow rivaling that of a main weapon, what kind of concept is this? Even someone without sharp eyes can see its strength, not to mention the special effect, which is enough to make survivors who didn't choose the hunter profession envious. Afterward, Han Xing also consigned 10 kilograms of wolf meat at once, which happens to be the most urgently needed resource for everyone.
The chat channel immediately erupted into a frenzy of bidding. Ha ha ha.
I traded it, one piece of animal hide for an iron arrow. Xinyun did not respond, clearly lost in thought.
After a while, he asked, Brother Xing, what do you think about joining those organizations? Han Xing said calmly, there's no need.
The rules of this world were made clear when we first entered.
We just need to explore other floating islands and expand our own territory.
The two pondered for a moment and both expressed agreement.
At that moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, it seems lively over on the local network.
The Lei Corporation appears to be causing trouble for someone named Xingha.
Galaxy? Isn't that my name? Could the Lei Corporation be referring to that Levi?
Han Xing didn't reveal his virtual name to them. Cheng Jianyong and Xinyun both added him as friends using their real names. He opened the chat channel and, sure enough, saw Levi at him on the local network.
Levi, at Galaxy, you brat, how dare you insult me?
You ungrateful thing, let me tell you, starting today, don't even think about trading resources with anyone from the Lei Corporation.
Zhu Yu Mouse, supporting the boss, the Lei Consortium collectively boycotts you. Slow-moving Yun Luo, support.
Old 6, at Xingha, kid, come out and argue clearly. Han Xing looked helpless. He had indeed argued with Levi a bit earlier, but he didn't expect this guy to be so petty and even post about him on the local network. However, seeing them talk about boycotting him and refusing to trade resources with him, Han Xing couldn't help but feel amused.
He opened the consignment channel and listed an item. A few seconds after the item was consigned, the entire channel 107 instantly exploded with activity. Consigned item information, space backpack white, seller's request, any blue equipment blueprint, consigner, Xingha. The chat channel exploded. Space backpack? Which genius managed to get such an amazing item so quickly? The seller seems to be Xingha, isn't that the one who was just called out to be banned by the Lei Corporation? The atmosphere in the local area network suddenly became subtle. At this moment, someone shouted, wait, the pro has uploaded something new again. Hiss, it's actually rare quality iron arrows, and a whole bunch of wolf meat. So much wolf meat, quick, see what the pro needs.
Need green equipment blueprints, beast hides, spirit cores, as well as water and refined iron.
If anyone has them, quickly trade with the pro.
After Han Xing continuously posted posted consignment information, the few people from the lay group suddenly fell silent. Even if they wanted to speak, their messages were drowned out by the flood of chat. The main reason was that the items Han Xing brought out were too powerful.
There's no need to say much about the spatial backpack, it was the first kill reward for the entire server.
Although we now had something better for other players, this item was practically a divine artifact. There were also those high-quality iron arrows, with the attack power of a single arrow almost rivaling that of a main weapon.
What kind of concept is that?
Even someone with no discernment could see its power.
Adding the special effect afterward was enough to make survivors who didn't choose the hunter profession green with envy.
Right after that, Han Xing put up 10 kilograms of wolf meat, which was the most scarce resource for everyone.
The chat channel immediately erupted into a frenzy of snatching. Ha ha ha, I traded it, 1 piece of animal hide for an iron arrow. I traded 5 spirit cores for 300 grams of wolf meat. Finally, I have something to eat, sob. Brothers, trading 10 refined iron for 1 iron arrow, isn't that a huge profit?
The lively atmosphere in the chat persisted until all the items consigned by Han Xing were traded, gradually calming down. Now, the only thing left is the space backpack, which no one has exchanged yet. After all, blue equipment blueprints are extremely rare, and in the early stages, there might not be anyone in the entire Channel 107 who owns one. On a certain floating island territory, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars stared at the local network information, his expression growing darker and darker.
Whoosh! He was none other than the president of the Lei Corporation, Lei Wei.
Lei Wei looked at the messages in the discussion group and silently noted down the name Xinghe in his heart.
Someone cautiously asked, Mr. Lei, is this guy named Xinghe trying to provoke us?
Lei Wei let out a cold snort without responding, but he etched this name deeply in his mind.
Han Xing looked at the dazzling array of items in the Sky Island territory, unable to hide the smile on his face. Obtain Spirit Core *17, 1-star Beast Hide *3, Refined Iron *32, Ether *108, Drinking Water 400 milliliters.
These were materials he exchanged for 4 iron arrows and 10 kilograms of wolf meat. Truly a profitable deal. 10 kilograms of wolf meat might seem like a significant cost, but Han Xing knew that converting these supplies into combat power would yield benefits far beyond imagination. Initially, his plan was to use this food to trade for the resources he needed, and then use those resources to continue crafting equipment, strengthening his power, and forming a virtuous cycle.
Phew!
As for suppressing those from the Lei group, it was merely done in passing. Han Xing didn't take them seriously at all.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was a bit regrettable that he didn't manage to exchange for a green equipment blueprint this time, but it wasn't too bad.
After all, the other survivors weren't fools, and very few people had green equipment in their possession at this point.
Let me see.
I now have enough materials to make 11 refined iron arrows and 3 space backpacks.
Not bad, not bad.
Han Xing clapped his hands.
Then, he ordered all these items to be crafted in one go.
Green light and white light flickered in succession. When the prompt for successful crafting appeared, Han Xing looked at the attributes of the space backpack and was somewhat surprised. Space backpack, white, quality, excellent, storage space 30, special effect, robust, strength +4.
Unlike the previous backpack, this one has a special effect attribute that increases strength by 4 points.
Han Xing took a look. The other 2 backpacks also had special effects, one similarly increasing strength and the other increasing agility.
Oh, does the backpack's special effect attribute randomly increase one of the 4 main attributes?
Han Xing equipped the backpack that increased agility and immediately felt a strange surge of power within his body. His agility attribute improved significantly.
Although I can only equip 2 backpacks, the attribute boost is quite noticeable. Facing ordinary level 1 wild monsters should be no problem now. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a good weapon.
Han Xing felt a slight regret in his heart, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it further. As for how to deal with the 2 extra backpacks, Han Xing pondered for a moment and opened the discussion group.
As soon as he entered the group, he heard Cheng Jianyang excitedly shout, "Brothers, I think I've found a treasure." "What is it?" Xin Yun asked. "Yes." Cheng Jianyang chuckled and said directly, "Bronze treasure chest." Damn!
Han Xing and Xin Yun were both astonished. According to Han Xing's understanding of Sky Island Paradise, treasure chests are divided into 5 levels: wooden chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and diamond treasure chests. The probability of finding a treasure chest on an unclaimed Sky Island is extremely low, especially in the early stages of the game.
Encountering even a wooden chest would be considered quite lucky. But Cheng Jianyang directly found a bronze treasure chest, which is simply incredible luck.
Xin Yun couldn't wait and said, "Hurry up and open it to see what's inside."
Alright, Cheng Jianyang agreed readily.
Han Xing and Xin Yun waited silently.
After a moment, they suddenly heard Cheng Jianyang shout, "Got it! I got it! Idiot! What did you get?" Xin Yun asked urgently, "Hurry up and tell us. Something good."
Cheng Jianyang immediately sent the information about the item he found to the discussion group.
Spirit Core *4, Refined Iron *8, Rare Earth *13, Dried Beast Meat *7 kg, Drinking Water 400 milliliters, refined iron longbow blueprint, green.
Hiss. Seeing this information, Han Xing and Shen Yun simultaneously gasped. Shen Yun sighed, leaving aside the materials and food, even managing to get a green weapon blueprint. This guy's luck is simply off the charts.
Han Xing also nodded. Indeed. Cheng Jianyong burst into hearty laughter upon hearing their praise. Shortly after, Han Xing suddenly received a trade request from Cheng Jianyong. Brother Xing, it's the longbow blueprint. I'm a warrior class, and Brother Yin chose the priest class. Neither of us can use it, so you take it first.
Shen Yun remained silent, and everyone understood how precious a green weapon blueprint like this was in the early stages of the game. Levi dared to ask exorbitant prices even for whiteboard weapon blueprints, so if Cheng Jianyong's green weapon blueprint appeared in the trading channel, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir.
But some things cannot be measured solely by value.
Han Xing pondered for a moment and decisively clicked accept.
Acquired fine iron longbow blueprint, green. Han Xing directly clicked to learn it, and now his blueprint section had a fourth blueprint added. Immediately after, he initiated trade requests with the two of them. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun saw the items Han Xing placed in the trade window.
Han Xing traded the extra backpack to them.
Cheng Jianyong exclaimed excitedly, a space backpack, and it comes with special effect attributes.
Shen Yun also said, Brother Xing, this item is too valuable. You. Han Xing interrupted them directly, whispering, Shu, remember not to talk carelessly. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun solemnly agreed, fully understanding how absurdly lucky it was to come across a spatial backpack with special effects at this moment. Shen Yun stared at the information about the consigned, spatial backpack, white, on the trading channel, and Han Xing's name involuntarily surfaced in his mind, his expression complex and unreadable.
After closing the discussion group, Han Xing's gaze fell on the fourth blueprint in the blueprint section, and the smile on his face was almost overflowing. He had just mentioned needing a handy weapon, and in no time, Jianyong had found the perfect blueprint. This wasn't just like getting a pillow when you're sleepy, it was like finishing a meal at Wallace's and immediately finding a restroom. Han Xing cheerfully stared at the blueprint interface. Fine iron longbow blueprint, green. Materials required: fine iron *15, spirit core *5, rare earth *20, 1-star beast tendon *1. Crafting success rate 20%. Due to the god-level craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. The hunter's main weapon, and its green gear. This is awesome. Han Xing was so excited that he almost wanted to start crafting on the spot. Unfortunately, the materials were not complete, with the main missing components being the new material rare earth and 1-star beast tendons. No problem, he could try his luck in the trading channel.
After browsing around, Han Xing quickly locked onto his target and skillfully began bargaining. It seemed that the recent consignment incident had left a deep impression of the name Galaxy among the survivors in Channel 107.
The negotiation process went quite smoothly.
He exchanged 1 kilogram of wolf meat for 2 1-star beast tendons and another kilogram of wolf meat for 47 units of rare earth. Now, he had enough materials to craft 2 refined iron longbows. Han Xing opened the blueprint interface and started crafting directly. Green light flickered, and a 30-second progress bar appeared before him. When the progress bar was completed, a longbow made of black refined iron appeared in the territory, measuring over 1 meter in length.
Item information then surfaced.
Refined iron longbow, green, quality, excellent, attack 1520, special effect, power strike.
Power shot. After fully drawing the bowstring, charging begins.
The maximum charge time is 1 second, dealing an additional 50% damage.
Okay.
Han Xing sincerely praised. This green weapon's attack power is more than double that of a basic one.
With the weapon's special effect, I bet this arrow can one-shot those level 1 wild monsters. Satisfied, a thought flashed through Han Xing's mind.
Based on my previous experience, green weapon blueprints can produce rare quality equipment at best.
Since this main weapon is only excellent quality, it means there's still room for improvement.
Looking at the remaining materials in the backpack, he hesitated for a moment before decisively clicking to craft again.
This was his advantage: no need to worry about failure, no fear of creating crude or ordinary junk weapons, and absolutely no waste of materials. This time, as soon as the crafting began, a dazzling green light instantly burst forth. As the progress bar advanced, the green light grew even more blinding. Such a commotion, could it be?
Before the voice faded, with a clatter, a weapon dropped in front of Han Xing.
Fine iron longbow, green, quality rare, attack power 2025, special effect, power strike, special effect 2, precision.
Power strike. When the bowstring is fully drawn, it begins to charge, with a maximum charge time of 1 second, dealing an additional 50% damage.
Precision. During attacks, increases hit rate by 10% and critical hit rate by 20%. Rare quality. At this moment, Han Xing's heartbeat seemed to slow down by half a beat.
This refined iron longbow had incredibly powerful attributes, immense attack power, and dual special effects, making it incomparable even to ordinary blue-grade equipment.
Without hesitation, he equipped this rare quality longbow, significantly boosting his damage once again.
The longbow slung across across his back exuded steadiness and an imposing presence.
The curved bow body and taut bowstring clearly showcased its immense tension and lethality.
Compared to himself a few hours ago, Han Xing was now completely transformed, with his strength having soared significantly. He casually listed the discarded wooden longbow on the consignment channel, along with another refined iron longbow. Although not as good as the one in his hand, its equally formidable attributes caused quite a stir among the hunters. It's just because the consignment conditions he marked were for green equipment blueprints, and no one could afford to exchange for them yet. At this moment, Han Xing looked up at the sky.
The sparse moonlight slanted down, overlapping with the cold glow. It's almost midnight.
After exploring a few more floating islands, it'll be time to rest, Han Xing thought. In this world, although human physical fitness has improved, rest is still necessary.
Exploring the floating islands at night is far more dangerous than during the day.
Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. As he approached a cloud only 2 cubic meters in size, the system prompt sounded. There is the sound of wind inside.
Do you want to enter?
Upon entering, he discovered a patch of lush green wind chimes growing there. Han Xing harvested them all and stored them in his backpack.
Wind chimes *23 obtained. Territory area expanded. There's a series of hollow echoes coming from inside. Enter. Acquired amplification stone *3. Territory area further expanded.
Acquired 1-star beast hide *1, rare earth *3, shining stone *7. Han Xing pressed on without stopping, continuously exploring 4 or 5 smaller clouds in the surrounding area. Along the way, he encountered 3 monsters, but they were,
at most, level 1. For the current Han Xing, they were essentially one-shot kills, instantly defeated. Relying on his superior equipment, he easily crushed his opponents.
Meanwhile, his territory expanded rapidly. After a whole day of exploration, the small patch of soil beneath his feet had turned into a large platform measuring 4 meters by 4 meters, a total of 16 square meters. Phew, Han Xing took a deep breath and looked back, realizing that he had explored all the smaller clouds within dozens of kilometers around him. At this moment, only one cloud emitting faint red light remained untouched not far away. This cloud was noticeably larger, roughly estimated at 2 meters by 2 meters, about 4 square meters in size. When Han Xing first arrived in this world, he had deliberately avoided it because he sensed a hint of danger. But now, he decided to give it a try. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened his backpack, took a couple of sips of drinking water, and picked 3 berries from the tree to put in his mouth. After making preparations, the floating island territory slowly approached the red glowing cloud. Moments later, the system prompt sounded. A scorching power is brewing inside.
Do you wish to enter? A scorching power? Could there be a source of fire inside? Han Xing's heart filled with anticipation.
In the early stages of the floating island paradise, fire sources were not as scarce as water and food, but they were still an essential resource. Whether for making fire or keeping warm, they were extremely important.
Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked to enter without hesitation.
The next moment, a completely red, round-bodied creature appeared in front of him, bouncing.
Flame Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV2. Strength, 9. Agility, 5. Spirit, 7. Constitution, 6. Skill, Fireball Spray. Flame Slime, Level 2. With elemental attributes. Compared to Level 1 ordinary slimes, this Flame Slime clearly has a much stronger desire to attack.
Upon seeing Han Xing appear, it immediately opened its small O-shaped mouth, a scorching flame brewing inside. Han Xing did not underestimate it and quickly created distance.
The next second, the long-prepared iron arrow shot out abruptly.
Buzz! The bowstring tightened, producing a series of vibrations in the air. The fired arrow was swift and accurate, striking the forehead of the flame slime.
Splat!
The attack hit its mark. The 2 round eyes of the flame slime suddenly widened, clearly startled.
Poof! Poof! 2 fireballs shot toward Han Xing at a speed no less than that of arrows.
At that moment, Han Xing reacted swiftly, his figure flickering as he instantly dodged the flame slime's attack. At this critical juncture, the special effect of the spatial backpack played a key role.
The additional 4 points of agility brought his agility to 8 points. This was almost the agility attribute that an ordinary hunter could only achieve at level 3. Bang! Bang!
The fireballs missed, exploding on the ground beneath his feet and blasting out 2 patches of scorched earth. Han Xing continued to draw his bow, beginning to charge.
1 second later, the heavy strike effect of the fine iron longbow activated. Han Xing clearly felt that this arrow's destructive power was stronger than before. The flame slime is preparing for a second wave of fireball attacks.
Buzz! The power shot effect of the bow and arrow is triggered, and the fine iron arrow pierces through the body of the flame slime, causing even greater damage.
The arrow's momentum remains undiminished, and with a puff, it directly penetrates its body.
The armor-piercing effect of the arrow is also activated, instantly boosting the damage by several levels. The flame slime's attack came to an abrupt halt, and the heavy blow just now left it in a severely injured state. Han Xing's eyes lit up, thinking, while it's weak, I must not let it go.
Whoosh! 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 1 iron arrow after another was rapidly fired. The level 2 flame slime was strong, but it couldn't withstand Han Xing's relentless assault.
result. When the 7th arrow hit, the flame slime stopped in place, and its body began to swell.
Oh no, it's going to explode. Han Xing's expression changed drastically. Having learned his lesson once before, he retreated without hesitation and sprinted away. He retreated all the way to the edge of the territory. At this moment, the flame slime's body swelled to its limit, like a red balloon ready to explode at any second. Immediately after, with a loud pop, sparks scattered in all directions, and the slime burst into pieces. You have killed Flame Slime LV2, gaining 20 experience points. Finally taking care of this creature, Han Xing glanced at the experience bar, which had accumulated to 80% of level 1. He began moving toward the flame slime's territory. At the sight of the slime's self-destruction, a few glowing red stones and several clumps of transparent material were left on the ground. Those transparent substances were ether materials, which could only be dropped from magical creatures like slimes. Han Xing picked up the items on the ground, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Obtained Flint *4, obtained Ether *8, obtained Slime Gel *17. Flint, a type of mineral containing scorching energy, seemingly usable for crafting certain special devices, and can also serve as a fire starter. Han Xing conveniently integrated this 4-cubic floating island into his territory. Now his territory area expanded to 4 meters by 5 meters, totaling 20 square meters. This area, while not too big or too small, could be considered a spacious apartment in some first-tier cities on Blue Star. However, his territory currently appeared somewhat barren, with only a low berry tree barely serving as decoration. While Han Xing was observing his territory, he inadvertently noticed that the 4 newly integrated plots seemed somewhat unusual. They were blocks of rocky texture, with dark red spots scattered across the bluish-gray stones. As Han Xing approached, he could clearly feel the temperature gradually rising. Oh, his curiosity was piqued, and he walked over to the rocks, attempting to uncover their secrets. It turned out that the dark red spots buried deep beneath the stones were continuously emitting heat. Could this be some kind of war? Han Xing's curiosity was completely ignited, and he decided to try digging out these dark red stones. Mining or would damage the territory's area, and in severe cases, this piece of territory might even directly shatter into fragments and scatter mid-air, inevitably reducing the territory's size. But if precious ore was hidden inside, sacrificing a few pieces of territory would be worth it. Han Xing decided to attempt mining, but he didn't have a pickaxe on hand. So, he directly entered the trading channel and exchanged materials for a few iron pickaxes. Then, Han Xing rolled up his sleeves and began digging. Ding, ding, ding. From high above, the sound of metal striking rock echoed continuously. 80, 80. Keeping with the rhythm, Han Xing shouted the slogan. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and a few minutes later, the dark red ore hidden beneath the rocks finally emerged. System prompt pops up. Dark Firestone, a rare mineral containing a peculiar energy, capable of continuously emitting heat and also providing power for certain devices. Note, when a certain amount of dark firestones accumulate in the same area, they may give rise to a special elemental creature. Upon reading this description, Han Xing immediately understood. That slime was most likely spawned by the dark firestones. It grew stronger by absorbing heat, but it clearly hadn't developed to a level that could threaten him before he set his sights on it. He picked up the stones on the ground. Dark Firestone *12 acquired. After mining the ore, Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if his biological clock was reminding him that it was time to rest. Nightfall descended, the sky desolate like water, and the temperature in the high altitude plummeted. A gentle breeze brushed past, making one instinctively want to shrink their neck. The first day of humanity's arrival in this world was about to end. Although many people's territories were only 3 or 4 cubic meters in size, still cramped, at least they could lie down and sleep. Of course, if they were restless while sleeping, they could only hope for the best. Many survivors curled up, shivering in the air from the cold. In contrast, Han Xing's situation was much better. He had a 20 square meter territory, completely free from the risk of falling. 2 dark firestones were placed on either side of his territory, not only illuminating the surroundings but also continuously emitting heat, as if a furnace had been lit in the winter, providing great warmth. In the center of the territory, the berry tree, from which many branches had been picked, stood quietly as the breeze passed through, causing the canopy to rustle softly. Han Xing leaned against the berry tree, lying on the ground, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Sleeping in such a high place felt truly magical, as if one could reach out and touch the sky, with clouds gently floating around. Before falling asleep, Han Xing still retained the habit from Blue Star of scrolling through information. Although he didn't have a phone, he could still access the local network to check the chat updates of other survivors. After most survivors finished a day of exploration, the local chat channel suddenly became lively. Everyone was discussing how to sleep on the first night. A shovel? Does anyone need a shovel? You can dig a hole and bury yourself in it, so you don't have to worry about falling while sleeping. Rope. I have rope here. You can tie yourself up to prevent rolling over and sleeping uneasily. Glue made from useful slime mucus. Anyone want it? Looking at the lively messages in the chat channel, Han Xing's lips curved into a slight
slight smile. As expected, humans have strong adaptability. After a day, everyone had more or less accepted the fact that they were in a completely new world. He turned off the local network, sleepiness overtook him, and he drifted off into a deep sleep in the warm environment. However, Han Xing had just fallen asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a friend's message.
It was sent by Xing Yun, brother Xing, are you asleep? Yeah, I just fell asleep not long ago, Han Xing replied. This, Xing Yun felt a bit awkward and apologized. Sorry, brother Xing. Han Xing laughed and scolded. What's there to apologize for? You guys used to disturb my sleep in the dormitory way more often. Xing Yun laughed heartily. That's true, but I think you've disturbed my sleep more times than I have yours, haven't you? Really? I don't even remember. Haha. Han Xing changed the subject. What do you need me for? Xing Yun said, nothing much, I just got my hands on something and wanted to show it to you. Oh, what is it? Han Xing grew curious. In the middle of the night, Xing Yun urgently contacting him must mean it's something good. Before long, Xing Yun sent a trade request. Han Xing saw that he had put up a white book with the words double arrow prominently written on it. A skill book. Han Xing recognized it at a glance, his heart unable to hide his shock. Yes, it's for the hunter class. I thought you could use it, Xing Yun said with a cheerful smile. Han Xing was silent for a moment. At present, skill books are rarer than equipment and blueprints. Although it was just a basic skill for the 5 major professions, everyone currently only knew simple slashing with basic weapons. The value of the skill book even surpassed that of his spatial backpack. Brother Xing, hurry up and take it, Xing Yun urged, directly clicking to confirm the trade. Han Xing clicked accept and the transaction was completed. Skill book acquired, double arrow, hunter exclusive. Thank you, Han Xing said solemnly. With this skill, his strength would reach a new level. You're welcome. Didn't you also give me a backpack? Xing Yun responded with a smile. Han Xing didn't say much, but he understood in his heart that Xing Yun was this kind of person. When others gave him something, he wouldn't say much, but he would remember it. When he had the ability, he would repay them at the first opportunity. This wasn't being unfeeling, but rather a principle of being a person. As the saying goes, even close brothers settle accounts clearly. No matter how good the relationship, it shouldn't be one-sided. Cheng Jianyang was the same, and this was also why Han Xing was willing to be friends with them. At this moment, Han Xing said, it's getting late, you should rest now. Xing Yun smiled and said, Brother Xing, I want to sleep too, but I can't. Can't sleep? Han Xing asked, puzzled. That's right, Xing Yun said somewhat embarrassedly, because I'm too excited. I never thought there would be a day when I could truly break free from repetitive work, escape the monotony of life, and start anew in another world just like I've always imagined. Brother Xing, maybe you think there's something wrong with me mentally, but this is my true inner thought. Although this world is dangerous, with life-threatening risks at any moment, only now do I feel truly alive. After finishing the conversation with Xing Yun, Han Xing fell into a deep sleep again. The next day, when Han Xing opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky, shining brightly. According to Blue Star time, it should be past 10 o'clock. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Xing Yun's words. Indeed, ever since stepping into society, how many times had he been able to sleep until he naturally woke up like today? Was there ever a day he wasn't woken up by an alarm clock or disturbed by calls from clients and bosses even on holidays? Just as Han Xing was feeling emotional, his expression suddenly changed. Damn, I need to poop. The first thing in the morning, clearing the bowels is a daily habit for the Korean star. He hurriedly got up and walked around the Sky Island territory, but couldn't find a suitable spot. By this time, his face was already flushed bright red. Damn, I can't hold it anymore. I'll just deal with it here. Han Xing quickly dug a hole in the soil at the edge of the territory. Moments later, he let out a long sigh. Having resolved this top priority matter, Han Xing clapped his hands and stood up. Just then, a system notification popped up. Fertilization successful. This plot of land will provide more nutrients for crops. Han Xing looked puzzled, thinking to himself, fertilization happened way too fast. He shook his head. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to fuss over the details. Right now, he had more important things to deal with. Eating. Having only eaten berries all day yesterday, his mouth was practically tasteless, and he was desperate to eat some meat. So he took out 2 pieces of flint and 2 pieces of wood. Snap! A light strike of the flint sent sparks onto the wood, and before long, the wood caught fire. In the center of the territory, Han Xing started a bonfire, continuously adding firewood to it. As the fire grew stronger, he took a small piece of wolf meat from his backpack, skewered it directly onto an arrow, and inserted it into the fire to roast. After more than 10 minutes, the aroma of roasted meat began to spread. When the piece of wolf meat was roasted to a golden brown, with golden oil seeping from its surface, Han Xing wrapped the end of the arrow with animal hide and took out the roasted meat. The rich scent of meat wafted into his nostrils, and he took a deep breath. Hiss! So delicious! He couldn't help but start devouring it. Wolf meat is very chewy. Every bite must be chewed slowly before it can be swallowed. As he ate, Han Xing thought to himself how great it would be to have some seasoning. After finishing a piece, he took out a few iron arrows and continued roasting the meat. While roasting,
Interesting, he opened the regional channel, where hundreds of private messages popped up. He listed 3 items on the trading channel. Besides the wooden longbow, there was also a fine-quality refined iron longbow and a spatial backpack. These items were extremely valuable at the current stage, naturally attracting the attention of many survivors.
He casually opened a few private messages. Bro, are you selling the space backpack? I'll trade you fertile soil for it. Master, can I trade 1 unit of water for a refined iron longbow? Big brother, can you give the space backpack to me?
After scanning through, Han Xing shook his head helplessly. None of these offers really satisfied him. After all, it's only the first day, so this situation is understandable. He shook his head, extinguished the campfire, and slung his longbow over his back.
The clouds in this area are almost fully explored. Today, I need to check out farther places.
Han Xing controlled the territory to move forward slowly.
An hour later, a cloud the size of a car appeared ahead. Roughly estimated, it was about 8 cubic meters.
A system prompt appeared, and Han Xing clicked enter without hesitation. The cloud dispersed, revealing a golden wheat field before him, with the wheat ears growing splendidly.
Wheat?
Han Xing maneuvered his territory closer and quickly harvested the wheat on these 8 plots of land. Obtained wheat *67, obtained wheat seeds *14.
Seeds too? Han Xing exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't this mean I can start farming right away?
When personal territories develop to the mid-stage, if the game doesn't change much, many survivors will surely choose to start farming. After all, compared to desperately competing with monsters for resources, farming is undoubtedly a more stable development path, at least without life-threatening risks.
Of course, to farm, the land area must be large enough. However, the farming mode doesn't quite suit me. Let's see if they need it. Han Xing opened the discussion group and directly asked, "Hey guys, do you need seeds?" Cheng Jianyong, seeds? I want them. Hurry up and send me a copy. Xin Yun, which teachers? Send me a copy too. Han Xing, they're wheat seeds. What on earth are you two thinking about? The two sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. Cheng Jianyong, sigh, I thought we could see those classic masterpieces in this world too. Xin Yun, yeah, I had been looking forward to it for so long. Han Xing, looking speechless, do you guys want it or not?
Cheng Jianyong, no way, this tiny place of mine is so small that I'm afraid of committing the crime of high-altitude littering even when I go to the bathroom.
Where would I find space to farm?
Xin Yun, I don't want to either. Han Xing closed the discussion group interface and continued to steer the floating island forward.
This time, he targeted another cloud about the same size as the previous one.
System prompt, there are multiple signs of biological activity inside, and they seem to be guarding something.
Han Xing keenly noticed that this prompt was somewhat different from before.
The appearance of multiple creatures indicated that there was more than one monster inside.
As for what they were guarding, it was likely some kind of precious material, or perhaps even a treasure chest. It was worth going in to investigate. Han Xing drew his bowstring, ready for battle.
However, this time was different from before. He held 2 iron arrows between his fingers.
Skill, double arrow, can shoot 2 arrows simultaneously, with a 5-second cooldown after activation.
Han Xing was fully focused. At such a critical moment, he couldn't afford even the slightest lapse.
The clouds dispersed, revealing 3 green elongated figures before his eyes.
Each of them was over 2 meters long, with bodies as thick as logs, covered in green scales.
These features indicate that 3 pythons have suddenly appeared. Jungle Green Python, 1-star creature. Level 2, Strength 7, Agility 8, Spirit 5, Constitution 6. Skills, Assault, Neurotoxin.
A 1-star creature with 2 skills, and 3 of them appeared at once. This was the most formidable wave of enemies Han Xing had encountered since arriving in this world. The 3 pythons immediately arched their bodies upon seeing Han Xing, springing out like coiled springs.
SSS.
The green python let out a low hiss, and Han Xing even saw its gaping bloody mouth, revealing 2 curved venomous fangs on its upper and lower jaws. Han Xing did not panic and aimed at the target.
Whoosh, whoosh. Double arrow skill activated. 2 iron arrows shot out simultaneously.
The body of one jungle green python was instantly pierced, while the other was hit on the tail. The 2 green pythons that were struck writhed in unbearable pain, raising their heads and letting out agonized hisses.
However, one python broke through the encirclement, leaping several meters in an instant and jumping into Han Xing's territory. Han Xing frowned deeply.
This was the first time he had allowed a monster to charge into the territory, and the situation had become somewhat critical. He suppressed the fear in his heart, drew an arrow from his backpack, and prepared to launch a second wave of attacks. The jungle green python was extremely agile. Although Han Xing was equipped with a backpack, he could only barely keep up with it. The next moment, the green python twisted its agile body and swiftly lunged at Han Xing.
The distance between them was less than 2 meters.
Han Xing took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the gaping mouth.
Then, the steel arrow, not yet fully drawn, was released.
The sound of piercing flesh rang out, and a hint of joy appeared on Han Xing's face. He clearly saw the arrow hit the green python's throat, piercing through its mouth into the throat, and then through its body.
Armor piercing, precision. With the 2 special effects stacked stacked and hitting a vital point, the damage skyrocketed.
The green python suffered a heavy blow, its massive body convulsing violently on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Han Xing did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly drew an arrow, aiming at the two green pythons that had just been struck by the double arrow. At this moment, they were attempting to mimic the first one and charge into Han Xing's territory.
Han Xing immediately shot an arrow. Thud! The iron arrow pierced the head of the fastest charging green python, halting its movement instantly.
With increased agility and the precise effect of the longbow, Han Xing's accuracy improved significantly.
At this moment, both green pythons were severely injured by arrows and lost their combat ability. With only the last one remaining, the outcome was naturally without suspense. After the battle ended, a system notification popped up.
Killed jungle green python LV2*3, gained 60 experience points, level up.
Current level, LV2, leveled up. Han Xing clenched his fist, unable to hide his excitement.
He felt a surge of power welling up from within, with all his attributes enhanced. Looked at the panel, agility increased by 2 points, strength increased by 1 point, and both constitution and spirit increased by 1 point.
For a hunter, the most important attribute is undoubtedly agility. With the backpack bonus, agility finally broke into double digits. Time to deal with the spoils. Han Xing walked up to the 3 green python corpses and began disassembling them one by one.
Successfully disassembled jungle green python corpse *3, recovered fine iron arrows *7, obtained 1-star snakeskin *3, acquired 58 kilograms of snake meat, obtained venom gallbladders *3. The items dropped from the green python corpses were fairly ordinary, but the 58 kilograms of snake meat replenished his food reserves once again.
However, the 3 venom gallbladders took Han Xing by surprise.
Venom gallbladder, a special material, seemingly a type of alchemical ingredient. It can also be directly applied to weapons, granting them a neurotoxin effect.
Quite interesting.
Han Xing stared at the 3 greenish-black venom gallbladders on the ground, each about the size of a fist, with a note indicating they
could be directly applied to weapons.
In other words, his arrows could also carry a toxin effect.
Once these poison-tipped arrows hit someone, it would be fatal.
After dealing with the corpses of the 3 green pythons, Han Xing's gaze shifted to a floating island.
In the distance, it was a 3-meter by 3-meter platform, with a bronze-colored treasure chest prominently placed in the center. Bronze treasure chest,
Han Xing exclaimed, feeling that his luck wasn't too bad. With 3 level 2 jungle green pythons as guards, it made sense for a bronze treasure chest to be hidden there. Han Xing walked up to the chest, rubbing his hands together excitedly.
This is my first time opening a treasure chest.
Bless me, oh luck god, let it be something amazing, he thought to himself, hoping for blueprints, weapons, or equipment. Anything would do.
With great anticipation, Han Xing opened the treasure chest.
Before him lay a dazzling array of materials, and beneath them, he discovered a white book.
Obtained.
Spirit core *5, refined iron *9, rare earth *11, drinking water 300 milliliters, holy light healing, cleric exclusive.
Whoa, it's actually a skill book.
Han Xing was astonished.
Obtained skill book, holy light healing, cleric exclusive. Although this wasn't a hunter's skill book, Han Xing remembered that Xin Yun's chosen profession seemed to be cleric.
At that moment, someone suddenly messaged him in the trading channel, saying they wanted to trade for his green longbow.
Oh, someone finally got a green equipment blueprint?
Han Xing opened the private chat and found the person was named Smart Little Lamb. A voice message popped up in the chat window, and Han Xing clicked play.
Hello, I want to trade your weapon. Do you have time now? The voice sounded like a young girl, soft and sweet, yet very natural, not pretentious, as if it were her true voice. Han Xing replied, yes, what do you plan to trade with? The clever little lamb hesitated a bit. I
saw that you need a green equipment blueprint.
I happen to have one. How about you? You take a look?
Her tone carried a hint of fear, as if she wasn't very good at normal interactions with people. Send it to me to take a look, Han Xing said directly.
Okay, alright.
Survivor Smart Little Sheep has initiated a trade request with you.
Han Xing was stunned. Didn't you say you wanted me to look at the blueprint? Why did you directly send the trade? Smart Little Sheep quickly explained, didn't you say I had to give you the item so you could see its attributes? Han Xing was speechless. What are you talking about? If you give me the item, wouldn't that directly complete the transaction? If I take the item and run, who else can you trade with? Smart Little Sheep? Really? Would you actually take my stuff and run?
Han Xing wondered if this woman might have a few screws loose.
Initially, he wanted to confess, I would, but he held back and said, forget it, just put the item in the trade window so I can check its attributes. Oh, okay. Clever little lamb stammered in agreement.
Soon after, Han Xing saw a green blueprint appear in the trade window.
Beast Hide Code Blueprint, green. It was indeed a blueprint for a green-grade piece of equipment, specifically a coat. Han Xing immediately decided to acquire it.
In the past, he might have haggled for better terms, but considering the other party seemed a bit naive, he directly gave up on bargaining.
Han Xing placed the fine-quality longbow into the trade window and completed the transaction. 1. Beast Hide Coat Blueprint, green, acquired. Learn it, study.
A fifth drawing was added to the drawing section, and a satisfied smile appeared on Han Xing's lips.
At that moment, Smart Little Lamb sent a message, thank you. Han Xing replied, no need to thank me, it's just mutual benefit.
Next time, remember not to trade things with others so casually.
Thank you.
After closing the private chat, Han Xing's expression changed, and he stared at the blueprint column again, filled with excitement. Materials required to craft the Beast Hide Coat: 1-star Beast Hide *3, Spirit Core *20, Ether *50, Warrior's Emblem *1. The materials needed to craft the Beast Hide Coat were quite substantial. Just the 1-star Beast Hide alone required 3 pieces.
Fortunately, the 3 snake hides he had just dismantled could serve as substitutes. In addition, 20 Spirit Cores and 50 Ether were needed. Most crucially, there was also a requirement for a Warrior's Emblem.
While he had the first 2 materials, Han Xing had never even heard of this Warrior's Emblem. So, he continued searching for relevant information in the trading channel. Soon, he found a survivor named Kola who happened to be selling a warrior badge, with the condition being 500 grams of food.
The price was fairly reasonable, and Han Xing immediately opened a private chat. 500 grams of snake meat for the warrior badge. 2 seconds later, Kola quickly replied, buddy, I don't need food anymore. Do you have water?
Give me 400 milliliters. No, 300 milliliters will do.
Han Xing glanced at the drinking water in his backpack.
After deducting his own consumption, there was less than 600 milliliters left. To be honest, despite exploring for so long, he hadn't found much drinking water. Moreover, he had been constantly exploring and fighting. For other survivors, the water resources they could obtain were likely even less. He estimated that everyone was now trapped in a severe water shortage crisis.
Glancing at the trading channel, he indeed saw many people changing their trade requests to water. The chat channel was filled with wails of despair.
So thirsty, so thirsty.
I'm so thirsty too. There's too little water in this world.
If this continues, everyone will die of thirst.
Does anyone have water? I can't hold on much longer.
Han Xing suddenly remembered that when he played this game, he also nearly died from a lack of water and almost failed the game. It wasn't until he endured for several days and a sudden heavy rain fell from the sky that the subsequent water source problem was resolved. He didn't know the situation in other regional channels, but judging from channel 107, at least a heavy rain would need to fall before everyone could stop worrying about water sources.
But how many people could hold on until then?
Thinking of this, Han Xing said to Kola, brother, I don't have much water here. I can only give you 200 milliliters at most.
Impressive.
He had to think about himself. After trading 200 milliliters, the remaining water could barely sustain him for another day. He thought the other party would haggle, but to his surprise, Kola excitedly said, deal.
200 milliliters it is, let's trade right away.
It seemed that the other party was afraid he might change his mind, so they immediately sent a trade request to Han Xing.
Transaction completed.
You have received Warrior's Emblem *1, and you have lost 200 milliliters of drinking water. Han Xing held the leather-made emblem in his hand, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a certain floating island territory, Levi stared grimly at the discussion group he had formed. Many people were voicing objections to the decision he had just made. As the major shareholder of the Lei Group, Lei Wei stepped forward at this moment and said, everyone, please listen to me.
Our Lei Group is a big family. Since you have joined us, we are one family.
I understand that everyone is currently facing a shortage of water resources.
My request for you all to hand over your water is not out
of greed, but to ensure fair distribution and to help those family members who have no water and are on the brink of dying from thirst. In these difficult times, we must unite as one and overcome the challenges together.
You must trust my character, Lei Wei.
This time, for anyone who voluntarily contributes their water resources, I will keep a record, and I promise you will not be treated unfairly in the future. The discussion group fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. At this moment, a man named Chen Anjiang spoke up. Mr. Lei, earlier you asked us to hand over
materials and equipment, and everyone complied. We even handed over a considerable amount of food because we believed you could lead us to survive.
But water, this thing, is now our lifeline, and we don't even have enough for ourselves.
Everyone understood Chen Anjiang's words. He was unwilling to hand over water resources.
Lei Wei was somewhat displeased but still restrained his tone as he said, Chen Anjiang, I remember you were the operations manager at Lei Group before.
You've been with me for so many years, and you still don't trust my character?
Chen Anjiang didn't seem to intend to hide anything and said directly, Mr. Lei, when you asked us to hand over food before, you said the same thing, talking about shared resource distribution. But when we asked you to disclose the details of the submitted supplies, you were unwilling.
To be honest with you, Mr. Lei, we did the math privately.
After deducting the food distributed to the brothers, you still have at least
dozens of units of food resources in your possession. Why not use these to exchange for water and help everyone get through this tough time? Chen Anjiang's words essentially laid all of Lei Wei's cards on the table. Levi was never a person with a good temper.
Seeing Chen Anjiang being so disrespectful, he immediately roared in fury, "Chen Anjiang, you ungrateful scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting here? If you refuse to hand over the resources, then get out of our discussion group and stop barking here. From now on, the Lei Corporation will no longer welcome you." The atmosphere in the discussion group instantly became unusually oppressive. Previously, Levi's threats were often effective, and the other members of the group dared not speak out, as no one wanted to be isolated in this unfamiliar world. But now, the situation had completely changed. Not long after, a message popped up. Chen Anjiang has left the discussion group. Not only that, Chen Anjiang's withdrawal seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Wang Peng, Lu Fairway, Zhang Yamen, one familiar name after another left the discussion group one after the other. Lei Wei's face was ashen, almost dripping with anger. The discussion group fell into a deathly silence, and no one dared to make a sound. Similar situations were unfolding in many teams, both large and small. At a life and death moment, who cares whether you're the boss or the manager? The world may be vast, but life is the most important. The teams formed by those people appeared extremely fragile in the face of crisis. In the chat channel, a multi-sided argument even broke out, turning the situation into complete chaos. Han Xing watched their quarrel, secretly amused. At that moment, Cheng Jianyang suddenly sent a message in the discussion group. "Guys, we need to use water sparingly. I see people in the chat channel are almost going crazy fighting over a bit of water. I still have 800 milliliters of water here. If anyone is short on water, let me know. Let's hold on and get through this tough time first." Xin Yun then said, "I also have about 500 or 600 milliliters left. Getting through today won't be a problem." "Xing, what about you?" Han Xing replied, "I also have a few hundred milliliters left. Don't worry about me, just use yours sparingly." The two solemnly agreed and encouraged each other for a while. Subsequently, Han Xing found Xin Yun and traded the skill book he had just obtained to him. Holy Light Healing, as the only healing skill for clerics in the early stages, is a life-saving artifact at critical moments. Xin Yun naturally understood the value of this skill book and expressed his gratitude solemnly. Han Xing closed the discussion group. He looked at the attributes of the badge he had just acquired through the trade. Warrior Badge, a badge awarded to warriors of a certain tribe, grants +1 strength attribute when worn. It even has attribute bonuses? Han Xing was quite surprised. He had thought it was just an ordinary crafting material, but it turned out to hold an unexpected surprise. At this moment, the materials for crafting the green leather beast coat were already gathered, and Han Xing directly clicked to start crafting. A green light flashed, and a 30-second progress bar appeared before my eyes. When the progress bar ended, a system prompt popped up. Successfully crafted beast hide coat, green. Beast hide coat, green, quality, excellent, defense 3-5, strength +1, granted by warrior's emblem, agility +2, special effect, basic magic resistance. Basic magic resistance, when taking magic damage, 10% of the damage is negated. The attributes are really good. Han Xing sincerely praised. He immediately equipped the new clothing. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly felt a cool leather jacket pressing against his body. This leather jacket is made from the snakeskin of a jungle green python, with green scales covering its surface. A leather badge is sewn onto the chest, featuring the image of an ancient tree. Although its appearance is somewhat eerie, Han Xing feels a reassuring sense of security when wearing it. With this gear, Han Xing decides to continue exploring. In front of him, there were two clouds, one large and one small. The large cloud was about the size of a helipad, roughly estimated to be at least over 30 square meters, even exceeding the area of Han Xing's territory. The small cloud was only 5 or 6 square meters. Han Xing set his sights on the small cloud. It's just that, as he passed near that large cloud, the faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. Water? Han Xing immediately stopped in his tracks, tilting his head to listen. Gurgle. It's really water. Han Xing was certain he hadn't misheard. The sound coming from the cloud indicated that there was likely a freshwater resource inside, and in considerable quantity. He attempted to approach, and a system prompt popped up. There is a group of fallen beings inside. They are performing some kind of evil ritual, attempting to summon an ancient entity. Do you wish to enter? Fallen existence? Summoning ritual? Han Xing noticed a hint of unusual information from the system's prompt. In other words, there might be unexpected risks hidden within. However, although he sensed danger within this cloud, it wasn't as intense as he had imagined. At this moment, he was deeply conflicted. Undoubtedly, among the nearly 10,000 survivors in Channel 107, the scarcest resource now was water, and Han Xing was no exception. Even food had taken a backseat in terms of priority. In the trading channel, the price of water had been driven to absurd levels, with all kinds of equipment and blueprints being put up for auction. Whoever controlled the water resources practically held the upper hand in the entire trading market. Han Xing pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's do it. As long as I can secure this place, I won't have to worry about drinking water for a while. And if resources are abundant, I can also go to the trading channel to purchase various materials and equipment in large quantities, laying a solid foundation for future future development. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath and decisively clicked to enter. The mist gradually dispersed, and the outlines of several humanoid creatures suddenly appeared. Their long ears, slender limbs, and dark skin instantly made Han Xing recognize them, dark elves. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, the strongest race in this world was the elven race. With the blessing of a certain sacred artifact within their tribe, they collected countless fragments of worlds and forged a vast continent.
Countless elves thrived and multiplied on that continent, and their civilization gradually flourished.
But this prosperity did not last long. Due to certain reasons and several significant historical events, the sacred artifact of the elves was lost, and countless elves perished in the terrifying flames of war. Finally, at a critical turning point in history, the elven continent was destroyed by war and collapsed with a thunderous crash. To survive, some elves chose to sacrifice themselves to the abyss, eventually giving rise to the fallen dark elves. These background stories were something Han Xing accidentally heard from an NPC while playing Sky Island Paradise, and their authenticity remains unverified. At this moment, he once again focused his attention on the battle before him. Dark elves are a group of evil and extreme beings, harboring deep resentment toward all things in the world. Therefore, the moment they saw Han Xing, they immediately raised various weapons, staffs, bows, hammers, long swords.
It's a human. Don't let him disturb the monarch's arrival. Kill him. The dark elves roared as they charged toward Han Xing, their faces twisted in extreme ferocity, uttering complex syllables from their mouths. Strangely, Han Xing could actually understand what they were saying. At this moment, he silently counted in his heart, 1, 2. There are 6 dark elves, 1 hunter, 2 mages, 2 warriors, and 1 cleric. This lineup is extremely formidable, and no human survivor at present could last more than 2 rounds against them. Han Xing took a deep breath. If he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely not be a match for this group of dark elves, but he was well aware of his greatest advantage and attack power far surpassing others of the same level. Compared to wild monsters, the dark elves' defense was noticeably weaker.
More importantly, they lacked any real teamwork, which gave Han Xing a precious opportunity.
In the next moment, 2 long-prepared arrows suddenly shot out. Double arrow, charged power shot. Whoosh, whoosh.
The 2 fastest charging dark elf warriors clearly did not expect that this seemingly weak human could unleash such immense power. The speed of the arrows was so fast that they had no time to react.
However, these 2 dark elf warriors were experienced in combat and instantly made the best choice, dodging sideways. Subsequently, the green glowing iron arrows hit their targets. 1 dark elf warrior was struck in the shoulder, while the other was hit in the abdomen. Fortunately, neither injury was fatal. The 2 narrowly escaped death, glaring angrily at Han Xing and roaring, "Damn human! I'll chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot." However, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. He knew that these 2 guys thought they were safe by avoiding vital spots, but his iron arrow had long been coated with the venom of the green python. At this moment, the neurotoxin was seeping into their bodies through the arrow wounds, beginning to take effect. Sure enough, the expressions of the 2 dark elf warriors immediately changed drastically.
They felt a numbing sensation spreading from their wounds, with the surrounding flesh quickly turning black and purple, and the discoloration
continuing to spread. The 2 looked terrified and shouted angrily, "Cunning human, you actually smeared poison on the arrowhead."
With a clatter, the weapons in their hands fell to the ground, and their combat strength was instantly lost. At this moment, a wooden arrow and a fireball shot rapidly from a distance. It turned out that the dark elf hunter and mage had taken advantage of Han Xing's fight with the 2 dark elf warriors to complete their attack preparations. The 2 attacks rapidly enlarged, their angles cunning and tricky. In the critical moment, Han Xing suddenly ducked his head. The wooden arrow whistled past overhead, but the fireball attack was unavoidable.
With a loud bang, the fireball exploded on Han Xing's chest, charring his python skin coat.
The force of the explosion sent him rolling several meters backward. Han Xing quickly propped himself up, secretly feeling relieved. Fortunately, before the battle, he had specially crafted this beast-hide coat. Otherwise, just this fireball alone would have been enough to severely injure him. The moment he stood up, Han Xing's bowstring tightened in his hand, and he shot another arrow.
The dark elf mage who had just cast the fireball seemed completely unprepared for Han Xing's swift counterattack.
Until the arrow pierced through his forehead and penetrated his brain, he fell down in shock, his body collapsing limply. The other dark elves glared with wide, furious eyes, wishing they could kill Han Xing on the spot.
"My holy light!"
The dark elf cleric raised a wooden hammer high, gathering light, seemingly intending to heal the 2 dark elf warriors and dispel the toxins in their bodies.
But how could Han Xing let him have his way? When life is threatened, humans often unleash unprecedented potential.
Han Xing is now in combat mode, his mind racing rapidly, keeping an eye on the distant dark elves' ranged attacks while focusing intently on the skill panel.
At this moment, the 5-second cooldown of the double arrow had ended. 2 arrows were instantly grasped in his hand, and the bowstring was drawn tight. Han Xing shouted softly, "Thud, thud."
The arrow struck the body of the dark elf cleric, despite him wearing wooden plate armor. However, in the face of Han Xing's formidable attack, attack power, this armor was as fragile as paper. Both arrows hit their mark, and the Dark Elf cleric died on the spot. Instant kill. This is the source of Han Xing's current powerful attack strength. 12 points of agility, 9 points of strength, combined with a rare quality green longbow, granted him the ability to instantly kill level 2 monsters. In the blink of an eye, for Dark Elves had already lost their combat capabilities. On the field, only one Dark Elf mage and one Dark Elf hunter were still holding on stubbornly, appearing somewhat bewildered and at a loss. These two Dark Elves had no idea the tide of battle would reverse so quickly. The situation, which had been overwhelmingly in their favor, was completely overturned in an instant by this human hunter. Han Xing's sharp gaze, as piercing as a hawk's, swept across. Even those ferocious Dark Elves involuntarily took a step back. However, the hatred deep in their bones made them lose their sanity in an instant. Humans, go die. The two Dark Elves attacked simultaneously, but Han Xing's bow and arrow were faster. He braced himself to withstand the Dark Elf mage's attack once more and shot an arrow that struck the Dark Elf hunter squarely. At this point, the battle was completely decided. When the last Dark Elf mage fell to the ground, the battle came to an end, and the system notification sounded. Killed Dark Elf *6, gained 120 experience. You destroyed a small Dark Elf territory, Elf faction favorability +1. At this moment, Han Xing sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Although the battle just now seemed brief, it consumed a large amount of physical and mental energy. He felt that his body was almost at the brink of exhaustion. Elf race favorability? What is that? Han Xing thought to himself. He had never seen this kind of favorability setting while playing games on his phone before. Could this be a unique new feature of this world? He stood up, surveyed the battle scene filled with devastation, and let out a long sigh, saying, though it was dangerous, it was all worth it. He walked up to the Dark Elf corpses, ready to dismantle. But the system gave a different prompt. Humanoid creatures cannot be dismantled. Tip: you can search their bodies. There might be unexpected surprises. Cannot be dismantled? Does the latter sentence mean I should loot the corpses? Han Xing pondered for a moment and then let it go. After all, Dark Elves and humans look extremely similar. Even if he were to break them down into chunks of meat and tissue, he would still find it hard to eat. So, he crouched down and began to carefully search through the bodies of these Dark Elves. Han Xing searched through the corpses of the Dark Elves one by one. Obtained damaged wooden plate armor, white, *1. Obtained wooden warhammer, white, *1. Obtained spirit core, *1. Obtained blood of corruption, *1. Obtained damaged wooden staff, obtained spirit core, obtained wooden bow, obtained blood of corruption, *1. There wasn't much of value on these Dark Elves, just a few pieces of white-grade equipment, a couple of spirit cores, and a drop of eerie blood. Blood of corruption? What is this thing? Han Xing felt a bit puzzled when he saw a few drops of bluish-black blood appear in his backpack. However, since there was no explanation in the materials section, he decided to set it aside for now. Han Xing continued searching the corpses, and when he reached the last Dark Elf, the mage whose head he had pierced with an arrow, his eyes suddenly lit up. He unexpectedly found a book in the mage's pouch. Skill book Fireball. It's actually a mage's skill book. Han Xing immediately became excited. Mages, as a common class in many games on Blue Star, have lured countless players into the game early on. They always believed that mages could summon wind and rain, control lightning and fire, and wield boundless power. But reality quickly disappointed them. Early human survivors had almost no offensive abilities except for a basic air burst skill. Only when they learned their first skill could they perform simple elemental attacks, leading to a qualitative leap in damage. So, Fireball and Ice Arrow are the skills most desired by mages in the early stages. This Fireball skill book, if placed in the trading channel, would definitely trigger a buying frenzy. Of course, the skill book was just an unexpected surprise. Han Xing's initial goal was to search for a possible water source within this Dark Elf territory. Fixing his gaze, he saw a pool of water the size of a table right in the center of the 5-meter by 6-meter platform. A rough estimate put its area at no less than 4 square meters. Although the water was less than 40 centimeters deep, when converted, the volume was at least 1,500 liters. That's 1,500 liters, not milliliters. Han Xing's breathing involuntarily quickened. Struck it rich, struck it rich. This time, it's really happening. With so much water, how long would it last him? If he put it on the trading channel, how many valuable resources could he exchange it for? Han Xing simply didn't dare to think further. However, after the excitement, he felt a slight strangeness in the pool. The water surface kept bubbling continuously, occasionally emitting black smoke. Han Xing suddenly remembered that before entering, the system seemed to have given a hint. This group of Dark Elves seemed to be summoning something. Could this pool of water be their summoning medium? Upon closer inspection, sure enough, a system prompt popped up. The spirit spring water tainted by dark energy is no longer drinkable. Han Xing's excitement instantly turned into disappointment. However, the disappointment didn't last long, as a thick black mist suddenly rose before his eyes, drifting out from the pool. Something's wrong. Han Xing abruptly took a few steps back. Immediately after, the second system notification purification appeared. The Dark Elves' evil ritual is nearing its end, and a powerful entity from the abyss has been summoned.
Human survivor, you have two choices before you.
1. Continue to pour blood of corruption into the ritual to complete the summoning ceremony.
2. Pour the spirit core into the ritual to purify the dark aura with the spirit spring water. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Summoning ceremony or purification? Han Xing frowned deeply.
As a player who had spent some time on Sky Island Paradise, he quickly realized that he might have triggered a side quest.
Moreover, this side quest sounded anything but ordinary. Han Xing repeatedly pondered the system's prompt in his mind. The abyss, a powerful entity.
At this moment, the black smoke rising from the spring on the ground grew even thicker, quickly spreading in all directions. Han Xing had no idea what kind of entity would be summoned by choosing the first option. But right now, for safety's sake, he made his decision without hesitation.
I choose option 2, purification.
The system prompt only displayed a series of ellipses. Han Xing suddenly felt a surge of foreboding in his heart. This was a scene he had never encountered before.
System, what's wrong with you? Speak up quickly. You're scaring me like this.
Han Xing shouted, his voice trembling. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the Dark Elf's corpse on the ground had vanished without a trace under the shroud of black smoke. The next moment, the system's prompt made his mood plummet instantly.
The summoning ritual is complete. The demon Lord Julius is about to descend. What? Han Xing's face was full of disbelief.
At the same time, terrifying murmurs suddenly echoed in his ears.
Hatred, anger, fear, malice. Various negative emotions surged into his mind like a tidal wave.
He only felt his mind about to explode, his vision growing increasingly blurry, and countless figures of vengeful spirits appearing before him, wailing and crying in agony.
Torn space, piercing howls.
His mental defenses were effortlessly shattered at this moment.
Han Xing held his head, desperately trying to stay awake. No, I must leave here quickly. Otherwise, I will really die.
He took a deep breath, focusing his last bit of energy to steer his territory away from this place. However, when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene behind him, his heart instantly sank into despair. In that pool of black smoke emitting spring water, a massive white bone horn slowly emerged. Just the tip barely exposed, Han Xing already felt it hard to breathe. A powerful aura began to spread. At this moment, the sky within hundreds of kilometers seemed to be swallowed by darkness, and the evil aura dyed all the clouds pitch black. Faced with this terrifying force, Han Xing appeared extremely insignificant. Immediately after, he heard a burst of wild laughter.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After 3,500 years, the great demon lord is finally about to descend once again from that cursed abyss.
Pathetic elves, weep and wail, for I shall make you relive the fear and pain of the past once more.
Ha ha ha.
Han Xing felt the ground beneath his territory trembling continuously, as if something was about to break through the surface. At this moment, that terrifying being had already revealed a complete horn. This horn is nearly 20 meters long, with a diameter of about 2 meters. Just from this massive horn alone, one can glimpse the enormous size of this creature. That terrifying being continued to laugh wildly, the aura of darkness growing even thicker as the shadow of death enveloped its entire body. At this moment, only two words flashed through Han Xing's mind: it's over. The demon's laughter pierced straight into his mind, as the aura of death continued to spread. Han Xing clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength to control the floating island to escape quickly. In front of him, the massive white bone horn vibrated slightly, and the demon said coldly, "Ha, there's actually a lowly human here. In that case, I'll make you the first blood sacrifice for this king's arrival."
Upon hearing this, Han Xing's face changed drastically.
The white bone horn trembled violently, and the demon was about to descend. Just as he thought his death was imminent, the vibration of the white bone horn suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Han Xing was stunned, and the surroundings fell into the calm before a storm, with a suffocating sense of oppression spreading. He thought the other party was brewing something and was ready to face the demon head-on.
However, after waiting for several seconds, that terrifying presence remained completely motionless.
Han Xing clearly sensed something unusual. He looked up, and the horn that pierced the sky, at least 20 meters high, gave him a preliminary estimate of the demon's size. It was speculated that this demon was at least 100 meters tall. Compared to its massive body, the summoning circle on the ground, which was only 4 square meters, seemed extremely small. It was as absurd as a person stretching out their arm to squeeze into a narrow pipe, still hoping to come out from it. At this moment, a strange thought suddenly emerged in Han Xing's mind.
Could this guy be stuck? He couldn't help but voice his suspicion.
The demon horn, which had been completely motionless, trembled slightly upon hearing Han Xing's words.
The demon sneered coldly, "Humph, insignificant human, how could you understand the greatness of the demon lord?"
Hearing this response, Han Xing was now certain that this guy was indeed stuck. The ominous sense of impending death that had been looming over his heart vanished completely at this moment.
Han Xing's lips twitched, and suddenly he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. This is the first time I've heard of a demon being stuck in a summoning circle. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard he was doubled over. over. You're really bringing shame to the demon race. Human, shut up, or I'll crush you like a bug, the demon lord roared angrily. But at this moment, Han Xing was already certain that the demon couldn't come out, becoming even more brazen. I told you, how embarrassing, ha ha ha. Han Xing stood with his hands on his hips, mocking and laughing recklessly. The demon lord seemed to be provoked by his laughter, losing some control and roaring angrily, human, don't let me catch you, or I will surely imprison your soul in the abyss forever, enduring endless torment for 10,000 years. Han Xing stopped laughing abruptly. He wasn't frightened by the demon lord's threat. Instead, he turned his head, glared, and said, damn, you disgraceful thing, you dare threaten me? Are you Julius? Just you wait. I'm going to record everything here and tell everyone that the mighty demon lord was trapped by a summoning circle. Oh, and I must tell the elves, Han Xing threatened. Every survivor's system interface comes with recording and photo-taking functions, and he had indeed pressed the record button when the demon descended. Don't tell the elves. Those lowly beings are not worthy of seeing my majestic form, the demon lord said hurriedly, appearing somewhat flustered. You think you can forbid me? Well, I insist on telling the elf, Han Xing said resolutely. The demon overlord was infuriated by this human before him. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, all right, human, you win. Name your terms. Han Xing was momentarily stunned but quickly understood his meaning. So, this guy wants to bribe him into keeping quiet? Damn it, I, Han Xing, am not someone who can be easily swayed by benefits. He angrily straightened up and said sternly, let me tell you, don't even think about using benefits to sway me, unless you give me a large number of blueprints for divine equipment. The demon overlord was also stunned and asked after a moment, the divine equipment you're talking about, are you referring to those little trinkets crafted by that group of dwarves? Han Xing looked puzzled. He didn't know much about the background of this world, so he could only reply, probably, I guess. The demon overlord sneered disdainfully. The toys crafted by that group of dwarves are nothing compared to our abyssal demon artifacts. Besides, we demons pride ourselves on the strength of our own bodies and have no interest in those things. So, I don't have the blueprints you're looking for. None. Han Xing continued to press. Then what kind of terms are you trying to negotiate with me? Farewell, I'll send the recording to the elves right away. After saying that, he turned around directly, ready to leave. In truth, Han Xing didn't want to entangle with this guy for too long, as the opponent's power was extremely terrifying. With just a slight release of strength, he could kill him thousands of times over. Sensing Han Xing's aura gradually fading away, the demon lord grew anxious and quickly shouted, human, come back. You can tell others whatever you want, but first help this king undo the summoning ritual before you leave. However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear. At this moment, the demon lord finally spoke, human, as long as you help me undo the summoning ritual, I can give you a drop of demon blood directly. Han Xing still pretended not to hear. He had no idea what demon blood was. The demon lord grew even more anxious. I also have a greatsword that I, the king, have used. Oh, and earlier, I picked up a beast egg in the other dimension. I can give that to you too. Han Xing finally stopped in his tracks. As he turned around, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. You have triggered an additional side quest, the demon overlord's request. Quest introduction. The demon overlord is trapped in an alternate dimension and cannot invade your world. Only by breaking the summoning ritual can he return to the abyss. The noble Julius has now bowed his head, requesting your help to free him. Quest rewards, demon's blood, demon overlord's greatsword, unknown beast egg, choose one of the three. Please note, this quest is not issued by the system. Survivors, exercise caution in verifying the information. Did the mission really trigger? Han Xing's eyes flickered with a complex light. He had always been wary of this monster, thinking it was deliberately setting a trap to lure him closer. Only now did he realize that this demon lord seemed to truly be trapped. The other party's situation was quite awkward, unable to enter Han Xing's world or return to its own abyssal domain. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the detailed attributes of the three mission rewards. Blood of the demon, the heart's blood of a high-ranking demon. Upon fusion, one can obtain demon lineage, gaining powerful demonic strength, with all attributes increased tenfold, upgrade attributes tripled, and automatic transition to the hidden class demon hunter. Demon monarch greatsword, red, abyssal artifact, quality, epic, attack power 1078415462, all attributes plus 3333, special effect, sovereignty. While wielding this weapon, demon creatures below high-ranking demon level cannot harm you, special effect. Judgment, as a high-ranking demon, you possess supreme authority, dealing triple damage to creatures of lower rank, special effect. Demon flame, upon a successful hit, inflicts a 10-second burning effect with demon flames, additional special effects. Requirement to equip, level 60. Unknown exotic beast egg, attributes and species are unknown, but it can traverse through alternate spaces and seems to possess partial void abilities. Hiss. When Han Xing saw the task rewards, he sharply drew in a breath of cold air. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the attributes of these three reward items were so unbelievably overpowered. Among them, the demon's blood seemed to be an item
item closely tied to a hidden class. As long as it was fused, one could directly transfer to become a powerful demon hunter. As for the demon monarch greatsword, there was no need to say more, it was clearly the sword of this demon, with attributes so powerful they were shocking. As for the final exotic beast egg, although the system's description was vague, there was no doubt that since it had caught the eye of the demon monarch, it must be extraordinarily valuable. At this moment, Han Xing's gaze fell on that towering horn, and his heart was finally moved. Faced with the reward offered by the demon lord, Han Xing took a deep breath. He admitted that his heart was indeed quite shaken, but he did not fully trust this demon, so he asked, I can help you, but how can I trust that you won't go back on your word and just leave after being freed? The demon lord on the other side let out a cold laugh. Are you questioning this king's credibility? That's right. Han Xing nodded without hesitation. After all, you're already so shameless, why would you care about credibility? The demon lord was infuriated but still suppressed his anger and said, I can use my true name to sign a contract with you. As long as you deactivate the summoning array, I will absolutely fulfill the reward. A true name contract? Han Xing's eyes lit up. For the demon race, the most important thing is their true name. Although it's not like the legends where knowing a true name grants control over life and death, swearing by one's true name is already a highly sincere guarantee. Alright, then let's sign it. Han Xing agreed readily. System prompt pops up. Demon Overlord Julius, swear by your true name. I request your help to cancel the summoning ritual. As a reward, you may choose one item as compensation. Do you agree to the contract? Agree. Han Xing immediately clicked accept and then asked, how do I cancel the summoning ritual? The demon's tone returned to calm. Throw the spirit cores into the purified spring water, and the dark aura will naturally be cleansed, interrupting the summoning ritual. Han Xing nodded, without doubting the demon lord's words. After all, the second task option had started with this method. He acted cautiously. Even though he accepted the task, he did not recklessly approach the summoning array, as he was unsure whether the demon might have other tricks. He drew a wooden arrow, tied a spirit core to it with a rope, and used the bowstring to shoot the spirit cores one by one into the water. The demon lord's wariness of Han Xing could only be met with a cold sneer. As the spirit cores fell into the water one by one, the dark aura gradually stopped spreading, and the water's surface became clear. The towering horn also began to fade, as if it were about to vanish from this space. It wasn't until Han Xing shot the 37th arrow that the black mist from the spirit spring in the pool completely ceased. The demon lord's horn slowly sank into the water, about to disappear. At that moment, Han Xing hurriedly shouted, Demon, my reward. Although the demon lord had thoughts of regret, he still said, thinking of the true name contract he had signed, Human, state the reward you desire. Upon hearing this, Han Xing quickly weighed the pros and cons of the three rewards in his mind, finding it difficult to make a decision. You'd better decide quickly, or once the ritual ends, you will no longer be able to communicate with this king. At that time, it won't be me breaching the contract. The demon let out a sinister laugh. Thinking of this creature's cunning nature, Han Xing gritted his teeth and swiftly made a choice. I choose the beast egg. The other side seemed to pause for a moment, and the demon lord asked, Are you sure you don't want to choose my sword or demon blood? Han Xing nodded firmly. I'm sure. Give it to me quickly. The demon let out a cold laugh. As you wish. After a moment, as the demon lord completely vanished, the once dark sky brightened again. At this moment, Han Xing, as if having gone through a fierce battle, collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Just then, a system notification popped up. Demon Lord Julius has returned to the Abyss Realm. Survivor, you have accomplished a great act of repelling the enemy. World influence increased by 32, and you have gained 10 legendary points. Legendary point? What on earth is that? Han Xing was a bit puzzled. He checked the character interface and indeed found an additional legendary point, but there was no indication of its specific use. Shaking his head, he decided to set it aside for now. At this moment, his attention was already drawn to the clear pond at the center of the Dark Elf territory. A massive black egg was floating on the water's surface. Han Xing's eyes widened as he quickly approached the pond and grabbed the giant egg. The system prompt appeared again. You have obtained an unknown race beast egg. Would you like to start hatching it? Please note, once you choose to hatch, the creature inside the beast egg will automatically bind to you as your pet. Each survivor can only bind one pet at the current stage, so please choose carefully. Hearing the system's warning, Han Xing fell into deep thought. Only one pet can be bound? Huh? What exactly is inside remains unclear. Although something favored by the demon lord shouldn't be too bad, what if it is? A trace of regret inexplicably rose in his heart. At that time, should I have chosen the demon blood or the monarch greatsword instead of this exotic beast egg? However, in the next moment, Han Xing's expression changed drastically. He recalled that when he was choosing his reward, the demon seemed to prefer him selecting the demon blood or the monarch greatsword and had even specifically confirmed it. That guy would never be so kind. The only possibility is, it has a conspiracy. Han Xing said with a trembling voice, I remember. The description of the demon blood mentioned that after fusion, one can gain the power of a demon, but their own bloodline would transform into that of a demon. In other words, I would also become part of the demon race, and demons are a strictly hierarchical existence, where higher-ranking demons have absolute power over the life and death of lower-ranking demons.
Once I become a demon, wouldn't I fall under its control?
And that demon monarch greatsword, as the weapon it has carried for many years, must have been imbued with some means. It might even be able to control my soul directly through the greatsword, or even seize my body!
Exclamation point.
Han Xing suddenly woke up with a start. He realized that his guess was very likely correct.
That demon's goal from the very beginning was to control him. His heart sank, cold sweat broke out, and he gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Cunning bastard." At the same time, he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, I unintentionally made the wisest choice.
When he looked at the pitch-black giant egg again, all feelings of regret had vanished. After all, compared to his own life, these things were insignificant. Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked on hatch without hesitation.
Would you like to hatch the unknown beast egg?
This hatching will take 100 hours.
100 hours? That long? The time was indeed lengthy.
Han Xing still clicked confirm and said expectantly, "I hope I can hatch a powerful pet."
I wouldn't even mind if it's a dragon.
Although he knew deep down that this was pure wishful thinking. The appearance and size of the giant egg showed no resemblance to a dragon, and the chances of hatching one were extremely low.
Hatching in progress, remaining time, 99 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds.
After dealing with the giant egg, Han Xing stared intently at the pond ahead. He hadn't forgotten his original goal. Venturing to challenge this group of dark elves was all for seizing the water source at the center of the territory. After overcoming numerous obstacles, even contending with that terrifying entity, he finally succeeded. Now, as long as he merges this territory, he can directly obtain a large amount of water resources, completely resolving the crisis of water shortage. Moreover, if this batch of spiritual spring water is brought to the trading market, it will surely trigger a frenzy in District 107, allowing him to earn substantial profits. Looking at the abundant water resources before him, Han Xing was overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't wait to annex this floating island territory.
You have successfully merged the Dark Elf territory, and the territory area has been expanded.
You have obtained territory resources,
1,532 liters of spirit spring water. Spirit spring water, a type of pure drinking water that seems to contain a certain life essence. Drinking it can slowly heal injuries.
Seeing this note, Han Xing was instantly shocked. He had thought it was just an ordinary bottle of drinking water, but the attribute attached to it instantly elevated the value of this spring water by several levels.
Healing injuries? What does that mean? In this world, there are neither doctors nor healing skills from clerics. Once injured, one either relies on their own tenacious constitution to recover or waits for death to arrive. Currently, many surviving humans are injured from fighting monsters but have no access to effective treatment.
Some severely injured survivors, once hurt at this time, are as good as losing their combat ability, which is equivalent to being sentenced
to death by this cruel world. Especially for those melee professions who charge into the fray, the casualty rate is alarmingly high. However, the appearance of this spirit spring water has brought them new hope.
It's imaginable how massive a stir it would cause when the spiritual spring water appeared on the trading channel. This wasn't just water, it was practically a pool of gold.
Han Xing was thrilled and couldn't wait to take a sip.
The cool spring water slid down his throat, and instantly, a refreshing sensation spread from his head to his toes.
So refreshing. The wounds on his arms, which had just been scorched by a fireball, now felt a tingling itch. The wounds are healing. The effect is so obvious.
After confirming the miraculous efficacy of the spiritual spring water, a thought suddenly popped into Han Xing's mind.
At this moment, when everyone was desperately craving water, this was undoubtedly a perfect trading opportunity.
With this in mind, he decided to act quickly and start acquiring a batch of resources immediately. He opened the chat channel, intending to observe the market trends.
However, to his surprise, the anticipated scene of people frantically scrambling for water didn't appear.
Instead, many survivors were discussing someone selling water.
The chat channel was flooded with messages. Look, the big shot mesmerizer is selling water again.
It's still 100 milliliters this time, and he wants to trade it for a green weapon from a stalker.
Whoever has a weapon, hurry up and trade. The trading channel was
once again swept up in a frenzy, with many people privately messaging the survivor named Mesmerizer.
That 100 milliliters of water was snatched up almost instantly. Ha! Someone has already found a large water source?
Han Xing keenly noticed that it seemed someone had beaten him to the punch in selling water resources. He scrolled through the chat messages and confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, there was a survivor named Mesmerizer selling water. However, his asking price was extremely steep: 100 milliliters of water for 10 spirit cores, or 5 kilograms of food, or a piece of green equipment. Any one of these demands was enough to drain the survivors of all their possessions, the hard-earned supplies they had gathered on the perilous
floating islands had to be entirely exchanged for just a sip of water. Yet, even so, many people were still scrambling to buy it.
After all, compared to life itself, these supplies supplies were insignificant. Han Xing lowered his head in thought.
Selling only 100 milliliters at a time, could this be a hunger marketing strategy?
I heard this is the 7th time Mesmerizer has sold water, which means he still has quite a bit of stock.
But it's definitely not as much as I have, he calculated silently. After all, Han Xing had a
whopping 1,500 liters of water on hand, which converted to 1.5 million milliliters. He was confident that in Channel 107, no one could match this quantity.
If anyone could, they would have already brought out a large amount to sell.
With this in mind, Han Xing decisively opened the trading channel and posted a trade offer.
Consignment item information: Spirit Spring water, replenishes hydration, and has a slight effect on healing injuries. Stock reserve, abundant.
Transaction terms: each Spirit core exchanges for 10 milliliters of Spirit Spring water, each piece of refined iron for 5 milliliters, each animal hide for 100 milliliters.
Consigner, Xinghe.
Han Xing continuously input various material information and set up diversified trading rules, from small items like ores to large ones like equipment,
skill books, blueprints, and even unopened treasure chests. Everything was clearly priced. He knew that now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once
the survivors of Channel 107 got through this water shortage crisis and resolved the water source issue, large-scale acquisitions would become much
harder. Stockpiling these supplies now, Han Xing was certain he wouldn't lose money. Moreover, as time went on, their value would only continue to rise.
Han Xing had even started planning ahead. Even if he couldn't use up all the water, he could convert it all into equipment and sell it back to the people of Channel 107, continuing to harvest their resources and forming
a virtuous cycle.
By then, the supply of equipment for nearly 10,000 people in Channel 107 would likely depend entirely on him.
Han Xing secretly rejoiced, knowing that his future profits would be overflowing.
When the consignment information for the spiritual spring water went online, many survivors could hardly believe their eyes. They cautiously rubbed their eyes, as if they
had seen it wrong. Despite their doubts, they didn't hesitate to quickly click on the trade, fearing that even a moment's delay would let someone else snatch it first.
The first survivor successfully exchanged 5 spirit cores, 8 pieces of refined iron, and 30 rare earths for 120 milliliters of spiritual spring water.
He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He shouted excitedly in the local network, "I got it! I got it! Someone is selling water in the trading channel. As long as you have materials, you can trade for it. Hurry and grab it." What? The first trade was completed, followed closely by the second. Han Xing's spiritual spring water instantly sparked a frenzy. At the same time, the local network chat channel erupted into an unprecedented celebration. Many survivors excitedly left messages. "Wow, I really got it. Thank you, benefactor. Oh my, this is no ordinary water. It's spiritual spring water. The effects are much stronger than regular water, and it even has healing properties. Everyone, hurry up. Getting it is earning it. If you're late, it'll be gone." The chat channel completely exploded.
At this moment, Han Xing's system notifications kept flooding the screen. Transaction successful. You received refined iron *6. You lost spirit spring water 30 milliliters.
You received bronze treasure chest *1. You lost spirit spring water 500 milliliters.
You received mage robe blueprint green *1. You lost spirit spring water 300 milliliters. Han Xing's trading settings were exceptionally user-friendly. Even if you only had one material, you could exchange it for spirit spring water.
The clear pricing eliminated the hassle of
bargaining, and survivors in urgent need of water immediately rushed to buy. As the system notifications kept flooding the screen, a large batch of materials poured into the backpack. In just 5 minutes, the refined iron reserves in his hands surpassed 1,000, spirit cores exceeded 500, and materials, like rare earths and ethers, surpassed 3,000. Moreover, these numbers were still climbing at an astonishing speed. The 60-slot backpack was quickly stuffed to the brim, leaving Han Xing no choice but to pile the excess materials on the ground. Before long, small mountains of materials appeared right in front of him.
Han Xing's face was almost splitting with joy. "I'm rich! I'm rich! This is it! I'm completely rich now!"
Han Xing excitedly rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling slightly.
"How long will these materials last me? How much equipment can I craft with them?" Okay.
So far, he has exchanged a total of 1,052 spirit cores, 4,362 rare earths, 3,742 refined iron blocks, 5,763 units of ether, 3 skill books, 5 unopened bronze treasure chests, 32 unopened wooden boxes, 7 green equipment blueprints, and thousands of miscellaneous materials. And all he spent was just 37 liters of spirit spring water. Meanwhile, his remaining reserve of spirit spring water still stands at a staggering 1,502 liters, barely even touching the surplus.
"Is this the sweetness of Monopoly? This is absolutely exhilarating," Han Xing exclaimed.
Currently, in Channel 107 of the entire region, he is the only one selling water resources in large quantities, with no competitors in sight.
If this continues, Han Xing could potentially pocket all the
gains of nearly 10,000 people in Channel 107 over the past 2 days. In other words, for the past 2 days, they've essentially been working for Han Xing. Looking at the growing pile of materials on the ground, Han Xing thought for a moment and decided to temporarily remove the consignment information for the spiritual spring water. In the consignment channel, the lively activity that had lasted for 10 minutes suddenly came to an abrupt halt.
The survivors still waiting to trade were instantly dumbfounded. What happened? Why was it suddenly taken down? At Galaxy, Master, is the water running out?
I haven't exchanged for it yet.
At Xingha, bro, what happened? Say something, I'm so scared.
In the chat channel, many people were frantically tagging Han Xing, but at this moment, Han Xing was busy organizing his territory and wasn't checking the messages at all.
Since he didn't respond, the group became even more panicked.
Especially those survivors who had been hesitating and observing, unsure whether to trade materials for water, were now filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves hard for missing such a rare opportunity.
If Han Xing stopped selling, where else could they get water? It's over. The master isn't responding. It must really be sold out.
At first, I thought his price was too high and not worth the exchange.
Now I just want to slap myself twice. Me too.
The survivors who failed to exchange for water were in utter despair, while those who managed to get water right away secretly rejoiced, even mocking others openly in the chat channel.
Ah, a bunch of fools. No matter how good your materials and equipment are, can they be more valuable than your own life? Equipment can be regained, but if you die, it's completely over. That's right, the spirit spring water can heal injuries.
In emergencies, it's like having an extra life. No matter how you calculate it, it's worth it. Listening to their mocking laughter, the surviving onlookers almost regretted it to their core. Yet, some people were still unwilling to give up and continued trying to summon Han Xing, hoping he would put up more spirit spring water for sale.
Misu, at Galaxy, Master, please offer some more. Just a little, I promise I won't hesitate.
Sanwang Mountain, at Xingha, bro, you are our savior.
The entire Channel 107 depends on you. Please sell some more water.
Whirlwind Potato, at Xingha, dad. Rainstone, bro upstairs, you're really ruthless, at Whirlwind Potato.
Whirlwind Potato, what did I do?
If someone is willing to sell water, they are my lifesaver, my reborn parent.
From now on, he is my Xingha dad. At that moment, a familiar name suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Xingha, ahem. What's going on here? Han Xing coughed awkwardly twice. As soon as he spoke, the entire Channel 107 fell silent instantly.
Whirlwind Potato, at Xingha, dad.
Did I call you out?
Primordial Spirit Expert, the Great Master has finally appeared. I beg you, please put up some more spirit spring water. At this moment, Han Xing was scrolling through the chat history above and finally understood what had happened in the channel. He smiled and said, everyone, don't worry, there's still spirit spring water. I'll put up another batch shortly.
Bean Sprout, at Galaxy, really, Great Master? I'm waiting for your spirit spring water to save my life. Lost one, that's great. This time I definitely won't hesitate. In the chat channel, many survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They had originally thought that Han Xing's spiritual spring water was sold out and that they had missed an excellent opportunity, but unexpectedly, he still had stock.
Star River God, how much spiritual spring water do you have left? Is the price still the same as before?
Han Xing replied, no need to worry about that. I will continue to put spiritual spring water on the shelves, but the trading conditions will change a bit. Hearing this, the survivors in Channel 107 all thought Han Xing was going to raise the price, and their hearts leapt into their throats. Han Xing seemed to see through their concerns and immediately explained, don't worry, it's not a price increase, just some additional exchange
conditions.
Anyone who has furniture, house, or territory facility blueprints can come to me to exchange for spirit spring water at a generous rate. Also, anyone who has storage boxes or storage box blueprints can now prioritize exchanging them for spirit spring water. A white-grade storage box can be directly exchanged for 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, and the blueprint can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters. A green-grade storage box can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters of spirit spring water, and the blueprint can be exchanged for 10,000 milliliters.
This was precisely Han Xing's purpose for entering the chat channel.
Currently, his territory's materials were piling up too much, and he had to use storage boxes to organize them.
Hearing about the high rewards offered by Han Xing, many survivors were shocked.
Previously, Han Xing's pricing was such that a bronze treasure chest could only be exchanged for 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, and green-grade equipment blueprints could only fetch
300 milliliters.
Now, for a white-grade storage box blueprint, he directly offered a high price of 2,000 milliliters, and for green-grade, it soared to an astonishing 10,000 milliliters. Many people wished they could instantly produce a blueprint to trade with Han Xing.
Storage box blueprint, who has one? Hurry up, the boss urgently needs it. Whoever has a storage box or blueprint, bring it out quickly. In the chat channel, those survivors who were worried that Han Xing wouldn't be able to get the storage box blueprint and would stop selling spirit spring water were all anxiously jumping up and down. Hiss.
However, the drop rate for this blueprint seems to be quite low. After all, all, storage boxes, like spatial backpacks, are space-related items, but with a larger capacity.
The downside is that they can't be carried and can only be stored within the territory.
At this moment, a survivor named Cream Puff slowly said, I think I have a storage box blueprint here.
It's of green grade. Will that work? Han Xing responded with a smile, sure, let's trade.
He immediately sent a trade request to the other party, who readily accepted. A system notification popped up. You have obtained storage box blueprint, green, and you have lost 10 liters of spirit spring water. The spirit spring water reserves dropped to 1,500 liters, but for Han Xing, the small consumption was completely insignificant. At this moment, that Cream Puff excitedly boasted in the chat channel about exchanging for a full 10,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water, instantly making other survivors envious. Han Xing calmly said on the local network, everyone, don't worry, I'll put up another batch of spiritual spring water soon.
Just come to me directly for the trade. Alright, Master, we'll wait for you. At Xinghe, thank you, Master Xinghe. You're simply the savior of Channel 107.
Facing everyone's praise, Han Xing smiled faintly. Just as he was about to exit the chat channel, he suddenly saw a familiar name mention him.
Levi, at Xinghe, what's going on with you?
I sent you a trade request, but you directly rejected it?
Levi questioned Han Xing in the chat channel.
Immediately after, someone named 5-Day Thunder joined the fray. Even people from our Lay Corporation got rejected when trying to trade with you.
What are you planning to do? Not interested in doing business anymore.
Facing the questioning, Han Xing chuckled lightly and replied, I don't intend to do anything. I just don't want to trade with people from the Lay Corporation.
The other survivors immediately picked up on the hidden meaning in Han Xing's words. This big shot seems to have a conflict with the Lay Corporation.
They suddenly remembered that yesterday the Lay Corporation was still shouting in the chat channel about banning Xinghe.
It's over.
This group of fools has really offended the big shot, and now even trading has been refused.
Many silently mourned for a few seconds for the members of the Lay Corporation. At this moment, Levi also understood that Han Xing was holding a grudge.
He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, Kid, there's no need to
be so petty, right?
Although we had conflicts before, that was just my personal issue.
There's no need to drag the entire Lay Corporation into it. Han Xing, however, responded with a smile. Oh, really?
I distinctly remember that yesterday your Lay Corporation rallied together, shouting about blacklisting me and refusing to trade supplies with me.
Well, congratulations, you succeeded. Poof.
Levi was stunned for a moment, and his tone instantly turned grim. Xinghe, don't go too far. If you don't sell us water, the lives of dozens of people in the Lay Corporation will be on your head. The atmosphere in the chat channel suddenly became strange as Levi directly brought up the lives of dozens of people, trying to force Han Xing to sell water.
But Han Xing responded with a cold laugh. Levi, I've told you before, don't try to fool me with your tricks. Do you think moral coercion works on me?
You are their leader, so you should take responsibility for your subordinates.
Since it was your decision, the consequences are yours to bear.
If you can't handle it, it only proves your incompetence. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xing decided not to argue with Levi any further and directly exited the chat channel, leaving Levi with a livid expression, trembling with rage. As for the other members of the Lay group, their faces were as pale as paper. At this moment, in Han Xing's floating island territory, he squeezed out from a pile of materials. Lei Wei's rhetoric had no effect on him. Although he deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, Han Xing knew very well that while water resources in Channel 107 were indeed scarce, there was still a considerable reserve at hand. The Lei group could completely trade water with others. It would just come at a higher cost. The key was whether Lei Wei was willing to pay that price. He shook his head, no longer paying attention to those people, and turned his gaze to his territory, which had nearly doubled in size again, revealing a row of pearly white teeth and a smile. Previously, the territory was only 32 square meters, but after merging with the Dark Elves floating island, it directly expanded to 64 cubic meters.
An 8-meter by 8-meter large platform floated high in the air.
Although the space was vast, it was still crammed full of materials, appearing chaotic and disorganized. Han Xing struggled for quite a while to make his way out of the pile of materials, finally finding 2 empty spots at the edge to stand firmly. Afterward, he looked through the storage box crafting requirements in the blueprint section.
Storage box blueprint, green.
Required materials for crafting: spirit core *50, refine iron *100, mithril *10, rare earth *100.
Crafting success rate, 10%, affected by divine craftsman talent. Success rate has reached 100%. They actually need to use mithril as a material.
Han Xing lowered his head and thought, mithril is a very rare material. Apart from the small chance of obtaining a few pieces from bronze treasure chests, the rest can only be found by luck in mithril mines.
Will there be any in Channel 107 now? It's hard to say.
He hesitated for a moment, but when he returned to the chat channel and publicly expressed his intention to purchase mithril, he still received responses from many people. Finally, he successfully exchanged 2,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water for 21 pieces of mithril. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. hours. No matter how low the odds, there are always a few lucky ones who can obtain these precious materials. The materials needed for the storage box were finally gathered, and Han Xing clicked craft without hesitation. A dazzling green light flashed, a corner of the mountain of materials disappeared, and a 180-second progress bar immediately appeared before him. Since he was crafting a tool, the required time was naturally longer than for ordinary items.
3 minutes later, the system notification sounded. Successfully crafted storage box, green, *2.
Storage box, green, quality, excellent, storage space 350, special effect, expansion, storage space increased by an additional 50. Storage box, green, quality, rare, storage space 400, special effect, intermediate expansion, additional 100 storage space. 2 storage boxes, one of excellent quality and the other of rare quality, combined with the special effects space bonus, increased the storage capacity by a total of 750 slots.
The talent of the god-level craftsman once again demonstrated its formidable power. Not bad, now the space is more than enough.
As soon as the words were spoken, a loud clang echoed, and 2 storage boxes made of refined iron, approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, appeared before him. The box bodies were entirely crafted from refined iron, presenting a deep black color, with white mithril patterns adorning them like veins, making them exceptionally exquisite. Han Xing stuffed the mountain-like pile of materials on the ground into the storage boxes one by one. Moments later, the territory became spacious again. He clapped his hands, reopened the consignment channel, and continued selling spirit spring water.
Channel 107 instantly erupted into another trading frenzy.
People scrambled to trade supplies with Han Xing, and within just a few seconds, over 100 trade requests flooded in, the excitement even surpassing the first time.
Han Xing's fingers clicked rapidly, busy and delighted.
Trade successful. You have obtained the complete furniture blueprint, and you have lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful. You have obtained the beast hide boots blueprint, green, and you have lost 300 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful. You have obtained the warrior pendant blueprint, green, and you have lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. This time, Han Xing adjusted his trading strategy, removing all kinds of equipment and focusing on collecting various blueprints, skipping duplicates directly. The trading frenzy lasted nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing felt his hands were almost cramping. After the final transaction was completed, Han Xing collapsed to the ground as if he had just gone through a fierce battle.
Despite his exhaustion, his face was full of excitement. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled by the sight of a dozen skill books and dozens of equipment and weapon blueprints quietly lying in their backpack? Moreover, the 4 storage boxes at the edge of the territory occupied 8 square meters of space. Just now, because there were too many materials filling up the boxes, he had to temporarily craft 2 more. Now, the combined storage space of the 4 boxes, totaling nearly 3,000 slots, was packed with all kinds of materials. During the first wave of trading, which lasted 10 minutes, Han Xing exchanged 37 liters of spiritual spring water for tens of thousands of materials. Now, after 2 hours of trading, he had consumed over 400 liters of spiritual spring water. This clearly shows just how many materials and spirit cores he had stockpiled. This move, truly a big win.
Han Xing stood up excitedly. The rare earth and ether naturally needed no further explanation. As special materials, they had a wide range of uses and would be indispensable for creating large-scale engineering tools
and magical devices in the future.
Even more important were the spirit cores. He had already discovered that the more powerful the equipment, the more spirit cores were required, and the applications of spirit cores were extremely extensive. After examining these materials, Han Xing turned his attention to the 17 skill books. There were 5 skill books for the rogue, covering basic skills such as stealth, backstab, and throat slash, 4 for the warrior, including charge, aerial slash, and horizontal cleave, the clerics. Books included skills like holy strike, holy light orb, and purification, and the mages books featured urgently needed damage skills such as ice arrow, fireball, wind blade, and thunderfall. However, what Han Xing anticipated the most were the 3 skill books for the hunter class. Wind chasing arrow shoots a rapid arrow, dealing 130% damage to the enemy. Multi-shot fires 5 consecutive arrows, each dealing 80% damage. Roll perform a quick roll during combat. Great! Han Xing clenched his fist. The basic skills of a hunter before advancing, aside from weak point strike, are finally complete. Then there was that pile of blueprints. Han Xing couldn't be bothered to examine them one by one, so he clicked to learn them all. Since he didn't have any duplicate blueprints, these were all new content for him to master. Beast hide boots, beast hide shorts, traveler's ring, warrior's pendant. Leather armor, which increases agility attributes the most, is naturally the preferred equipment for hunters and rogues. Excluding what he could use himself, there were also some green robes, light armor, and refined iron heavy armor, all of which he directly ignored. Now, except for the helmet and gloves, he had almost gathered half or even a full set of 1-star green equipment. With sufficient materials, Han Xing crafted 7 or 8 sets of equipment in one one go. After filtering out some finely crafted green items, the remaining ones were all rare quality green equipment, a total of 4 pieces. Beast hide shorts, green, quality rare, defense 2-4, agility +3, special effect, basic magic resistance. Beast hide boots, green, quality rare, defense 1-2, agility +6, special effect, sprint, active effect, upon activation, running speed increases by 50% for 10 seconds. Warrior pendant, green, quality rare, strength +6, constitution +2, special effect, warrior's roar. When attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the warrior's roar state, increasing attack power by 10% for 10 seconds. Traveler's ring, green, quality rare, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +2, constitution +2, special effect attached. Han Xing put them on one by one, and his attributes instantly increased significantly. The panel changed accordingly.
Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Profession, hunter. Level, LV2. Strength, 6+9, warrior pendant +6, traveler's ring +2, beast hide coat +1, agility, 6+15, spatial backpack +4, beast hide boots +6, beast hide shorts +3, traveler's ring +2, spirit 5+2, traveler's ring +2, constitution 8+8, spatial backpack +4, warrior pendant +2, traveler's ring +2. Skills, basic archery mastery, double arrow, wind chasing arrow, multi-shot, roll dot. Talent, god level craftsman, SSS. Looking at the panel data, Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim, I'm just too strong.
With his current equipment and attributes, he could definitely be considered top tier among the survivors, even capable of easily crushing those level 5 survivors. In addition to the attribute enhancements, he had also mastered 3 hunter skills. Combined with the temporary attack boost from the warrior pendant and the sprint effect from the short boots, his combat ability had been greatly enhanced.
Next time I encounter a dark elf squad, it won't be as thrilling.
Han Xing was overjoyed in his heart.
While organizing materials, time quietly slipped away.
A few hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The second day of humanity's survivors arriving in this world was about to end.
During this time, Han Xing also opened those dozens of bronze treasure chests.
Bronze treasure chests could at most yield green equipment and blueprints, with a small chance of dropping skill books, things he no longer lacked. He stuffed all the items he obtained straight into the storage box. Looking up at the sky, Han Xing pondered for a moment and said, it's getting late.
Let's not explore other floating islands today. Balancing work and rest is also important.
He wasn't in a hurry and opened a newly acquired book, The Complete Guide to Furniture Making.
Finally, I can start making furniture.
Han Xing opened the book and first made himself a bed, a pillow, and a quilt. He then added a few chairs, tables, torch stands, a barbecue rack, a campfire stove, and other pieces of furniture. A 66 square meter platform is already quite sizable, enough for him to set up these facilities.
The previously empty territory gradually began to feel like home. For 1 meter high torch stands were erected at the 4 corners of the territory, each holding a dark firestone.
The flickering light spread warmth throughout the area. Han Xing glanced at the hatching progress of the beast egg and the system prompt displayed.
Hatching in progress, time remaining until complete hatching, 94 hours 47 minutes 32 seconds. There are still 94 hours left.
He felt a surge of anticipation but quickly let it go, no longer paying attention. He lay comfortably on the bed, gazing at the starry sky, and gradually drifted into a dream. The next day, a system announcement woke all the survivors from their dreams.
Announcement: the number of level 2 survivors in the regional channel has surpassed 1,000, and the Territory Points leaderboard is officially launched. Territory Points leaderboard: survivors will earn 1 point for every cubic area of territory they expand.
In each region, the first 100 survivors to reach 1,000 points will receive corresponding ranking rewards.
Meanwhile, Blue Star survivors assigned to different regions voiced their confusion. Territory Points leaderboard? The number of level 2 survivors has already exceeded 1,000? Which region is progressing so quickly?
At this moment, the survivors of Channel 107 were also filled with questions.
However, in the next moment, they received the answer. Announcement: in your Channel 107, 1,000 survivors have already reached level 2 first. You are now granted the Brave Combat status effect.
Brave Combat. During the leaderboard period, all attributes of survivors are increased by 10%.
It's actually our Zone 107.
The brothers are incredible.
Number 1 in the entire server. Amazing. The sudden system announcement jolted Han Xing out of his thoughts.
He discovered that his status bar now had the effect of heroic battle, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Impressive. It seems that everyone in Zone 107 are hardcore players, all-night owls who never sleep.
Truly amazing, Han Xing sincerely praised.
What he didn't realize was that Zone 107's ability to claim the honor of being the first in the entire server also had something to do with his own contributions. When human survivors were generally trapped in the dire predicament of extreme water scarcity, Han Xing defeated a squad of dark elves, outwitted and outmaneuvered a powerful demon, and ultimately discovered a rich water source. Although he only traded included a few hundred liters of water, which seemed insignificant when distributed among thousands of people. It was precisely this small amount of water that revitalized them and restored their combat effectiveness.
After this incident, they understood even more clearly that they must actively explore the floating islands while in good condition to secure more resources. This is also one of the reasons why Channel 107 is able to stay ahead of other regions. Han Xing immediately opened the regional territory leaderboard
and discovered that in the entire Channel 107, the first place was actually himself.
First place, Xinghe, territory points 66. Second place, Black Eagle, territory points 42. Third place, Whisperer, territory points 35. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 32. Among the top 100, Han Xing's personal territory points are far ahead, and other survivors also performed well. Those who made it onto the leaderboard have all surpassed double-digit points.
This means they have at least experienced one or more intense battles and gradually adapted to the rhythm of this world.
Leaderboard? What rewards are there? Han Xing stared at the leaderboard interface.
Moments later, the system notification popped up again. Territory leaderboard rewards updated. Ranks 51 to 100, food * 10 units, freshwater * 5 units, spirit core * 100, random advanced profession scroll * 1. Ranks 21 to 50, food * 20 units, freshwater * 10 units, spirit core * 200, selectable green weapon * 1, random advanced profession scroll * 1. Ranks 11 to 20, food * 30 units, freshwater * 15 units, spirit core * 300, selectable green weapon * 1, selectable green equipment * 1, selectable advanced profession scroll * 1. Ranks 4 to 10, food * 50 units, freshwater * 20 units, spirit core * 500, selectable blue weapon * 1, selectable advanced profession scroll * 1. Third place rewards, food * 100 units, freshwater * 50 units, spirit core * 1000, selectable blue weapon * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, selectable advanced profession scroll * 1. Second place rewards, food * 200 units, freshwater * 50 units, spirit core * 1000, selectable blue weapon blueprint * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, selectable advanced profession scroll * 1. Seeing these rewards, Han Xing couldn't help but be surprised. Silver treasure chests and blue equipment are already available, plus advanced profession scrolls. These rewards will probably make a lot of people fight desperately for them, right? However, when he saw the reward for first place, his eyes instantly widened in shock. First place reward, food * 500 units, freshwater * 200 units, spirit core * 1000, custom purple weapon blueprint * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, hidden profession scroll * 1. Han Xing directly ignored the other rewards, his gaze fixed firmly on the last item, the hidden profession scroll. Han Xing had already decided when choosing his profession that he would eventually transition to the hunter's hidden profession, Wild Ranger.
But so far, he has not found any clues to trigger the hidden profession.
According to Han Xing's estimation, he would need to reach level 8 or 9 before he could take on the Wild Ranger's class change quest. But now, the opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he could claim the top spot on the leaderboard, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of finding the trigger quest for the Wild Ranger. Once he reached level 10, he could directly change to the powerful hidden class. In Sky Island Paradise, no one knows exactly how many hidden classes there are. Since they are hidden classes, while they may not necessarily be stronger than other classes, they undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities. At this moment, Han Xing was determined to claim the top spot. When the leaderboard rewards were announced, not only did Han Xing see them, but the other survivors also witnessed the astonishing rewards for first place, sparking envy across the board.
The chat channel was instantly flooded. The rewards are so generous. Even food and water are distributed in units. As long as you make it into the top 100, you basically won't have to worry about eating or drinking. Exactly, and the key point is that there are advanced class scrolls. I saw the introduction on the game interface earlier. After reaching level 10, if you want a breakthrough, you need these advanced class scrolls to become a high-level class. At that point, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. Not only will your attributes greatly improve, but you'll also learn more advanced skills. At that point, dealing with creatures below level 10 will be like a father beating his son. Hearing these descriptions of advanced classes, many survivors' eyes lit up with anticipation. Wow, the top 10 even get blue weapon rewards, and the top 3 get silver treasure chests. This is just too tempting. Yeah, if I could get the top 3 rewards, I'd be satisfied. The survivors in Zone 107 were enthusiastically discussing the rewards for the top 10, but few mentioned the rewards for first place, a rather peculiar phenomenon. Finally, someone asked, why is no one talking about the first place reward? That's a hidden class and a purple weapon we've never seen before. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see who the current first place is? It's our Zone 107 savior, Star River God. Whirlwind Potato, that's my dad. No one better try to take first place from my dad. Meanwhile, several fledgling organizations in Zone 107 began holding emergency meetings.
The Whisper of the Gods discussion group. I'm sure everyone has seen it. The rewards for the top 100 are incredibly attractive. As long as a few of us from Whisper of the Gods make it into the top 100, our survival problems will basically be solved, said Whisperer, a mage class and currently ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Whisperer continued, so, anyone who still has the ability should explore the surrounding clouds as much as possible and expand our territory. I will also push myself to maintain my 3rd place position. Of course, 1st place is my ultimate goal, so I hope to get everyone's support.
The team members responded enthusiastically, Boss, just let us know what you need. We've got your back.
That's right, we support Whisperer Boss. The Airplane Boys discussion group.
Everyone, stay motivated.
Our Airplane Boys already have 3 members in the top 100.
Let's aim to get a few more in. We must ensure Papaya Star Spirit Boss stays in the top 10.
Top 10, aiming for top 3, and chasing first. Papaya Star Spirit Boss, we support you. Compared to the lively atmosphere in other discussion groups, another group in Zone 107 seems somewhat unusual, the Twilight Mercenaries discussion group. In the group, a survivor named Vulture asked, Captain, do you think you have a chance to take first place this time? Meanwhile, on a certain Sky Island territory, a man dressed in full stealth gear with a grim expression stopped in his tracks. He was Black Hawk, currently
ranked 2nd on the leaderboard.
Seeing the discussion group messages, he didn't respond immediately but replied with a single word, difficult.
I'll try. Others were incredulous, Captain, even you don't have confidence in taking first place from Star River?
You are. Black Hawk fell silent for a moment before replying again, he is very strong, I can't see through him.
But I will do my best. Han Xing climbed out of bed, reigniting his fighting spirit.
Seeing the chat channel and the local network filled with the enthusiasm of the survivors in Zone 107, he felt a surge of excitement.
Great, it seems everyone is in high spirits.
Han Xing stretched his body and clenched his fists tightly.
I need to start climbing the rankings too.
However, before aiming for the leaderboard, there are some things I need to take care of first. He opened the blueprint section and crafted over 500 refined iron arrows in one go. This consumed more than 1,000 pieces of refined iron, but with his current material reserves, this level of consumption was nothing to him. Afterward, Han Xing began mass-producing containers, using the related crafting blueprints from the Encyclopedia of Furniture. He crafted glass bottles in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large.
The small glass
bottle had a capacity of 100 milliliters, the medium one 500 milliliters, and the large one 1000 milliliters. Although made of glass, these bottles were constructed with special materials, making them highly resistant to shattering and impact. He filled all the spiritual spring water from the pond on the ground into the bottles, stored them in the storage box, and clapped his hands.
As he stood up, great, now during battles, monsters won't dare to rush into my territory and destroy the spiritual spring water reserves.
After finishing these tasks, Han Xing pondered for a moment and opened their group chat.
Han Xing, guys, have you seen the announcement? Should we give it a shot and aim to all get into the top 10? Sheng Jianyong, brother Xing, you're overestimating us, aren't you? My territory points are only 12, not even in the top 100. Yun still has a chance, though. He has 20 points and is ranked 91st. Han Xing was slightly surprised upon hearing this, already in the top 100? Not bad, Xiao Yun.
Shen Yun replied at this moment, not bad, mainly because the skill book brother Xing gave me was a big help.
There were places I didn't dare to
explore before, but with Holy Light Healing, I dared to take on challenges. I got injured several times, but relied on this skill to recover. In the early stages, a single skill book can really make a big difference.
Sheng Jianyong listened on the side, feeling envious, and said with a hint of grievance, so jealous. Brother Xing treats you so well. If I had a skill book too, I might have already made it into the top 50. Xin Yun replied disdainfully, stop bragging.
There are nearly 10,000 people in Zone 107 full of experts.
Don't underestimate others.
Sheng Jianyong, however, was unconvinced. Give me a skill book, and I'll definitely make it to the top 50. After saying that, he added with a hint of adolescent bravado, Emperor Jianyong, unmatched by anyone.
Han Xing, Shun Yun.
Han Xing said helplessly, Sheng Jianyong, stop messing around.
Sheng Jianyong awkwardly smiled. At this moment, Han Xing continued to ask, are you serious? If I give you a skill book, can you really make it into the top 50?
Sheng Jianyong instantly understood something and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Xing, could it be?
Han Xing smiled. Sheng Jianyong asked eagerly, Brother Xing, do you really have it? Let me see what a warrior's skill book looks like.
His tone was full of longing, but Han Xing said, wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking.
You just said one skill book could get you into the top 50, so what about two? Sheng Jianyong's breath caught and he asked cautiously, T2? Then, the top 20? 3 books.
At this moment, not only was Sheng Jianyong so excited that he couldn't stay calm, but even Shen Yun's breathing became rapid.
Both of their eyes revealed longing, and Sheng Jianyong couldn't wait to shout excitedly, Brother Xing, from now on, you're my real brother. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. If you tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. I'm your #1 fanboy.
They both knew that Han Xing would never joke about something that didn't exist.
Since he said it, it must be true.
At this moment, Shen Yun also said sharply, Xing.
Brother Xing, I want it too.
The two of them heard this voice, and goosebumps instantly covered their skin.
Chang Jianyong cursed, Shen Yun, you're so damn disgusting.
For the skill book, you don't even care about your dignity.
Shen Yun immediately retorted, Chang Jianyong, do you have the nerve to say that about me? Aren't you just the same?
You're disgusting. You're shameless. Listening to the two bickering, Han Xing laughed heartily. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. You both get everything, not just skill books but also green equipment and weapons.
I've got it all here, and I'll trade with you right away.
The Korean star initiated a trade request. Looking at the trade window, one skill book after another was thrown in, covering almost all the skills for early-stage professions, followed by armor, weapons. Shen Yun and Chang Jianyang both felt a bit unreal at this moment.
Star bro, are all these for us?
The two spoke with disbelief in their tone, fully aware of the value of these items.
Before they could recover, another 20 liters of spiritual spring water appeared in the trading column. Shen Yun and Chang Jianyang's gazes met, both shocked and bewildered.
They were no fools. Seeing so much precious spiritual spring water and recalling the recent events in the chat channel, they had already begun to suspect Han Xing's true identity.
Chang Jianyang tentatively asked, Star bro, the galaxy ranked first on the leaderboard. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
Han Xing admitted without hesitation, frankly stating that his virtual name was not important. His. Hearing Han Xing personally confirm it, the two simultaneously gasped.
Shen Yun said in shock, I had my suspicions before, but I was never sure. I never thought that person was really you, Brother Xing. Chang Jianyong was full of helplessness. So Brother Xing is the galaxy master.
I was wondering who was so amazing to gather so many water resources at once.
Han Xing laughed heartily. You guys didn't ask yourselves. Alright, quickly take these things.
We need to hurry and climb the rankings. Feel free to drink the spirit spring water boldly.
If it's not enough, I have more here. Don't die.
After speaking, Han Xing closed the discussion group. At this moment, Chang Jianyong and Shen Yun were still chatting.
Chang Jianyong sighed. It's really scary.
Brother Xing just gave us so many resources all at once. Now it's really hard not to make a breakthrough. Shen Yun wholeheartedly agreed. With this equipment and these skills, breaking into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem.
You need to put in more effort too. Don't embarrass Brother Xing. Ha, I definitely won't lose.
Shen Yun, let me tell you, I'll surpass you within 2 days.
Heh, anyone can brag. There's no way you can surpass me. Then let's see who wins.
Both were full of confidence. As they were about to leave, Shen Yun reminded, by the way, don't tell anyone about Brother Xing's identity.
Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. At this moment, Han Xing controlled the floating island territory to continue advancing.
The nearby clouds within dozens of kilometers were roughly the same size, with the smallest being about a dozen cubic meters and the largest comparable to the Dark Elf camp, around 30 cubic meters. For Han Xing, the monsters within clouds of this scale were no longer a threat. He approached a cluster of clouds and began to make contact.
The system prompt sounded. There seems to be a cold aura brewing inside. Do you wish to enter? Han Xing clicked to enter without hesitation.
The clouds dispersed, revealing a completely snow-white creature.
Frost Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 10, Agility 7, Spirit 8, Constitution 8.
Skills, Frost Armor, Snowball Spit. When this round creature exuding a faint chill appeared, Han Xing unhesitatingly drew his bowstring and shot an arrow.
Wind-chasing arrow, go.
The refined iron arrow carried the breath of the wind, moving at an unimaginable speed.
Its powerful penetration instantly pierced through the ice crystal shell of the slime. Crack!
A crisp sound echoed as the ice crystal shattered. The arrow, along with its entire shaft, embedded itself into the slime's body.
The frost slime immediately began to tremble violently.
A glimmer of light flashed in Han Xing's eyes. This arrow had hit the vital point.
TSK. After changing a few pieces of equipment, the attack power is indeed different.
I didn't expect a single arrow to severely injure a level 3 monster.
Fortunately, it's a slime.
If it were a humanoid creature, my arrow would have already gone straight for the head. Hee. Han Xing let out a strange laugh, and the frost slime stared wide-eyed in fear.
Poor thing, let me shoot. No, help you find release.
He drew the bowstring and fired a second arrow. Immediately, a system notification appeared. You have killed Frost Slime LV3, gaining 30 experience points.
Your territory has expanded.
After merging the territory of this slime, Han Xing's territory area reached 72 cubic units, still firmly holding the first place on the leaderboard. Han Xing pressed on without rest, continuing to approach other clouds. You have killed Red Firefox LV3, gained 30 experience points, and your territory has expanded. You have killed Black Mane Wild Boar LV3, gained 30 experience points, and your territory has expanded.
You have killed.
System notifications came one after another, from morning until the setting sun, and Han Xing hardly stopped. In the continuous exploration of the clouds, clouds, he encountered various monsters one after another: emerald frogs, lightning slimes, herds of hunchbacked wild boars.
One by one, the monsters fell under his arrows.
Han Xing gained a large amount of experience, and the experience bar at the bottom of the character panel had already climbed to 90% of level 2. At the same time, his territory area had nearly doubled, and on the territory leaderboard, Han Xing firmly held the first place with 129 points. At this moment, he was also the only one whose territory area had surpassed 3 digits. Close behind him was the rising Papaya Star Spirit, who had reached 95 points, successfully overtaking the previously higher-ranked Whisperer and Black Hawk.
However, the gap between them was not
large, as the other two were closely following.
Han Xing thought to himself, it seems the competition on the leaderboard is really fierce.
It was more than intense. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the chat channel in Region 107 was already in an uproar over the rankings.
The second,
third, and fourth places on the leaderboard all had powerful backing, and several others in the top 10 were affiliated with other factions.
Under the
influence of certain individuals, fierce verbal attacks had erupted in the chat channel to disrupt competitors. Except for the Dusk Mercenary Group, to which Shadow belonged, maintaining a low profile, almost all the other teams had joined the war of words. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Han Xing. The sun gradually set, and a crescent moon quietly climbed up the treetops. Under the moonlight, a human clad in leather armor and wielding an iron bow was fiercely battling a grey rock giant wolf.
He nimbly leaped
back and forth on the suspended platform, repeatedly dodging the wolf's lunges. Taking advantage of the distance he created, he quickly drew his bow and shot arrows. That person was none other than Han Xing.
Wolf bro, hurry up, run faster. Didn't you eat? Even my dog runs faster than you. Are you really a wolf? Or just a little mutt in wolf's clothing? Han Xing maneuvered around the grey rock wolf while constantly complaining.
Although he wasn't sure if the giant wolf could understand him, his distraction tactics were clearly effective. The wolf's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, filled with rage, as it roared angrily and prepared to pounce on Han Xing again. At that moment, the other human hunter across from him narrowed their eyes, and an arrow glowing faintly green shot through the air at breakneck speed.
The grey rock wolf had no room to dodge and could only let the arrow pierce its abdomen.
Got it! Han Xing shouted excitedly. Seeing the grey rock wolf's movements slow down, he knew the neurotoxin on the arrowhead had begun to take effect. Han Xing took a deep breath and thought to himself, this elite monster is really tough to deal with.
Even after taking so many arrows, it's still so tenacious. That's right, this grey rock giant wolf is an elite monster.
Han Xing encountered it while clearing the last patch of clouds in the surrounding area, and an intense battle immediately ensued. The attributes of the monster before him were clearly displayed.
Grey rock giant wolf, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV3. Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 11, Constitution 18. Skills, Swift Pounce, Bite, Bloodthirsty.
An elite creature with 3 skills, combined with formidable attributes. At this stage, human survivors are almost guaranteed to die upon encountering it. Han Xing knew this was related to the speed of his
exploration.
Most of the clouds in this area had already been conquered by him, and this giant wolf was likely the strongest monster in the region apart from the Dark Elf Squad, equivalent to a regional mini-boss.
At this moment, the grey rock giant wolf had 7 or 8 iron arrows stuck in its body.
Although none had hit vital points, the continuous neurotoxin effect was gradually weakening it.
Its movements were becoming sluggish, and it seemed to realize its fate was sealed.
A trace of calmness emerged in the wolf's fierce gaze as it glanced at Han Xing and then surveyed its surroundings. Finally, it made a decision, let out a long howl toward the sky, and suddenly leaped into Han Xing's territory. Seeing this, Han Xing narrowed his eyes, ready at any moment to face the wolf's pounce.
However, the grey rock giant wolf did not charge at him but instead headed straight for the 5 storage boxes at the edge of the territory. The cunning guy, trying to destroy my territory before dying?
Han Xing sneered coldly, showing no panic as he raised the bow and arrow in his hand.
The next moment, he activated the multi-shot skill.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 piercing sounds rang out in succession as 5 iron arrows shot toward the massive body of the grey rock giant wolf at an astonishing speed. Thud, thud, thud. 4 out of the 5 arrows hit their target. The already dazed grey rock giant wolf staggered and swayed after the successive injuries, finally collapsing to the ground with a loud crash. You have slain the Greystone Giant Wolf, Elite, LV3, gaining 150 experience points. Your level has increased. Leveled up. Han Xing looked at his panel and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Agility increased by 3 points, and Strength, Spirit, and Constitution each increased by 1 point. In the past 2 days, he had basically figured out the attribute bonus rules for human survivors when leveling up. Before reaching levels 1 to 10, which is the stage before becoming an advanced class, each level up grants approximately 4 to 6 attribute points. Subsequently, based on the specialties of their class, the corresponding attributes receive a greater boost. For example, agility for hunters, strength for warriors, spirit for mages, and dual attributes of spirit and physique for clerics. Just then,
a new prompt, different from the usual ones, appeared.
You have slain the elite monster in this area and can now proceed to explore higher level areas. Please note, monsters in higher level areas are significantly stronger. Survivors must exercise caution when choosing to explore.
Please note, the monsters in advanced areas are more powerful. Survivors must choose carefully when exploring. Advanced areas?
Han Xing scanned his surroundings and noticed that the distant sky was filled with numerous clouds of varying shapes and sizes, far exceeding the number in the current area.
So I've been staying in the beginner's zone all along.
Only by defeating the strongest monster here can I access the more advanced maps. He finally gained some understanding of the game's mechanics and muttered to himself, forget it, that area is still quite far from here.
At my current pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to get there. I'll deal with it tomorrow. With that thought, Han Xing decided to handle the loot in front of him first. He walked over to the corpse of the grey rock giant wolf and began dismantling it directly. Successfully disassembled the corpse of the grey rock giant wolf, recovered refined iron arrows *13, obtained 1-star quality beast hide *1, obtained 104 kilograms of thick wolf meat, obtained beast heart *1, obtained strong blood *5, quality beast hide?
Han Xing gazed at the thick hide on the ground, his eyes lighting up. I remember this stuff can be used to make blue leather armor equipment.
What a great find.
As for the beast heart and strong blood, he hadn't figured out their use for the time being, so he simply stored them all away.
This grey rock giant wolf's territory originally didn't have many treasures, but after Han Xing merged the floating islands, he unexpectedly discovered a pleasant surprise.
Under the moonlight, several rocks at the edge of the wolf's territory shimmered with a silvery glow.
There's a treasure. Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly.
He walked over and squatted down to observe carefully. There should be some kind of mineral in here, he said somewhat uncertainly.
Should I try digging it out?
With the thought in mind, Han Xing took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack and began striking vigorously.
Ding, ding, ding.
The sound of metal striking stone echoed one after another. When the surface stones were broken open, revealing the silver glinting ore inside, a system prompt immediately appeared. Mithril ore requires smelting to extract mithril.
Smelting? Han Xing frowned. I don't have the equipment. Do I have to build a smelting workshop?
Although mithril is a precious material and key to crafting blue equipment, at the current stage of the survivors, it is clearly impossible to refine this metal. Only when future versions unlock the territory construction feature will survivors be able to build various facilities in their territories, such as smelting workshops, weapon research institutes, fortifications, and even taverns. For now, mithril can only occasionally be obtained from treasure chests. The more than 20 mithril ingots Han Xing previously acquired were also thanks to the luck of some players with extraordinary fortune, as the chances are extremely low. Since it cannot be refined for the time being, Han Xing stuffed the pile of mithril ore into the storage box. Then, he turned to check the points leaderboard.
First place, Galaxy, territory points 184. Second place, Whisperer, territory points 162. Third place, Black Eagle, territory points 123.
Fourth place, Papaya Starling, territory points 115.
Snap. Fifth place. The Whisperer is catching up? Black Hawk has also surpassed Papaya Star Spirit to take third?
Han Xing looked at the leaderboard, unable to hide his surprise. The gap between him and the Whisperer was narrowing, as the other party was clearly making an effort to catch up.
Although he was almost fully equipped with green gear, the actual attribute difference between him and the other survivors wasn't significant. As everyone continued to explore outward, they would acquire various equipment and skill books in more territories. Even if they couldn't use them themselves, they could trade for what they needed in the trading channel.
The survivors' strength has been steadily improving, especially the top players, whose progress has been particularly rapid.
Whoosh!
Of course, this progress comes at a cost. Han Xing noticed that out of the 10,000 survivors in Zone 107, only 9,632 remain. This means that in just 3 days, over 300 people have perished here. Based on this ratio, the death toll among the surviving humans has most likely reached an astonishing number. Although most people died from accidents, as survival becomes increasingly difficult and the encountered monsters grow stronger, this number will continue to soar. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong said in the discussion group, Brother Xing, that Whisperer is pretty impressive, almost catching up to you. Ever since learning that Han Xing was actually Xingha, Cheng Jianyong had been closely monitoring the leaderboard. Han Xing replied, he's indeed not simple.
If I'm not mistaken, he should be a mage. Mage?
Han Xing said confidently, among the mage's first 5 skills, for our attack skills. As the team leader, Whisperer has probably gathered all the
skills with the help of his teammates. Coupled with equipment bonuses, the mage's exploration speed is indeed much faster than other professions. I see. Cheng Jianyong suddenly understood and then asked, Brother Xing, how do you know all this? Take a closer look at the game introduction, and you'll understand too. Go! Han Xing paused for a moment and continued to ask, by the way, what's your ranking now? Ha! Cheng Jianyong looked a bit puzzled. Brother Xing, haven't you checked the leaderboard? Both Yun and I are on it. You didn't tell me your names in the game, how am I supposed to know what you're called? You didn't ask either. Han Xing, stop messing around, just tell me your names.
Cheng Jianyong smiled and said, alright, I'm called Lonely Warrior, and Brother Yun is called Yun Tianming, but...
Han Xing, what a pretentious name, right? I also think Yun Tianming sounds pretty pretentious. I was talking about you. Cheng Jianyong?
At this moment, Shen Yun was still staying up all night grinding territory points and hadn't noticed the conversation in the discussion group at all. Otherwise, he would have argued with Cheng Jianyong for half an hour. Han Xing opened the leaderboard and was surprised to find that Lonely Warrior had already climbed to 65th place with 33 points. Meanwhile, Yun Tianming, which was Shen Yun's alias, had astonishingly broken into the top 40, ranking 37th with 57 points. Han Xing was somewhat surprised, but upon further thought, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, he had given them almost a full set of high-quality green equipment, so many skill books, and a large amount of spirit spring water, allowing them to explore boldly without much concern. With such equipment and resources, it's only natural for their leaderboard progress to be fast. After closing the chat, Han Xing continued approaching other clouds. After reaching level 3, the speed of the floating island increased to 8 meters per second, which is 28.8 kilometers per hour, already quite fast. While driving, Han Xing took a moment to glance at the chat channel. After a whole day of battles and exploration, the survivors were sharing their experiences in the channel. Damn, what bad luck today. I ran into an elite jungle tiger while exploring the territory and almost got bitten to death. If it weren't for my ancestral sliding tackle skill, I'd be done for. That's nothing. The guy above. I ran into a giant bear today. It slapped and broke over a dozen of my ribs. Luckily, I'm an athlete. I carried it on my back and ran over 10 kilometers until the bear got so exhausted it finally let me go. I was bitten by a 5-step snake, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. Bro, you got bitten by a 5-step snake and can still talk? Oh, that's because I pulled out its fangs. Getting bitten is no big deal. It actually feels quite nice. I'm planning to keep it as a pet. Dude, you're really twisted. The chat channel was suddenly filled with speechless emojis. At this moment, someone said, stop joking, quickly check it out. Papaya Star Spirit has released another guide. Another guide from the master? I avoided several monster hiding clouds last time thanks to his post. Same here, it was thanks to Papaya Star Spirit's guide that I easily unlocked a bronze treasure chest. Quick, check out what it says this time. Everyone clicked on the post and it turned out to be a guide published by Papaya Star Spirit, which had already garnered hundreds of replies in a short time. But this time, the post's title was different from before, exuding a serious tone. Warning, Dark Elf Squad. The post title is, Beware, Dark Elf Squad. Upon clicking, it turned out to be several monster images and their attributes. Slender figure, pointed ears, clearly dark elves. The Dark Elf Squad encountered by Papaya Starling was almost identical to the one Han Xing faced. In the post, Papaya Starling specifically emphasized the formidable strength of these dark elves and their extremely fierce attack desire. He barely escaped with his life, narrowly avoiding death on the spot. Subsequently, he reminded other survivors to pay close attention to system prompts. If a warning containing fallen creatures appears, they must never enter recklessly, or the consequences could be dire. After reading the post, many survivors couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dark elves are truly terrifying monsters. I really hope I never encounter them again. Yeah, thankfully Papaya Star Spirit is willing to share information, and even more fortunate is his formidable strength. Otherwise, we would probably have met a tragic end at the hands of the dark elves the moment we encountered them. After reading the messages in the chat channel, Han Xing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Papaya Star Spirit had also encountered a team of dark elves, but instead of guarding the spirit spring water, these dark elves were protecting a silver treasure chest. So, it seems that not all dark elves have water sources nearby, they might be guarding other treasures. Thinking of this, Han Xing felt slightly relieved. This meant that his spirit spring water could continue to dominate the market for a while longer. However, this also reminded him that the survivors' strength was gradually improving, and soon they would be able to solve the water source problem on their own. Han Xing immediately thought, I need to quickly produce another batch of spiritual spring water, or else once everyone no longer worries about water sources, the spiritual spring water will lose its value. Thinking of this, he opened the trading channel. Compared to yesterday, there were several thousand more trade listings in the channel. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Han Xing jokingly thought to himself, everyone is really working hard. They must have gathered quite a lot of materials today, right? Working so hard, they must be really thirsty, huh? Do you want to take a sip of sweet spiritual spring water now? Han Xing let out a sinister laugh. Realizing he was a bit out of line, he quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Afterward, he put the spiritual spring water back on the shelf. Compared to yesterday, the exchange conditions for the spiritual spring water were even stricter this time. The green equipment blueprints were removed and replaced with various territory building and defense facility blueprints. Additionally, Additionally, materials like the blood of the strong, various herbs, and mithril were added as exchange conditions. The spiritual spring water caused another sensation. Although it wasn't as explosive as yesterday, Han Xing still managed to exchange it for quite a few precious materials. After 2 or 3 hours of trading, Han Xing sold a total of 432 liters of spirit spring water, exchanging it for 3 full storage boxes, amounting to 2,550 storage spaces worth of supplies. Among them were 21,643 spirit cores, 45,387 pieces of refined iron, 103 one-star beast hides, and 86,646 units of rare earth, as well as a vast quantity of materials like ether, dark firestones, and moonlight grass.
Of course, he didn't manage to trade for any blue equipment or blueprints.
The other survivors weren't foolish either and naturally understood the value of these items. Now, unlike yesterday when not a single drop of water could be found on the trading channel, some teams have more or less managed to locate drinking water. However, the healing function of the spirit spring water is currently irreplaceable, with absolutely no competitors. Han Xing calculated silently in his heart. There are still over 800 liters of spirit spring water left. It should be enough for another batch, probably by tomorrow. After selling this batch, the market for spirit spring water will start to shrink, and I won't be able to continue harvesting materials from the players.
But it's fine, the preparations for the early stage are almost complete.
Once I get a batch of blue blueprints, I can use these materials to mass-produce equipment and sell it to the survivors, kicking off a new round of harvesting. At that time, store most of the materials, and when the territory reaches a certain scale, begin large-scale construction of defensive structures to make the territory impregnable. Then continue acquiring new equipment blueprints, maintaining this model to grow bigger and stronger. Thinking of this, Han Xing could hardly hide the smile on his face. He had already outlined a preliminary plan for his future development.
Although unexpected situations like version updates might occur along the way, he was confident in his ability to adapt. No matter what, he possesses an absolute advantage that other survivors don't have: a 100% crafting success rate. As long as he has blueprints, he can mass-produce even divine artifacts.
He firmly believes that no survivor would refuse these higher quality, stronger attribute pieces of equipment.
As long as there is demand, Han Xing can earn enormous profits from it.
Thinking of this, Han Xing looked up at the night sky.
It was already late at night.
After a whole day of exploration and continuous battles, he felt a trace of fatigue.
Let's call it a day.
Fighting in a state of exhaustion is by no means a wise choice. He glanced at the system interface showing the hatching progress of the beast egg.
Remaining hatching time, 76 hours, 17 minutes, 48 seconds.
Still have to wait more than 70 hours for it to hatch. I hope the creature inside this exotic beast egg won't disappoint me. Han Xing lay back on the bed, preparing to continue sleeping. Shortly after Han Xing fell asleep, in the floating island territory of other survivors, a middle-aged man dressed in a mage's robe and holding a bronze staff was fiercely battling a group of jungle wild boars. He waved his wand, and a fireball the size of a wash basin slowly took shape. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the fireball into the herd of wild boars. With a loud explosion, a chorus of screams erupted from the wild boars. Immediately after, several thumb-thick ice arrows shot out, piercing bloodied holes through the bodies of a few wild boars. At this moment, a massive elite monster charged out from the group, its eyes blood-red, resembling a small mountain, and lunged straight at the mage. The mage remained calm and composed, waving a single hand to cast an explosive blast, creating distance between himself and the wild boar. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, striking the elite wild boar's head with precision. The elite wild boar instantly froze, its body emitting black smoke, and the mage nearby could even catch the aroma of roasted meat. The elite wild boar fell to the ground, leaving only some ordinary wild boars on the floating island.
The ensuing battle was without suspense.
After the wild boar herd was completely eradicated, the mage lifted the hood from his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He was none other than the leader of Whisper of the Gods, the Whisperer, currently ranked second on the leaderboard.
At the same time, the Whisperer crouched down, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, this floating island has an area of 12 square meters. The points will increase quite a bit again. He quickly merged this wild boar territory with his own floating island.
On the leaderboard, Whisperer's territory points soared from 164 to 176, leaving him just 8 points away from surpassing Han Xing and claiming first place. Whisperer pondered, that guy's points haven't changed for a while.
Could it be he went to sleep?
He then chuckled softly, quite leisurely, but this just gives me the perfect opportunity. Galaxy, while you're sleeping, I'm going to surpass you and take back first place.
That hidden profession scroll is definitely mine.
After saying this, the Whisperer controlled the floating island and continued heading to the next location, unaware that their pupils were already filled with bloodshot veins. On the other side, the third-ranked Black Hawk and fourth-ranked Papaya Star Spirit were also racing against time to explore. As the night progressed into the early hours, the top 3 positions on the leaderboard quietly changed. Han Xing Shing had just opened his eyes when he saw numerous private messages, all sent by other survivors.
Snap.
In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun were also tagging him.
So many people are looking for me? With curiosity, Han Xing clicked on the discussion group and quickly understood the whole story.
It turned out that while he was sleeping last night, the Whisperer fought tirelessly through the night and finally surpassed his points at dawn, taking first place.
Moreover, he was promoting his team, Divine Whisper, in the chat channel, actively recruiting survivors.
The results were remarkable, with many survivors already joining. Now, Divine Whisper had almost become the largest team in Zone 107.
Han Xing chuckled lightly. This Whisperer is really quite dedicated. But doesn't he get tired staying up all night? How much longer can he keep going?
He stroked his chin, lost in thought.
At that moment, Cheng Jianyong was frantically tagging him in the discussion group. At Xingha, Brother Xing, wake up, you've lost first place. Brother Xing, my bro.
Han Xing helplessly opened the discussion group and replied, don't panic, the leaderboard has only been open for 2 days.
It's still early to reach 1,000 points. Seeing Han Xing's reply, Cheng Jianyong anxiously said, didn't you say that the Whisperer is likely a mage class, and their exploration speed is much faster than yours?
The gap is widening now, catching up will be really difficult. And besides, the Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit on the leaderboard are about to surpass you.
Cheng Jianyong was even more anxious than Han Xing.
But Han Xing responded calmly, don't rush, rushing won't help.
Let them compete.
We just need to maintain our own pace and don't need to take risks challenging those dangerous clouds just to fight for the leaderboard.
They can't keep this up for long.
No matter how strong someone is, it's impossible to fight continuously at high intensity without sleep or rest. Beside him, Shin Yun nodded in agreement.
Xing Ji is right. Their current state is too dangerous. The next day, I personally experienced it the night before last.
I stayed up all night grinding, and the next day my combat performance dropped significantly.
I almost got bitten to death by monsters several times.
At this point, Shin Yun's face showed a hint of lingering fear. So, even though they seem to be charging ahead fiercely now, they're actually like walking on a tightrope.
Any slight mistake could lead to a devastating price.
Cheng Jianyong realized he had been too impulsive just now and let out an awkward dry laugh. At this moment, Shin Yun seemed to think of something and reminded him, Cheng Jianyong, you should take it easy.
Don't risk your life just to climb the rankings. Do you remember what the system notification said? Cheng Jianyong suddenly remembered, and his face instantly turned pale. I almost forgot.
The system notification said that in a month the vulnerable groups would be sent to their loved ones. In other words, in a month my wife and child will also come to this world. If something had happened to me at that time,
Cheng Jianyong immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
Look at you, little brother, you're sweating like this, Shin Yun mocked.
Cheng Jianyong didn't respond.
He understood in his heart how important his family was to him. It was just that in these first few days since arriving, he hadn't
adapted to everything yet and hadn't had time to think about it.
Now, it suddenly occurred to him that in a month he would reunite with his family in this world.
Deep in his heart, Cheng Jianyong silently made up his mind.
He absolutely could not let his family experience the same dangers as him, and even more so, he could not die in this world before they arrived. He immediately said in the discussion group, you're right, I absolutely cannot let anything happen to me here.
I must protect CC. Brother Yun, Brother Xing, you too, be careful. Shin Yun said nonchalantly, I'm fine.
In my family, it's just my mom and the old man, and they're still relatively healthy.
But Brother Xing, Han Xing's situation is somewhat special.
Everyone knows he has no parents and grew up living alone. Han Xing smiled and said, just take care of yourselves. I don't want to live all these years only to have a pair of strangers suddenly show up next month claiming to be my parents.
Shin Yun and Cheng Jianyong said no more, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic.
After a pause, Han Xing continued to remind them, the monsters are getting stronger and stronger.
If you encounter one you can't beat, run immediately. Don't take risks trying to fight it head on.
If you're injured, just drink the spiritual spring water.
Don't worry about running out, I have plenty here. Remember, don't die no matter what.
Han Xing gave a solemn instruction, and the two nodded very seriously.
Meanwhile, the other survivors were also discussing Han Xing's ranking enthusiastically.
In the Whisper of the Gods discussion group, a survivor named Moonlight Cat said, Galaxy rankings still haven't changed.
This guy is probably still sleeping in. Our Whisperer boss is the diligent one.
At this rate, first place is definitely ours. Other members chimed in, that's right, the Whisperer boss is the strongest.
Hard work pays off, the boss is bound to be number one.
The Whisperer had just surpassed 200 points. Seeing the chat in the discussion group, a pale face revealed a faint smile.
He cleared his throat lightly and said, if I really get first place, it's not just my achievement, I owe it to the brothers for their help. If it weren't for you guys helping me find a few mage skill books and some mage equipment, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Galaxy so quickly. The team members praised him one after another. Boss, you're being modest. It's still your solid skills that made it happen.
happen. That's right, Galaxy and Black Hawk don't stand a chance against the boss's true strength.
The smile on Whisperer's face grew wider, clearly enjoying the praise from everyone.
Especially seeing the trending Galaxy on the leaderboard being trampled underfoot by him, a surge of satisfaction welled up in his heart, instantly sweeping away the fatigue from last night's all-night battle. But he still modestly said in the local network, "Everyone, don't get too proud.
Make the most of your time exploring the clouds. I hope God's Whisper can get a few more people into the top 100. Alright, we'll listen to the boss."
Whisperer's words received many responses. In Zone 107, he indeed had significant influence. At this moment, someone in the discussion group shouted, "Look, Xinghe's score has changed." Just now, they saw Han Xing's territory score soar from 184 to 196 in an instant, suddenly increasing by 12 points. The Whisperer felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that Han Xing was starting to exert his strength.
Thinking of this, he immediately
closed the discussion group chat, took a deep breath as if dispelling the fatigue in his heart in one go, and once again gazed at the distant clouds. Not only on the side of God's Whisper, but survivors in other discussion groups also began to sprint forward, and everyone unconsciously quickened their pace of exploration.
In just one morning, the rankings on the leaderboard kept changing.
New names occasionally broke into the list, and some people suddenly jumped up more than a dozen places, making the competition extremely fierce. As for Han Xing, after a morning of exploration, not only did he fail to improve his ranking, but he also suddenly dropped to third place, allowing Black Eagle to surpass him. When everyone's attributes catch up and the differences in skills and equipment become negligible, what remains is a test of individual combat awareness. Han Xing was clearly not skilled in this aspect, at least not compared to those top-tier experts. These people, before arriving at the Sky Island paradise, might have had completely different identities and skills, such as soldiers, boxers, mercenaries, etc. It is precisely these identities that allow them to survive better in this world. In the local channel, everyone began to fervently discuss the changes in the rankings.
Damn!
Star God has dropped another rank, even Papaya Star Spirit is about to catch up.
Could it be that he can't even hold on to the top 3?
I think it's very likely that at the beginning, Xing has sold so much water to exchange for a large amount of equipment, which gave
him the initial advantage.
Now that everyone's equipment and skills have caught up, his advantage has naturally been weakened.
So that's how it is.
I thought Star God could easily take first place this time.
How is that possible? Our 107th district is full of experts.
Xinghe taking first place is way too difficult.
Regarding Han Xing, the local network was filled with voices of doubt.
In the chat channel, there was a wave of pessimistic voices. Meanwhile, Han Xing, the center of the discussion, was leisurely drawing his bow and shooting arrows. In front of him, several giant pangolin-like monsters lay at his feet. After half a day had passed, Han Xing finally arrived at the so-called advanced area. Arriving here, the survivors seemed to have left the novice protection zone. The clouds in this area were larger, and it was easy to encounter clouds spanning dozens of square meters, with the strength of the monsters inside rising sharply. Han Xing did not take risks, nor did he explore those large clouds to compete for the leaderboard.
The previous encounter in the Dark Elf territory was still vivid in his memory.
He chose to proceed steadily, maneuvering the floating island closer to those clouds that were only a few square meters in size. Compared to the top 3 on the leaderboard, who gained dozens of square meters at once, Han Xing's speed could only be described as a snail's pace. But he was not impatient. Today was only the second day since the points leaderboard opened, and the first place Whisperer had just over 260 points. At this rate, the area increases by at most 1 to 200 square meters a day. To reach 1,000 points, it will take at least 3 to 4 more days. Just as everyone was engrossed in their exploration, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds and thunder rumbled in the late afternoon as the sun was setting. All the survivors instinctively stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky.
A single thought arose in everyone's mind at the same time: it was going to rain.
Realizing this, the survivors were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with ecstatic smiles. Because if this rain truly fell, the water source problem that had plagued them for days would be completely resolved.
This also sent a signal: Han Xing's spiritual spring water might no longer sell. Although its healing effects remain unparalleled, it can no longer be priced as arbitrarily as before. Rumble, thunder roared, and lightning tore through the sky.
The next moment, drops of clear rainwater began to fall on everyone's heads. Soon after, the rain grew heavier and heavier.
Splash! As a torrential downpour poured down, many survivors excitedly celebrated in midair.
Some even tilted their heads back and opened their mouths to welcome the rain falling from the sky. The air and environment of this world are excellent. Even the rainwater carries a sweet taste. The survivors burst into hearty laughter. After days of struggling with water shortages, this moment truly felt like rain after a long drought. The clever ones quickly took out every container they could find to store drinking water for themselves. Those without containers even dug pits on the spot to serve as makeshift water storage vessels.
The chat channel was abuzz with excitement as many survivors discussed enthusiastically: "Wow, it's finally raining. raining. These past few days felt like living through a nightmare. Heavens, we finally made it through. I can finally take a bath. The smell on me is so bad, even I find it disgusting. Let me smell it. The survivors shouted excitedly, and the celebration in the chat channel lasted for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, someone said, "That's great, we finally don't have to buy Galaxy's Spirit Spring water at such high prices anymore." His prices were really outrageous. The local network fell silent for a moment, because this is the first time someone has openly questioned Han Xing's bid as being too high in the chat channel. Previously, everyone's evaluation of Han Xing had always been positive, even elevating him to the status of the savior of Zone 107. Even though Han Xing's points ranking has declined, it has never shaken his position in the hearts of the survivors. After all, he holds the lifeline of thousands of people. But now, with the water source problem resolved, everyone suddenly realized that Han Xing's role didn't seem so important anymore. At this moment, a survivor named Li Yanhua chimed in, "Actually, I've been wanting to say this for a while. Xing's asking price is really too high. One transaction almost emptied out all our gains from the past 2 days. He never considered how we would survive the upcoming battles without equipment. He only thought about selling water at high prices, completely disregarding whether we lived or died." Just then, a survivor angrily retorted in the chat channel, "Whirlwind Potato, at Hidden Fireworks, you're talking nonsense. If it weren't for the star gods selling water these past 2 days, would you even be alive right now? Your life was saved by them, and now that you're feeling bold, you start biting the hand that fed you, huh? Hidden Fireworks, at Whirlwind Potato, what are you saying? It's a widely acknowledged fact that the water sold by Star River is expensive. Why can't it be mentioned? Whirlwind Potato, at Hidden Fireworks, fact my foot. You ungrateful wolf, speak for yourself and don't drag us into it. Hidden Fireworks, I hashtag it $**. The two started trash-talking each other. At this moment, another survivor said, "The person upstairs is right. The water from Xinghe is indeed expensive. I used a warrior skill book to exchange for less than 500 milliliters of water. Do you think that's outrageous or not?" Whirlwind Potato angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. Why didn't anyone complain about the price back then? Now you're all jumping out here barking?" Hidden Fireworks countered, "Hey Whirlwind Potato, is Xinghe your dad? Why are you defending him so much? You're absolutely right. He is my dad. Let me tell you, my dad holds grudges. Be careful, he might remember your names and never trade with you again." Whirlwind Potato's threat seemed to work. Thinking about the previous incident with the Lei group, the survivors who had been accusing Han Xing suddenly fell silent. At this moment, some rational survivors who had been watching the scene stepped forward to say a few fair words. "It's not really unfair. In that kind of situation, it's already pretty good that someone could provide water. Yeah, if you think it's expensive, just don't buy it in the future. Anyway, starting today, no one will lack water, so there's no need to blame others anymore." In the local network, many rational and reasonable people were speaking up for Han Xing. On the other hand, those questioning the high price also fell silent. The dispute gradually subsided. However, as today passes, Han Xing's monopoly will be broken, and his popularity will also decline. Even if he falls out of the top 3, it will no longer attract everyone's attention. Now, all eyes have turned to Whisperer, Black Hawk, and others. The Korean star naturally noticed the discussions about him on the local network. His heart didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, he laughed and said, "This Whirlwind Potato, since when did I have a son as big as you? You're talking as if it's true. I haven't even had a girlfriend." At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun were busy exploring the floating island and hadn't noticed the arguments in the chat channel. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would definitely argue with these guys until dawn. However, at this moment, that clever little lamb suddenly sent Han Xing a message. Han Xing opened it and saw the content. "You can do it, I support you." It was also accompanied by an adorable encouragement sticker. Han Xing's lips curled into a knowing smile, guessing that this young girl had probably seen the unfavorable comments about him on the local network and had come specifically to cheer him up. He shook his head, not taking those people's remarks to heart at all. A faint smile still lingered on his lips. Do those guys really think that apart from Spirit Spring water, they'll never buy anything from me again in the future? Before the words were finished, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. His gaze shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. "Oh no, I forgot to bring in the blankets. It's raining. The bed and furniture are all soaked." At this moment, Han Xing didn't have any architectural blueprints in hand, and most of the furniture was placed in the open territory. A heavy rain directly drenched all of them. The heavy rain passed, and the weather changed dramatically. The next day, Han Xing continued at his own pace, slowly clearing the small clouds in this area. His ranking dropped from 4th to 6th, with the Whisperer still holding the first place. After 2 consecutive days of all-night battles, the Whisperer's territory points have reached 348, leading the second-place Black Hawk and third-place Papaya Star Spirit by more than 50 points. Meanwhile, the changes in Han Xing's ranking no longer attract much attention. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Now, most people generally feel that it would already be good enough if Han Xing can maintain a
his spot in the top 10.
By the evening, Han Xing was successfully knocked out of the top 10. On the morning of the third day, Han Xing's territory points dropped to 260, ranking 13th.
Meanwhile, the Whisperer, after an all-nighter of intense grinding, had surpassed 400 points. The second-place Black Eagle and third-place Papaya Star Spirit were close behind, with less than a 50-point gap between the three.
Everyone was working hard, striving to explore. By the end of the third day, the Whisperer's score had skyrocketed to over 600 points. Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit also surpassed 500 points. At this moment, the reputation of these three in the chat channel was at its peak, and their teams began recruiting new members in large numbers. The Whisper of God, Twilight Mercenaries, and Plain Boys, three major teams in Zone 107, have entered a period of rapid development, with the number of members in their discussion groups steadily increasing, hinting at an emerging three-way rivalry. As for Han Xing, ever since falling out of the top 10, he has shown no signs of improvement. Currently, his territory points have just surpassed 400, barely keeping him in the top 20. Discussions about him in the chat channel are becoming increasingly rare, as if he is about to fade from public view. On the fourth morning, Han Xing's score climbed to 456 points, but he had already fallen out of the top 20. However, this was the result of his deliberate decision to slow down.
If he were to truly sprint at full speed, he could still maintain a position in the top 10, but that was not his ultimate goal. The rewards for the top 10 and top 20 don't differ much. His goal is singular, first place. Therefore, Han Xing is waiting for a crucial moment, the hatching of his pet. In the current situation where everyone is fighting alone, even the weakest pet can provide significant assistance to survivors. And his pet egg is a treasure snatched from the hands of the demon overlord, so it will definitely not be weak. At that time, it will be the moment for him to truly exert his strength and sprint forward. On the leaderboard, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were also squeezed out of the top 50. In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong complained early in the morning, "They're really workaholics. I've compressed my daily sleep to 6 hours and spent all the remaining time exploring the floating islands, yet I still can't beat those overachievers."
Han Xing laughed and said, "That's normal."
During the event, all survivors in Zone 107 are in a heroic battle state, with reduced combat difficulty.
Taking advantage of this momentum, they're bound to go all out in exploration.
Xin Yun, on the other hand, said thoughtfully, 4 days, today marks the 90th hour since the event started. Now, most of the top 20 overachievers are people who have barely slept.
No matter how strong they are, they're probably nearing their limit. Cheng Jianyang said dejectedly, "So what? The gap is too big. Even if someone can't hold on and takes a few hours rest, we still can't catch up." Not to mention the first place. The Whisperer has already surpassed 800 points and might break 1,000 points today to claim the first prize. Xin Yun, however, shook his head. "No, you don't understand.
Those on the leaderboard, especially the top 10, wouldn't dare to rest no matter how tired they are at this moment. They're afraid that if they rest, the rankings they've worked hard to maintain for days will plummet. So, the next day will determine the final rankings, depending on whether they can hold on until the end.
Don't forget, there's also the presence of powerful regional bosses." Xin Yun was right. Meanwhile,
in the territories of other survivors, the Whisperer fully equipped as a mage, the stealthy Black Hawk, the warrior Papaya Starling, and several top-ranked survivors were all fighting desperately against the monsters in the floating islands, their bloodshot eyes betraying their exhaustion. No matter how hard they tried to hold on, their physical fatigue and sluggish movements still revealed their weakness. At that moment, a young man wielding a two-handed greatsword was fiercely battling a giant lizard when his vision suddenly began to blur. He blinked desperately, but his consciousness flickered
intermittently like a broken signal.
By the time he forced himself to focus, the giant lizard had silently lunged at him. Its gaping maw opened wide before him, and genuine fear surged in his weary eyes. A piercing scream tore through the air. Outside the giant lizard's territory, a floating island with an area of over 500 square meters suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a name was quietly erased from the territory points leaderboard. At this moment, Han Xing sat quietly on a bench in the territory, silently watching the progress bar in front of him.
Remaining incubation time for the exotic beast egg, 0 hours 30 minutes 59 seconds.
Almost there, only half an hour left. After 100 hours of waiting, the mystery of what kind of exotic beast will hatch from the black egg is about to be revealed. Han Xing couldn't help but feel excited, murmuring to himself, an exotic beast egg obtained from the demon overlord, surely it has to hatch into a legendary level pet, right? As Han Xing's voice echoed, the giant egg on the ground trembled slightly, and intricate patterns continuously emerged on its black gold shell. The creature inside seemed eager to break free. However, since the hatching time had not yet arrived, with about half an hour left, Han Xing could only wait patiently. At this moment, a private message caught his attention. Han Xing glanced at the sender. It was that clever little lamb again. He clicked on the private message and saw the message sent by the other party. "Clever little lamb, Star God, hello, do you have time now? Han Xing, who taught you to call me that? Smart little lamb, huh? I saw them calling you that before, so, I
Han Xing, forget it. What do you need from me?
The other party seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment, Smart Little Lamb replied, "It's like this. Today while exploring the Sky Island, I encountered a very powerful monster, a strange tree full of arms. I put in a lot of effort and barely managed to defeat it. In the end, I found a recipe under that strange tree.
I looked at the contents and thought you might find it useful. A strange tree? Could it be a plant-type monster?" Han Xing pondered for a moment and said, "Another recipe? Send it to me to take a look."
Smart Little Sheep has initiated a trade request with you.
Didn't I teach you that you can directly send the item information in the private chat window without needing to trade? Smart Little Sheep froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, "Huh? Oh, I forgot." Han Xing sighed, "Forget it, just put it up for now." Hearing Han Xing's words, the clever little lamb quickly uploaded a formula. Elixir of Life formula. Green records the method of crafting the Elixir of Life and the required material ratios. It can heal severe injuries in 1-star creatures and minor injuries in 2-star creatures. The moment Han Xing saw the formula, his eyes immediately lit up. This turned out to be a rare recovery-type potion formula. You must know that while Spirit Spring Water has restorative effects, it pales in comparison to the Elixir of Life. What does treating severe injuries mean? As long as the survivor isn't killed in one hit or hasn't lost an arm or a leg, the Elixir of Life can pull them back from the brink of death. In the early stages, this thing is almost equivalent to having an extra life. Han Xing suppressed his inner excitement and calmly said, "I'll take this recipe. Name your price." Hearing his words, clever little lamb seemed a bit stunned, then hurriedly replied a moment later, You misunderstood. This recipe is something I prepared to give to you. I don't want anything from you." This remark took Han Xing by surprise. He knew that although the other person seemed a bit dazed, they were by no means a fool. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the value of this recipe. As soon as she put it on the trading channel, those large teams would spare no effort to compete for it. After all, there is currently no restorative item that can rival the Elixir of Life. At this stage, the effect of the Elixir of Life is almost on par with the Spirit Spring Water that was immensely popular a couple of days ago, becoming an irreplaceable treasure for the survivors. And possessing the only recipe is almost equivalent to controlling the entire market, with immeasurable value behind it. Yet now, she was actually saying she wanted to give it to him for free, which almost made Han Xing doubt his own ears. Noticing Han Xing's disbelief, clever little lamb quickly explained, I really don't want anything from you. Just take it directly." After saying this, she immediately clicked the confirm trade button. As long as Han Xing agreed, this extremely precious recipe in the early stages would fall directly into his hands. "Can you tell me why?" Han Xing asked again. He had been alone since childhood, with almost no friends except for Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, and he had no intention of expanding his social circle. In his mind, human relationships were too complicated, and interests were the primary factor. The clever little lamb on the other side looked a bit shy but still said, "When you were selling Spirit Spring Water in the chat channel earlier, you saved a lot of people. No matter how others judge you, I know you're a good person. So, I thought I'd give this blueprint to you." Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. What is this girl thinking? I'm not a good person. Selling spiritual spring water is merely driven by profit. But he also understood that this formula would only reach its maximum value in his hands. Making the Elixir of Life required various materials, and in the entire Zone 107, there was almost no one else who had stockpiled the necessary materials in such large quantities as he had. After a moment, Han Xing exhaled and said, "Then I'll accept it. Once I make the Elixir of Life, I'll prioritize providing it to you." The clever little lamb breathed a sigh of relief and happily said, Thank you." Han Xing clicked confirm, and the system notification immediately sounded. "You have obtained the Elixir of Life formula, green. Would you like to learn it?" The next moment, in Han Xing's character interface, a recipe column appeared next to the blueprint section. Elixir of Life, green upon consumption, rapidly restores physical injuries. Usage interval, 30 seconds. Required materials for crafting, small glass bottle *1, Spirit Spring Water *100 ml, Spirit Core *10, Moonlight Grass *5, Wind Breath Grass *3, Blood of the Strong *1, Magic Crystal *5. The materials required to craft the Elixir of Life were numerous and seemed quite complex. Han Xing was a bit puzzled, unsure if this kind of elixir recipe could benefit from the god-level craftsman talent, thereby achieving a 100% success rate. When he saw the prompt below the recipe, a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Elixir of Life crafting success rate 45%. With the god-level craftsman talent bonus, the success rate has reached 100%. It really works. Han Xing clenched his fist excitedly. Although he didn't understand why the god-level craftsman talent could influence elixir recipes, the fact was that he now had a 100% success rate. Doesn't this mean that with a recipe, he could achieve a perfect success rate in crafting other items as well? This idea still needed verification, but Han Xing was filled with
with anticipation. Calming his excitement, Han Xing opened the private chat window and replied, "I'm going to gather some materials.
I'll contact you after I finish making the elixir of life." Okay. The clever little lamb replied with an emoji.
After Han Xing finished speaking and was about to close the private chat, he suddenly remembered something and reminded, "If there's anything you don't understand,
in the future, you can ask me. Don't trade with others casually. By the way, you're from Xinyang City too, right? You can try contacting your friends."
As if worried she might not understand, he added, "Most people in Zone 107 are from Xinyang City.
You can search for real names to add friends."
After hearing this, the clever little lamb on the other side exclaimed in surprise, "So that's how it is."
The next moment, she said with a hint of disappointment,
"But forget it, I probably don't have any friends in Xinyang City." Han Xing detected the unusual tone in her voice, sensing that there might be a story behind it, but he didn't ask further. He had never been someone who liked delving into others' pasts. After closing the private chat, Han Xing opened the recipe tab and stared excitedly at the formula for the elixir of life. After 2 days of effort collecting, or rather, exchanging with other survivors, he had finally gathered all the necessary materials.
Moreover, his inventory was extremely abundant, enough to produce over 1,000 bottles of the elixir in one go.
Han Xing indeed planned to do so, but not right now. The main ingredient in the formula for the elixir of life is spirit spring water.
No wonder that little girl thought of me right away. From now on, spirit spring water can no longer be sold.
Only the elixir of life can be sold.
However, I need to find the right time to act.
Han Xing muttered to himself. At this point in time, it shouldn't take too long.
As the survivors continue to delve deeper, the monsters they encounter will become increasingly powerful, and the casualty rate will inevitably skyrocket.
When that time comes, it will be the perfect moment to sell the life elixir. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly opened the recipe and prepared to craft.
A system prompt popped up.
"Do you want to consume the following materials? Small glass bottle *80, spirit spring water *8000 ml, spirit core *800, moonlight herb *400, wind breath herb *240, strong blood *240, magic crystal *400, to craft life elixir *80?
Yes. Han Xing clicked confirm without hesitation.
The materials in the warehouse cleared out a few spaces, but it was insignificant compared to his massive reserves.
A progress bar lasting 10 seconds quickly appeared before him.
It was already nighttime, but Han Xing remained unhurried. After more than 10 minutes, the system notification appeared again. "You have successfully crafted life elixir *80.
All 80 bottles of life elixir were successfully completed.
Han Xing first traded 20 bottles of life elixir to Smart Sheep. Subsequently, he opened the system interface again to check the hatching progress of the beast egg.
Remaining hatching time, 0 hours 0 minutes 48 seconds.
As time passed, the patterns on the eggshell began to emit bursts of black light.
The system countdown entered the final 10 seconds. The black giant egg shook violently as if a life inside was awakening, eager to break out of its shell.
Han Xing's excitement grew even stronger. "Make sure to give me a dragon," he prayed silently.
As the countdown reached the final second, a crisp cracking sound echoed.
Han Xing saw the patterns on the giant egg split into numerous cracks, with intense black light bursting out from the fissures.
Whoa, what a commotion!
At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt his vision stripped away, and everything before him turned into a blur.
Even more astonishing,
it seemed as though all the light within dozens of kilometers had been completely swallowed, plunging everything into darkness. Although he couldn't see, he excitedly shouted in his heart,
"Bring a dragon! Bring a dragon!" The next second, the black light began to contract violently, converging rapidly toward a single point.
At the same time, a system prompt appeared.
"Successfully hatched the exotic beast egg. Pet information has been bound. It's done."
Han Xing stood up excitedly. After waiting for 100 hours, the exotic beast egg finally hatched. However, when Han Xing regained his focus, the expected dragon or other legendary creature did not appear. In front of him was a creature resembling a canine cub. A creature with a pitch-black body, drooping ears, a round head, and a short body was staring blankly at Han Xing with its big, watery eyes. Han Xing also stared at it.
One person and one dog, their eyes met. "What the heck, a little mutt?" "Ah."
Han Xing widened his eyes and was the first to speak, his tone full of shock and a hint of disappointment.
He had originally thought that the exotic beast egg obtained from the demon overlord would surely be extraordinary. Even if it couldn't hatch a legendary creature like a dragon, it should at least produce something like a behemoth or a phoenix, right?
But the all-black creature in front of him, apart from its shiny black fur, looked exactly like a little puppy.
Han Xing was utterly speechless. However, in the next second, a faint black glow suddenly emanated from the body of this black puppy-like creature. Han Xing hadn't reacted yet when a dark shadow flashed by, and the puppy instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Xing looked puzzled and exclaimed, "What just flew past?" The next moment, he suddenly saw the black puppy appear at his feet. At this moment, it had its mouth open, tongue out, panting at him, while its 4 short legs excitedly pawed at his boots. At that moment, his gaze
caught the attribute information of this husky puppy.
Pet information: Void Ghost Wolf, juvenile. Species: Void Clan.
Strength 6, Agility 11, Spirit 7, Constitution 7. Skill 1, Void Body. When subjected to physical or magical attacks, there is a 50% chance to evade the attack. Skill 2, Counterattack Spike. Each time the Void Wolf is attacked, a Void Spike is generated within its body. After accumulating 10 attacks, all spikes erupt, each dealing 220% damage. Skill 3, Void Power. When the Void Wolf attacks, it applies the Void Power effect. Enemies hit will suffer Void Corrosion, reducing healing received by 10% and armor by 5%. This effect can stack up to 6 layers and cannot be removed by Cleric Purification skills. Skill 4, Void Blink. When the Void Wolf enters combat, its movement speed increases by 200%, attack speed by 100%, and critical hit rate by 50%. Skill 5, Void Drain, unlocked at level 6. Skill 6, Void Frenzy, unlocked at level 10. Affection, 100. Satiety, 60. Hungry. Growth rate, S+. Pet growth rate can be increased through potential points, with an increase every 10,000 potential points. Current remaining potential points, 0. Han Xing? He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and he asked incredulously, "So you're not a dog but a wolf?" He pointed at the pitch-black puppy on the ground. The little cub seemed to understand Han Xing's words, excitedly nodding its head and circling around his feet non-stop. Han Xing took a deep breath, and after confirming the breed of the black puppy, his inner disappointment instantly vanished. Replacing it was an uncontrollable surge of joy. He exclaimed excitedly, "Although I don't know what a Void Shadow Wolf actually is, just hearing the name is already cool enough. This is definitely a huge win. And these stats, absolutely insane. A cub born with 6 skills and an S+ growth rate, this is definitely the model of a legendary pet." Just as Han Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, the little black wolf cub, seeing that he wasn't paying attention to it, lay back on the ground and started rolling around playfully. Han Xing's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the pet panel clearly stating that this was a wolf and a void species creature with an S+ growth potential, he would truly suspect it was just an ordinary puppy. He squatted down and picked up the palm-sized black puppy. After being picked up, it seemed unusually excited, flailing its limbs wildly, sticking out its tongue, and blowing hot air toward Han Xing's face. Although its appearance didn't meet Han Xing's expectations, its attributes were undeniably powerful. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "How about I call you Coldball from now on? After all, you're so dark." The black puppy froze for a moment, then excitedly flailed around in Han Xing's arms, seemingly very pleased with the name. Coldball? Han Xing tried calling it by the name, and the little wolf cub became even more excited upon hearing it. "Ha ha!" Han Xing happily patted its little head. At that moment, Meicho jumped out of Han Xing's arms and excitedly tugged at Han Xing's waistband. It was precisely his spatial backpack. With a ripping sound, Han Xing's expression changed drastically. "Hey, be gentle when you pull. Do you know how sharp your wolf claws are?" He helplessly hitched up his pants. Coldball stared at him blankly. Thinking about its earlier behavior, Han Xing realized that something in the backpack might have caught its attention. So, he began taking out the items from the backpack one by one. From equipment to spiritual spring water, and then to various materials, Coldball showed no interest at all. Until he took out a small bead emitting a green aura, Coldball immediately jumped up excitedly. "You want this?" Han Xing's expression was complex. It was a spirit core. Coldball seemed to understand his words and kept jumping in place. "Han Xing, it seems that spirit cores have an inexplicable attraction to pets, though the specific effect is still unknown." Han Xing touched his chin in thought, then directly threw the spirit core in his hand. A flash of black light appeared on Coldball, moving with astonishing speed, instantly catching the spirit core mid-air. Then, with a gulp, it swallowed it down. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Successfully fed the pet, Coldball favorability +1, satiety +1, potential value +1. Potential value? Han Xing suddenly noticed the system's last prompt. He recalled that in the pet panel, the growth section had mentioned the function of potential value. 10,000 points of potential value could increase a pet's growth level once. For example, if a pet's growth level is C grade, consuming 10,000 points of potential value would upgrade it to B grade, and so on. The higher the growth level, the more significant the attribute improvement with each level up. Therefore, the earlier the pet's growth level is increased, the more cost-effective it is. Han Xing touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "So feeding one spirit core grants 1 potential point, huh? Doesn't that mean I can feed Coldball 10,000 spirit cores in one go and directly raise its growth level by 1 grade? At present, Coldball's growth level has already reached S+. If it goes up another level, it might even reach the legendary SS grade. With its growth level just reaching S+, Coldball's base attributes are already astonishingly strong. If it rises to SS grade, that would truly be incredible. Feeding spirit cores alone can increase potential value. Through several previous transactions, Han Xing's reserve of spirit cores had already exceeded 20,000. Even if he fed Coldball 10,000 at once, there would still be plenty left. left. For other survivors, it would be impossible to come up with so many spirit cores. Han Xing widened his eyes, brimming with excitement, and grabbed a handful of spirit cores from his backpack, throwing them all to Coalball. Coalball eagerly devoured them with gusto.
Eat as much as you want, I have plenty here, huh?
Han Xing shouted excitedly. However, after eating more than 30 spirit cores, Coalball lost interest in the ones on the ground. Han Xing noticed that the satiety bar and the pet information had changed.
Satiety, 100. Can't eat anymore?
Han Xing said somewhat regretfully. It seems that relying on feeding a large number of spirit cores to quickly accumulate the pet's potential value won't work. After all, pets have their own satiety level, and the amount of feeding is limited each day.
This is probably a restriction set by the system.
Han Xing shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. After all, Coalball already possessed an astonishing S+ growth potential. The well-fed and satisfied Coalball happily rolled around on the grass, and Han Xing smiled and said, "Now that you're full, it's time to get to work." Upon hearing this, Coalball excitedly jumped up. As soon as the words were spoken, Han Xing began maneuvering the floating island territory closer to the nearby clouds. After about 10 minutes, Han Xing's floating island territory had approached a cloud area of approximately 20 square meters. At this moment, the system popped up a prompt: a group of irritable horned creatures lives inside.
Do you want to enter? Irritable horned creatures? Looks like they're not easy to deal with.
Han Xing muttered, stroking his chin in thought, but he was already eager to test the combat power of Coalball, so he clicked yes without hesitation. The clouds gradually dispersed, revealing 4 gray, long-haired creatures with curved horns on their heads. Horned sheep, 1-star creature.
Strength 8, agility 10, spirit 7, constitution 8.
Skills, horn charge, sheep skyward. For level 3 1-star monsters, even Han Xing himself would have to rely on powerful attacks to instantly kill 2 and take them down one by one. Otherwise, if surrounded by them, his fragile body would quickly be trampled to death by these horned sheep. But at this moment, he planned to let Coalball fight alone. As a pet, the Void Shadow Wolf Coalball absolutely obeyed its master's orders. Even if Han Xing ordered it to challenge a powerful enemy like a demon lord, it would execute the command without hesitation. Now, the level 1 Coalball faced 4 level 3 horned sheep alone. Despite being outnumbered 4 to 1, it showed no sign of fear.
Go, little Coalball.
At Han Xing's command, the black puppy on the ground immediately shed its innocent and adorable demeanor, slowly revealing a fierce expression, with its fangs beginning to show. At this moment, it truly displayed the powerful aura of a Void Shadow Wolf. Meanwhile, the 4 horned rams, upon seeing Han Xing, instantly had their eyes turn blood red. They lowered their heads in unison, aiming their sharp goat horns, and with a sudden kick of their legs, charged straight at Han Xing. However, in the next moment, a figure moved even faster than them. Coalball emitted a faint black glow, like a shadow streaking past, instantly rushing to the front of a horned sheep. It suddenly extended its sharp claws, slashing across the horned sheep's neck. In Han Xing's eyes, this strike from Coalball actually produced afterimages. Swish swish. The horned sheep felt a sharp pain in its neck, where 2 claw marks suddenly appeared. Immediately, blood gushed out.
Yes. Bah!
The horned sheep let out a painful scream, and the other 3 horned sheep, upon hearing it, widened their pitch-black eyes and stared at Coalball in unison. Their hatred quickly shifted.
In the next moment, they
angrily stomped their hooves and charged fiercely at Coalball. Seeing this, even Han Xing couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Coalball. He gripped his longbow tightly, ready to intervene at any moment. However, the Coalball on the ground not only showed no panic but instead bared its teeth, emitting a low, threatening growl. Its gaze was proud, like a jungle overlord, completely disregarding the horned sheep. As the 3 horned sheep charged forward, the Coalball neither dodged nor retreated, and a faint black glow once again emanated from its body. Han Xing clearly saw that the sharp goat horns of the horned sheep pierced into the Coalball's body, as if passing through nothingness, rendering the attack ineffective and causing no harm. Void Body!
Han Xing exclaimed inwardly. As the Coalball's first skill, Void Body granted it a 50% evasion rate.
At this moment, all 3 horned sheep's attacks missed. Entirely, truly a divine skill in every sense. In the next second, a flash of black light appeared, and the Coalball fiercely bit down on the head of one of the horned sheep. Immediately, it extended 2 sharp front claws, slashing 4 times at a speed so fast it became a blur. Swish, 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 swish. Including the bite, this horned sheep endured 5 ferocious
attacks from the Coalball.
Deep wounds that reached the bone instantly appeared on its body, faintly emitting a subtle black aura. This was the effect of the Coalball's second skill, Void Corrosion. Bleat! A piercing cry of agony rang out as the horned sheep collapsed to the ground. Blood still lingered at the corner of the Coalball's mouth, and its ferocious demeanor made the other horned sheep hesitate, temporarily halting their advance. Han Xing noticed that during its movements and attacks, the black glow on the Coalball seemed to significantly enhance its speed, with its actual performance far exceeding the stats displayed on the panel. Is this the effect of the 4th skill, Void Blink? Han Xing was utterly shocked. This Void Shadow Wolf kept surprising him. Void Blink directly doubled Coalball's speed. Combined with the Evasion rate of Void Body, the explosive power of Counter Spike, and the weakening effect of Void Force. These skills formed a powerful melee system, balancing both survivability and burst damage.
Moreover, Cobalt was only at level 1 right now.
When it reached levels 6 and 10, it would unlock 2 additional skills. Upon advancing to 2 stars, it would even learn advanced skills, not to mention 3 stars or 4 stars. By then, with its S+ growth rate, how powerful would Cobalt become? Just thinking about it made Han Xing incredibly excited. At that moment, the remaining 3 horn sheep finally reacted and launched another attack on Cobalt.
Cobalt showed no fear, transforming into a streak of black lightning, weaving
back and forth among the 3 horned sheep. Each time it appeared, it left several wounds on their bodies. Blood splattered, and the scene instantly turned bloody and intense.
The counterattacks from the horned sheep were extremely fierce.
Cobalt narrowly avoided being hit multiple times, but even when an attack landed on it, it managed to evade thanks to the 50% dodge rate of Void Body. So far, it has not suffered serious harm. On the contrary, the 3 horned sheep have been tormented to the brink of death. At this moment, one of the horned sheep saw the Cobalt transform into black light again, let out an angry bleat, and charged fiercely. The horned sheep's second skill, Sheep Top Heaven, activated.
This time, the Cobalt wasn't so lucky.
The 50% evasion rate of its Void Body didn't trigger, and it was instantly struck by the sharp horn, sent flying into the air. The sharp horn tore through the Cobalt's skin, and black crystal-like liquid flowed from the wound.
Han Xing's heart tightened.
This black crystal liquid should be the Cobalt's blood. The body structure of void creatures is completely different from that of ordinary organisms. The Cobalt was knocked into the air and landed, rolling several times before quickly standing up. The wound on its abdomen was shocking and quite horrifying.
Ugh! The Cobalt let out a low growl. Despite being injured, its fierce aura remained undiminished.
Seeing this, Han Xing hurriedly shouted, "Cobalt, come back." The Cobalt turned to look at him, its eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Seeing that its injuries were not as severe as he had imagined, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief and waved, saying, "Well done, leave the rest to me." The Cobalt obediently ran back to Han Xing's side after hearing this. At this moment, the 2 horned sheep were completely overwhelmed by rage.
Bah!
The horned sheep, with bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing, charged at Han Xing with all their might. However, in the next instant, 2 arrows carrying a chilling sharp light rapidly enlarged in their eyes.
Thud! Thud! Both arrows hit their targets simultaneously. Bah! Bah!
The heads of 2 horned sheep were pierced by arrows, and after a miserable cry, they died. Only 1 horned sheep remained on the field, but it too could not escape its fate of death. These horned sheep were already tormented to the brink of death by Cobalt. If not for Cobalt being only level 1 with limited attack power, it could have easily taken down these 4 horned sheep on its own.
The system prompt appeared immediately.
Defeated horned sheep LV3*4 gained 120 experience points. Pet Cobalt gained 80 experience points. Han Xing crouched down to carefully examine Cobalt's injuries. Cobalt obediently lay on its side on the ground, licking its wounds.
Trouble, the pet is injured. What should I do? Han Xing held his head, frowning slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. He rummaged through his backpack and found only 2 items with healing effects: Spirit Spring Water and Life Elixir. Do these 2 things work on pets? He was uncertain, but there was no better option at the moment, so he could only give it a try. Han Xing sighed, took out a bottle of Life Elixir, and gestured for Cobalt to lie down obediently. He unscrewed the glass bottle cap, and a rich, refreshing fragrance wafted out. Just smelling the scent of this secret potion made one feel invigorated and refreshed. Han Xing greedily took 2 deep breaths, then poured out the entire bottle of the Life Elixir. The emerald green liquid shimmered faintly and was quickly absorbed upon contact with the wound on the coal. It works! A trace of surprise flashed in Han Xing's eyes. Immediately after, he saw the wound on the Cobalt healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, it would fully recover in just a few more minutes. This effect is incredible. Han Xing was thrilled. This was the first time he had personally witnessed the healing power of the Elixir of Life, and he was momentarily awestruck by its incredible restorative ability. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Elixir of Life works on pets too. Otherwise, Cobalt would have to rely on its own slow recovery. Pets also possess self-healing abilities, just like humans, with the only difference being the speed of recovery. But when pets are injured, their combat power drops significantly, and in severe cases, they may even die directly. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but feel distressed. He picked up Cobalt with one hand and said softly, "You did well today, but your level is still a bit low. I'll take you to train some more." Crack! The revitalized Cobalt stretched out its short little legs, flapping excitedly non-stop. A dozen minutes later, Han Xing approached a cloud only a dozen square meters in size again. Upon entering, he saw 2 level 4 mud slimes. The battle began. Cobalt, which had just recovered from its injuries using the Life Elixir, quickly regained its combat strength. It unleashed its speed skill, rushing to the monster first and initiating close combat. However, this time, Han Xing did not let it fight alone. 2 arrows were fired, instantly dealing armor-piercing
causing damage to the mud slime. At that moment, a streak of black light flashed by. Coldball's sharp claws left several wounds emitting black smoke. This is Coldball's third skill, Void Power, which not only suppresses healing but also weakens defense.
Han Xing seized the opportunity to activate his skill, Multi-Shot.
5 arrows were fired simultaneously, all hitting their target. The arrow easily pierced through the slime's body, causing terrifying damage without even triggering the armor-breaking effect. 2 mud slimes were directly defeated by this fierce assault.
Han Xing was shocked. Is this the defense-weakening effect of Coldball? It's truly powerful.
Creatures like this, which already have low defense, can take maximum damage from every arrow after being weakened. The coordination with Coldball was exceptionally seamless, and Han Xing clenched his fist excitedly. Killed Mud Slime LV4*2, gained 80 experience points. Pet Coldball gained 60 experience points.
Pet Coldball has leveled up. Leveled up? The Korean star eagerly checked the attributes of the Coldball. Pet information: Void Shadow Wolf, Juvenile, Race, Void Clan, Strength 9, Agility 16, Spirit 8, Constitution 9.
The Korean star was amazed. Although it only leveled up once, Coldball's attributes instantly saw a significant boost, with Strength, Spirit, and Constitution each increasing by 2 or 3 points, which was expected. However, the Agility attribute directly increased by 5 points.
What does this mean?
You have to understand, for these human survivors, leveling up only increases their
total attributes by 4 to 6 points.
But Coldball leveled up once and gained 14 attribute points in one go, nearly 3 to 4 times theirs.
With just a few more
levels, Coldball's base attributes could even crush his fully armed self. Han Xing clearly felt that Coldball's speed had improved significantly.
Under the enhancement
of the black light, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Coldball's figure, let alone hit it.
Is this what an S+ growth pet is like? It's absolutely terrifying. If it keeps leveling up, it will definitely become a major boss.
Han Xing was incredibly excited and full of anticipation for Coldball's future growth. Han Xing was very satisfied with Coldball's astonishing growth rate. At this moment, Coldball seemed to sense its owner's joy as well. In a flash, it appeared beside the corpse of the mud slime, and in another flash, it was at Han Xing's feet. Han Xing saw a few spirit cores in its mouth, as if it was waiting for its owner's permission.
He crouched down, patted Coldball's head, and said, "Go ahead and eat, you deserve it."
Coldball jumped up and down excitedly on the spot.
After merging the mud slime's territory, Han Xing continued to explore other floating islands. At this point, he discovered that Coldball, after leveling up to level 2, was practically like a hyperactive mini-boss. Without the suppression of monster attributes, Coldball was almost unstoppable. In every battle, Coldball charged forward as if it were on steroids, fearlessly confronting even the strongest monsters head-on. Subsequently, Han Xing saw a flash of black light. Before he could even catch sight of Coldball, the battle was already over.
Sometimes, Han Xing would take advantage of the moments when Coldball was entangled with the enemy, to use his own powerful attack to instantly kill the opponent. But soon, he realized that when dealing with ordinary monsters, he was almost useless. All he needed to do was follow behind Coldball and leech experience points. Because of Coldball's void body, which granted it a 50% dodge rate, combined with its astonishing speed, very few monsters could land a hit on it.
One monster after another fell at their feet.
Han Xing stood in the back with his arms crossed, happily watching Coldball charge into battle.
You have killed Granite Rabbit LV4*3, gained 120 experience points, and your pet Coldball gained 84 experience points. You have killed Yellowskin Deer LV5, gained 50 experience points, and your pet Coldball gained 40 experience points. An hour later, Han Xing suddenly saw a white light rise simultaneously from himself and Coldball, and a system notification appeared. Your level has increased, current level LV4, level LV1. Your pet Coldball level has increased, current level LV3, leveled up again? Han Xing had already lost count of how many times he had exclaimed in amazement today. Coldball had just reached level 2 less than an hour ago and had already jumped to level 3. Even for him, it had taken an entire day to go from level 2 to level 3. This little guy's leveling speed was skyrocketing like a rocket. Han Xing patted Coldball on the head. At level 3, Coldball's panel attributes had completely surpassed his own. With 21 points in agility, plus the 200% speed boost from the skill Void Blink, even level 5 elite monsters would probably struggle to catch up to it. At this moment, Han Xing realized that when facing ordinary monsters, he had absolutely nothing left to do. Not only that, the speed at which Coldball finished battles was also getting faster and faster. A series of system notifications kept appearing. His experience bar was also skyrocketing at an unprecedented speed. In just 1 hour, he had reached 50% of level 4, and in another hour, he could directly break through to level 5. More importantly, Han Xing's territory is also expanding at an astonishing speed. 456, 478, 512. At this moment, Han Xing's territory points had reached 584. In just over 2 hours, the points had increased by more than 100, equivalent to an an expansion of over 100 square units of territory. On the territory points leaderboard, Han Xing had once again broken into the top 20.
However, this growth rate did not attract much attention. This was because, at this time, the first-place Whisperer on the territory points leaderboard had already surpassed the 900 mark, reaching 912 points, just 88 points away from securing first place. The second-place Black Eagle and third-place Papaya Star Spirit were also closely trailing, with 874 and 852 points respectively. In the chat channel, everyone began to enthusiastically discuss the changes in rankings.
I think this time, the first place will definitely go to our Whisper of the Gods leader. Whisperer, right? Not necessarily. Our Papaya Star Spirit leader from the Airplane Boys isn't to be underestimated either. The gap between them isn't big, and Papaya Star Spirit leader will catch up soon. Dream on.
Papaya Star Spirit is a warrior class and can't even catch up to Black Hawk, the stealth class, let alone Whisperer, who's a mage.
You're talking nonsense. Papaya Star Spirit leader will absolutely not lose. First place is definitely going to our Airplane Boys. Just as they were arguing endlessly, the top 3 on the leaderboard were now on edge. At this critical moment, no one dared to relax for even a second, even though their spirits were on the verge of collapse and their eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead. They gritted their teeth and continued to push forward with determination. On the Sky Island territory, Whisperer's eyes were almost bloodshot, his face pale and gaunt, and he looked as though he had lost over 10 pounds. Yet he still clenched his teeth tightly, constantly encouraging himself, "Hold on. I must hold on.
Victory is just one step away. I have to claim first place." Whisperer forced himself to muster the last bit of strength, engaging in a fierce battle with the monster before him. His movements with the bronze staff had become mechanical, but he continued to cast fireball spells, bombarding the enemy in front of him. Black Hawk and Papaya Starling were no different. The rogue Black Hawk, who seemed to have been a member of some special organization before arriving in this world, displayed an exceptionally sharp combat instinct.
After gaining extraordinary powers, he became even more adept.
At this moment, Black Hawk moved silently, appearing soundlessly behind a dark elf warrior.
With a flash of cold light, a bronze dagger sliced across the opponent's neck.
This strike was fluid and graceful, ordinary yet pleasing to the eye, as if it had been practiced hundreds of times. Blood splattered, and the dark elf warrior's corpse collapsed limply to the ground. 5 or 6 dark elf corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the ground, clearly having caused Black Hawk considerable trouble. Black Hawk was injured in multiple places, with a particularly deep wound on his back that continued to bleed. At this moment, a trace of bloodthirsty, killing intent appeared on his stern face, a presence that only someone who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood could possess.
In the Twilight Mercenary discussion group, someone asked with concern, "Captain, are you okay?"
Black Hawk's face was cold as he replied in a low voice, "Not bad. Although very tired and in great pain, this feeling of nerves being stretched tight, where the slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation, makes me feel as if I've returned to the battlefield." Suddenly, Black Hawk caught sight of a black aura forming in front of the treasure chest guarded by the Dark Elves. The aura gradually solidified, eventually taking on a humanoid shape.
Revenant Spirit, a level 5 elite monster, ha!
Black Hawk closed the discussion group, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. In the next moment, the shadowy figure suddenly vanished, hurtling forward at a terrifying speed. Black Hawk didn't even have time to react before the shadow appeared instantly right in front of him.
So fast.
This was his last thought before the figure of the Black Hawk was sent flying. At the same time, while the Black Hawk was entangled by the level 5 elite monster, the Soul of Vengeance, Papaya Starling, and Whisperer also
encountered different monsters.
Although the monsters had varying attributes and skills, they all shared one common trait: extreme difficulty. This was no coincidence. In fact, when each survivor descended into this world, the generated terrain was roughly the same. The number of clouds in each area was almost identical, and each area had its own elite monsters. Apart from some hidden entities, these elite monsters were the strongest in their respective regions. Just like the Greyrock direwolf Han Xing encountered in the first area, defeating it was necessary to enter a new region.
However, that Greyrock direwolf
was merely equivalent to a beginner village boss and was not nearly as challenging compared to the monsters Black Hawk and Whisperer are now facing. Now, with Whisperer and their team leading in progress, they have finally encountered the most formidable enemy in this area, plunging them into a fierce battle. As everyone eagerly awaited the emergence of the final victor, after more than an hour of waiting, the territory points of the top 3 on the leaderboard suddenly stopped increasing, as if by some unspoken agreement.
In the chat channel, many people expressed their confusion. What's going on? Why isn't the leaderboard moving? Did the top 3 agree to go to sleep together? Don't rush, wait a bit longer.
Maybe they're just making temporary adjustments, preparing for the final sprint.
That's possible. Given the current situation, do you think there might be a change in the final first place? Don't overthink it. The Whisperer's advantage is too obvious now. The first place is definitely his. However, at this moment, someone said indignantly
indignantly. Previously, Galaxy's advantage was also huge. Many people said he was sure to take first place.
And what happened? Now he didn't even stay in the top 20. Xingha? He's just a lucky guy, not worth mentioning. No one refuted this in the chat channel.
Ever since Han Xing dropped out of the top 20, his supporters had become few and far between.
Just as everyone was thinking this, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, Xingha made it back into the top 20. What?"
Many survivors were astonished.
643 points. What was his score before?
Since everyone had lost interest in following Han Xing, no one knew his previous score, but the increase was definitely significant. However, some who were biased against
Xingha still scoffed. So what if he's in the top 20? The gap between him and the Whisperers is huge, nearly 300 points. It would take at least a day to catch up.
Yeah, Xingha is out of the game. Stop talking about him. But what they didn't know was that Han Xing had increased by nearly 200 points in just 3 hours. Such a terrifying speed was something even the Whisperer, a mage, could only dream of achieving. Although these people didn't notice, Cheng Jianyong had been closely monitoring Han Xing's ranking.
Seeing Han Xing's rank soar, he eagerly asked in the discussion group, "Brother Xing, are you starting to push forward?" At this moment, Han Xing was happily following behind Coldball, devouring experience points. Seeing the message in the discussion group, he replied with a smile, "Yes." Cheng Jianyong immediately became excited. I told you Xing Ji was waiting for the final burst, right?"
Shen Yun, look at this, 200 points in 3 hours. This speed is enough to scare people.
Shen Yun was also surprised and said, "Whoa, that fast? Xing Ji, did you take something?"
Han Xing replied with a smile, "Yeah, I took something.
I still have some here. Do you guys want a couple?"
Shen Yun instinctively refused. No, I'm still young. I don't need that kind of stuff." Jian Yong also chimed in, Brother Xing, you better keep that medicine for yourself. Xiao Yun and I are in great shape. We don't need that stuff to still go 300 rounds every night."
However, Han Xing said in a peculiar tone, "Are you sure you don't want to try it? This medicine works surprisingly well. Just one dose, and I guarantee you'll feel full of energy." Shen Yun quickly refused, but Jian Yong hesitated a bit and asked tentatively, "Brother Xing, is this medicine really that amazing? Can I have some?" Ha ha ha. Han Xing burst into laughter. "Didn't I say that Jian Yong, this married man, was about to give in? Now I've got him to admit it." Shen Yun also started laughing. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong's face was full of embarrassment.
Han Xing said with a smile, "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." Then, he initiated a trade request to the two of them. The two accepted with strange expressions. However, when they saw Han Xing throw out 20 bottles of beginner-level life elixirs in one go, the discussion group was instantly filled with the sound of people gasping in shock. Cheng Jianyong said in disbelief, "The elixir of life." He asked with a wry smile, "Brother Xing, so the one sip and you're full of energy medicine you mentioned is this?" "That's right," Han Xing said with a smile.
"I've tested it, and the effect is incredible.
As long as you're not missing an arm or a leg or fatally struck, one bottle will definitely save you.
If your physiques were a bit stronger, you wouldn't even need to fear getting injured. You could take on those monsters head-on."
At this moment, Shen Yun tentatively asked, "Brother Xing, are you saying?"
Han Xing nodded, "That's right.
From now on, we need to change our strategy. With the elixir of life, we can let loose and take on those cloud monsters more boldly."
"I checked your rankings, Shen Yun, 27th place, Cheng Jianyong, 36th place. As long as you're willing to push forward, forget the top 3. Breaking into the top 10 is totally possible."
Hearing Han Xing's thoughts, the two were instantly astonished.
Cheng Jianyong gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, with the elixir of life and Brother Xing backing us, forget the top 10, I'll crush the top 3. I'm going to sprint." Shen Yun also got excited and shouted enthusiastically, "Charge." At this moment, the three Whisperers encountered a formidable enemy and were stalled, while the rankings of Han Xing's trio skyrocketed like a rocket. 643 points, 674 points, 712 points. Almost every few minutes, his territory points would rise again.
Such an astonishing growth rate naturally attracted the attention of many survivors in the chat channel.
"Look, Xingha's ranking has risen again, he's now ranked 13th. So fast. In less than half an hour, he actually gained more than 70 points. It's truly terrifying. Wow, worthy of being the great Xingha. Every move he makes reshapes our understanding."
In the chat channel, discussions about Han Xing became active again.
However, many people still doubted him, sneering, "So what if his score is rising quickly? He's over 200 points behind the Whisperer. I've said it before, he doesn't stand a chance." Yeah, and who knows if his rapid climb now is just due to good luck. Good luck won't last forever.
At this moment, no one stood up to refute.
But someone noticed changes in the rankings of two other individuals. Look quickly, the Lonely Brave and Yun Tianming are also climbing the rankings like crazy.
I saw it with my own eyes. They gained more than 40 points in just half an hour. The chat channel was filled with exclamations, but some people also said with a serious expression, "It seems that at the final moment, everyone is starting to sprint." All the survivors in Channel 107 accelerated their push for the leaderboard. At this moment, on a floating island territory spanning over 40 square meters. Han Xing is engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal creature. In front of him, a massive brown bear standing 3 to 4 meters tall roars furiously. Level, LV3. The screen displays information about the brown bear.
Ironback brown bear, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5.
Strength 31, Agility 20, Spirit 21, Constitution 35. Skill 1, Bear Paw Slam. Swing a massive bear paw to strike the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that knocks back surrounding enemies and deals significant damage. Skill 2, Ironback Charge. Charge at the target, increasing sprint speed by 100%, guaranteed to trigger a critical hit and knockback effect upon impact. Skill 3, Berserk Roar. Let out a deafening roar, dealing sonic damage to surrounding enemies and increasing self-critical hit rate by 50%.
Impressive attributes.
Even with just the base stats, this brown bear completely outclasses Han Xing in full green gear, and even the level 3 Coldball is suppressed in terms of attributes. What a strong guy, this bear.
Could it be the regional boss?
Han Xing thought to himself. However, Coldball's agility had already reached 21 points, coupled with the 200% movement speed boost from the Void Blink skill.
Even this level 5 elite monster couldn't keep up with Coldball's pace at all.
Han Xing watched as a black shadow continuously flickered around the ironback brown bear, occasionally leaving a few wounds on its body. The brown bear roared angrily, swinging its fan-like paws wildly in the air, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even touch a single hair on Coldball.
At that moment, Han Xing's swift wind arrow shot swiftly.
The refined iron arrow, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, instantly appeared in front of the brown bear, aiming directly at its copper bell-sized bear eye.
However, this level 5 elite monster reacted extremely quickly.
As the arrow approached, the ironback brown bear swiftly turned around, using its steel needle-like fur-covered back to meet the attack.
The arrow hit its target but did not penetrate the flesh.
Instead, the steel arrow collided with the grizzly bear's back, producing a dull thud, as if it had struck a solid concrete wall.
This defense is terrifying.
Han Xing was astonished to discover that the elite grizzly bear's physique, boasting a staggering 35 points, had forged an impenetrable physical defense.
This arrow did not cause it any harm but instead completely enraged the giant beast.
It suddenly stood up, its two bare paws repeatedly pounding its chest. After the muffled sound of the impact, the grizzly bear opened its mouth wide and let out a long roar toward the sky. Terrifying sound waves began to spread in all directions.
Not good, it's its skill, frenzied roar. Han Xing's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, Coldball, retreat quickly. Frenzied roar is an area of effect skill. Although Coldball is powerful, its physique is relatively frail compared to the brown
bear. If caught at close range by this sonic attack, it wouldn't lose its life, but it would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries.
However, Coldball wasn't foolish.
Sensing the brown bear's sonic attack, it had already retreated swiftly.
In a flash of shadow, Coldball quickly appeared at the edge of the territory. The gray-backed brown bear's strike did not cause it any noticeable harm.
Han Xing let out a sigh of relief but failed to notice that the brown bear had quietly shifted its aggro target to him. The next moment, the brown bear dropped to all fours, drool dripping
from its mouth, glaring angrily at Han Xing.
A sense of foreboding instantly rose in Han Xing's heart. Just as he reacted, the gray-backed brown bear lunged at him like a cannonball.
This is its second skill, Ironback Impact.
Danger arose suddenly, and Han Xing immediately used the hunter's basic skill roll.
He crouched low and quickly rolled, narrowly dodging the Ironback grizzly's attack.
At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit shaken.
If Ironback
Impact hit, it would definitely come with a critical hit and knockback effect. With Han Xing's frail physique, if he were struck, even if he didn't die, he would be sent flying into the air, possibly falling off the floating island territory, with unimaginable consequences. At that moment, Coldball's shadow flashed and appeared beside the grizzly bear. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, clearly furious at the grizzly
bear's attack on Han Xing awoke. Coldball let out a growl that was both adorable and fierce.
Han Xing noticed its figure suddenly becoming ethereal. In the next instant, countless sharp spikes suddenly grew from Coldball's phantom-like figure.
The Void Shadow Wolf's second skill, Counter-Strike Spikes, was activated.
In a flash, 10 spikes erupted simultaneously. Each Counter-Strike spike contained void energy with immense destructive power. Even with the Ironback grizzly's terrifying defense, it was easily pierced, and its massive body became a target in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by several meaty sounds, the Ironback grizzly took Coldball's explosive skill at close range, with at least
7 spikes piercing its body.
It had never expected such a tiny creature to inflict such severe damage on it, and its fury was evident. However, the void energy from the Counter-Strike spikes continued to corrode the grizzly bear's wounds, causing its condition to deteriorate rapidly. The Void Shadow Wolf's third skill, Void Power, not only suppressed the healing of injured enemies but also weakened their defense. A glimmer of light flashed in Han Xing's eyes. This was his chance. Without much thought, he unleashed his most powerful burst skill, Multi-Shot.
In an instant, 5 high-quality, refined iron arrows shot toward the brown bear with lightning speed. Not only that, but 2 of the arrows also
also triggered the armor-piercing effect, causing a massive damage boost. This volley of arrows pierced through the thick hide of the brown bear without any resistance, embedding deeply into its flesh. Han Xing squinted, watching the massive creature with anticipation, only to find it still full of vigor, its movements
showing no signs of slowing. Is it immune? As expected, level 1 snake venom is completely ineffective against a level 5 monster like this.
Feeling a tinge of regret, Han Xing shook his head, adjusted his mindset, and refocused on the battle at hand. At this moment, Cobalt once again drew the ironback brown bear's aggro, while Han Xing returned to his long-range firing position. With such a formidable pet holding the front
line, the hunter's battle became much easier. As the brown bear's defenses weakened, Han Xing's arrows began to inflict real damage.
The outcome of the fight was now clear.
3 minutes later, the ironback brown bear was riddled with 30 to 40 arrows, densely packed like a porcupine.
It was utterly exhausted. The battle had reached this point, and the ironback brown bear had been worn down to exhaustion by Han Xing and Cobalt.
However, it must be said that its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even so, it still clung to its last breath.
At this stage, it was almost impossible for any survivor to defeat it single-handedly. Even if someone managed to succeed by sheer luck, the cost would likely be devastating. Han Xing had not suffered serious injuries, mainly because Cobalt had taken on most of the pressure. If he had truly faced it alone, he would probably have been smashed into pulp by now.
The ironback brown bear was so formidable, and other level 5 elite monsters were similarly powerful. But at least it's not level 6, Han Xing thought with relief.
In Sky Island Paradise, the gap between level 5 and level 6 was a massive dividing line. Level 6 monsters were usually much stronger than level 5 ones, and ordinary adventurers had no ability to challenge them across levels.
However, when survivors reached level 6, they would also experience a significant boost, not only in attributes but also in equipment upgrades.
When players reached level 6, they could craft equipment with attributes that were significantly improved compared to before level 5, but this came with the added restriction of equipment level
requirements.
Before level 5, players could freely wear the equipment they crafted. However, upon reaching level 6, in order to equip the gear they made, other survivors would also need to reach level 6. At this moment, the iron-backed brown bear was already at the end of its strength, on the verge of being defeated by Han Xing.
Just then, the iron-backed brown bear suddenly mustered its
energy, raising its bear paw high as terrifying power gathered in its palm. Han Xing immediately realized that this creature was preparing to unleash the area skill bear paw smash.
But how could Han Xing let it have its way? Chasing wind arrow. This arrow pierced straight through the brown bear's eye socket. Headshot. Critical hit.
The massive body of the ironback grizzly slowly collapsed.
The system notification immediately followed.
You have killed ironback brown bear LV5 Elite, gained experience points *500, and the pet Cobalt gained experience points *400.
Your level has increased, current level LV5. The pet Cobalt level has increased, current level LV4. Whoa, leveled up again.
In just one morning, Han Xing was promoted 2 levels, gaining almost as much experience as he had in the previous 5 or 6 days combined. Glancing at his own attributes, his strength and agility each increased by 4 points, while his spirit and constitution also improved by 2 to 3 points, which was a decent performance. But when he saw Cobalt's attributes, he couldn't stay calm.
Pet information: Void Ghost Wolf, juvenile, race, Void Clan, level, LV4,
strength 15, agility 25, spirit 14, constitution 13.
Goodness,
the attributes you gain at level 1 are actually comparable to what I get after leveling up 3 times. This little thing is really heading towards a boss level stat panel. Cobalt stared at him blankly, the victory in battle making this little wolf cub exceptionally excited, constantly pawing at Han Xing's boots.
At the same time, a familiar system notification appeared once again. You have slain the elite monster in this area.
You may now proceed to explore a higher level area. In the distance, Han Xing saw the number of clouds suddenly multiply several times, with some even spanning hundreds or even thousands of square meters.
Oh, this brown bear is the strongest monster in this area?
Han Xing lowered his head and thought, it seems I might be the fastest survivor to defeat the area boss in Zone 107, otherwise their points would have skyrocketed by now. Afterward, Han Xing, along with Cobalt, walked up to the massive brown bear's corpse and clicked to dismantle. A system prompt appeared.
Successfully dismantled the corpse of the grayback brown bear, recovered refined iron arrows *45,
obtained 1-star quality beast height *1, damaged, obtained thick bear, meat *964 kg, obtained bear paws *2, obtained beast heart *1, obtained strong blood *20, obtained strength crystals *7, obtained barbaric bear strength elixir recipe *1. Han Xing's heart stirred. The items in front were all quite ordinary, but he noticed the last hint.
Formula for the elixir of bear strength?
Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at the pile of loot on the ground with great anticipation. Beneath the large bear pelt, he indeed found a yellowed paper formula. After picking it up, a system prompt appeared.
leaderboard. Learn the recipe for the elixir of bear strength.
The next moment, Han Xing saw a second elixir recipe appear in the recipe list. Elixir of bear strength. Upon consumption, gain the powerful strength of a bear, increasing strength by 30% for 100 seconds. Materials required to craft the elixir: strong blood *10, spirit core *5, tiger bone grass *1, strength crystal *1.
Strength increased by 30%?
Han Xing was somewhat surprised. According to the calculation that 1 point of strength equals 2 points of attack power for hunters, his current strength is 18 points. A 30% increase would be 5.4 points of strength, equivalent to nearly 11 points of attack power. That's almost equivalent to a weapon, an incredibly impressive effect. With this potion, you can increase your attack power by at least 20% during battle, which is a very considerable benefit. Han Xing said excitedly. Moreover, this is just the improvement for the hunter class. If it's a melee class like a warrior, where 1 point of strength equals 3 points of attack power, the boost will be even greater.
Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun will definitely find it useful.
Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately crafted 100 bottles of the Berserk Bear's strength elixir. Anyway, he now had plenty of materials on hand and wasn't worried about running out at all. Afterward, he found Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun, trading 20 bottles of secret medicine with each of them and urging them to keep striving on the leaderboard. With the boost from the secret medicine, their attack power increased significantly, and their speed in exploring the floating islands improved considerably.
At this moment, Han Xing glanced at the leaderboard.
After merging the brown bear's territory, his score increased by more than 60 points, instantly,
surpassing 800 points and breaking into the top 10.
Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were not to be outdone, with their rankings also climbing rapidly. Especially Cheng Jianyong, as a warrior class, his attack power skyrocketed after obtaining the secret medicine of bear strength. He was like a man on fire, with his ranking soaring all the way up. From his previous position at 37th, he climbed to 25th in just 1 hour. Since he started using the secret medicine of bear might, his score skyrocketed by more than 50 points in just half an hour, propelling him into the top 20. This speed is almost catching up with Han Xing. In the chat channel, the survivors were so shocked by this incredible scoring speed that they were left speechless.
Someone swallowed nervously and muttered under their breath, "How on earth are these people doing this? When did our District 107 suddenly get a few monsters like this?"
His tone was full of disbelief, and many survivors shared the same question in their hearts.
Let's not even talk about the great Xinghe. He gained over 200 points in 3 hours, and now, not long after, he surged by nearly another 60 points. But what's going on with that lonely warrior and Yun Tianming? Their scores can increase by over 100 in just an hour. No one could provide an answer. At this moment, someone said, "Why haven't the scores of Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit moved yet? What are these people doing? Could it be that the Milky Way can really rise up and reclaim the top 3 spots?"
Hearing this, the survivors of God's Whisper and the Plain Boys immediately felt a sinking feeling. They had thought that Whisperer, Papaya Star, Spirit, and the others had the situation firmly under control, but now, they began to feel nervous for Whisperer, Black Hawk, and the others. At this moment, the chat channel was once again filled with heated debates about the terrifyingly rapid rise of the 3 individuals. However, Han Xing did not enter the channel and was unaware of the commotion inside. He had just finished a battle and glanced at his ranking, 802 points, temporarily in 9th place.
Suddenly, he noticed a name on the leaderboard.
17th place, Clever Little Sheep, territory point 612. Clever Little Sheep actually made it onto the leaderboard, and the ranking wasn't low either, which surprised Han Xing quite a bit. While maneuvering the floating island closer to another cloud, he sent a private message to Clever Little Sheep. "Not bad, your ranking is pretty high." Soon, Clever Little Sheep replied, "Ah, is it really that high?" she asked, somewhat belatedly realizing. Han Xing praised, "Making it into the top 20 is already quite impressive."
"Really? It's not that amazing, huh?" She let out a silly laugh.
Hearing the compliment, the clever little lamb seemed very happy, then shyly said, "It's all thanks to the life elixirs you gave me. With them, I wasn't afraid of getting hurt, so I could explore so quickly."
Han Xing responded calmly, "Don't be modest.
The life elixirs are just support. True combat still depends on the survivor's own strength."
The topic shifted, and he didn't want to talk more about it, so he asked, "By the way, did you choose the hunter profession?" Yes, I'm a hunter," replied the clever little lamb.
Han Xing said directly, "I just got a recipe for a potion that increases strength, which greatly boosts the attack power for our hunter profession. I'll trade it to you." Speaking, Han Xing initiated a trade request and, as usual, placed 20 bottles of the Mighty Bear's strength elixir.
"Ha, are all these for me?" Clever little lamb asked with a hint of uncertainty in her tone.
Han Xing replied, "Yes, consider it a return for the life elixir recipe you gave me."
Hiss.
Clever little lamb hesitated for a moment, then finally clicked accept and said earnestly, "Thank you."
"You're welcome,"
Han Xing replied casually. After completing the transaction, Han Xing was about to close the private chat and continue climbing the rankings. At that moment, Clever Little Lamb tentatively asked,
Is there something else?" Han Xing asked,
asked. She didn't answer immediately, seeming to hesitate for a moment. After a brief pause, as if summoning her courage, she said, can I add you as a friend? Speaking of this, her nervousness was evident in her words, as if she was afraid Han Xing might refuse. Han Xing was stunned for a moment.
To add someone as a friend, you have to know their real name.
He thought for a moment, felt it wasn't a big deal, and then nodded in agreement, saying, sure, my name is Han Xing.
Go ahead and add me.
Hearing Han Xing agree, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and softly said, thank you. The next moment, a system notification popped up.
Survivor Su Xiaoyan requests to add you as a friend.
So this girl is called Su Xiaoyang.
That name. Han Xing's face showed a trace of a complex expression. He clicked accept. Su Xiaoyang successfully added Han Xing as a friend and appeared unusually excited. Han Xing then said, I need to continue climbing the rankings. Let's talk next time if there's anything. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. Su Xiaoyang replied happily. After closing the chat interface, Han Xing resumed climbing the rankings. On a large platform spanning over 600 square meters, a beautiful young girl was staring blankly ahead. She was dressed in a hunter's green outfit, with the fitted leather armor accentuating her stunning curves. Her tall figure, fair skin, and angelic face combined to create the image of a delicate and charming beauty. At this moment, the girl's dazzlingly fair and slender legs beneath her animal skin skirt were tightly pressed together, gently rubbing against each other. Her ample bosom rose and fell with heavy breaths, making her appear particularly excited. This young girl was Su Xiaoyang. After adding Han Xing as a friend, she had been in a state of excitement. So, your name is Han Xing. What a beautiful name. At this moment, an excited smile appeared on Su Xiaoyang's delicate face. Unexpectedly, even someone like me has someone willing to be my friend. I'm so happy. I really want to tell mom and dad about this right away. They will surely be happy for me too, right?
In her excitement, Su Xiaoyang seemed to accidentally crush something in her hand, and bright red blood instantly spurted out. She instinctively exclaimed, looking down at the lump of tissue she had just dug out from the beast's body, and regretfully said, I accidentally crushed the beast's heart that I just dug out. It was meant to feed Xiao Qian. What a pity. She gently furrowed her beautiful embroidered brows, her eyes flowing as she glanced at the pale tree within the territory. The tree was no more than 2 meters tall, resembling a willow tree from Blue Star, yet it appeared extraordinarily eerie. Its bark was pale as paper, and its branches were equally snow white. Even more bizarre, the branches were covered with barbs resembling animal teeth. Then, Su Xiaoyang moved her pair of legs, which could be considered works of art, and slowly walked toward the strange plant, softly saying, even though I crushed it, it shouldn't go to waste. Xiao Qian, go ahead and eat. As soon as she finished speaking, the branches of the strange plant began to tremble slightly, and one of the branches slowly extended toward Su Xiaoyang. In the next moment, the branch suddenly retracted, and the beast's heart in Su Xiaoyang's hand was nowhere to be seen. Good Xiao Qian. Whoosh, whoosh, Su Xiaoyang said appreciatively. The information about this demonic tree appeared before his eyes. Heart-eating tree, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 25, Agility 28, Spirit 31, Constitution 32. Skill 1, Venomous Kiss. The heart-eating tree swings its branches to attack enemies, causing the attacked creatures to enter a severe poison state. Skill 2, Life Forbidden Zone. The heart-eating tree releases internal gases, creating a large-scale life forbidden zone, inflicting multiple negative statuses on those who enter. Skill 3, Frenzied Blossom Dance. The heart-eating tree enters a berserk state, swinging countless branches to indiscriminately attack enemies. Talent, Heart-Eater. The heart-eating tree enhances its attributes by devouring the hearts of other creatures. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes, and upon reaching a certain quantity, it will undergo transformation. This turns out to be an elite-level plant-type monster, the heart-eating tree. Not only does it possess 3 powerful skills, but it also has a growth-oriented talent skill that increases its strength by consuming the hearts of various animals. Pop, pop, pop. When the number of consumed hearts reaches a certain threshold, the heart-eating tree can even undergo transformation. And these animals, of course including humans, will attack any creature that intrudes into their territory. However, Su Xiaoyang somehow managed to plant this ferocious monster in her own territory. In Su Xiaoyang's territory, there is a demon tree planted, and this demon tree seems to listen to her particularly well. She extended her fair palm, gently stroking the branches of the heart-eating tree, and murmured softly, do you know, Xiao Qian, today I made a friend. His name is Han Xing. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like before when I unilaterally thought of someone as a friend. We've mutually added each other as friends. So far, I haven't revealed my true self. In his mind, I should be a well-behaved and obedient good kid. If we ever get the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely try my best to restrain myself, control those odd habits, and not scare them away like I did before. Su Xiaoyang clenched her small fists, silently cheering herself on. Between her fingers, a trace of lingering blood slowly dripped. A hint of longing flashed in her eyes. I really want to see you soon, Han Xing. Subsequently, she seemed to realize her loss of composure and shyly lowered her head. At this moment, Han Xing had already reached a floating island of over 30 square meters. As the mist cleared, it revealed a group of 8 slimes, all at levels 4 or 5. As the battle began, Han Xing downed a bottle of bear strength elixir in one go. A surge of fiery power immediately rose in his stomach. At this moment, he really wanted to shout, "Whose Kirin arm is burning hot right now?" The arrow was released, and the bowstring emitted a crisp taut sound.
This shot was more lethal than ever before.
The group of slimes immediately leaped toward him, but the arrow directly triggered the piercing effect. The arrow pierced through the body of the first slime, its momentum unabated, and then fiercely stabbed into the second slime. At that moment, a flash of black light appeared, and the coal ball suddenly charged into the group of slimes.
The formation of the group was instantly disrupted, plunging into chaos.
Han Xing generously praised from the rear. His coordination with coal ball was becoming increasingly seamless. As one steel arrow after another was fired, they wiped out this group of slimes within 5 minutes. At the same time, his territory points rose to 834, climbing one rank to 7th place.
A dozen minutes later,
his territory points reached 851, and his ranking jumped 3 places again, rising to 4th.
The other survivors in the entire Channel 107 were utterly shocked.
In less than 5 hours, Han Xing showed them what it means to break limits with rapid progress.
Struggling all day for 200 points? That simply doesn't exist. Level, LV2. He can score 100 points in just 1 hour. Those who once thought Han Xing couldn't make it into the top 10, or even the top 20, are now all silent. In the chat channel, the name of the Star River Master is once again a hot topic. What the heck?
Han Xing is still sprinting madly. The score skyrocketed from 850 to 900, officially surpassing Papaya Star Spirit and Black Hawk to claim 2nd place.
Meanwhile, the first place whisperer remains silent. The chat channel completely exploded. This is terrifying. Galaxy God has already surged to 2nd place.
At this rate, getting first is practically a sure thing. That's right, Star God truly deserves to be the pride of Zone 107. A few days ago, he was just gathering momentum, but today, with a single burst, he directly surged ahead. The chatter in the channel has shifted to whether Star River can securely claim the championship. However, there are still survivors from the Whisper of God team who stubbornly said, "Don't celebrate too early."
Maybe the Whisperer leader is currently
conquering a large floating island, which has delayed him. If he succeeds, he will definitely break through 1,000 points and take 1st place.
That's true.
Previously, both Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit were stuck around 900 points, likely encountering strong opponents. Star River has also reached this score, so it's highly probable he'll face challenges next. As soon as the words were spoken, some of Han Xing's supporters began to feel nervous, because those words did make sense. However, for Han Xing, the so-called 900-point bottleneck simply did not exist. He had long since dealt with the strongest monster in this area, the gray-backed brown bear. The score not only did not stagnate but surged ahead, reaching 954 points within 20 minutes and reclaiming 1st place.
In the local network, the members of God's Whisper fell completely silent.
Just as everyone thought Han Xing would ride this momentum to reach 1,000 points and win the championship, they noticed his territory score stopped at a subtle number.
You have killed. 1st place, Galaxy, 999 points.
Only 1 point away from the championship reward. It's hard not to suspect that he did it on purpose. The survivors in the chat channel were instantly stunned, seemingly unable to understand what Han Xing was planning to do. Clearly, there was an opportunity to directly claim 1st place, yet he stopped at the critical moment.
Meanwhile, other survivors, striving for the leaderboard, were also left bewildered.
Staring at the exaggerated score of 999 points, they had already lost hope for the top spot in their hearts. The top 10 survivors suddenly lost their fighting spirit, their mood somewhat deflated. Consequently, the leaderboard's progression slowed down significantly. This, precisely, was the scenario Han Xing had hoped to see.
At that moment, 2 more names quickly caught everyone's attention.
8th place,
Lone Brave, 804 points. 9th place, Yun Tianming, 793 points.
These 2 individuals consecutively broke into the top 10, with their scores increasing at an astonishing rate and their rankings climbing
steadily.
Before anyone could react, they had already surpassed 900 points, firmly securing the 2nd and 3rd positions respectively. Subsequently, Han Xing's territory points finally broke through, soaring from 999 points to officially reach 1,000 points, earning the 1st place reward.
Over an hour later, Cheng Jianyong successfully
surpassed 1,000 points, claiming the 2nd place prize. Shortly after, Xinyun also reached 3rd place. The 3 of them sequentially swept all the rewards for the top 3 positions.
The other survivors on Channel 107 were all utterly shocked.
You have successfully reached 1,000 territory points, currently ranked 1. You have received ranking rewards: food * 500 units, freshwater * 200 units, spirit core * 1,000, customizable purple weapon blueprint * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, hidden profession scroll * 1. Han Xing looked at the system notification, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the discussion discussion group, Cheng Jianyang was so excited he shouted loudly, "This is amazing! Ha! Brother Xing is really clever, deliberately stopping at 999 points to confuse the competitors and give us the chance to climb higher."
Xin Yun also spoke up at this moment. "Xiao Yangzi, now you understand, right? Listening to Brother Xing was the right choice. Being ahead for a moment means nothing. The one who laughs last is the true winner."
Cheng Jianyong, currently immersed in the excitement brought by the generous rewards, strongly agreed with Xin Yun's words. "That's right, Brother Xing really has foresight."
Han Xing chuckled lightly and said, "Stop with the awkward flattery already. Hurry up and check out your rewards."
"All right," the two responded excitedly. Xin Yun secured third place, earning a generous reward that included a blue weapon of choice, a silver treasure chest, and an advanced profession scroll.
Cheng Jianyong's second place reward was similar, but in addition to the blue weapon, he could also select a piece of blue armor. The two eagerly checked the attributes of their reward items.
Cheng Jianyong chose a finely crafted Stonebreaker greatsword from the ranking rewards, while Xin Yun selected a crystal hammer.
Both had excellent attributes but required level 6 to equip. Next came the silver treasure chest.
The rewards from a silver treasure chest far surpassed those of a bronze chest, and at this stage, obtaining one was extremely difficult. Almost every silver treasure chest was guarded by powerful monsters, and only with exceptional luck could one find an unguarded silver chest on an unexplored floating island. The chest contained a large amount of high-grade materials such as mithril, spirit cores, and blood of the strong, and it was guaranteed to yield a piece of blue equipment, with a small chance of obtaining potion recipes or blue equipment blueprints.
The two excitedly clicked to open it. The next moment, Cheng Jianyang shouted in excitement, "Warrior ring blueprint, blue equipment." Han Xing exclaimed in surprise, "A blue gear ring? Such incredible luck?" Cheng Jianyang laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Ah, I really am a luck god."
After saying that, he looked a bit disappointed.
"But it's a pity, it's a level 6 blueprint." Han
Xing replied, "Level 6 is still good.
After leveling up once or twice, everyone can equip it. The attributes of level 6 blue gear are way better than anything below level 5.
At this moment, Xin Yun was a bit frustrated. "Damn, I got a level 6 light armor leggings, and it's a blue item. My holy class requires heavy armor, so Cheng Jianyong gets to benefit from this."
"Light armor? Xiao Yunzi, give it to me quickly." Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly. Reluctantly, Xin Yun initiated the trade. Moments later, he
asked again, "Brother Xing, there's also a customizable advanced class scroll.
Which advanced class should we choose? Do you have any suggestions?"
Before making a choice, they always instinctively asked Han Xing first. Although they didn't know why, they always felt he understood the rules of this world better than they did.
Han Xing pondered
for a moment and said, "According to the game description, the advanced classes for the holy class are priest and knight.
The former focuses on healing and support, with weaker combat abilities. The latter leans more towards defense and melee combat.
Compared to the priest, it has better self-protection capabilities. Both classes have their own merits."
Xin Yun answered without hesitation, "Alright, then I'll choose cleric." Han Xing was a bit surprised. "Have you really thought it through? The cleric's combat power isn't strong. According to the system introduction, clerics rely heavily on teammates' support in the early stages.
Only after the third job change to become a bishop will they have a few offensive skills."
Xin Yun responded firmly, "I've thought it through. I'll choose cleric.
Anyway, we'll have Chun Young holding the front line in melee and you for ranged attacks.
I can just assist on the side."
Han Xing thought for a moment and didn't try to persuade him further. He knew this was a decision Xin Yun had made after careful consideration for their future development.
At this moment, Cheng Jianyang asked, "Brother Xing, what should I choose? Swordsman or berserker?" Han Xing said helplessly, "What's there to choose with these muscle-bound professions? They're all pretty much the same anyway. You actually look down on muscle-bound professions. I'm so angry I can't calm down. When will muscle-bound professions ever rise up?"
Cheng Jianyang exaggerated his tone and immediately sent a trade request to Han Xing. Han Xing accepted the trade, and Cheng Jianyang traded the blueprint for the blue ring he had just obtained to Han Xing.
"You have obtained the warrior ring blueprint, blue, LV6. Would you like to learn it?" Han Xing clicked to learn, and the first blueprint for blue equipment finally appeared in the blueprint section.
He checked the crafting requirements. Materials required to craft the warrior ring: mithril *10, spirit core *50, rare earth *100, strength crystal *10. Success rate of creation 15%, affected by the god level craftsman talent. The success rate has reached 100%.
Does it really require so much mithril?
Han Xing walked to several storage boxes to check his material reserves. Apart from mithril, the other three materials were still sufficient, but there were only 7 pieces of mithril left, not enough to make a single ring.
So he asked in the discussion group, "How much mithril did you just get from the silver treasure chest?"
"Trade it all to me first. I don't have enough to make the warrior ring. I have 13 pieces of mithril here. I also have 16 pieces here." After hearing this, the two immediately sent a trade request to Han Xing. Han Xing obtained a total of 29 pieces of mithril, which, combined combined with his own reserves, was just enough to craft 3 warrior rings. This was all thanks to the 100% success rate brought by the god-level craftsman talent. For other survivors, the 15% success rate alone would be enough to make them question their life choices due to repeated failures. Not to mention that materials are not returned after failure, and the loss is something most people simply cannot bear.
Han Xing clicked on create without hesitation. A dazzling blue light flashed, and a 60-second progress bar appeared before his eyes. When the progress bar finished, a completely silver-white ring fell to the ground. Han Xing looked at the ring's attributes. Warrior ring, blue, quality rare, strength plus 12, special effect, Warrior's Soul. Warrior's Soul, when entering combat mode, gain an additional 6 points of strength. Requirement to equip, LV6. All, strength? This ring's attributes are really straightforward. Han Xing couldn't help but comment, but the added strength is indeed quite a lot. A piece of equipment directly adds 12 points of strength plus the special effect, resulting in a total of 18 points of strength boost. Even if worn by a hunter class, it can increase attack by 36 points, comparable to the enhancement of a main weapon. If given to a strength-based class like Cheng Jianyong, the boost from the warrior's ring would be even more exaggerated. Truly formidable. Han Xing sighed with emotion and then proceeded to craft 2 more pieces. The second piece was still of rare quality, with little difference in attributes. When it came to the third piece, Han Xing suddenly noticed something different. This time, the burst of blue light was several times more dazzling than before. He said with slight excitement, could it be? The next moment, he saw the attributes of this ring. Warrior ring, blue, quality rare, strength plus 18, special effect, Warrior's Soul. Rare. Han Xing was very surprised. This was the first time he had crafted equipment of rare quality. In Sky Island Paradise, equipment quality is divided into 8 levels: rough, common, fine, rare, exquisite, legendary, epic, and mythical. Generally, green equipment is mostly of common quality, occasionally fine quality, with rare being the upper limit for green equipment. Blue equipment is typically fine and rare, with exquisite being the pinnacle of blue gear. Generally speaking, for blue equipment blueprints, if other survivors can craft rare quality equipment, it would already be considered an incredible stroke of luck. Yet Han Xing, this god-level craftsman, effortlessly crafted an exquisite item. Compared to rare quality, the attributes are significantly enhanced. It can be said that with just this one exquisite ring, Han Xing's attack power increased by nearly 15%. Han Xing handed this exquisite quality ring to Cheng Jianyong and then gave another one to Xin Yun. Without waiting to hear their loud cheers in the discussion group, he directly clicked to close it. A level 6 blue piece of equipment with such high attributes was more than enough to provide them with strong motivation to level up. After handling the ranking rewards for Jianyong and Xin Yun, Han Xing eagerly turned his attention to the prize he had just received. This was the true highlight of the leaderboard event. The first thing that caught the eye was the self-selected purple weapon blueprint. Han Xing unhesitatingly chose the main weapon for his profession. You have obtained the Mooncrest longbow blueprint, purple, LV6. Do you want to learn it? The blueprint section now had its first purple equipment blueprint, and it was for his own weapon. Han Xing couldn't wait to craft it on the spot. Immediately, he saw the crafting requirements for the Mooncrest longbow. Materials required to craft the Lunar Corona longbow: mithril * 100, refined iron * 200, moon crystal * 5, spirit core * 500, rare earth * 2000, tough beast tendon * 1. So much mithril? Han Xing was immediately stunned and asked in confusion, and moon crystal? I've never even heard of this thing. With a severe lack of materials, Han Xing had no choice but to temporarily put the crafting plan on hold. After all, this blueprint was only level 6, and even if he managed to craft it, he wouldn't be able to equip it. He still needed 50% more experience to level up, so there was no need to rush. After selecting the weapon blueprint, Han Xing opened the silver treasure chest rewarded by the system. As the ancient silver chest was opened, a dazzling array of materials came into view, and Han Xing stored them in his backpack one by one. The rewards in the silver treasure chest were similar to what Cheng Jianyong and the others had obtained. In addition to 12 pieces of mithril, there were also some high-end materials. At the bottom of the chest lay a sturdy leather jacket. Beast leather armor, blue, quality excellent, defense 1317, agility +5, constitution +2, special effect, Beast's Soul. Beast's Soul, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to activate the residual Beast Soul in this leather armor, launching a mental attack on the enemy. Equipment requirement, LV6. Although it's only of fine quality, its attributes are much stronger than the leather armor I'm wearing, and that special effect is quite good too. The reward from the silver treasure chest left Han Xing very satisfied. After opening the chest, his gaze fell on the black scroll in his backpack, and his mood instantly became excited. It was the grand prize of this leaderboard event, the hidden class scroll. Han Xing took out the scroll, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to activate the hidden profession scroll? Once activated, you will randomly receive an advanced hidden profession scroll for the hunter profession. Random? Han Han Xing looked slightly puzzled. He wasn't sure how many hidden professions existed in this world. What if he ended up with a useless one? He shook his head and muttered to himself, forget it, no need to overthink. Even if I get a trash hidden profession, it doesn't matter. I still have the Wild Ranger as a backup plan. With that, he decisively clicked to activate it. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing clearly saw that around his territory, more than a dozen powerful phantoms appeared. These phantoms came in various forms, some as tall as giants over 10 meters high, others as small as dwarfs, but without exception, each of them held a longbow either on their back or in their hands. The phantoms began to sway, swiftly passing before Han Xing's eyes, finally freezing on a phantom with pointed ears and a physique similar to that of the human race. A system prompt immediately appeared. Successfully obtained the Hidden Hunter Profession Scroll, Elf Archer. Elf Archer Profession Scroll. After a survivor reaches level 10, using this scroll allows advancement to the hidden profession Elf Archer. All survivor attributes increase by 150%, the level cap is raised to level 20, and agility attribute growth becomes 1.5 times upon leveling up. Automatically learn exclusive Elf Archer skills, Wind Perception, Elf Dance, Low Altitude Flight. So powerful! Han Xing exclaimed. 1.5 times agility growth every 2 levels is equivalent to gaining 1 extra level of agility compared to other hunters, plus 3 exclusive skills. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the last skill. Low Altitude Flight? Could it be that after mastering it, survivors can fly into the air to shoot? This thought left Han Xing utterly shocked. If that's really the case, the mobility of this profession might be beyond imagination, and its strength would directly rise by several levels. SSS. He was overwhelmed with excitement. The hidden profession he randomly obtained this time far exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Han Xing thought, between the Elven Archer and the Wild Ranger, which one is stronger? However, he currently didn't understand the skills of the Wild Ranger, so he couldn't make a comparison. Shaking his head, he gave up on the idea. After dealing with these rewards, it was already late at night. It had been 4 or 5 hours since he received the first place reward. During this period, after the clever little sheep won the 4th place reward, no one else was able to surpass 1,000 points. At the current stage, level 5 elite monsters are like an insurmountable mountain, blocking the path of all survivors. Late at night, a floating island with a volume of over 900 cubic units sped through the sky. Lying on the floating island was the former first place holder, now fallen to 5th, the Whisperer. At this moment, his condition was extremely wretched. His mage robe was torn into strips, his body covered in bloodstains, as if he had been clawed by some terrifying creature. The most severe injury was the fist-sized bloody hole in his chest, horrifying to behold, with blood continuously gushing out. If not treated quickly, he would soon die from the severity of his wounds. Thinking of this, the Whisperer endured the excruciating pain throughout his body, picked up the small water bottle on the ground, and gulped it down. The kettle contained spiritual spring water he had traded from Han Xing, which had a certain healing effect. After drinking a kettle of it, he felt the external injuries on his body slightly improve, but the blood hole in his chest not only showed no signs of recovery but worsened further. The Whisperer clenched his teeth and cursed angrily, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, how could there be a level 5 elite monster tree spirit hiding in there? Its attack speed is so fast, I couldn't even make a move. He gritted his teeth and said, if that tree spirit could move, I'd be dead for sure today. At this moment, he received a private message. It was sent by a survivor from the Whisper of the Gods team. Moonlit Cat, boss, we finally got in touch with you. You haven't replied for a whole day. The brothers were going crazy. A whole day? I've been unconscious for that long? The Whisperer, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, asked, cough. What happened? Has someone already taken first place? Was it Black Hawk or Papaya Star Spirit? Moonlit Cat quickly replied, it's not Black Hawk or Papaya Star Spirit, it's that galaxy. He only took a little over 3 hours, and his score skyrocketed by more than 300 points, securing first place at an incredible speed. Not only that, the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were also taken, one by someone called Lone Brave, and the other by Yun Tianming. Someone in the chat channel speculated that they might be working together. The Whisperer was equally shocked upon hearing this. What? However, just as his emotions surged, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly closed his mouth, his face pale as a sheet. The Moonlit Cat across from him clearly noticed something was wrong and asked with concern, boss, what's wrong? The Whisperer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, forget about the ranking rewards, I'm seriously injured right now. If I don't get treated in time, I'll die soon. What? Moonlit Cat was shocked and quickly asked, boss, the spirit spring water doesn't work? The Whisperer gritted his teeth and said, it doesn't work. The spirit spring water can only heal minor injuries. My wounds are too severe. I need a more powerful healing item. He paused for a moment and continued, old cat, I have something to entrust to you. You need to gather all the team's resources and do everything you can to help me find items with good healing effects. If you can't find any, seek help in the trading channel. Spare no expense to get them. Remember, no matter the cost. Then inform
informed the brothers that the elite monsters in the new area are exceptionally powerful, with tough skin and thick flesh.
Without recovery items, there's no way to take them down.
Under the moonlight, the cat sensed the gravity of the situation, immediately ended the private chat, and began quickly reporting to the team members.
However, at the current stage, apart from spirit spring water, other items with healing effects were extremely scarce. Some healing items were even less effective than spirit spring water.
The cat under the moonlight was extremely anxious and simultaneously posted a message in both the chat channel and the trade channel.
The Whisper of the Gods team is offering a blue greatsword in exchange for healing items and potions. What?
Meanwhile, another large team, the Plain Boys, also released the same purchasing information, but their offer was even more astonishing. They directly offered a blueprint for blue wrist guards.
The channel in Zone 107 immediately erupted in excitement. At this stage, the rarity of blue equipment is self-evident. Even Han Xing and his team had not obtained any blue equipment before receiving the leaderboard rewards. In the chat channel, survivors speculated both major teams are looking to purchase healing items, even offering blue equipment and blueprints. Could it be that their leaders, Whisper and Papaya Starling, are in trouble? This guess is almost spot on.
Although many people were tempted by the conditions offered by the two major teams, they did not have enough healing items on hand. By the latter half of the night, as more and more survivors surpassed the 900-point mark, they inevitably encountered the regional boss. Elite monsters of at least level 5 made everyone deeply understand the meaning of despair.
Many people's equipment is even inferior to that of the Whisperers. They are severely injured by elite monsters after slight skirmishes, or even killed outright. Some of the survivors who were lucky enough to make it out alive are now venting their frustrations on the local network. Damn it!
The elite monsters in this area are terrifying. Their stats are ridiculously high, and they're tough as nails.
How are we supposed to beat them? To the one above, same here.
I barely managed to injure that elite monster after risking getting hurt myself, and then it went berserk, leaving me no chance to fight back.
Stop complaining, we're still considered lucky to have survived. Look at the leaderboard, many names have already disappeared. They are most likely dead.
At this moment, they finally noticed that quite a few names had indeed vanished from the leaderboard, and a chill involuntarily rose in their hearts. Surviving after encountering elite monsters was already a great fortune. The other survivors were all shocked upon hearing this. At this moment, they finally understood the mechanism of the early map generation in this world. In each survivor's area, there is a powerful monster. If it is not defeated, no new map can be generated, and naturally, it is impossible to surpass 1,000 points. The system strictly enforces this data limit.
At this point, someone couldn't help but ask, is the boss in this area really so strong that we can't defeat it? Logically, the system wouldn't set us up with an enemy that's impossible to beat in the early stages, right?
After the question was raised, the chat channel fell into silence, as this was the answer many were eager to know.
At that moment, a weak male voice sounded, cough, cough. This friend is right. The system wouldn't give us an enemy that's impossible to defeat.
The speaker was Papaya Star Spirit, the leader of the Airplane Boys group, who often posted strategy guides and had a good reputation in Zone 107.
As soon as he began to speak, the survivors all held their breath, eagerly awaiting his insights. Roar!
Papaya Star Spirit spoke slowly.
Ahem.
To be honest with everyone, I also encountered an elite monster, but, to my shame, I only managed to escape with my life by sheer luck. As one of the consistently top 3 powerhouses, Papaya Starling's words have raised the perceived danger level of the regional boss by several notches.
He continued. However, this failure was not entirely fruitless.
Through observations during this period, I found that the attributes of the monsters everyone encountered were roughly the same, leading to a general conclusion. To defeat this level 5 elite monster, you must at least have a green main weapon to deal damage to it. This is a strict requirement. Without it, don't even think about it. If you also have other green gear, the margin for error will improve.
Besides equipment, good combat awareness is also necessary.
However, more importantly, you must carry healing items or possess healing skills. Otherwise, once the monster goes berserk, no one will be able to escape its damage.
Without healing items, you simply won't last.
As soon as Papaya Starling finished speaking, the chat channel was instantly filled with the sound of people gasping.
Bang! Someone exclaimed. So that's it, the elite monsters in this area are actually so terrifying? You must bring recovery-type potions, otherwise it's impossible to clear? How did that Star God and the Lone Brave make it through? Could it be that they also have recovery potions in their hands?
This person guessed correctly. Han Xing was indeed carrying a large amount of life elixirs. Many people noticed this, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Han Xing.
That night, Han Xing's private messages exploded. Everyone was desperately eager to get their hands on the recovery potions he possessed.
The next morning, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, he saw thousands upon thousands of unread private messages. Clicking on a few at random, he quickly pieced together the sequence of events.
So that's how it is.
It seems everyone has personally experienced the strength of that elite monster. Last night, Papaya Starling's analysis in the chat channel channel regarded restorative medicines as one of the essential conditions for clearing this area. So many people privately messaged Han Xing, all hoping to trade for the restorative items in his possession.
Han Xing secretly rejoiced.
In his heart and murmured to himself, it seems the time is about right to sell a batch of life elixirs in exchange for resources. The raw materials he had in stock were enough to produce a large quantity of life elixirs.
Unless other survivors suddenly revealed the formula for life
elixirs, he essentially held the sole supply. In other words, Han Xing once again achieved a monopoly over nearly 10,000 survivors in Zone 107. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to start mass-producing the elixir of life, preparing to sell it on the trading channel. In fact, he could have waited a bit longer to whet the appetite of the
survivors in Zone 107.
As the number of casualties increased, everyone's desire for the elixir of life would grow more urgent, and in order to survive, they would be willing to pay a higher price.
But that wasn't necessary. Han Xing wasn't acting out of great kindness but was considering the long-term perspective.
Judging by the current trend, he and the nearly 10,000 survivors in Zone 107 would have to coexist for a long time.
Bang, bang, bang.
To maintain this system, he had to rely on a large number of survivors to help gather various materials and items. In other words, in his eyes, these survivors were all capable workers.
Too many casualties would mean a needless loss of valuable labor, which would ultimately be counterproductive.
Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly laughed. I'm just too kind-hearted. He leaped up from the 2-meter-wide bed and strolled leisurely across the vast 1,000 square meter floating island. Moments later, he arrived at his storage area to check the remaining materials in the storage boxes.
Roar!
The main ingredients for making the elixir of life are 100 milliliters of spirit spring water and 10 spirit cores.
Currently, there are 800 liters of spirit spring water and 12,464 spirit cores in reserve.
If all of it were used to make the elixir of life, over 8,000 bottles could be produced. The number sounds like a lot, but when distributed among the tens of thousands of people in Zone 107, there wouldn't even be enough for one bottle per person.
Moreover, his spirit core reserves could only produce just over 1,200 bottles of the elixir of life.
With this in mind, Han Xing decisively clicked produce all, and the system notification sound immediately rang out.
Would you like to consume 124,600 milliliters of spirit spring water, 12,460 spirit cores, moonflower grass, to craft 1,246 bottles of life elixir? As soon as the words were spoken, the recipe interface quickly displayed a dense array of progress bars.
At the same time, the reserves of spirit cores in his small treasury were rapidly emptied. But Han Xing didn't feel distressed at all, because he was confident that these 1,200 plus bottles of life elixir would bring him even more resources. Meanwhile, the survivors of God's Whisper and the Plain Boys were almost driven to madness.
Their leader was seriously injured and on the brink of death.
Based on the Papaya Star Spirits deduction, Han Xing likely possessed healing items, so they sent him private messages non-stop throughout the night. But Han Xing was sound asleep at the time and completely ignored them. Seeing no response from Han Xing, those people started frantically tagging him in the chat channel. At Galaxy God, please come out, our leader is in critical condition, we beg you to save him.
At Galaxy, bro, I'm injured too, I'm begging you.
In the chat channel, it was at this moment that Han Xing finally appeared.
With a smile, he said, everyone, I've seen all your requests.
The chat channel fell silent for a moment, then an overwhelming flood of messages filled the screen. Everyone excitedly tagged Han Xing, with some even sending voice messages, frantically shouting the words Xingha.
Star God, you finally shown up. We were about to lose it waiting for you.
Star God, please save the child. How can't live without his father.
Star God. Many survivors eagerly awaited, spending the entire night in anticipation. Now that Han Xing had finally arrived, how could they not be excited?
At that moment, someone stepped forward to stop the crowd's frenzied spamming and shouted loudly, quiet.
Everyone, quiet. Damn it, stop spamming.
You're pushing Star God's messages off the screen.
Do you still want to exchange for healing items or not?
As soon as these words were spoken, the clamor in the chat channel gradually subsided. Once the spamming stopped, Han Xing continued, everyone,
calm down.
You're right in guessing, I do indeed have a batch of healing items called life elixirs. As for their effects, see for yourselves. Han Xing posted the attributes of the life elixirs, and the chat channel was immediately filled with exclamations of amazement.
Such incredible elixirs. They can actually heal such severe injuries. Wow, with this secret potion, what is there to fear about the Sky Island monsters?
I'll just turn into a potion-powered warrior and charge into the monster horde, fighting for 800 rounds without hesitation. Although it's just a basic life potion, considering the current stage where survivors' physical stats are at most 20 points, this potion is enough to pull someone back from the brink of death in a short time.
At this moment, someone cautiously asked, Star God, the life potion in your hand, is it for sale?
Han Xing replied, sell, of course I'll sell it.
Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Then, someone asked, Star God, how do you plan to put the elixir of life on the market? And what about the price?
Han Xing smiled, I won't be putting it on the market for now. This time, I plan to auction off the elixir of life in my possession.
Auction? Han Xing replied, some of you should understand what I mean.
The crowd was somewhat confused, but many felt a jolt in their hearts. Han Xing didn't keep them guessing and directly explained. Currently, there are over 90 ranking rewards on the leaderboard that no one has
claimed.
In other words, the sooner someone trades with me, the faster they can defeat the regional boss and claim the leaderboard rewards.
As soon as he finished speaking, the local network fell into silence.
Everyone had already noticed Han Xing's ambition. Not only did he claim the rewards for the top 3, but now he also wanted to control the rewards for the entire top 100 on the leaderboard. And Han Xing indeed had the strength to do so. It's likely that even the system that set the reward rules never expected a single human survivor to dominate the entire leaderboard. Currently, the rewards for the top 4 have all been claimed, but there are still 96 reward slots on the leaderboard yet to be claimed.
What's even more crucial is that the top 5 can choose a blue weapon or equipment of their choice. In other words, there is still one last blue weapon waiting to be claimed on the territory points leaderboard.
At this moment, the Whisperer, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped in and asked, Xinghe, is this true?
The Whisperer asked, Xinghe, are you really planning to auction off this first batch of life elixirs? Han Xing replied, yes, it will go to the highest bidder. Alright, name your price.
We, Whisper of the Gods, will definitely secure the 5th place reward. After speaking, the Whisperer added another line in the chat channel, I kindly ask everyone to give me some face and not compete with me for the first batch of life elixirs. Normally, as the leader of one of the 3 major teams in Zone 107, people might give him this courtesy. But now, with the leaderboard rewards and such an important item as the life elixir at stake, no one would easily back down. At this moment, the usually low-profile leader of the Flying Men team, Papaya Starling, also stepped forward and said, Brother Whisper, everyone wants this 5th place reward. Let's stick to what Brother Galaxy said, let the highest bidder win. These words were equivalent to exposing the Whisperer's scheme on the spot, and the Whisperer let out a cold snort.
Han Xing spoke again, well then, let's begin the auction.
The first batch, 5 bottles of life elixir, starting bid at 1,000 spirit cores. You can also use other items to increase the bid, with the final ownership determined by their value. Han Xing started off with 5 bottles of life elixir, a quantity equivalent to several extra lives, enough to wear down elite monsters.
As soon as the words were spoken, the confident survivors vying for the leaderboard began bidding frantically. 1,500 spirit cores, plus a green tier necklace. 1,800 spirit cores, plus 64 pieces of mithril. 2,200 spirit cores.
Meanwhile, the Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit were also frantically gathering resources within their respective groups. After a fierce bidding war, the final price soared to 4,000 spirit cores, along with a large amount of mithril and other materials. However, compared to a blue weapon, they felt the price was still acceptable, especially since, in addition to the weapon, there was also an advanced profession scroll included, making it a worthwhile deal. At that moment, the Whisperer suddenly spoke up, 5,000 spirit cores, 107 pieces of mithril, 13,000 refined iron, plus a blue plate armor top. As soon as the Whisperer's words were spoken, the chat channel was filled with the sound of people gasping.
This offer was enough to scare off many potential competitors.
The Whisperer brought out the blue equipment partly to compete for ranking rewards and partly because he was seriously injured and urgently needed the life elixir to recover. At that moment, Papaya Starling also announced his offer, 5,500 spirit cores, 132 pieces of mithril, 14,000 refined iron, plus a blue necklace. The chat channel was once again filled with the sound of gasping. The Whisperer remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, considering whether it was worth raising the bid and whether he could recover the costs. At this point, Han Xing suddenly chuckled and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you all, defeating this elite monster will drop quite a few good items, and there's even a high probability of the elixir formula being among them. As soon as the words were spoken, Papaya Starling, who had originally thought victory was assured, felt a sudden tightness in her chest. The appearance of the secret potion formula was enough to rekindle the interest of those competitors who had already given up.
Someone tentatively asked, Star God, are you saying that your life secret potion formula also dropped from this elite monster?
Han Xing merely smiled without giving a direct answer. Yet, in the hearts of the survivors, it seemed they all tacitly accepted this as the truth. Meanwhile, the Whisperer suddenly gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, 6,000 spirit cores, 140 pieces of mithril, 15,000 refined iron, and 1 beginner-level castle blueprint. He went all out, taking out the blueprints he had obtained when he accidentally stumbled upon the mysterious floating island.
Han Xing's eyes
lit up. Castle blueprints sounded like architectural drawings. At this stage, no one had yet been heard of building territorial structures. If no one offers a higher price, the first batch of 5 bottles of life elixir will belong to Whisperer. Papaya Starling was very conflicted at this moment, but he also considered that raising the price for a blue item might not be worth it. Han Xing waited for a moment, and seeing no one else bidding, he said, then, it's it's a deal. As soon as the words fell, many people in the chat channel simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xing also demonstrated his credibility and immediately applied to trade with Whisperer. The trading window opened, and the Whisperer, with a pained expression, placed a large number of spirit cores and precious mithril onto it. This was almost the entirety of the harvest of their group, Whisper of the Gods, over the past few days, and now it was all being poured in.
Transaction successful.
You have obtained Life Elixir *5, Lost Spirit Core *6000, Mithril *140, Refined Iron *15,000, and Basic Castle Blueprint *1. The Whisperer gazed at the 5 bottles of emerald green elixir on the territory, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. His injuries were worsening, and the status section
of his personal panel already displayed near death.
If it weren't for continuously drinking spirit spring water to sustain his last breath, he wouldn't have lasted until now. He eagerly poured a bottle of life elixir down his throat, and the ghastly wound on his chest finally began to heal. At this moment, the Whisperer wept tears of joy.
Phew, I almost lost my life for real. Meanwhile, Han Xing continued the auction.
Although the slots for blue equipment on the leaderboard were already filled, the other rewards remained
highly enticing. With 95 slots still available, the Advanced Profession Transfer book alone was enough to drive the survivors to fight for it. The subsequent auction proceeded very smoothly, with everyone showing great enthusiasm and the bids continuously climbing. After nearly 2 hours, Han Xing finally auctioned off all 95 remaining slots, amassing a huge amount of materials. Among them, there were as many as 73,624 spirit cores, over 1,000 pieces of mithril, and a total of over 100,000 units of materials like refined iron and rare earth. Additionally, miscellaneous materials such as beast hearts, strong blood, and moonflower grass filled Han Xing's storage box to the brim once again, and the price he paid was merely 480 bottles of life elixir. Such a return rate was not just tenfold, but over 100-fold. After 2 hours of intense competition, many survivors who were stuck at the 900-point threshold also broke through one after another. People kept surpassing 1,000 points, earning ranking rewards. Half an hour later, the 100th survivor successfully crossed the 1,000-point mark. Subsequently, Han Xing stopped the auction and directly listed the remaining life elixirs for sale. Compared to items like Spirit Spring Water, which can be traded by the milliliter, life elixirs could only be sold in whole bottles. To this end, Han Xing set up various initial exchange rules, such as 200 spirit cores for 1 bottle of life elixir, 1 piece of mithril equivalent to 10 spirit cores, and a blue blueprint valued at 1,000 spirit cores, among others.
The elixir of life caused a buying frenzy as soon as it hit the shelves.
From dawn to dusk, Han Xing engaged in frenzied trades with other survivors, his excitement barely contained.
Watching the steady stream of materials pouring in, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After all, who could resist the joy of being a hoarder? At this moment, Han Xing's territory, spanning thousands of square meters, was once again piled high with various materials. Just the spirit cores alone formed a small hill 2 meters high, emitting spiritual energy so dense it almost turned into mist, making anyone who inhaled it feel refreshed and invigorated. Cobalt was now gleefully jumping up and down on the hill of spirit cores, experiencing for the first time the thrill of being overwhelmed by delicious food.
Every now and
then, it would open its mouth and swallow a dozen spirit cores, and Han Xing let it eat freely. After all, this pile of spirit cores was enough to feed Cobalt for several years. However, after a few bites, Cobalt was stuffed. It comfortably found a patch of grass, lay down with its belly up, and fell into a deep sleep. Watching this scene, Han Xing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. TCH, I thought it could eat a lot more than that. Han Xing began organizing his gains. So far, he had sold over 1,200 bottles of the elixir of life, exchanging them for a large amount of materials. However, there was still a significant shortage in the market. As an extremely important recovery item, many people were even eager to stockpile a few extra bottles. The elixir of life, which was originally insufficient for all survivors, had now become even more scarce. Even though it was nighttime, Han Xing continued working overtime to produce the elixir of life. With an ample reserve of spirit cores, he converted all the
remaining spirit spring water into the elixir of life,
producing 7,000 bottles, with each bottle taking 10 seconds to make, amounted to nearly 20 hours of work. The following day, Han Xing did almost nothing else. He made a bottle and sold a bottle. Apart from occasional breaks, he spent all his time trading with other survivors. In the first hour, he sold over 600 bottles of the elixir. In the second hour, he sold over 1,300 bottles.
A large amount of materials continued to flow in.
At the end of the day, when the 7,000th bottle of the elixir of life was sold, Han Xing finally stopped trading because the spiritual spring water had run out. Over 800 liters of spiritual spring water were refined into more than 8,000 bottles of the elixir of life, of which 7,000 bottles were sold for various materials. In the chat channel, many survivors who were eagerly waiting for Han Xing to put spiritual spring water on sale began to feel a sense of foreboding when he failed to appear.
At this moment, Han Xing spoke in the channel with a slightly hoarse voice. Everyone, the elixir of life is sold out.
I am out of raw materials and temporarily unable to produce more elixir of life.
Hearing this, the survivors who didn't manage to exchange for the elixir of life were instantly filled with regret. Many people have still not been able to obtain the elixir of life. Someone cautiously asked, Star God, is there really none left?
Han Xing replied, yes, one of the main ingredients needed to make the elixir of life has been exhausted.
Once I find a new main ingredient, I will continue making it.
Moreover, I have already traded over 7,000 bottles of the elixir of life, which is enough for many people to defeat the current area's boss.
You should be able to obtain other recovery items from these bosses, which should basically ensure that the remaining people can pass through this area smoothly.
In fact, Han Xing still had over 1,000 bottles of life elixirs in reserve, but he had no intention of taking them out.
After all, everyone
has their own selfishness, and injuries are inevitable in future battles.
He didn't want to fall into danger due to a lack of elixirs. Yes, hearing him say this, many survivors expressed their understanding.
Someone gratefully said, Star God,
you've worked hard. We will always remember your kindness. Han Xing shook his head with a smile. This is just a transaction. There's no talk of any favor.
The person, however, responded with a smile. The Star God is truly not straightforward.
Although this is just a transaction, we all remember it in our hearts.
These past 2 days, you've been almost sleepless, exchanging life elixirs with us, indirectly saving countless lives, including mine.
The person said with a bitter smile, if it weren't for your life elixir, I might have already been killed by that monster.
His words were met with everyone's agreement, and they chimed in one after another. That's right, if it weren't for the Star God's life elixir, I wouldn't have survived.
It's really not easy to have made it to this world.
Speaking of which, this is already the second time the Star God has saved us from dire straits.
Most of us in District 107 owe him a huge favor.
Exactly, the savior of District 107, Star God truly deserves the title. From now on, if anyone dares to question him, I'll definitely stand up to them.
I hereby declare that the Galaxy God sect is officially established as of today. I am the first believer. Who else wants to join?
Seeing that their conversation was becoming more and more exaggerated, Han Xing quickly interrupted. Stop.
Cut out the cheesy stuff. I just want to trade with you for some supplies.
If this awkward chat continues, I won't sell anything.
Ha ha. Laughter echoed in the chat channel.
Han Xing shook his head and was about to close the chat channel.
Just then, a private message popped up.
The sender's name was Whirlwind Potato, and Han Xing had a vague impression of this name. Opening the private chat, Whirlwind Potato immediately exclaimed excitedly, Dad,
I still haven't gotten the elixir of life.
Han Xing's face instantly darkened. Stop shouting nonsense.
When did I ever have a son as old as you?
Whirlwind Potato quickly explained, Star God, you don't know this, but during my most difficult time, you saved my life.
You're like a second parent to me, so calling you Dad is only natural.
Seeing that he wanted to say more, Han Xing quickly initiated a trade request. He directly offered 10 bottles of life elixir, ignored his exaggerated screams, and closed the private chat.
Finally, peace returned to his ears. After 2 days of sleepless and relentless work, he could finally relax. A wave of intense drowsiness and fatigue washed over him like a tide.
Han Xing shook his head, trying to perk himself up, planning to first tally up the gains from this round before resting. Besides, there was still one more thing left unfinished. Looking at the mountain of materials piled up in his territory, Han Xing's breathing became somewhat rapid, and his drowsiness was significantly dispelled.
This time, I really hit the jackpot. After the excitement subsided, he began to take inventory.
The biggest gain from this transaction was, of course, spirit cores.
These items have a wide range of uses and have practically become the universal currency of this world.
After deducting the consumption for producing spirit spring water, he had a total income of 253,764 spirit cores. Another pile of precious materials was mithril.
It is indispensable for crafting blue and purple equipment, and it will definitely be used in large quantities later.
After counting, he had gained a total of over 16,000 pieces of mithril.
Truly, there is strength in numbers. For instance, the
3 of them, after securing the top 3 rewards and each opening a silver treasure chest, only managed to gather less than 50 pieces of
mithril.
But after trading with the survivors of the entire Channel 107, he directly harvested over 10,000 pieces.
This was an insane profit.
After counting the number of spirit cores and mithril, Han Xing continued to inventory other material resources.
Tens of thousands of rare earths,
ether, over 10,000 power crystals, magic crystals, as well as blood of the strong and various one-star beast leathers, among others. Most importantly, he obtained a crucial material needed to craft the purple weapon, the Mooncrown longbow, moonstones, a total of over 20 pieces.
In other words, he could now craft 4 purple weapons at once. However, he did not craft them immediately because his level was not high enough. Even if he made them, he wouldn't be able to equip them. Waiting until he reached level 6 to craft them would not be too late. Afterward, he stuffed all the materials from
from the Sky Island territory into the storage box in one go, instantly making the crowded Sky Island territory much more spacious. Han Xing casually grabbed a small folding stool and sat down, pulling out a blueprint from his backpack to study. It was the primary castle construction blueprint he had exchanged with the Whisperer during the auction of the first batch of life elixirs yesterday. Just as he was focused, a soft, childlike animal cry sounded. Cobalt suddenly leapt onto Han Xing's lap, stretching out its little head, seemingly full of curiosity about the item in its owner's hands. Han Xing held Cobalt up with one hand, placed it on his shoulder, gently patted its little head, and said, "Don't cause trouble for now. I'll take you out for some proper activity tomorrow." These past 2 days, Han Xing hasn't had time to explore the floating island. This restless little creature, full of energy with nowhere to release it, was almost stifled. "Ah!" Cobalt tilted its head up, obediently responding. After soothing the little creature, Han Xing turned his attention back to the blueprint in his hands. Blueprint for basic castle construction. Territory type building. Survivors can construct a basic castle within the territory. Basic castle. Defense value 1000. Increases the defense of all defensive buildings within the territory by 20%. The attack power of all offensive buildings by 10%. Boosts all attributes of allied units by 10%. And enhances the floating island territory's movement speed by 10%. Materials required for constructing a basic castle. Stone *100,000, wood *20,000, spirit core *50,000, refined iron *50,000, rare earth *90,000, mithril *8,000, power crystal *5,000, magic crystal *5,000. Note, when constructing a basic castle, the territory area must exceed 1,000 square meters, and at least 400 square meters of open space must be reserved. Seeing the materials calculated in tens of thousands, Han Xing suddenly realized that this item might not be usable at the current stage. After all, which survivor could gather such a vast amount of resources all at once? Of course, except for himself. No wonder the Whisperer chose to trade this blueprint, because according to his estimation, even with the full support of the Whisper of God team, gathering these materials would still take a long time. Han Xing said with a hint of surprise, "So many materials, if not for trading the life elixir, even my current reserves would be far from sufficient." However, the effect of this beginner's castle is indeed powerful. As long as I stand within the territory, my attributes can increase by 10%. What excites him even more is that this attribute boost isn't limited to himself. All friendly units within the territory, pets, summons, vassals, can enjoy it too. It's just, what exactly does this 1000 defense value mean? Can it withstand the attacks of elite monsters? Han Xing felt a bit uncertain, but thinking about how he didn't even have a house and his furniture could only be placed outdoors, he immediately made up his mind. Build. No matter what other effects the castle has, even if it's just used to block the wind and rain, it's already worth it. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately moved all the furniture in the center of the territory aside, clearing out a spacious area. The next moment, he clicked the build button. The castle blueprint in his hand disappeared, and a system prompt immediately popped up. Territory building. The construction of the basic castle is underway, with an estimated remaining time of 32 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The blueprint for the basic castle has been automatically recorded on the territory function page. As soon as the prompt appeared, Han Xing saw a large rectangular outline marked out in the center of the territory, with a grayish-blue mist rising within the area. At the same time, a large quantity of materials in his storage box disappeared instantly. Before long, the foundation of a castle began to take shape. Han Xing roughly calculated in his mind that the castle's maximum diameter was about 39 meters, covering an area of over 300 square meters, which wasn't considered large in scale. However, as a residence, it would definitely qualify as a luxurious mansion. On Blue Star, building a castle of this scale would cost at least several million in funds. With great anticipation, Han Xing envisioned the appearance of the completed structure in his mind. The sketch on the blueprint depicted a retro European-style building with 3 floors, each corner featuring protruding turrets, with windows placed between the turrets. At the very center of the building stood a main tower several dozen meters high, with a flag fluttering at its peak. Han Xing exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, I will have a home of my own in this world." Full of anticipation, Han Xing found the sofa he had made himself and lay down on it. His tense nerves began to relax, and a wave of exhaustion surged over him. The past 2 days had been incredibly busy. Although the rewards were immense, he was indeed tired. He stared blankly at the bright starry sky as a gentle breeze brushed by, feeling exceptionally at ease. The coal ball unknowingly jumped onto the sofa as well, lying at his feet and letting out a faint snore. One man and one wolf fell into a deep sleep like this. It was the 10th day since all humans from Blue Star arrived in this world. Just as Han Xing woke up, a system notification suddenly appeared in the minds of all the survivors. System, attention all survivors. It has been 10 days since you entered Sky Island Paradise, and you have initially adapted to this world. A new version of the game has been launched, and the new challenge dungeon Cloud Secret Realm is about to open.
The Cloud Secret Realm is randomly generated.
Survivors can find clouds with a vortex symbol nearby, which indicate the randomly generated Cloud Secret Realm. Please note, unlike other floating island territories, entering the Cloud Secret Realm will transport you to a special scene, and the monsters in each scene are different. The difficulty of the Cloud Secret Realm is divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 star.
Each star level also has a limit on the number of participants allowed.
The higher the star level, the greater the danger. Survivors should choose carefully.
In the current version, the highest difficulty generated is limited to 2 star.
Successfully challenging the Cloud Secret Realm will grant you valuable items such as blue and purple equipment, advanced profession scrolls, rune blueprints, rune crystals, stronghold fragments, and many other rewards.
This sudden system announcement left everyone in shock.
In the chat channel, everyone was excitedly discussing what the Cloud Secret Realm was, as well as the rune blueprints and fragments of the strong mentioned later. At this moment, Han Xing sat back on the sofa, stroking his chin and pondering, Cloud Secret Realm, huh?
I didn't see this kind of gameplay when I played Sky Island Paradise on my phone. It must be a new feature introduced after coming to this world.
Speaking of which, Han Xing didn't play much on his phone either. Back then, he won a beta test slot on a mysterious website, downloaded the installation package, and played for less than a week, with his game character only reaching level 11. Then, he arrived in this world. Therefore,
Han Xing's understanding of this world is actually not much greater than that of other survivors. As a newly released instance, the rewards for this Cloud Secret Realm should be quite generous, but correspondingly, it will also be extremely dangerous. Just as they were speaking, the second system notification arrived. System, attention all survivors, the area protection mechanism has been lifted, and the area map is now open.
Survivors can now locate each other using map coordinates. You may choose to cooperate, compete, or even draw your weapons and seize each other's territories. Please note, when too many survivors gather in the same area, higher-level monsters are more likely to spawn, and the monsters in the clouds will also become stronger. At the same time, the monsters in the clouds have significantly increased their desire to attack.
They may actively strike and invade the survivors' territories. Please make sure to strengthen your defenses. One message after another, packed with information. The next second, the chat channel erupted in a frenzy. Brothers, did you see the update announcement? The regional protection feature has been lifted. This means we can not only meet up but also form teams and even fight side by side. I saw it too. Finally, I don't have to fight alone anymore. Sob sob. Big cousin, little sis is coming to find you right away.
Someone kindly reminded everyone, be careful not to gather too many people or it will easily attract high-level monsters.
Didn't you see the system notification?
Now the monsters in those clouds will actively attack. We have to be careful not to get wiped out. Meanwhile, in Han Xing and their discussion group, the three were also enthusiastically discussing this update. Cheng Jianyang said excitedly, guys, the protection mechanism has been lifted, which means we can meet up soon.
Send me your coordinates, and I'll come find you. Xinyun reported 42156 33247 69745. Han Xing also reported 41784 24451 88647.
Cheng Jianyang exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. Damn, I'm at 42063 54223 48612.
Pretty far from you guys. Phew, Xinyun replied, it is indeed a bit far.
At our current speed, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to get there, and we'd also have to avoid those clouds, so it might take even longer.
Xinyun tentatively suggested, how about the two of us head toward Brother Xing first? Cheng Jianyang was just about to agree.
Han Xing spoke up, don't rush, don't hurry over just yet. Now that the regional protection has just been lifted, other survivors are likely thinking the same thing. With large groups of people moving around and the monsters in the clouds potentially attacking proactively, the entire area could become chaotic.
Xinyun understood and tentatively asked, Brother Xing, are you worried about? Han Xing replied, yes, I'm worried that some ill-intentioned people might target other survivors.
Right now, everyone's strength is about the same, and if conflicts break out, the result could very well be mutual destruction. What's worse is, if these people gather together, then the trouble will be huge.
The two could sense Han Xing's concern from his words and understood that he had a point. In fact, Han Xing's worries would soon come true. Although Zone 107 appeared calm on the surface, there were undoubtedly people with malicious intentions lurking in the shadows.
This place was nothing like Blue Star, where laws provided constraints. For the sake of profit or to seize the spoils of other survivors, these people were capable of committing any atrocity.
Cheng Jianyang then asked, Brother Xing, do you have any good suggestions on your side?
Han Xing pondered for a moment and replied, my suggestion is to stay put for the first 2 days. Once we get through the initial chaotic phase, the three of us should converge at the same coordinates, minimizing the time it takes to meet up. On the road, if you encounter clouds that you can easily defeat, try to explore them. While traveling, make sure to level up, but always be cautious and avoid those clouds with a wide range. After hearing this, both of them felt that Han Xing's plan was reliable and expressed their agreement. Just as they were about to take action, the system's third notification popped up.
Announcement: as the territory leaderboard in most regions has concluded, a new leaderboard challenge is now open.
Based on different regional divisions, the top 100 survivors in each region who reach level 10 first will receive ranking rewards. Ranks 100 to 51, rewards, Psionic Shield Crystal Tower Blueprint, Basic, *1, Ironclad Golem, *5, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Spirit Core *1000. Ranks 50 to 11, rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Blueprint, Basic, *1, Ironclad Golem, *10, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Spirit Core *2000. New leaderboard rewards again? Han Xing was also shocked by this system notification and carefully examined the attributes of these rewards.
Psychic Shield Obelisk Blueprint, Beginner, a territorial building that allows the construction of a crystal tower generating a psychic shield.
The psychic shield can defend against physical and magical attacks, with a defense value of 200.
Ironclad Golem LV-10, a standard defensive golem that can only operate within the territory.
Attributes: Strength 53, Agility 34, Spirit 32, Constitution 56.
Skills: Copper Skin Iron Bones, Flame Jet, Serrated Cutting. At the same time,
the attributes are quite good, Han Xing thought to himself. The Psionic Shield Obelisk Basic could directly generate a shield, essentially enclosing the territory, preventing outsiders from intruding and blocking attacks.
The second Ironclad Golem was a defensive type golem, with attributes roughly equivalent to a level 10 ordinary monster.
In case of danger or an invasion by other cloud monsters, it could assist the survivors in combat. Next was the third item, Basic Lord's Cabin, defense value 500, increases the defense of all defensive buildings within the territory by 10%, boosts the attack power of offensive buildings by 5%, enhances all allied units' attributes by 5%, and increases the floating island's movement speed by 10%. Seeing the attributes of the Lord's Cabin, Han Xing said doubtfully, this beginner-level Lord's Cabin seems similar to my beginner-level castle, but the amplification effect is much weaker. The defensive building bonus of the Lord's Castle is 20%, while the Lord's Cabin is only 10%, and other amplifications are only half as effective. Han Xing's mind stirred. It seems that the beginner-level castle is indeed a more advanced structure than the Lord's Cabin. At least the materials he spent building the castle weren't wasted. Afterward, Han Xing continued to check the remaining ranking rewards. Ranks 10 to 4 rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armor Puppet, *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint, *1, Purple Selectable Weapon, *1, Spirit Core *3000. Rank 3 rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armor Puppet, *3, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint, *1, Purple Selectable Weapon, *1, Spirit Core *5000. Rank 2 rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armor Puppet, *5, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction
Blueprint, *1, Purple Selectable Weapon, *1, Golden Treasure Chest, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint, *1, Spirit Core *8000. Rank 1 rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Gold Armor Puppet, *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint, *1, Gold Selectable Weapon Blueprint, *1, Golden Treasure Chest, *1, Spirit Core *10,000. Blueprint for Basic Teleportation Array, a territorial building that can be constructed within the territory. Function: through the teleportation array, you can travel to the teleportation arrays of other survivors' territories. Before teleporting, you need to record the other party's teleportation array number and obtain permission from the other lord. Only then can other survivors use the teleportation. Silver Armored Golem LV-10, Elite, a reinforced defensive golem that can only operate within the territory. Attributes: Strength 74, Agility 53, Spirit 46, Constitution 71. Skills: Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Flame Breath, Serrated Cutting, Heavy Hammer Impact. Golden Armor Puppet, Leader Level, Specially Enhanced Puppet, can only operate within the territory. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Constitution 109. Skills: Reinforced Iron Bones, Flame Jet, Blood Cutting, Heavy Hammer Strike, Metal Explosion. The chat channel suddenly fell into silence, followed by a flood of messages like a tidal wave. The Lord's Cabin, the teleportation array, and so many powerful puppets. Just getting any ranking with these rewards is a huge profit. The Silver Armor Puppet is equivalent to the combat power of a level 10 elite monster, and that Gold Armor Puppet is even more terrifying. It's at the boss level. At At this stage, a single gold armor puppet could sweep the battlefield, right? Not only that, there's also a golden treasure chest and golden weapons. Oh my gosh. The abundance of rewards left the survivors almost incredulous. They were eager to reach level 10 as soon as possible to claim the first place prize. Meanwhile, several fledgling teams in Zone 107 resumed their discussions. At this moment, Whisperer was the first to speak in the Divine Whisper discussion group. Everyone, the regional protection mechanism has been lifted. Our days of fighting alone are coming to an end. The era of team mode has arrived. We can quickly team up, not only ensuring safety but, more importantly, significantly boosting leveling speed and greatly increasing resource acquisition. Last time's ranking loss doesn't matter. This time, we, Whisper of the Gods, must secure a spot. The discussion group members responded enthusiastically. Alright, the team members were brimming with morale. Papaya Star Spirit also said in the Airplane Boy Band discussion group, the leaderboard rewards are extremely generous and will definitely attract many people. From the last competition, I could see that there are still quite a few experts in Zone 107. Now that the game version has changed, only by uniting can we achieve greater accomplishments. The other side must have noticed this too. They are surely considering forming teams now, so this is the perfect time for us to recruit. Everyone, take this opportunity to recruit people in the chat channel and make the Airplane Boys group bigger and stronger. The team members all accepted the order. Papaya Starling was right, many survivors in the chat channel were currently looking for a team. Which teams in our zone are still recruiting? Level 5 Cleric, half green gear, looking to join. Level 4 Warrior, 20 strength. Is there any team that wants me? Level 5 Mage. Han Xing also received many invitations to join teams, but he politely declined them one by one. The game version had indeed changed, but the system also warned that gathering too many people could easily attract attacks from powerful monsters. At this moment, the most important thing is to first enhance one's own strength. At the same time, Han Xing began preparing to level up. He glanced at the little wolf cub lazily sleeping nearby and called out, "Cobalt, time to get to work." Cobalt immediately lifted its head from the sofa and jumped down excitedly. Han Xing noticed that the past few days of feeding had caused Cobalt to grow significantly in size, transforming from a puppy only the size of 2 palms into a small wolf cub as long as an arm. Its current size could no longer fit on his shoulder. Hearing that Han Xing was finally going to take it out for some activity, Cobalt excitedly dashed around the territory. A dozen minutes later, a cloud of over 40 square meters appeared before them, accompanied by a system prompt. A group of jungle creatures is active inside. Would you like to enter? Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation. Upon entering, he saw a group of level 4 or 5 wild boars. With his current attributes, combined with his pet Cobalt's formidable melee abilities, these level 4 or 5 monsters posed no threat to him. A few minutes later, system notifications appeared one after another. You have killed Jungle Boar LV5*8, gained 400 experience points, and your pet Cobalt gained 320 experience points. The area of your territory has expanded. After dealing with this group of wild boars, Han Xing pressed on without stopping and continued exploring other floating islands. You have killed Bomb Squirrel LV5*6, gained 300 experience points, and your pet Cobalt gained 240 experience points. You have killed Steel Needle Hedgehog LV5*4, gained 200 experience points, and your pet Cobalt gained 160 experience points. You have killed. As one system notification after another popped up, after a morning of intense exploration, Han Xing and Cobalt were both enveloped in a flash of white light. Finally reached level 6. Han Xing said excitedly. Level 6 is a critical milestone. It means he can equip the Beast Hide Armor and the Warrior's Ring, 2 pieces of blue equipment. More importantly, he can now use the purple weapon blueprint he earned when he claimed the top spot on the territory leaderboard. A purple weapon will elevate his attack power to a whole new level. Coupled with the bonuses from those blue items, Han Xing's overall strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Han Xing looked at his blueprint panel with great anticipation. The purple weapon blueprint, Mooncrown Longbow, was now displayed as craftable. His fingers trembled slightly as he tapped the crafting button, exclaiming excitedly, "This is the first purple equipment of my life. I hope the attributes won't be too bad." He immediately clicked on craft. A 120-second progress bar began counting down. The time required to craft purple equipment is longer than that for blue equipment. Han Xing patiently waited for 2 minutes, and suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst before his eyes. The next moment, a silver-white longbow fell onto the grass. The bow's body was entirely bright silver, engraved with intricate mystical patterns. Han Xing noticed 5 diamond-like radiant gemstones embedded at the front and back of the bow, which should be the legendary 5 moon crystals. The appearance of this longbow was extraordinarily remarkable, with a bowstring as thick as a pinky finger, exuding a powerful sense of lethality. Han Xing bent down to pick up the longbow, feeling its icy touch. "Good bow," he sincerely praised. Holding a fine weapon in his hand, he could feel its extraordinary power. At the same time, the attributes of the longbow appeared before before his eyes.
Mooncrest Longbow, purple, LV6, quality rare, attack power 7585, agility plus 10, special effects, Moonlight Flow, Curse of the Moon. Moonlight Flow, when attacking, there is a 50% chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility. Curse of the Moon, when attacking, inflicts the Curse of the Moon effect on the enemy, reducing healing effects by 10% and movement speed by 10%.
Whoosh! Moonlight Flow and Curse of the Moon?
Han Xing pondered. The first Moonlight Flow effect has a chance to convert 10 points of spirit and
constitution into agility.
When triggered, it can increase my agility by at least 20 points, which translates to nearly 40 points of attack power.
The second curse effect can actually weaken healing effects. Could it be combined with Kobol's void power to create a multi-layered effect to weaken the enemy? He clearly remembered that Kobol's skill, void power, could suppress 60% of the enemy's healing effects. Adding the Curse of the Moon, the healing effect would be reduced by a total of 70%. Thinking of this, Han Xing's heart skipped a beat. This bow has really great attributes. Its attack power alone is more than 3 times that of the green longbow in his hand, plus an additional 10 points of agility and 2 special effects. Well done. As long as he equips it, his attack power will multiply several times over.
However, when Han Xing saw the rare quality on the attribute panel, another thought flashed through his mind. Purple equipment can be crafted into legendary quality at best. Although the probability is very low, with my current material reserves, I can still make 3 more Mooncrown longbows. He immediately looked up, his gaze firm. Why not give it a try? With this thought, he began crafting again.
4 minutes later, plop, plop,
2 consecutive Mooncrown longbows were crafted, but they were still of rare quality.
It seems the probability of legendary quality appearing is indeed much lower. However, Han Xing can understand.
General purple equipment mostly belongs to rare quality, while premium quality is extremely rare. As for legendary quality purple gear, it's estimated that the natives of this world have hardly ever seen 2
pieces. Such masterpieces can only be forged by true Grandmaster level craftsmen.
Han Xing glanced at the blueprint interface and said, "Now, just one last material is missing.
Let's give it another try." He clicked the crafting button.
At that moment, a dazzling purple beam of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. Han Xing even saw the purple beam pierce through the clouds, extending hundreds of meters into the air. The surrounding clouds were instantly dyed purple, creating a commotion that was truly astonishing.
Hearing the commotion, Han Xing immediately understood that it was highly likely a success. The Mooncrown longbow crafted this time was very likely of legendary quality.
Filled with anticipation, he waited for the 120-second countdown to end.
At the same time
passed quickly, and Han Xing once again saw a silver-white longbow appear on the interface. However, unlike before, this longbow's body shimmered with starlight, adding a touch of mystery and beauty.
He bent down to pick up the longbow, and its attributes appeared before his eyes.
Moon Coronet Longbow, purple, LV6, quality, legendary, attack power 101-113, agility plus 15, special effects, Lunar Flow, Moon's Curse, Dark Moon Descent, legendary effect.
Dark Moon Descent, legendary effect. When the survivor uses the Moon Coronet longbow to consecutively kill 5 enemies, the Dark Moon Descent effect will be triggered.
A black full moon will hang high overhead, and while within the range of the Dark Moon's shroud, the survivor's attack speed increases by 50%, and allies' attack speed increases by 30%.
The effect lasts for 20 seconds. After the
Dark Moon state ends, the Dark Moon will automatically detonate, dealing damage equal to agility *300% to surrounding enemies.
Exclamation point.
Han Xing was left utterly speechless upon seeing the description of the final effect.
Attack speed increased by 50%, also boosting allies by 30%. After the effect ends, there's area damage as well. Is this the legendary effect? It's absolutely terrifying.
He eagerly picked up the longbow and exclaimed with delight. With the attributes of this longbow, even ordinary golden equipment probably can't compare to it.
Han Xing was right.
The attributes of golden equipment of the same level are only about 20% stronger than purple equipment, but the leap from rare to
legendary is far more than a 20% improvement. Coupled with this legendary effect, this Mooncrest longbow can easily crush golden equipment of the same level. At this moment, the silver-white longbow emitted a gentle moonlight. Han Xing faintly felt that the Mooncrest longbow, with its legendary Dark Moon Descent effect, was its true and complete form.
Without hesitation, Han Xing equipped the legendary quality Moon Crown longbow and put the Ring of Strength on his other hand.
Then, he
took off the python skin coat that had accompanied him for many days and replaced it with the dark yellow ferocious beast leather armor.
In an instant, his attributes skyrocketed.
He glanced over his personal panel.
Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Class, elf archer. Level, LV6. Strength, 10 plus 20. Warrior pendant plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Strength ring plus 12. Agility, 15 plus 32. Space backpack plus 4. Beast hide boots plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Ferocious beast leather armor plus 5. Mooncrown. Longbow plus 15. Spirit, 9 plus 8. 8, Traveler's Ring +2, Warrior Pendant +1, Spirit +5, Constitution 12 +13, Space Backpack +4, Warrior Pendant +2, Traveler's Ring +2, Ferocious Beast Leather Armor +5. Note, survivors can wear up to 2 rings and 1 necklace at the same time. With these stats, even those level 5 elite monsters probably aren't as strong as me. Leveling up from 5 to 6 is indeed a huge turning point, with an exceptionally rapid increase in attributes. At the same time, the attributes of Coldball, now at level 5, have also seen a significant boost. Its agility has surpassed 30, and with the 200% speed bonus provided by Void Blink, even Han Xing can't catch up to it now. After becoming stronger, Han Xing decided to explore the more powerful floating islands nearby. Not far away, he discovered a cloud spanning over 100 square meters and steered his territory closer to it. System prompt: a group of shadowy cave-dwelling creatures is gathered inside, with a large number. Do you wish to enter? Cave-dwelling creatures? Is it a new race? Han Xing curiously clicked confirm. The clouds dispersed, revealing a disorganized campsite. Several tattered tents stood there, with piles of wood, iron pots, weapon racks, and other miscellaneous tools scattered across the ground. In the center of the campsite, a group of greenskin creatures was busy lighting a fire, while a large pot nearby bubbled with an unknown concoction. The appearance of humans made the green-skinned creatures instantly turn around. Han Xing locked eyes with them, taking in their sunken pupils, sharp fangs, and pointed ears. Based on these features, Han Xing blurted out, "Goblins." He hadn't expected to encounter such monsters, commonly seen in games, in this world. Before him, the goblin's attributes also became visible. Goblin Warrior, 1-star creature. Level, LV 6. Strength 31, Agility 25, Spirit 13, Constitution 27. Skills, Beast Hammer Smash, Upward Slash. Goblin Shaman, 1-star creature. Level, LV 6. Strength 14, Agility 18, Spirit 35, Constitution 18. Skills, Great Fireball, Dark Mind Technique. Goblin Assassin, Goblin Overseer, Goblin Menial. There are a total of 8 goblins, including 4 level 6 professionals, 1 level 7 Goblin Overseer, and 3 level 5 menials. This lineup is quite formidable, and the numbers are significant. Once survivors reach level 6, their strength surges dramatically, and similarly, the attributes of monsters also increase substantially. Even in Han Xing's current state, he must not let his guard down. Upon spotting Han Xing, the goblin's eyes turned blood red, and they charged at him, brandishing their weapons. At the same time, the goblin assassin flicked the dagger in its hand and silently disappeared from sight. The goblin warrior charged first, like an out-of-control bull, instantly closing in on Han Xing. So fast. Han Xing was shocked and quickly rolled to dodge the charge, using his nearly 50 points of agility to swiftly create some distance. At that moment, a flash of cold light swept past. The goblin assassin had somehow appeared behind Han Xing, and a chill spread across his neck. Damn, there's a backstabber. Han Xing's scalp instantly went numb. As a hunter, being approached by an assassin was extremely dangerous, especially now when he was at a disadvantage, outnumbered. He had already taken out a bottle of life potion from his backpack, ready to drink it immediately after taking a hit. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed by, pouncing on the assassin. "Oh whoa!" Coldball roared, clearly furious at the assassin's sneak attack on Han Xing. Coldball's sharp claws slashed across the goblin assassin's face, instantly tearing off a chunk of flesh. The intense pain made the assassin scream miserably and turn around to look for the culprit. Han Xing's eyes lit up as he drew his longbow and activated the wind-chasing arrow skill. Just before releasing the arrow, Han Xing slightly adjusted his aim downward, targeting the assassin's rear. The arrow flew at an extremely high speed and from a very close distance, leaving the assassin no chance to dodge. Han Xing clearly heard the tearing sound of the arrow piercing through flesh. The assassin's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he turned to look at the arrow embedded halfway into his backside. The next second, an earth-shattering wail erupted. The scream of agony instantly stunned the other goblins, making them forget to continue their attack. Han Xing clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, let this sneaky one taste some real power." Before the assassin could react, a second arrow shot out swiftly, striking the back of its head and piercing through. Han Xing's gaze turned icy as he eliminated the assassin, then drew his bow again to aim at the other goblins. The remaining goblins seemed to finally come to their senses. A large fireball hurtled toward Han Xing, while 2 goblin warriors charged at him from different directions. Relying on his agility, Han Xing easily sidestepped to avoid the fireball. As Coldball prepared to engage, Han Xing quickly issued a command. "Coldball, go deal with the goblin at the back. Leave these 2 to me." The Coldball flashed black and charged toward the goblin mage. Seeing this, the goblin overseer raised its beast bone hammer and smashed it down fiercely, while the other 3 goblin lackeys were also drawn over. Facing 5 enemies at once, the pressure on Han Xing was greatly reduced, leaving him with only the 2 level 6 goblin warriors to deal with. After overcoming the initial chaos, Han Xing finally found his rhythm. He suddenly downed a bottle of secret potion of bear strength, and his strength surged instantly. immediately. Skill, double arrow activated. 2 arrows were fired simultaneously, one hitting the right leg of a goblin warrior and the other striking the shoulder of the other goblin warrior, forcing their charge to a halt. Han Xing then stepped back half a step and assumed an attack stance. Skill, multi-arrow activation. This time, however, it was different. Han Xing suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy within his body. Is it the special effect of the Moon Crown longbow? Has the moonlight flow been triggered? Han Xing instantly understood, and a wave of joy filled his heart. This time, the multi-shot would be exceptionally powerful. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows were shot out one after another, accompanied by crisp sounds as if piercing through leather. In the next moment, 2 or 3 fine iron arrows were embedded in the hearts and chests of 2 goblin warriors. Their hearts were pierced, and they died instantly. The formidable power of the Moon Crown longbow was revealed for the first time. Han Xing successfully took down 2 goblin warriors. In the camp, 5 goblins remained. The coal ball faced the goblin overseer and goblin shaman alone, leveraging its astonishing speed to the fullest. The remaining 3 goblin lackeys wielded wooden sticks, flailing them wildly, but with their abilities, they couldn't even touch a single hair on the coal ball. Watching the coal ball dart and dodge among the 5 goblins, inflicting damage with its tiny claws, Han Xing made a decisive decision to take out the 3 goblin lackeys first, allowing the coal ball to fight solo for a while. With its attributes, holding out a bit longer would be no problem at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, striking 3 goblin minions, successfully drawing their attention to Han Xing. At this moment, Han Xing's attack power had far surpassed the tolerance limit of these level 5 monsters. Even if the vital points were not hit, each arrow could severely injure them. A dozen seconds later, the 3 minions collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Han Xing said with a laugh, "Ha, soft persimmons are still easier to pinch." At that moment, the once bright sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing instinctively looked up and was startled to see a black full moon quietly rising overhead. Overhead hung a dark purple full moon, as if it had absorbed most of the light, dyeing the entire camp in a dark purple hue. This is the legendary special effect Dark Moon Descends. The trigger condition is to consecutively kill 5 enemies. At this moment, Han Xing felt his hands enveloped by a strange force, and his attack speed significantly increased. Not only Han Xing, but the fighting coal ball also received a boost. The power of the Dark Moon appeared, and coal ball's attack speed suddenly skyrocketed. Although its strength was only in the teens, at this moment, coal ball displayed an extremely rapid attack, leaving Han Xing in awe. Amidst the flickering black light, dense claw marks of blood continuously appeared on the goblin shaman and goblin overseer, as if an invisible monster was gnawing at their flesh. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 goblins were already covered with over 100 blood marks, their bodies a bloody mess. When the dark purple round moon had been present for 20 seconds, cracks began to appear on its surface. Han Xing knew that the most powerful strike of this legendary special effect was about to arrive. After the Dark Moon descent state ends, the Dark Moon will automatically detonate, dealing explosion damage equal to 300% of agility to surrounding enemies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the dark purple round moon suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power of the Dark Moon descended from the sky, unleashed without restraint. The 2 goblins, already heavily injured by coal ball, were struck as if by lightning. The entire camp seemed to be hit by a violent storm, with the power of the Dark Moon rampaging wildly. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, and a system notification appeared. You have killed Goblin Warrior, Goblin Shaman, Goblin Overseer, gaining 1,200 experience points. Pet Coal Ball has gained 960 experience points. After reaching level 6, the required experience increases sharply, but the experience gained from killing level 6 monsters also increases accordingly. At this moment, Han Xing was still immersed in the shock brought by the legendary special effects, exclaiming, "Is this the legendary special effect? This is freaking awesome." It can directly affect environmental changes, and during combat, it can even summon a moon. It's simply an insanely cool divine weapon. Not to mention, the damage of the final strike from this special effect is not to be underestimated. It's an area explosion and can completely be used as a clearing skill. Han Xing was overjoyed. After testing the special effects of the Dark Moon longbow, Han Xing planned to incorporate this goblin camp into his territory. This floating island spans over 100 square meters, which could directly increase his territory area by 1/10. A system notification immediately popped up. You have successfully merged the goblin camp. The territory area has expanded, and you have obtained territory resources: fertile soil *18, simple tent *7, iron pot *2, iron spoon *7. The subsequent territory resources are mostly some crude tools made by this group of goblins. However, just a dozen meters away, there is an area emitting a strong stench. Han Xing frowned, his face full of disgust, and said, "Damn, these goblins are really unhygienic, actually relieving themselves anywhere." He divided these dozen or so stinking territories with extreme disgust and discarded them along with the tools used by the goblins. After dealing with these, Han Xing prepared to continue exploring the next cloud. However, at this moment, he suddenly
suddenly noticed a large floating island in the distance rapidly approaching him. Han Xing immediately became alert and carefully observed this floating island, which spanned over 1,000 square meters. He discovered that the floating island was not covered by clouds, which meant it was unlikely to be a monster's territory. Since it wasn't a monster, the only possibility was that this floating island belonged to other survivors. Moreover, the other party's target was clearly aimed directly at him.
Are they coming for me? Han Xing's heart tightened, and his vigilance suddenly heightened.
Although everyone is a survivor who descended from Blue Star, one must remain vigilant against others.
He definitely didn't want to die at the hands of his own kind after surviving the monsters. Han Xing quickly had Cobalt hide under the sofa, while he himself swiftly entered combat readiness.
At this moment, none of the floating islands had defensive facilities, leaving them wide open, allowing outsiders to see everything on the islands at a glance. Fortunately, Han Xing had covered the storage boxes with a few wooden planks in advance, so others couldn't notice anything unusual. Otherwise, at this stage, seeing a dozen large boxes on your island would make anyone suspicious.
A few seconds later, the opposite floating island rushed straight over and suddenly stopped when the two floating islands were less than 30 meters apart.
Han Xing saw a figure appear on the other island, standing at the edge of the territory and waving toward him. After pondering for a moment, Han Xing also stepped forward, wanting to see what the other party intended. At this moment, he finally saw the other party's face clearly. It was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in half a set of green light armor and holding a refined iron greatsword. Upon seeing Han Xing, he appeared unusually excited and waved, shouting, "Brother, look at me, look at me." Han Xing frowned and waved back at him. After getting a response, the other party was overjoyed and exclaimed repeatedly, "Great, finally someone alive." The young man said this while maneuvering the floating island closer. At this moment, Han Xing spoke coldly, "Stop." The young man clearly sensed the coldness in Han Xing's tone, paused for a moment, and then seemed to understand something. He explained with a bitter smile, "Brother, I didn't mean anything else. It's just that I haven't seen someone like me for several days, so I couldn't help but get excited."
Don't misunderstand.
Han Xing vaguely felt that this person indeed had no ill intentions,
but he still remained vigilant, nodded, and asked, "What's the matter?"
The young man saw Han Xing's attitude soften and quickly said, "It's nothing major, I just wanted to get to know you.
If possible, we could become friends and look out for each other in the future."
At this point, he sighed, "To be honest, ever since coming to this world and constantly facing those monsters, I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown."
Han Xing shook his head.
"Let's skip the idea of making friends. Right now, everyone is struggling to take care of themselves and can't afford to look after others. The priority is to level up and improve our strength as quickly as possible. I still need to go grind levels.
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way."
After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave.
The young man quickly called out, "Hey,
brother, don't rush off. My name is Bubble Fish, real name Chuyu, a local of Xinyang City, level 5 warrior. I see your gear is pretty good, and your territory is quite large.
Want to team up?"
After saying this, he looked at Han Xing with great anticipation.
At this moment, Han Xing finally understood his intention.
It turned out that this guy, seeing the regional protection lifted, couldn't wait to find other survivors to form a team.
"Yes,"
Chuyu continued, "Brother, don't worry. I have confidence in my own strength.
Teaming up definitely won't hold you back."
Han Xing pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I don't plan to form a team for now." He did not reveal his name, and the other party was unaware that he was the well-known Xingha from District 107. Hearing Han Xing's refusal, Chuyu seemed a bit puzzled and asked, "Brother, it's not easy to get by alone in this world. Right now, a lot of people in the chat channel are sharing coordinates, trying to find nearby people to team up with. But this world is just too vast, and the chances of two people meeting are very low.
I think, how about the two of us?" Chuyu seemed to want to argue a bit more,
but Han Xing still shook his head. "No need." Chuyu hesitated to speak, but seeing Han Xing's firm attitude, he sighed, "All right then, I'll go find the next person. You, take care of yourself." Han Xing nodded in response. Chuyu turned and controlled the floating island territory to slowly move away, reminding as he left, "By the way, someone mentioned in the chat channel that they discovered a 2-star secret realm.
The coordinates are nearby, and that's why I came over.
However, that 2-star secret realm requires a team of 5 to enter.
Many people are heading there now, looking for a team. Judging by your equipment, it seems pretty good. If you're interested, you can give it a try."
Han Xing nodded in thanks.
After Chuyu left, Han Xing mused, "A 2-star secret realm, huh? The system announcement said that the highest difficulty secret realm currently open is 2-star.
With the strength of the current survivors, it might be very hard to conquer. Still need to upgrade quickly, at least train Coldball to level 6. Thinking of this, Han Xing called Coldball out from under the sofa. He knew there were still 2 skills on Coldball's skill panel waiting to be unlocked. Among them, the Void Absorption skill unlocks at level 6, the other, Void Frenzy, requires level 10 to activate. The first 4 skills of Cold Ball had already shown Han Xing what true divine skills were, and this Void Extraction was certainly not simple either. Han Xing took a deep breath, and his passion for leveling up reignited. The territory continued to advance, reaching a speed of over 400 kilometers per hour. He discovered that even with the territory expanded to this scale, there was still no resistance during its advance, as if the speed was
stabilized by some kind of force, completely unaffected by gravity. Unless obstacles were encountered along the way, the speed would not decrease. This phenomenon clearly defies common sense, but in this magical world, who still cares about science? At this moment, a streak of black light suddenly flashed across Cold Ball's body, instantly appearing at the edge of the territory. Han Xing looked over in confusion.
A few kilometers ahead, there was a small cloud with an area of over 10 square meters.
Unlike other clouds, this cloud is surrounded by a black vortex. Cloud's secret realm. Han Xing blurted out. Encountering a cloud's secret realm here is quite fortunate. He controlled the floating island, slowly approaching the cloud's secret realm.
As he got closer, Han Xing saw a star floating above the vortex, symbolizing the difficulty of the secret realm.
A 1-star secret realm?
He maneuvered the floating island near the edge of the vortex, and a system prompt immediately popped up. 1-star cloud secret realm, Lost Palace.
Difficulty, medium, number of participants, 1-2, recommended level, 6-10. Enter, Lost Palace, should we go in?
Han Xing hesitated for a moment. Although it is a 1-star secret realm, the difficulty is certainly not small.
The system recommends 1 to 2 people to enter. If there are companions, the danger will be much less.
At this moment, Han Xing suddenly thought that perhaps he should go back and team up with Chu Yu, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. Carrying quite a few rare items, such as a space backpack, S+ grade coal, and legendary quality purple gear, any one of these is enough to make other survivors envious. If teamed up with strangers, it would be hard to keep these things secret. Once exposed, they would attract countless covetous eyes. Before the fortifications are built, Han Xing doesn't want to take this risk. While pondering, he suddenly touched his chin and muttered to himself, the system recommends 1 to 2 people.
I wonder if pets are included.
At this stage, aside from me, there shouldn't be any other survivors with pets. In that case, Cold Ball's combat power clearly hasn't been factored in.
If that's really the case, then my actual combat strength is effectively equivalent to 2 people.
Moreover, Cold Ball's strength far surpasses that of ordinary survivors.
With its assistance, the effect is even better than teaming up with others. Han Xing's eyes lit up, feeling that the odds were in his favor. After some comprehensive consideration, he decided he could challenge the secret realm. So, Han Xing called Cold Ball to his side and clicked confirm.
The next moment, the vortex suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the portal slowly opened. Afterward, he stepped into the vortex with Cold Ball. The moment Han Xing stepped into the vortex, he felt the world before him shake violently, the scene spinning and tumbling. When his vision cleared, the scenery had suddenly changed. Han Xing found himself standing amidst the ruins of a building. This place seemed to have once been a magnificent palace, surrounded by collapsed bricks and stone pillars. The entire palace covered an exceptionally vast area, at least 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. The ground was paved with stone slabs, covered in a thick layer of dust. The palace appeared to be situated in a valley, shrouded by dense clouds. Beyond the palace, everything was hazy and indistinct, with nothing visible.
When Han Xing tried to step into the clouds, a system prompt suddenly appeared. You have reached the edge of the map. Please return the way you came. Han Xing pondered, so, the area covered by clouds is a restricted zone. In other words, my activity range is confined to this palace ruin, isn't it?
At that moment, another system prompt followed closely.
Cloud's secret realm, the first stage challenge mission of the Lost Palace has begun. Survivors, please prepare for battle.
As soon as the prompt ended, Han Xing suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly.
What the heck? Starting the battle right away?
Han Xing was astonished. This secret realm challenge is way too straightforward. At the same time, deep within the ruins, a giant hand suddenly stretched out. Han Xing immediately became alert.
Rumble.
Amid the sound of falling bricks and stones, a massive yellow humanoid monster sat up from the rubble.
Even with only half of its body
exposed, it was already over 2 meters tall, while the rest remained buried in the debris, yet its enormous size was unmistakable. Then, the slumbering giant slowly propped itself up and stood. It was only at this moment that Han Xing finally saw the full appearance of the monster. It stands over 4 meters tall, its entire body seemingly sculpted from clay, but in reality, it is made of a special material resembling brass, yet harder than brass, with a hardness comparable to refined iron. Faint white patterns, resembling veins, emerge on the surface of the clay giant, with energy flowing through them. These are energy conduits crafted from mithril. On its chest, a special device the size of a human head emits a dazzling green light, continuously injecting it with kinetic energy. Han Xing simultaneously saw the attributes of this monster pop up before him. Psionic Puppet, 1-star special creature.
Level, LV 5v7.
Strength 48, Agility 37, Spirit 35, Constitution 55.
Remaining psionic core energy 30. Remaining psionic core defense 100.
Skills, Energy Shot, Rock Solid Body, Passive Skill, reduces 30% of damage when receiving physical attacks.
Psionic puppet? What on earth is this thing?
Seeing the attributes, Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim, this physique is just too exaggerated, reaching as high as 55 points.
Plus, that passive skill that reduces physical damage by 30%, if it were an average survivor, they probably wouldn't even be able to break through the defense.
Obviously, as a physical class character, Han Xing was also greatly affected by its passive skill. However, fortunately, his attack power far exceeded others of the same level.
Even if weakened, he could still deal considerable damage.
Meanwhile, the psionic puppet displayed a strong desire to attack Han Xing. It opened its flat mouth and emitted a mechanically synthesized sound.
Intruder, die.
The energy core on the chest of the psionic puppet suddenly glowed, and a ball of energy rapidly formed in its palm, ready to strike. The psionic puppet's attack was fully charged, and a burst of energy shot out from the veins in its palm. Han Xing felt an intense sense of danger. If this strike hit, it would mean either death or severe injury. He suddenly rolled over, successfully dodging the attack. During the roll, the arrow he had been charging for a long time simultaneously shot out.
With the powerful enhancement of the Moon Crown longbow, the iron arrow accurately hit the left side of the psionic puppet's face.
But in the next moment, Han Xing realized that this arrow hadn't caused it any substantial damage.
Although the arrow hit, it seemed
to strike hard stone, penetrating less than 10 centimeters. To the psionic puppet, this level of damage was akin to a mere tickle.
Just this little flaw?
Han Xing was momentarily stunned. His attack seemed to have enraged the psionic puppet. The colossal figure began to take heavy steps, striding toward Han Xing.
4. Lord Kylong. Boom, boom, boom.
With each step, the psionic puppet sounded like a boulder smashing into the ground, producing a muffled noise. Even before it got close, an intense sense of oppression surged forward. The psychic puppet gradually approached, with a sense of oppression following closely behind.
At that moment, Coalball suddenly leaped onto the puppet's head and fiercely clawed at its eyes twice. In an instant, dirt splattered as 2 chunks of soil were scraped out from the puppet's eye sockets. Although it seemed effective, creatures like the puppet apparently didn't rely on eyes to perceive the outside world. Even though Coalball's attack landed, it did nothing to halt its steps. However, when Han Xing saw wisps of black smoke emerging from the wounds in the puppet's eye sockets, his eyes lit up instantly. The weakening effect of void power actually works. Coalball's void power skill can reduce enemy defense and suppress healing, with a maximum defense reduction of 30%. It is particularly effective against high armor enemies.
Han Xing didn't expect that, even against such puppet monsters, the weakening effect of void power would still be effective.
He immediately took out a potion from his spatial backpack and gulped it down.
Potion of Bear's Strength increases strength by 30%. With his strength enhanced once again, Han Xing swiftly turned around and shot a swift wind-chasing arrow.
Come on, take this arrow of mine.
Seeing the attack coming, the psionic puppet instinctively raised its arm to block it.
Bang! Dirt splattered.
This arrow still felt like it hit a rock, but even a rock was pierced by Han Xing's immense strength.
The refined iron arrow penetrated the puppet's palm and then, with residual force, fiercely stabbed into its shoulder. It worked! Han Xing's heart trembled. Previously, his attacks could only cause minor damage and couldn't even break through the defense.
Now, with the armor weakening from the coal ball and the boost from the bear elixir, the damage of the second arrow skyrocketed.
The little coal ball once again made a great contribution.
Han Xing smiled knowingly, his confidence reignited. Previously, the powerful defense of the psionic puppet was enough to make any survivor at this stage feel despair. But now, he finally understood that his attacks could truly harm it. As long as the defense can be broken, even gods can be slain. In the next moment, multiple arrows were fired simultaneously. Fortunately, this outburst also triggered the moonlight flow effect of the Moon Crown longbow. Agility increased by 40 points instantly. Combined with the 30% strength boost from the bear potion, Han Xing felt an unprecedented surge of power. The psychic puppet saw the arrows coming and realized the threat, clumsily raising its arm in an attempt to block the attack. But it was too slow. Before it could lift its hand, all 5 arrows hit their mark, piercing deeply into its body. One of the arrows struck the core of the psychic puppet directly, a spot Han Xing had deliberately aimed for. But to his surprise, this was not its weakness. On the contrary, the psionic core was even more resilient than the rest of its body, as if it were an independent component with a defense as high as 100 points.
Han Xing's arrow only reduced its defense by 5 points.
At this rate, it would take at least 20 arrows to pierce through its core. However, the agility of this psychic puppet is really not high. Compared to the super high agility of the human-wolf duo, Coalball and Han Xing, the puppet simply cannot keep up with their pace.
Next, there is only one fate awaiting it,
and that is being kite to death by Han Xing. Han Xing fought while retreating, leaping back and forth among the ruins, occasionally pulling away to turn and shoot an arrow.
Thud! thud, thud, thud. He silently calculated the number of arrows he had shot.
By the time the 30th refined iron arrow was released, the spirit-powered puppet's rock-hard upper body had been turned into a pincushion. A cloud of black smoke rose, and the monster finally collapsed with a thud.
Han Xing exhaled slowly, finally took this guy down.
This psionic puppet was really tough to deal with, almost on par with an elite monster. In fact, the psionic puppet's defense was extremely formidable, even stronger than some elite monsters. If not for its other weak attributes and obvious shortcomings, defeating it would have undoubtedly cost Han Xing a great deal.
At that moment, a system notification popped up.
Psychic puppet killed. LV7 gained 150 experience points. Cobalt gained 125 experience points. 1-star secret realm, Lost Palace Phase 1 completed.
Survivors, please prepare. In 30 seconds, the Phase 2 challenge of the Lost Palace Secret Realm will begin.
What the?
There's a second phase. Han Xing was so shocked he couldn't speak.
He had clearly underestimated the difficulty of the secret realm. The strength of the monsters in just the first phase was already close to that of elite monsters.
Wouldn't the second phase be even harder?
What's more, this was only a 1-star secret realm. If it were a 2-star secret realm, the difficulty would probably skyrocket by several levels. That Chuyu previously mentioned forming a team to challenge the 2-star secret realm.
At this moment, Han Xing could only silently mourn for him for half a second.
Han Xing quickly walked to the remains of the psionic puppet, preparing to retrieve the arrows he had shot.
At this moment, the system prompted again. Would you like to dismantle the remains of the psionic puppet? Can this be dismantled too? Han Xing looked on in astonishment. He clicked confirm.
In the next moment, the 3-meter-tall puppet remains collapsed with a loud crash, as if a giant boulder had turned to dust. Successfully dismantled the psionic puppet remains, obtained, special magic clay *647, damaged psionic core *1, mithril *35, refined iron *464. Han Xing weighed the mechanical component in his hand, which was about 20 to 30 kilograms. This was the psionic core that powered the mobility of the psionic puppet. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Repairing the damaged psionic core requires psionic core *3000, mithril *245, ether *8000.
Proceed with repair? It can be repaired, sure, but what's the point? Han Xing wondered to himself. Since its purpose is unclear, it can only be set aside for now.
At this moment, the 30 seconds of preparation time have ended.
The ground shook violently once again.
From the ruins, one giant puppet after another extended their massive arms, revealing their enormous upper bodies. In an instant, Han Xing witnessed at least 6 psionic puppets slowly rising from the ruins.
Hiss! He couldn't help but take a sharp breath.
During the first stage, just one psionic puppet had forced him to hold out for nearly 10 minutes.
Now, 6 of them suddenly appeared. It was simply unimaginable. A tremendous pressure suddenly weighed heavily on his heart.
Han Xing tightly gripped the longbow in his hand,
silently asking himself, can I fight? Yes. It's just that this battle might be even more prolonged and time-consuming.
This is not only a test of his combat awareness but also an ultimate challenge to his endurance.
At the same time, the coal ball also seemed to sense the formidable lineup before it.
Its limbs were tense, fangs bared, and it let out a low threatening growl. Although it knew these puppets were not to be trifled with, as long as Han Xing gave the order, it would charge forward without hesitation.
The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The second stage challenge of the Cloud Secret Realm is about to begin. Before the 6 psychic puppets fully awakened, Han Xing glanced at his backpack.
2 spatial backpacks, totaling 60 storage slots, were packed with various items.
Among them, 900 refined iron arrows occupied 30 slots.
Plus, with 10 bottles per set of elixirs of life, he brought 200 bottles, occupying 20 slots. There were also 50 bottles of elixirs of bear strength, taking up 5 slots.
The remaining 5 slots were used for miscellaneous items, food, drinking water, and loot. At this moment, Han Xing secretly felt grateful.
Fortunately, there was such a divine artifact as the space backpack, allowing him to carry such a massive amount of supplies, perfectly suited for this prolonged battle. If it were other survivors, even if they could handle the psychic puppets, they would likely fail due to insufficient supplies. Suddenly, Han Xing thought that after the secret realm ended, he might as well make a batch of spatial backpacks to trade in the market. Although his spatial backpacks are only classified as white-grade equipment, at this stage, no one has been heard of possessing other portable spatial storage tools.
An item like a portable spatial tool is even more effective than blue-grade equipment at this stage, practically a divine artifact.
The materials required to make a space backpack are simple, only needing a spirit core and 1-star beast hide, and his warehouse happens to have ample stock.
There's hope.
Han Xing rejoiced inwardly. Once everyone has experienced the Cloud Secret Realm and understood the strength of the monsters inside, the demand for spatial-type items will definitely skyrocket.
By then, it will be the perfect time for me to act.
However, the most urgent task right now is still dealing with the battle at hand. As Han Xing was lost in thought, the 6 psionic puppets had already locked onto their targets. They simultaneously raised their right hands, and the mithril patterns on their arms instantly radiated dazzling light, with their palms seemingly gathering a terrifying energy.
Han Xing quickly fired an arrow and immediately retreated.
Cobalt followed closely behind, its figure flashing as it charged toward one of the
psionic puppets.
At that moment, the 6 psionic puppets completed their attack preparations, and 4 or 5 energy beams shot straight at Han Xing. Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of imminent danger behind him. Without much thought, he immediately used the hunter's early signature skill, roll. He rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the concentrated barrage of attacks. A loud explosion was heard, and the spot where Han Xing had just been standing seemed to have experienced a violent blast, leaving a crater over a meter deep and more than 2 meters wide on the ground.
Seeing this scene, Han Xing's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but shiver. If that cannon had hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it!
Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, desperately trying to distance himself from these psionic puppets. As he ran, he didn't forget to occasionally turn back and shoot a cold arrow. The arrow struck one of the psionic golems on the cheek. Without the cold ball's defense-reducing effect, the shot only caused minor damage.
However, Han Xing's attack completely enraged the psionic golems.
They moved their tree trunk-like legs and began a relentless pursuit, while Han Xing sprinted desperately ahead. The scene before him was utterly bizarre, a nimble man leaping back and forth among the collapsed stone pillars, with 5 or 6 giant golems in hot pursuit, launching energy attacks continuously. A wolf cub followed closely behind, its figure flickering constantly. Each time it appeared, it managed to inflict slight damage on the golems. At this moment, Han Xing really wanted to complain, "Master Ball, stop just doing gua sha." Although Cold Ball's damage seemed negligible, like gua sha, Han Xing didn't expect it to deal output.
As long as it helped weaken the defenses of these puppets, that was enough. Yes.
Before long, all 6 puppets had multiple layers of void power effects stacked on them, and Han Xing's arrows were finally able to deal more substantial damage. He sprinted wildly while looking for opportunities to fire one cold arrow after another. After more than 10 minutes, Han Xing was already exhausted and gasping for breath, cursing as he panted, "These damn rocks are really tough." Not only that, after such a prolonged battle, those puppets still showed no signs of fatigue and relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly thought that the actions of these energy puppets required power to drive them, and theoretically, they should have consumed a significant amount of energy by now. But when he looked at the panels of these puppets, his heart sank instantly.
Remaining energy value 30. After fighting for over 10 minutes, they only consumed 10 energy points.
At this rate, it would take at least another hour to deplete their energy. Forget it, it seems this tactic can't be relied upon. Han Xing had no choice but to continue fleeing in a sorry state. At the same time, subtle changes were quietly taking place in the outside world. On a floating island territory of survivors, it seemed a fierce battle had just occurred.
On the island, 2 human survivors were glaring fiercely at another male mage. All 3 bore scars on their bodies, clearly having just fought. However, the male mage's injuries were evidently more severe.
At this moment, the male mage was furious and spoke first. "Damn it, you two. You said you'd team up with me to explore the secret realm, but your real target from the start was my equipment."
One of the human swordsmen glared angrily. "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. We told you we'd borrow your blue gear for a while and return it in a few days, but you wouldn't listen. Don't blame us for taking action."
The rogue beside him sneered, "Brother Lin, stop wasting words on him. Once we take him down, not only will his equipment be ours, but all the other resources in his territory will belong to us too." The male mage was filled with grief and indignation, realizing he had let wolves into his home. In this unrestrained world, being targeted by such a guy basically means a dead end. But he still refused to give up struggling, waving his staff as if trying to make a final counterattack. However, as a mage, facing the pincer attack of 2 melee classes, his chances were slim. Faced with their assault, despair gradually welled up in his heart.
Finally, a sharp iron dagger pierced his chest.
A scream shattered the silence, and the battle ended immediately. Moments later, a completely stripped human corpse fell heavily from the sky. The human swordsman and the rogue exchanged glances, a bloodthirsty cold gleam flashing across their faces. Afterward, they divided the resources from the territory of the human survivor and annexed his floating island, thereby strengthening themselves.
Similar scenes played out repeatedly among human survivors.
For resources or equipment, some indulged their inner greed and murderous intent, choosing to turn their blades against one another.
The unlucky victims, in their final moments, sent desperate cries for help in the chat channel.
For a time, the chat channel was intermittently filled with screams, spreading unease among the survivors.
It was during this period
that, on a floating island spanning over 1,000 square meters, a burly human warrior was meditating with his eyes closed. His equipment was of exceptional quality, with at least 3 or 4 blue-grade items. His clothes, pants, and weapon were all of blue quality.
At this stage, the strength of this gear far surpassed that of other survivors, naturally attracting many covetous gazes. This man was none other than Cheng Jianyong.
He slowly lifted his eyelids and suddenly noticed a floating territory ahead rapidly approaching him.
2 floating islands were moving toward Cheng Jianyong.
Upon seeing the appearance of those 2 territories, Cheng Jianyong instantly realized that they were very likely other survivors. Remembering Han Xing's warning, he immediately became vigilant, tightly gripping the blue greatsword in his hand. As the floating island gradually approached, Cheng Jianyong saw a human hunter and a human warrior standing on it.
The presence of 2 survivors
on the floating island indicated that their relationship was unusual, or that one of their territories had encountered a major problem.
Yes,
what raises even more suspicion is that these 2 people look miserable, covered in blood and dirt, with their equipment in tatters. The warrior is severely injured, unsteady on his feet, and needs the support of his hunter companion.
When the 2 saw Cheng Jianyong, their eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and they said eagerly, "This is great. Another survivor. Xiao Jiang, we're finally saved." Cheng Jianyong frowned and asked, "What happened to you?"
The hunter's face showed a pained expression as he sighed. "It's complicated to explain. Simply put, we encountered a terrifying monster, a giant ferocious bird that has been attacking the territories of human survivors everywhere. We were also unfortunately attacked by it, nearly losing our lives. We barely managed to survive by sheer luck. As a result, my brother's territory was left in ruins. After that, we fled all the way, staying out of the monster bird's attack range. After running for most of the day, we finally came across you."
Hearing about their tragic ordeal, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy.
At this moment, the hunter continued, "Brother, my friend is in critical condition.
Do you have any healing items? Could you save him? We will forever remember your life-saving kindness."
Looking at their appearance, Cheng Jianyong felt they didn't seem to be lying, and a wave of compassion rose in his heart. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Come over, I still have some life elixir here." The hunter's face lit up with joy upon hearing this and quickly expressed his gratitude. The 2 floating islands slowly drew closer. As the hunter and the warrior stepped onto Cheng Jianyong's territory, they exchanged glances, a sinister smile appearing at the corners of their mouths.
"You?"
Cheng Jianyong's expression changed abruptly when he saw their faces.
In the Lost Palace,
Han Xing was still engaged in a long and arduous tug-of-war with 6 puppets. After more than 20 minutes, his fingers, numb from shooting arrows, were swollen and covered in bloodstains. Each time he drew the bowstring, a sharp, piercing pain shot through him, forcing him to grit his teeth. He felt that if the fight continued, his right hand might not hold out. But the battle had already begun, and the psychic puppets would never give him any chance to catch his breath. Han Xing could only grit his teeth and persist, turning to continue shooting.
The ruins were not very large, and the puppets surrounded him from multiple angles.
If it weren't for Kohlball occasionally diverting their attention, Han Xing would have been caught long ago. He could no longer remember how many arrows he had shot, but a conservative estimate would be over 300,
excluding the missed arrows. Each puppet had at least over 30 arrows embedded in it. The bodies of those stone monsters seemed to be covered with dense, tangled weeds.
This scene made Han Xing unable to hold back a chuckle. Just as he was about to grin, a terrifying energy beam suddenly blasted toward him.
Damn!
Han Xing gritted his teeth and quickly rolled to dodge. After creating some distance, he almost instinctively drew his bowstring.
Skill, multi-shot activated. 5 arrows shot out simultaneously, all targeting the puppet with the lowest remaining core defense value. At this moment, the situation finally took a turn for the better. The core defense value of the psionic puppet was finally reduced to 0 under Han Xing's relentless attacks. Han Xing shouted excitedly, "Yes,
the psionic puppet mainly relies on its core for energy support.
Now that its defense value is 0, as long as the core is shattered, it will automatically lose its combat capability." The Korean star instantly turned around and shot another swift wind arrow. This was his most frequently used skill, for no other reason than the fact that the swift wind arrow was the fastest and had the highest accuracy. The swift wind arrow hit its mark precisely, piercing through the core of the energy puppet, causing its forward motion to come to an abrupt halt. Crack, crack.
A burst of black smoke emerged, and the psionic puppet stopped in its tracks.
"Got it,"
Han Xing said with a face full of joy. After dealing with this psionic puppet, there were still 5 left on the field, and the pressure instantly eased significantly. He quickly poured a bottle of bear-strength elixir into his mouth, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and resumed the frenzied rhythm of shooting arrows.
I shoot.
I'll shoot you stone people to death.
Ha ha ha." Han Xing shouted loudly, completely ignoring how unpleasant his yelling sounded.
After all, he was the only one here, and no one would hear him, so he had no reservations.
The sound of arrows continuously hitting the psionic golem echoed. Whoosh! 5 minutes later, the second psionic golem fell. 3 minutes after that, the third one was also defeated. The subsequent battles held no suspense.
When the core of the last psionic puppet was pierced, Han Xing collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon.
After 1 hour and 27 minutes, more than 400 arrows had been shot. Finally, the 6 stone monsters were completely defeated.
Han Xing was so overwhelmed with emotion that his eyes became moist. Since coming into this world, he had never experienced such a long and arduous battle. The 2 fingers plucking the bowstring were already a bloody mess, hurts, and waves of soreness radiated from his shoulder. He hurriedly took a bottle of life elixir from his backpack, preparing to heal his injuries.
The cool elixir entered his mouth, not only replenishing his body's hydration but also alleviating the soreness throughout his body.
Meanwhile, the elixir of life quickly took effect, and the two nearly crippled fingers began to rapidly grow new flesh, fully recovering within seconds.
This is the powerful restorative ability of the elixir of life.
Fortunately, this is a magical world, otherwise, such a recovery effect would be completely inexplicable by modern biology. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed that the distant lump of coal seemed somewhat unusual. After the battle ended, the little wolf cub's eyes were still blood-red, its nose continuously exhaling hot air, and its nerves were highly tense.
Han Xing quickly called it over.
"Coal Ball, come here." Hearing Han Xing's voice, Coal Ball immediately snapped out of it, and the ferocious aura around it instantly dissipated. With a flash of black light, Coal Ball appeared beside Han Xing.
"Stop baring your teeth, the battle is over."
Hearing this, Coal Ball finally let down its guard and returned to its usual obedient puppy demeanor.
Bang, bang, bang. Han Xing patted its head and took out a few spirit cores from the backpack to feed it.
"You've worked hard, little Coal Ball." The Coal Ball devoured the spirit core ravenously, and its condition visibly improved.
It nuzzled against Han Xing's palm.
At this moment, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of them. 1-star Secret Realm, Lost Palace Challenge completed, calculating Secret Realm rewards.
Finished?
Han Xing let out a sigh of relief, truly fearing that the system might throw in a third or fourth phase at this moment, which would really make him cry.
But on second thought, it was unlikely.
After all, this was a 1-star Secret Realm. If the difficulty were set this high, no one else would be able to challenge it.
The system prompts continued to flash. Secret Realm rewards settlement completed.
You have received item rewards: Stronger Fragment *3, Rune Crystal *170, Silver Treasure Chest *1. The chest is located within the Secret Realm map. Please open it yourself. You have received experience rewards: 4,700. Pet Coal Ball has received 3,760 experience points. The Pet Coal Ball has leveled up to LV6, and the skill Void Absorption has been unlocked. After the system notification ended, a flash of white light passed over Coal Ball's body.
Han Xing exclaimed in surprise, level 6 already? So, does that mean the new skill is finally unlocked?
He couldn't wait to check the attributes of Coal Ball. Level, LV6. Strength, 21, Agility, 39, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23.
Pet Coal Ball has unlocked a new skill, Void Drain.
Void Absorption. When the Void Shadow Wolf enters combat mode, it continuously draws power from the void, increasing all attributes by 50%.
Its recovery ability is greatly enhanced after taking damage, and it automatically generates a void spike within its body every second.
Once 10 void spikes are accumulated, all spikes will erupt simultaneously.
Phew!
Seeing the newly activated skill of Coal Ball, Han Xing let out a slow breath and gritted his teeth as he said, "Monster." He had to admit that he felt a tinge of jealousy toward Coal Ball, his pet.
The Void Absorption skill was even more overpowered than the 4 skills Coal Ball already possessed. Just the 50% increase in all attributes alone was enough to qualify
as a god-tier skill.
On top of that, the second attribute greatly enhanced Coal Ball's recovery ability, indirectly boosting its survivability. The final attribute directly turned Coal Ball's second skill, Counter Spike, into an active skill.
As Coal Ball's most powerful burst ability, Counter Spike had extremely stringent activation conditions. It could only be triggered after enduring 10 attacks. Although Coal Ball had an exceptionally
high dodge rate, its weakness lay in its low constitution. Moreover, given that Han Xing often faced formidable enemies, a single failed dodge could result in a devastating blow to Coal Ball.
So, Han Xing always instructed Coal Ball to prioritize survival and avoid taking hits from monsters, which rendered Counter Spike rather useless.
Now, with the activation of the Void Drain
skill, Coal Ball's shortcomings have been completely addressed, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat power.
This skill has undoubtedly elevated Coal Ball's combat strength by several levels.
What's more, upon reaching level 6, the attribute boost is equivalent to the total of the previous 2 levels combined, significantly enhancing
its strength.
At this moment, if Coal Ball were to face the siege of 6 psionic puppets again, Han Xing would no longer feel so stifled.
Good, good, good.
As expected of an S+ growth pet, truly impressive. Han Xing was in high spirits. After reviewing Coal Ball's new skills, Han Xing began to check the other rewards just settled by the system. The first thing that caught his eye was the Strong Fragment. Strong Fragment, collect 100 fragments to synthesize a strong mark, which can be used for the Abyssal Rift challenge.
In the item description, Han Xing discovered a new map name. Abyssal Rift? Could it be related to the Abyss Realm? He immediately became alert.
The word Abyss reminded him of the terrifying demon he had encountered before. That demon had repeatedly claimed to be from the Abyss Realm, which seemed to be the lair of the demon race, teeming with countless horrifying entities.
Could it be that the system wants us to fight monsters in a place like this? Han Xing couldn't help but shiver. With his current stats, recklessly entering the Abyss realm would probably leave nothing of him behind.
Or rather, even if all the survivors on Blue Star were thrown in, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple. However, on second thought, the system probably wouldn't send them to such a high difficulty map at this stage. That would be a death sentence.
So, Han Xing opened the detailed introduction of the Abyss Rift.
Abyssal Rift, special scene. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Demon Emperor unleashed his most powerful sword strike, creating a passage connecting the Abyssal Realm and the Holy
Spirit Realm.
Through this passage, the overwhelming demon army invaded the Holy Spirit Realm without restraint, igniting a prolonged war against the demons.
During the war, numerous nations were destroyed and countless lives were lost.
Ultimately, the four strongest beings of the Holy Spirit Realm sacrificed their lives to severely wound the Demon Emperor. In the following centuries, the battlefield between the Holy Spirit Realm and the Abyssal Realm shifted to this passage.
Countless demons and warriors of the Holy Spirit Realm fought fiercely
here, and treasures were scattered and lost. Hundreds of years later, the demon race was defeated, the entrance to the Abyssal Rift was sealed, and the lost treasures were forever buried within. Only those who hold the mark of the strong may enter the Abyssal Rift. Note, the Abyssal Rift is a special scenario divided into 1 to 100 layers.
Survivors must start from the first layer and challenge their way deeper step by step. Required level to enter the scenario, LV10. After reading this lengthy introduction, Han Xing finally understood.
It turns out that the so-called Abyssal Rift is a special space that once connected two worlds, serving as both a main battlefield and a passage. Inside, powerful monsters and countless treasures are hidden. As long as you collect 100 stronger fragments, you can synthesize a stronger mark, which allows you to enter the Abyssal Rift for a challenge. Moreover, you must start from the first level and climb layer by layer, similar to a tower climbing mechanism.
Sounds pretty good, but the difficulty of this map must be high. You probably need to be at least level 10 to enter. Besides, gathering 100 fragments is no easy task.
After all, Han Xing challenged a 1-star secret realm and only obtained 3 fragments. At this rate, you'd need to challenge over 31-star secret realms to gather enough for a stronger mark.
This shows that stronger fragments are extremely valuable.
Thinking of this, a sudden thought flashed through Han Xing's mind. It would be very difficult and time-consuming to gather 100 fragments
on his own.
However, if he shifted his focus to the nearly 10,000 survivors in Zone 107, things would become much simpler. He only needed to use the resources in his possession to collect, not just collect, but exchange a large number of strong fragments from other survivors.
This way, he could quickly synthesize many strong marks and continuously challenge the Abyssal Rift.
This plan still needed to be implemented, but Han Xing felt it was highly feasible.
At the moment, he didn't believe any survivor would resist the temptation of a spatial backpack.
Thus, Han Xing immediately decided to start mass-producing spatial backpacks as soon as he got out and put them up for sale in the trading market at the right time. After reading the introduction of the strong fragment, Han Xing turned to look at another material in his backpack.
Rune crystal, one of the main materials for crafting equipment runes, requires the corresponding rune blueprint to craft. The introduction was simple and clear.
Han Xing glanced at it and didn't dwell on it further, shifting his gaze forward again. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a silver chest in the Secret Realm settlement rewards. The system had hinted that this chest was hidden within the Secret Realm map and needed to be found on his own. Han Xing carefully searched through the ruins and finally spotted a silver-white corner near a collapsed stone pillar.
His eyes lit up. There it is.
Under the rubble, a completely silver-white treasure chest was trapped beneath the stones. Han Xing quickly walked over and opened the silver chest directly, and a dazzling array of materials immediately appeared before his eyes. Successfully opened the silver chest, obtained Spirit Core *124, Mithril *17, Rare Earth *243, Ether *147.
Obtained Chaos Rune Blueprint, weak *1, obtained Barbarian Bracers, blue *1. Rune Blueprint? Han Xing picked up the blue blueprint from the treasure chest, secretly delighted. Already got one? Not bad luck. He immediately clicked to learn. The crafting interface now had a new rune blueprint section, currently displaying only this Chaos Rune Blueprint.
Han Xing carefully examined the blueprint attributes.
Chaos Rune, weak, adds a rune effect to equipment, slightly enhancing a random attribute. Crafting materials, Rune Crystal *100, Spirit Core *10, Ether *200. Not bad. The required materials are not complicated. I can mass produce them once I get out. At this moment, there was still one piece of blue equipment left in the treasure chest, the Barbarian Bracers. Han Xing didn't rush to pick it up. This time, the luck with the chest was quite good. So far, the rewards from this Secret Realm challenge had been quite abundant. The last piece of equipment was a pair of gloves, a type he had never obtained before. Han Xing couldn't hide his excitement and quickly checked the attributes. Barbarian Bracers, blue, LV6, quality, excellent, defense 4-5, strength +10, agility +5, special effect, Barbarian Power. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to additionally increase strength by 20 points. Another piece of equipment equipment that boosts strength.
At this rate, my strength attribute is going to surpass agility soon. Han Xing felt both joyful and a bit helpless. He definitely didn't want to turn into a muscle-bound hunter. However, the attributes of this blue-tier equipment were impressive, so Han Xing equipped it immediately. By now, the rewards from the secret realm had been almost entirely collected. Han Xing planned to finish dismantling the remains of the psionic puppets on the ground before leaving this place.
At this moment, an unusual prompt appeared. Attention, survivor. Due to your solo completion of the secret realm, you have gained the recognition of the will of Chiron, the master of the Lost Palace, triggering the hidden quest of the Lost Palace, Karen's experiment report. Upon accepting the quest, the third stage challenge of the Lost Palace will automatically begin. Survivors, please make your decision promptly. A hidden quest? Han Xing's spirit was instantly lifted.
In Sky Island Paradise, hidden quests are almost a rare and serendipitous occurrence.
Behind every hidden quest lies a tremendous opportunity. Pet information, Void Ghost Wolf, juvenile, species, Void Clan.
Just like when he once received a request from the demon overlord at the Dark Elf camp, that quest granted him the powerful pet coal ball. Although at that time, he was forced to accept it, and the hidden quest in this palace was far less impressive than the demon overlord's quest. However, every hidden quest often conceals a unique reward.
A trace of hesitation flashed in Han Xing's eyes. He actually wanted to agree, but recalling the embarrassing situation of being chased by 6 psychic puppets earlier, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. The second stage was already so difficult, so the challenge of the third stage would definitely be even more brutal than before. Just as he was hesitating, the system prompt popped up again. Survivor, please make a choice as soon as possible. Give up or accept. If you do not respond within 60 seconds, it will be considered an automatic forfeit.
Han Xing was planning to give up, but suddenly the coal ball beside him seemed to sense something.
Its figure flashed and instantly darted to a corner dozens of meters away. Seeing the speed of this little creature, Han Xing's eyes lit up. After coal ball reached level 6, its strength improved significantly, practically a qualitative leap. Plus, I just acquired a piece of blue equipment, and my damage has increased substantially again. The strength of the two of us has improved quite a bit compared to the second stage. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it.
We'll accept this hidden quest."
You have accepted the Lost Palace hidden quest, Karen's experiment report. The third stage challenge will begin in 10 minutes.
Survivors, please prepare yourselves promptly.
10 minutes to prepare? That's not too bad.
At this moment, Coalball was standing on a collapsed stone pillar, lowering its head and occasionally sniffing with its nose, as if searching for something.
Han Xing walked over and asked, "What's up? Found some treasure?"
Coalball kept its head down, using its little wolf paws to scratch at the bricks in the rubble. When it saw Han Xing approaching, it jumped
up excitedly.
With its clear eyes, it alternated glances between Han Xing and the rubble, as if trying to convey some kind of message.
Is there really treasure down there? Han Xing asked with some doubt.
Coalball panted excitedly, then buried its head and continued digging, even signaling for Han Xing to join in and help. Seeing this, Han Xing also joined Meicho in clearing the nearby building debris.
In less than 2 minutes, the rubble in this area was cleaned up.
A wooden door suddenly appeared on the ground, looking like the entrance to a basement. When he saw this wooden door, Han Xing looked at Meicho in surprise, not expecting that something was really hidden below. He approached the wooden door, and before opening it, he caught a whiff of a fragrance mixed with herbs and fermentation.
Hiss, it smells so good. Could it be that underneath is? Han Xing couldn't contain his curiosity and eagerly pushed open the wooden door. Sure enough, as soon as the door was opened, the aroma of aged brew sealed for years rushed out. System notification appeared.
You have discovered the dwarven wine cellar. Inside is a narrow space, clearly once used as a wine cellar. Han Xing immediately noticed several wine jars at the bottom of the cellar, as large as water tanks, storing wine of unknown vintage. Unfortunately, due to the collapse of the palace, most of the wine jars were shattered, and the wine on the ground had long since dried up.
However, now, there is still one wine jar perfectly intact. Han Xing's eyes lit up.
Most of the wine jars in the dwarven cellar were shattered due to the collapse of the palace, leaving only this last jar intact.
Luckily, they left me one jar.
Han Xing thought to himself with delight. Even though Han Xing didn't drink much, he understood the value of this aged original liquid. Such a treasure must, of course, be taken away. However, this wine jar is a full meter tall and half a meter wide, making it indeed difficult to carry. Han Xing tried to store it in his backpack, and the next moment, the black wine jar truly disappeared from its original spot.
Oh, it really fits in?
Han Xing was astonished. Although the wine jar is large in size, it only takes up 2 slots in the backpack. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Black Vine Wine, year 760, acquired 230L.
What the heck? Year 760? Am I seeing this right?
Han Xing rubbed his eyes.
After confirming the year on the item information, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
He continued to examine the notes below the Black Vine Wine.
Note, the dwarves possess unparalleled expertise expertise in winemaking, which is their second racial talent that can rival the Holy Spirit realm, following their mastery in forging.
As for black vine wine, it is one of the finest wines the dwarves excel at crafting. Its ingredients include black vine tendrils from the gloomy forest, magical leaves from the elven forest, egg whites from the great rock's eggs, and water from the soul spring, combined with the dwarves' unique winemaking techniques. Only then can a supreme original brew be created. The older the vintage of black vine wine, the richer and smoother its taste, making it highly esteemed by dwarven nobility. The brewing techniques of the dwarves are as exquisite as their forging craftsmanship. Even before the seal is lifted, the aroma of the wine is already intoxicating. What's more, this is a 760-year-old vintage black vine wine. If it were on Blue Star, who knows how many alcohol-obsessed drinkers would go crazy over it. If not for the impending battle, Han Xing would have been tempted to take a sip right then and there. At this moment, Kobold seemed to be seeking praise, wagging its tail in front of Han Xing. Han Xing patted its head and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, your nose is really sharp." At this moment, 5 minutes of the 10-minute preparation time given by the system had already passed. Han Xing quickly walked over to the remains of the 6 psychic puppets and began dismantling them one by one to prevent them from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle later. From the remains of the 6 puppets, Han Xing recovered a large number of refined iron arrows, packed a significant amount of specially crafted magical clay into his backpack, collected 6 damaged psionic cores, as well as some other mithril and refined iron. After tidying up, Han Xing took a piece of dried beast meat from his backpack, placed it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully before swallowing. He knew he had to make the most of his time to adjust himself to peak condition. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed quickly. The third stage challenge has begun. Survivors, good luck. As the prompt ended, Han Xing suddenly felt an unprecedented tremor coming from the palace beneath his feet. It wasn't just this palace, the entire valley seemed to start shaking. Immediately after, a terrifying giant hand emerged from the center of the ruins, causing countless stones and bricks to tumble down. Half of a massive body slowly sat up amidst the rubble, like a giant who had been asleep for years, now awakened by some kind of will. When it stood up, Han Xing saw a colossal figure over 6 meters tall, with a dark yellow body. At the same time, the attribute panel appeared before Han Xing. Enhanced Psionic Puppet, Elite Level, LV7, Strength 64, Agility 48, Spirit 49, Constitution 67. Remaining Psionic Energy 80. Remaining Psionic Core Defense Value 300. Skills, Energy Blast, Rock Solid, Passive Skill, reduces physical attack damage by 30%, Earthquake Impact. The psychic puppet leaps high into the air and slams heavily onto the ground, causing a massive ground tremor that deals significant damage to enemies within range. Seeing the attributes of this puppet, Han Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's just elite level. He was actually a bit uneasy, genuinely worried that the system might suddenly spawn a boss-level monster, which would be a real headache. However, on closer thought, the first 2 rounds of battles were already so difficult that if a boss-level enemy appeared now, there would basically be no chance of winning. Even he had no confidence in taking down a boss-level creature alone. If even he couldn't pass, how many people could successfully complete this hidden quest? But even so, when facing this elite-level puppet, Han Xing couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the defense of an ordinary psionic puppet is comparable to that of an elite monster, so it's no surprise that the physical defense of this enhanced puppet rivals that of a boss monster. As the battle began, Han Xing immediately entered a state of high concentration, still starting with the wind-chasing arrow. The arrow hit the psionic puppet but was forcibly deflected. Han Xing's eyes darkened, and he thought to himself, just as I expected, this guy's defense has long surpassed the realm of stone and is practically comparable to refined iron. Without the defense-reducing buff provided by Kobold, this arrow caused no damage at all. The elite puppet was enraged by Han Xing's arrow and was about to launch an attack. At that moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed many purple patterns appearing on Kobold's body, as if these patterns extended into another space. That was Kobold's newly activated 5th skill, Void Drain. In the next moment, the black light on Kobold's body suddenly expanded, and the entire wolf swiftly charged toward the elite puppet, instantly appearing beside it. Thanks to the enhancement of Void Power, Kobold's overall attributes surged by 50%. Coupled with the 200% speed boost brought by Void Blink, Kobold's movement speed at this moment even faintly surpassed the limits of a 1-star monster. Swish, swish, swish. The elite puppet had no time to react before its body was marked with over a dozen claw scratches. Although they seemed harmless, each scratch emitted a purple mist. In an instant, Kobold pushed the armor reduction stacking effect to its limit, directly reducing its defense by 30%. Compared to before reaching level 6, this speed was more than just doubled. At the same time, Han Xing also noticed that Kobold's figure kept flickering, frequently appearing near the core of the psionic puppet. Each time it appeared, it would inevitably take away 7 or 8 points of defense from the core. The elite puppet seemed enraged by this annoying little creature, emitting a muffled mechanical sound. Those who defy Lord Kalong's orders, die.
The psionic puppet swung its millstone-sized palm in retaliation.
Compared to Kobol's tiny frame, if that palm landed even once, it would instantly turn Kobol into pulp. In the past, when faced with such situations, Kobol would rely on its instinctive combat awareness to dodge without needing Han
Xing's reminder.
But now, it showed no fear, stubbornly enduring the psionic puppet's attacks while unleashing a frenzied assault. Although the psionic puppet kept striking at Kobol, strangely, its palm had no effect when it hit Kobol. It was as if the attacks landed on a phantom. The psionic puppet's hand passed straight through Kobol's body. Skill, Void Body, 50% dodge chance continuously triggered. Moreover, the attack rhythm of the Kobol was getting faster and faster. Each time it appeared, it left countless claw marks like wolf scratches on the elite puppet, moving so fast that even Han Xing, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Less than 5 seconds into the battle, the core defense value of the psionic puppet rapidly dropped like flowing water, plummeting directly below 250 points. Han Xing was dumbfounded, holding his longbow, standing blankly to the side, watching helplessly as the Kobol single-handedly put on a spectacular display of combat. After reaching level 6, this little guy completely transformed into a mini-boss, dominating even elite monsters in one-on-one battles. At this moment, the core device of the psionic puppet was operating at its limit, with output power already maxed out. In other words, the CPU was practically smoking. Yet even so, it still couldn't keep up with Kobol's pace. Han Xing thought to himself that if the psionic puppet had emotions, it would probably have gone mad with rage by now. Just then, a ball of energy suddenly gathered in the psionic puppet's palm, instantly erupting with a terrifying aura.
4. Lord Kylong.
It actually chose to detonate the energy cluster in its chest, risking mutual destruction to severely injure Kobol.
Watch out, Han Xing exclaimed. Kobol was caught off guard and engulfed by the exploding energy.
The smoke cleared, and the figure of Kobol was blasted backward. Han Xing hurriedly rushed over to provide support, but he discovered that after landing, not only was Kobol's aura undiminished, but the void power on its body began to surge dramatically. Han Xing clearly saw that although Kobol's fur had been scorched black by the explosion, these injuries were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time, it had recovered to a state comparable to the effects of Han Xing taking a life elixir.
Han Xing stopped in his tracks, somewhat bewildered.
The next moment, the restored Kobol once again rushed to the side of the elite psionic puppet like a shadow clinging to its target.
Han Xing muttered blankly, this situation seems to have nothing to do with me anymore.
At that moment, Han Xing saw Kobol's body suddenly become transparent, with 10 void spikes faintly appearing. Then, those void spikes erupted abruptly, all striking the body of the psionic puppet.
Puff 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 puff, the dense sound of metal penetration rose and fell.
With this strike, 2 void spikes directly pierced through the core defense of the psionic puppet, reducing over 50 points. All the other spikes hit as well, causing extremely terrifying damage. Han Xing saw that the right shoulder of the psionic puppet was even pierced by a void spike, breaking the mithril patterns, and the right arm completely lost its function. At the same time, the core defense value had dropped below 100 points, and the psionic golem had completely entered a berserk state. Its 2 massive legs, as thick as millstones, shimmered with blazing mithril patterns, as if all the energy had converged between them.
In the next moment, the psionic golem leapt high into the air. Han Xing's expression changed drastically.
This is the third skill of the elite puppet, Earthquake Impact, an area damage skill that is extremely terrifying. He rolled to dodge without hesitation, then quickly sprinted toward the edge of the palace.
Kobol, run quickly! Kobol, run quickly!
Han Xing shouted as he ran. However, the Kobol, already in combat mode, glanced at Han Xing and then looked up at the psionic puppet releasing its skill in midair. In the next moment, the black light on its body suddenly surged, and it leaped into the air, chasing after the psionic puppet that was casting its skill. Han Xing caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw that the Kobol at this moment was like a monster, actually charging into the air to pursue the enemy. Taking advantage of the moment when the psionic puppet was casting its skill and unable to protect its psionic core, the Kobol suddenly extended its wolf claws and began a frenzied attack. At this point, the defense value of the psionic core was dropping faster than a stock market crash.
In less than a second, the core's defense value hit 0.
The Kobol continued to extend its wolf claws, recklessly clawing at the core's interior. A cloud of smoke rose, and the intricate patterns on the psionic puppet's body suddenly dimmed, as if its energy supply had been cut off.
The entire machine forcibly shut down.
Immediately, a massive body fell heavily from the sky.
Boom! Its enormous form crashed to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The violent impact almost made Han Xing lose his balance. As the dust settled,
Han Xing saw Kobol standing triumphantly on the corpse of the psychic puppet, exuding an aura of regal majesty. He swallowed hard and finally said after a long pause, "Brother Ball, you're incredible." At the same time, a system notification popped up. You have completed the hidden quest of the Lost Palace, Karen's experiment report. You have received challenge rewards, strong fragment *8, Rune Crystal *370, experience points 18,000. Pet Kobold has gained 14,400 experience points.
Quest item obtained, Karen's experiment report.
18,000 experience points, an enormous amount, instantly filled his experience bar to 100%. The next moment, a white light flashed across Han Xing's body and his level increased once.
Again.
In addition to the massive experience, his backpack now contained a new document, the mission item gifted by the system this time. Han Xing took out the document and glanced at it.
Karen's experiment report, mission item. With this report data in hand, you can go to Karen's Kingdom Laboratory to extract the experimental data of the psionic puppet. See not yet open. This mission cannot currently be completed. Below is a segment of the storyline. July 21st, the 13,153rd experiment finally yielded an exciting result. I successfully created a powerful puppet that can be mass-produced. I must quickly inform the king of this news so the puppets can be deployed in the war as soon as possible. July 25th, Monet came to the palace to see me. She is still as beautiful and enchanting as ever. I heard that among the elves, she has many admirers. Her beauty is like a celestial being descending to the mortal world, while I am merely the dwarf who only dares to steal glances at her. On July 26th, Monet heard about my experimental results and greatly admired them, praising me as exceptionally talented, even saying that among the elves, there was no man as intelligent as me. It was the first time I saw a hint of an appreciative smile on her usually cold face, and at that moment, my heart almost melted. On July 27th, Monet continued to stay as a guest in my palace. We researched together, traveled together, and admired the moon together. I was extremely happy and even brought out my treasured black vine wine. We drank until we were completely drunk. On July 28th, Monet and I woke up in the bedchamber. I knew that last night we had done something that went against racial ethics, dwarves and elves actually. But Monet, her chest is so big. On July 29th, we did it again. Monet is just too much, and I threw all morals out the window. On July 30th, Monet and I did. On August 1st, did it with Monet. Learned some new positions. On August 2nd, the elf was truly amazing. On August 3rd, it's over. I didn't get out of bed all day today. Han Xing couldn't help but cover his eyes upon seeing this. What kind of ridiculous mission item was this? The entire thing was filled with this kind of explicit diary. It looked entirely like a dwarf being toyed with by an elven woman. He continued flipping through. August 17th, Monet started calling me Dr. Chiron and hoped I would share the method for creating puppets with her, but the palace's experimental data had already been uploaded, and the king had ordered it to remain confidential. Facing her disappointed gaze, my heart felt like it was being torn apart, but I was powerless. August 20th, Monet finally left the palace, and I felt an emptiness in my heart. On August 25th, the puppet palace suddenly suffered an inexplicable attack, and the palace was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, I was visiting my uncle's house that day. On August 26th, the kingdom sent dwarf knights to investigate and ultimately concluded that it was the work of the Shadow Clan. These demonic minions must have been trying to steal my experimental data, but they didn't expect that I had already set up a self-destruct program in the palace. If attacked, all data would be automatically destroyed. On September 1st, I moved to the kingdom's main city, successfully transferring all experimental data. On September 7th, I suddenly remembered something important. There were still some hand-drawn blueprints and data left in the puppet palace that hadn't been cleared. Oh no, oh no. After reading the task introduction, Han Xing already had a rough judgment in his mind. This Kalong's experimental report was very likely a chain task. At the moment, he had just completed the first link, which meant he had obtained the task item for the second link. It's just, where exactly is this Kalong's Kingdom Laboratory? And the system says the map is not open, so this task can't be executed? Han Xing had no choice but to temporarily put the task item into his backpack. Then, he walked over to the massive puppet wreckage and clicked on dismantle. Successfully dismantled the enhanced psionic puppet, elite level, obtained special clay *9182, mithril *681, rare earth *16455, enhanced psionic core *1. After the elite puppet's remains disappeared, a system notification popped up. You have completed the 3-stage challenge of the Cloud Secret Realm, Lost Palace. You will be automatically teleported out in 10 minutes, and the Cloud Secret Realm will disappear. Leaving here in 10 minutes? Since entering, I've stayed for almost 2.5 hours, gaining a lot. The biggest reward, of course, is the massive amount of experience. I've leveled up to 7, and Kobold has also reached level 6. In addition, there are 11 stronger fragments, as well as numerous materials decomposed from the puppet. Just as Han Xing was quietly waiting for the teleportation, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of something unusual. In the spot where the elite puppet originally awakened, there was a huge shallow pit. At the bottom of the shallow pit, there seemed to be some hand-drawn patterns hidden. He quickly walked over and saw that the bottom of the shallow pit was a floor paved with bluestone. Han Xing immediately recognized that the floor was engraved with several puppet sketches, along with details
detailed annotations of the mithril construction paths, ratios of rare earths and magical clay, and other materials. Recalling the last sentence in the mission item, that Chiron mentioned he still had some hand-drawn manuscripts and data in the laboratory. Han Xing said in shock, these patterns, could they be?
The next moment, the system prompt indeed appeared.
You have discovered the psionic puppet design sketch of Kailong.
The related blueprint has been automatically recorded.
Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing was so shocked that his mouth fell open.
Although he didn't quite understand what creating a blueprint specifically entailed, he was certain that a blueprint had indeed appeared in his system interface.
This meant that he could use this blueprint to craft such a puppet. Thinking of this, Han Xing suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the blueprint's description.
Psionic puppet blueprint can be used to create psionic puppets of different levels. The level of the psionic puppet is determined by the number of psionic cores added during crafting. Creating a level 1 psionic puppet requires 1000 psionic cores, level 2 requires 2000, and so on. Note, the maximum level of the created psionic puppet cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required for creation: psionic core *1, special clay *8000, can be substituted with refined iron, mithril *1000, rare earth *12,000, ether *20,000. Success rate of creation, 20%. With the addition of the divine level craftsman talent, the success rate has reached 100%. After reading the blueprint introduction, Han Xing was once again shocked. This was actually a blueprint capable of creating puppets of different levels. Moreover, the required materials are not complicated, they are all common resources. Doesn't this mean that as long as the materials are sufficient, he could even use this blueprint to create a massive puppet army? Does this mean that in the future, when I encounter monsters, I won't have to fight personally and can just use the puppet army to overwhelm them? Thinking of this, Han Xing's breathing became rapid, because this plan is highly likely to work. Although the materials needed to create a psionic puppet are considerable, with his god-level talent and the player's ability to gather resources, how could he worry about obtaining a large amount of materials? However, before Han Xing's beautiful dream could take flight, reality quickly dealt him a heavy blow. The materials for creating a psionic puppet may not be complex, but the most critical component is the psionic core. Although he had obtained the blueprint for creating psionic puppets, he had no method to produce psionic cores. Moreover, he currently only had a few damaged psionic cores on hand. Han Xing counted carefully, there were a total of 7. Even if all were repaired, he could only make 7 psionic puppets. The grand vision of a puppet army was instantly shattered. He muttered angrily, that Chiron, why did he only leave behind the blueprints for the psionic puppets, but not a single diagram for making the psionic core? That foolish guy, such an infuriating love-struck fool. It's a good thing Chiron wasn't here. If he had heard this, he would probably have shouted in anger, what's wrong with being love-struck? Did being love-struck eat your family's rice? However, Han Xing still felt content in his heart. After all, the materials at hand were enough for him to craft 7 psionic puppets. Although they were only of ordinary grade, their resistance to damage even surpassed that of typical elite creatures. Just this level of defense alone was enough to make anyone thrilled. This trip to the secret realm was absolutely worth it. At this moment, Han Xing noticed a corner of the deep pit where some patterns seemed to be buried under the ruins. Han Xing discovered that a corner of the deep pit seemed to hide more patterns, covered by the ruins. There's more? He hurriedly jumped into the pit, trying to move the rubble to see what the patterns were. After equipping the barbarian gauntlets, Han Xing's strength had increased to 45 points. Coupled with the 30% boost from the elixir of bear strength, his strength was close to 60 points. This gave him enough power to move the heavy boulders. One by one, the massive boulders were moved aside by him. After gritting his teeth and pushing away a stone pillar, a larger puppet pattern suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The system prompt suddenly appeared. You have discovered Kailong's crafting blueprint, enhanced psionic puppet, elite level. The blueprint has been recorded. Han Xing couldn't help but let out a thunderous shout. At that moment, the time in the secret realm came to an abrupt halt. Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of unreality in his body, and the next moment he was transported back to his own territory. Above his head, the blue sky reappeared. Even so, he remained in shock for a long time, unable to recover. This journey to the secret realm had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only did he obtain the standard method for creating psionic golems, but in the end, he even discovered the blueprint for crafting elite-level psionic golems. This was simply a heaven-sent surprise. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xing began to carefully examine the details of crafting the elite-level psionic golem. Enhanced psionic golem blueprint. This blueprint can be used to create enhanced psionic golems of various levels. The level of the psionic golem is determined by the number of psionic cores added during production. Creating a level 1 psionic golem requires 5,000 psionic cores, level 2 requires 10,000, and so on. Note, the level of the enhanced psionic puppet created cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required: enhanced psionic core *1, special clay *20,000, can be
substituted with refined iron, mithril * 5000, rare earth * 50,000, ether * 40,000.
Success rate 5%. With the divine level craftsman talent bonus, the success rate has reached 100%.
The materials required for elite level psionic puppets increase exponentially, but considering their powerful attributes, these investments are worthwhile. With only one enhanced psionic core in hand, it means only one elite level puppet can be created. After using some materials to repair the damaged psionic core, Han Xing eagerly clicked the create button.
Would you like to create an enhanced psionic puppet, elite level, *1?
Creation time, 4 hours.
Creating enhanced psionic puppet, remaining time, 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Boom!
Han Xing glanced at the construction progress of his beginner lord's castle, which would be completed in less than 9 hours. At this moment, the castle was more than halfway built, with the first 2 floors taking shape, leaving only the central tower unfinished.
Very good. By the time I create a few puppets, the castle should be nearly complete. By then, the defensive strength of my territory will have taken initial shape.
He envisioned the completed castle with great anticipation. At this moment, Han Xing received a message from the discussion group.
It was sent by Cheng Jianyong, and he clicked to take a look. As soon as he entered the discussion group, he heard Cheng Jianyong angrily say, "Damn it, what bad luck." Han Xing and Xing Yun both noticed his unusual tone and quickly asked, "What happened?" Cheng Jianyong said furiously, "I just ran into 2 little brats halfway.
They approached me on their own, saying their territory was invaded by monsters, and they were seriously injured.
They hoped I could help treat them.
I thought everyone came from Blue Star, being of the same kind, so I felt compassion. But I didn't expect that after these 2 healed their injuries, they actually set their sights on my equipment.
Those 2 suddenly attacked me and almost killed me." Han Xing sensed the seriousness of the situation and quickly asked, "How are you now? Do you need us to come over and help?"
Xing Yun urgently said, "Quickly send the coordinates, I'll go deal with those 2 little brats right away."
Cheng Jianyong replied heavily in the discussion group, "No need to come over, I've already taken care of it."
The 2, upon hearing this, felt a jolt in their hearts and understood what Cheng Jianyong meant by taken care of.
At such a critical moment, once both sides made a move, they would never back down easily. In other words, those 2 scheming guys were very likely directly taken out by Cheng Jianyong.
This time was different from previous battles with those monsters. Cheng Jianyong had truly killed someone.
However, the 2 didn't say much about it.
After all, in this lawless world, one had to find ways to protect oneself.
Besides, if others are already trying to kill you, what else can you do but strike first?
At this moment, the atmosphere in the discussion group grew heavy. Cheng Jianyong sighed again and said, "This time, it was thanks to your help giving me so much blue gear and skills that I managed to counter-kill those 2 brats.
Otherwise," he said earnestly, "Brother Xing, Brother Yun, I finally realized that in this world, we must protect ourselves well. If it's someone we don't know, we absolutely cannot let them enter our territory." Both of them understood that Cheng Jianyong's reminder was extremely pertinent. After confirming that Cheng Jianyong was safe and sound, Han Xing closed the discussion group. Moments
later, he pondered aloud, "Just as I suspected, although human survivors face a common survival predicament, there must be a small group of ill-intentioned individuals among them. We must quickly enhance our strength, at the very least build up the defenses of our territory. That way, even if someone wants to make a move against me, they'll have to think twice about whether they have what it takes."
Thinking of this, Han Xing continued leveling up with Coal Ball. With his current strength combined with the transformed Coal Ball, ordinary floating island monsters posed no threat to him.
As long as he acted cautiously and stayed away from monster floating islands larger than 1,000 square meters, he was unlikely to encounter enemies stronger than himself. By sunset in the afternoon, Han Xing had just wiped out a group of goblins, raising his level to 80%.
After a day of exploration,
his territory area expanded directly from over 1,200 square meters to more than 2,000 square meters, nearly doubling in size.
However, Han Xing did not continue to expand the usable area of his territory.
Instead, he folded over 1,000 square meters of his territory and stored it beneath the floating island, creating a stacked state.
This reduced the area of his floating island territory back
to 1,000 square meters. If he later obtained other building blueprints, he could still unfold it into a single-layer state at any time.
Currently, he had no urgent need to construct buildings, and spreading the territory too wide would actually be detrimental to defense. Enhanced psionic puppet, elite level, production is complete. Han Xing saw a 5-meter-tall iron giant suddenly appear in the center of the territory. This was the newly completed elite-level psionic puppet. Due to the main material, special magic clay, being replaced with refined iron, the appearance of this psionic puppet now resembled an iron giant. The puppet's attributes were displayed before him. Enhanced psionic puppet, 1-star elite level,
strength 68, agility 37, spirit 49, constitution 71.
Remaining psionic energy 0. Remaining defense value of psionic core 300.
Skills, charged cannon, iron body, passive skill, reduces 40% of damage from physical critical attacks, earthquake impact, the psionic puppet leaps high into the air and slams heavily onto the ground, causing intense ground tremors and dealing massive damage to enemies within range. Compared to the elite-level puppet he had encountered during the Secret Realm challenge, this puppet's agility attribute was slightly lower, but its
other attributes had seen minor improvements.
Han Xing speculated that this might be due to the main material being replaced with refined iron. In addition, the second skill rock-solid body has been changed to iron body, and the damage reduction effect has been enhanced. This psionic puppet is suitable for defense, with attributes that are considered adequate. At this moment, the psionic puppet remained motionless, as if it had crashed. Han Xing knew very well that this was because the psionic
core had run out of energy.
So he walked to the puppet's side and began replenishing its energy, and a system prompt appeared.
Would you like to use psionic cores to replenish the energy value of the enhanced psionic puppet? Note, 100 psionic cores can replenish 1 energy point, and each energy point allows the enhanced psionic puppet to remain in combat mode for 1 hour. Oh, so 10,000 spirit cores can only make this psionic puppet fight for 100 hours?
Han Xing thought to himself.
This consumption is a bit high.
Han Xing finally realized that the psionic puppet truly lived up to its name, relying entirely on spirit cores to function. He calculated in his mind that if he planned to build a puppet army in the future, such a consumption rate would be staggering.
Just one battle would easily consume tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of spirit cores. With his current reserves, it was indeed a bit tight.
However, for now, with just a few puppets consuming resources, he could still barely manage. Han Xing waved his hand and directly threw in 5,000 spirit cores, quickly replenishing the puppet's energy value to 50 points.
Ding!
In the next moment, the energy core on the chest of the energy puppet emitted a dazzling green light, and its mobility was instantly restored. With a thought, Han Xing decided to test the energy puppet's responsiveness to his commands and said, "Move forward." The energy puppet took heavy steps and began striding forward.
Dong! Dong!
The territory kept shaking, and the furniture and sofa were jolted a few centimeters out of place. The psychic puppet's movements immediately stopped.
Attack mode.
As soon as the words fell, a terrifying energy began to gather in the hands of the psionic puppet. 1 second, 2 seconds, the energy orb's fluctuations grew increasingly intense. Han Xing saw its psionic value drop by 1 level in just a few seconds and hurriedly ordered it to stop charging. The next moment, a green energy orb radiating a strong aura of destruction shot into the sky with a roar.
A muffled explosion rang out.
Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed from the sky 1 or 2 kilometers above Han Xing's head. It was the energy charging attack of the psionic puppet. During his time in the Cloud's Secret Realm, Han Xing had witnessed the formidable destructive power of elite puppets.
However, back then, he was completely
suppressed by Coal Ball and had no chance to charge up.
Now, the psionic puppet displayed astonishing destructive power, which left him quite satisfied.
Beyond simple commands, Han Xing discovered that he could issue more complex orders, such as safeguarding territorial security or attacking enemies with full force. Outside of combat, it could also be tasked with round-the-clock vigilance and patrolling. After all, fatigue was not a concern for the puppet. At this moment, Han Xing stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The psionic puppet is indeed powerful, but its size is too conspicuous.
If I don't need it all the time, is there a way to hide this big guy? For now, unless it can be stored in the storage space like other items, it can only remain in the territory. If any survivors approach, its massive figure would be spotted at a glance. Although he felt that storing the puppet in the storage space was somewhat unrealistic, he decided to give it a try. The moment he attempted to store the enhanced psionic puppet in the storage box, the massive figure suddenly disappeared from the territory. At the same time, a miniature model of the puppet appeared in his storage box, occupying a full 10 slots of storage space. Han Xing's eyes froze for a moment, then he couldn't hide his inner ecstasy. This really works? Immediately after, he thought, if it can be placed in the storage box, does that mean it can also be placed in my backpack?
He immediately released the psionic puppet from the storage box, freeing up 10 slots in his backpack, and began attempting to store it. The next moment, the figure of the psionic puppet disappeared again, and a steel giant's model suddenly appeared in Han Xing's backpack.
WTF.
The shock at this moment was beyond words. A colossal creature over 6 meters tall and weighing more than 10 tons was actually being carried by him. What kind of concept was this? But upon closer thought, it made sense. After all, the psychic puppet was not a living being. It was more like equipment or a secret potion personally crafted by Han Xing, belonging to the category of items. Being able to store it in space seemed reasonable. A sinister thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He still had 7 damaged psionic cores left. Although they could no longer be used to create elite-level puppets, the attributes of ordinary puppets were not bad either. Moreover, the threat level of 7 ordinary psionic puppets actually far exceeded that of a single elite-level puppet. If he were to create all of them and store them in his storage space, imagine if someone tried to trespass into his territory. As soon as they got close, they would suddenly be surrounded by 7 or 8 steel giants.
What kind of reaction would they have?
At this thought, he couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Immediately, he eagerly began repairing the damaged psionic core in his backpack and directly clicked on craft. A system prompt popped up.
Do you want to craft a psionic puppet? Crafting time required 2 hours. Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation and clicked it 7 times in a row. Bang, bang, bang.
He plans to create all these puppets at once, which will greatly enhance the territory's defense. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened.
Han Xing did not continue exploring but instead lit the torch stands in the territory, preparing to rest.
Meanwhile, he began scanning the information on the consignment channel.
There is still significant room for improvement in his equipment.
The pants and short boots he is currently wearing are still the initial green leather gear made from beast hides.
If replaced with blue leather armor, both attributes and defense would see a notable improvement. The necklace and hat can also be upgraded to blue equipment.
After 2 days of exploration, the survivors' levels have increased and the items listed in the consignment channel have become increasingly diverse.
The once extremely rare blue equipment is now widely available on the market.
Han Xing began searching for each equipment slot one by one, filtering the equipment gray to blue. Soon, a large number of equipment items were listed before him. Han Xing originally intended to prioritize exchanging for blueprints, as the equipment he crafted himself often had better attributes than those obtained from treasure chests. Unfortunately, after the survivors obtained the blueprints, most of them learned on their own, and only a very small number flowed into the market. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly listed a few consignment items.
Consignment items, Life Elixir *10. Required items, blueprint for blue leather armor bottoms, blueprint for blue leather boots, blueprint for blue helmet, blueprint for blue necklace.
After these days of battles, everyone has deeply experienced the powerful effects of the elixir of life. In the previous round of transactions, Han Xing only sold over 7,000 bottles, and there is still a significant shortage in Zone 107. Therefore, when he put the elixir of life back on the shelves, it caused a sensation once again. Before long, he successfully exchanged for the blueprint he desired.
Nightwalker boots blueprint, blue, equipment level, LV7. Pale leather pants, blue, equipment level, LV6. Jungle warrior helmet, blue, equipment level, LV7. Forest pendant, blue, equipment level, LV7.
The materials required for these blue equipment blueprints are roughly the same, mainly mithril and spirit cores, which Han Xing has in abundance. He directly crafted more than a dozen sets, selecting only those with the highest quality rare.
Attributes are as follows. Boom.
Nightwalker boots, blue, LV7, quality rare, defense, 4-6, agility plus 12, special effect, shadow sprint, dodge rate increased by 15%. Pale leather pants, blue, LV6, quality rare, defense 12-16, agility plus 8, spirit plus 5, special effect, white pattern, increases magic resistance effect by 20%. Jungle warrior helmet, blue, LV7, quality rare, defense 4-5, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, special effect, hunting instinct, gain 3 points of strength upon killing an enemy, stackable up to 5 times, lasts 60 seconds. Forest pendant, blue, LV7, quality rare, spirit plus 15, agility plus 10, special effect, forest will, when activating a skill, there is a 10% chance to reduce cooldown time by 5 seconds. Han Xing stared at these 4 rare pieces of equipment with satisfaction, then equipped them all.
His attributes have undergone a tremendous transformation.
All attributes have at least doubled, comparable to an ordinary level 10 human survivor.
Not bad, now I'm equipped with a full set of blue gear, plus a purple weapon. For most survivors of the same level, breaking through my defense would be very difficult.
Hang all the surplus equipment made onto the consignment channel to exchange for materials. Han Xing prepared to rest. He summoned an elite-level psionic puppet. A towering figure 6 meters high suddenly appeared, standing silently and exuding an intangible sense of security. Han Xing issued a guard command and then entered a resting state. Late at night, Han Xing suddenly felt a strong tremor and abruptly sat up from the sofa. Seeing the psychic puppet still standing guard steadily nearby, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He had thought it was an attack by other survivors or Sky Island monsters. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Territory building, primary castle construction completed. Territory defense has been strengthened. Primary castle, territory core building. Remaining defense value, 1000. Castle effect, increases the defense value of all defensive buildings within the territory by 20%, boosts the attack power of all offensive buildings by 10%, enhances all attributes of allied units by 10%, and increases the travel speed of the Sky Island territory by 10%. Note, if multiple castles are constructed, the enhancement effect will only be provided by one castle at most. The colossal structure before him instantly invigorated Han Xing, banishing all traces of drowsiness and filling him with excitement. At the same time, he noticed that both his attribute panel and the attribute panel of his psionic puppets had received an additional 10% boost. Although it was only a 10%
15% increase. Quantitative changes would eventually lead to qualitative transformations.
As the number of summoned creatures and puppets continued to grow, the effects of these bonuses would far exceed a mere 10%. However, the attribute boost was secondary. What pleased Han Xing the most was that the castle's appearance perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences.
The castle stood at the center of the territory, resembling a towering beast.
Its walls were tall and thick, constructed from sturdy stone blocks. The central iron gate emitted a faint glow, with traces of mysterious runes faintly visible along its edges, exuding an unshakable sense of security.
Excellent. From today onward, I can finally say I have my own castle.
He eagerly pushed open the iron gate, greeted by a sudden sense of openness and clarity. Upon stepping into the castle, he found himself in a hall with a ceiling height of 7 meters. The walls appeared to be made of synthetic materials, presenting a grayish-white hue that conveyed extraordinary defensive strength at first glance. The floor was paved with bluish-gray stone tiles, offering a solid texture underfoot.
At each of the 4
corners of the hall stood massive pillars over a meter in diameter, inlaid with numerous white moonstones and red darkfire stones. The moonstones and darkfire stones not only illuminated the hall but also allowed for real-time temperature regulation. In the center hung a grand chandelier crafted from mithril, making the entire hall bright and majestic. However, at this moment, the hall was empty, with no furniture at all, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. Han Xing decided to add some furniture later to bring a touch of life to the place. Each corner of the hall had 4 large doors, and behind each door was a corridor leading to the various towers. Han Xing pushed open one of the doors on the left and entered one of the towers. The first floor of the tower was a room with windows, which could be used as a bedroom or a storage room for supplies.
The second floor featured a corridor encircling the castle. Walking around it was equivalent to patrolling the entire territory.
After exploring the castle, Han Xing headed straight to the central tower area.
Han Xing walked toward the tower, which was the core part of the castle. He ascended the stairs step by step until he reached the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor had a room of about 20 square meters, not very large but with excellent views. More importantly, outside this room was a small extended balcony. Standing on the balcony, one could not only overlook the entire territory layout but also see much farther. Sleeping here must be so comfortable. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to make this place his bedroom. After setting up the bed, table, and chair, the room finally felt like home. Han Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Once everything was tidied up, he walked to the small balcony of the bedroom, pulled up a chair, and sat down, gazing at the night sky. The starry sky at this moment had a bright
moon hanging high, with clouds seemingly dancing lightly around it.
Even the 6-meter-tall elite puppet seemed to be beneath his feet, as if he were overlooking everything. This view is so beautiful. If only there were some beer and barbecue, it would be perfect. Han Xing couldn't help but think to himself,
wait, fine wine? Don't I already have some?
He suddenly remembered that he had discovered a jar of fine wine in the cellar beneath the Lost Palace.
It was black fine wine, one of the dwarves' most beloved brews.
According to the system notes, this jar of wine had over 700 years of aging history.
Even among dwarf nobility, it was extremely rare to taste black fine wine of such vintage. Han Xing excitedly took out this aged masterpiece.
The wine jar, weighing several hundred pounds, was effortlessly lifted by him and placed on the ground. The jar was sealed tightly, and even now, he couldn't smell the aroma of the wine inside. Instead, the jar itself, due to long-term storage, emitted a faint fermented scent. With a heart full of excitement, Han Xing slowly opened the seal. Pop! With the crisp sound of the cap being opened, a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air.
At the moment the wine's aroma hit, Han Xing couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He couldn't resist taking a deep breath. The fragrance was so refreshing that it instantly filled his chest. He swore that in his entire life, he had never smelled such a rich and multi-layered wine aroma. The dwarf clan truly knows how to enjoy life,
Han Xing exclaimed sincerely. Even he, someone who rarely drinks, couldn't help but salivate at this moment. Han Xing took out a wine glass and casually scooped up a cup of the raw liquid.
The crystal-clear wine flowed gently in the glass. In an instant, the rich aroma of the wine spread far and wide, enveloping the entire territory and truly achieving the saying fragrance travels 10 miles.
He took a sip and instantly felt a dozen flavors slowly bloom on his tongue.
It was a taste feast never experienced on Blue Star. A
blend of herbal fragrance, the freshness of grains, and various exotic flavors, mixed together to create a marvelous chemical reaction.
With one gulp, Han Xing couldn't help but gasp.
This is way too fragrant,
he stammered. Is this even wine?
It's practically nectar of the gods. Han Xing took a second sip, completely conquered by the black vine wine.
At this moment, he admired the dwarves' brewing skills even more.
To create such exquisite wine, they truly deserve their reputation as the most talented brewing race in this world. Just as Han Xing was lost in the moment, Cobalt curiously watched his actions and, catching a whiff of the aroma, quickly approached.
It extended its little wolf paw, gently scratching Han Xing's leather boots repeatedly, as if hinting that it wanted a taste too.
Speaking of this jar of black vine wine, it was discovered entirely thanks to Kolbal's keen sense of smell.
Greedy little wolf cub,
Han Xing said with a smile. Under Kolbal's expectant gaze, he poured half a cup of the raw liquid and placed it on the ground. Kolbal immediately stretched out its head and began licking it eagerly. It didn't take long for the black vine wine in the cup to be licked clean. Han Xing watched as the little wolf cub raised its head, its eyes slightly red, and its expression somewhat dazed. Kolbal staggered, swayed for a moment, and finally collapsed.
Ha ha ha,
serves you right for being greedy.
Han Xing burst into laughter.
He had only taken 2 sips and already felt slightly tipsy, so it was no surprise that Meicho, after downing half a glass, had passed out. He carried Meicho to the sofa and then returned to the small balcony to continue enjoying this brief moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Han Xing remembered that Cheng Jianyong was someone who usually loved drinking.
Back in high school, Cheng Jianyong was famously known as a heavy drinker who lived for alcohol,
although he toned it down quite a bit after getting married. This sparked a mischievous thought in Han Xing's mind, so he opened the discussion group and said, "Guys, have you ever had 700-year-old Lafite?" Then, he shared the relevant information about the black vine wine in the group. Seeing the displayed year of 768, Cheng Jianyong immediately exclaimed, "Wine aged since 768, brewed during the Yuan dynasty, this is way too damn exaggerated."
Cheng Jianyong swallowed nervously and tentatively asked, "Xing Ji, where did you get this? Can you get me some too?" Han Xing didn't answer directly but instead described in detail the delicious taste of black vine wine and its lingering aftertaste.
Cheng Jianyong listened, and the craving for alcohol in his stomach began to stir restlessly, saliva flowing uncontrollably.
He said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Xing, my dear brother, I'm begging you, just give me a little, I swear, just a tiny bit.
Damn it, ever since I came to this world, I've almost forgotten what alcohol tastes like.
And now there's a 700-year-old vintage right in front of me, are you trying to torture me to death with craving?"
Han Xing laughed heartily, stopped teasing him, and directly poured 200 milliliters into a glass bottle and traded it to him. It's convenient among survivors, you can directly trade for what you need, even simpler than delivery services.
Seeing only 200 milliliters, Cheng Jianyong said somewhat aggrievedly, "Brother Xing, just this little?" Han Xing nodded and said, "A little is enough. Drinking too much can easily get you drunk. In this world, getting drunk is very dangerous.
You, on the other hand, have no self-control, so I can't give you too much." Cheng Jianyong originally wanted to argue that he wouldn't get drunk, but recalling a few embarrassing incidents from his student days, he swallowed his words. At this moment, Xingyun also said expectantly, "Brother Xing, give me some too." Han Xing, upon hearing this, poured 200 milliliters for Xingyun and solemnly instructed, "Remember, you can only drink a little at a time. Don't drink too much, or there will be trouble."
Xingyun responded with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not like Cheng Jianyong."
After a few drinks, Han Xing heard Cheng Jianyong start rambling incoherently in the discussion group, clearly drunk.
Han Xing didn't want to deal with it, so he
simply closed the discussion group. Feeling a bit sleepy himself, he resealed the wine jar, placed it back in the storage box, and then returned to bed to rest. Early the next morning, as Han Xing opened his eyes, a series of prompts appeared before him, psionic puppets successfully created. He walked to the balcony and saw 5 4-meter-tall metal giants added to his territory, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The production queue still had 2 ordinary puppets unfinished, requiring another 4 hours. "Not bad, I'm one step closer to forming my puppet army." He descended from the tower and approached the psionic puppets, their attributes appearing before his eyes. Psychic puppet, 1 star, strength 48, agility 37, spirit 35, constitution 55, territory beginner castle bonus, all attributes increased by 10%. Remaining psychic energy, 0, injecting 50 spirit cores can provide the puppet with 1 unit of psychic energy. Skills, energy shot, rock solid body, passive skill, reduces 40% of damage from physical attacks. The attributes were not much different from the ordinary puppets he had seen before, but the castle bonus elevated it to another level. Han Xing estimated that this level 7 psionic puppet, based on its attributes alone, was probably on par with an average level 9 monster. Coupled with its astonishing physical defense, even a level 10 monster would struggle to compete. He fully charged all 5 puppets with energy, consuming 25,000 spirit cores. Afterward, Han Xing stored all the puppets back into the storage box, deliberately keeping a low profile to conceal his strength. To be on the safe side, he cleared out 30 slots in his backpack specifically to hold elite-level puppets, just in case. Next, he embarked on a relaxed leveling journey. With the violent pet, Kolbal, and the puppet assistant with defense comparable to a boss-level monster, there are virtually no opponents at this stage. Experience grew rapidly, and in just half a day, Han Xing reached level 8, while Kolbal also leveled up to 7. By the end of the day, Han Xing's experience points had reached 40% of level 8. The territory area expanded directly from 2,246 square meters to 3,124 square meters. On the new leaderboard, Han Xing still firmly holds the first place place with a massive lead. This time, there were no surprises. After all, even the Whisperer and Black Hawk had only just reached level 7, while the other survivors generally remained at levels 5 or 6. The vast disparity made them simply give up struggling. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, 7 or 8 survivors with territories spanning thousands of square meters gathered together, bringing their territories closer and converging at the same location. 8 survivors sat around a table, each occupying a different corner. Sitting at the head was none other than the leader of God's Whisperer. Looking at the team members, the Whisperer said approvingly, "Very good. After 2 days, our divine Whisper has finally formed an 8-person team. As long as we stay united, explore and fight together, our leveling and territory expansion speed will surely soar." The team members were full of morale. At this moment, a man in his early 30s, with a slightly youthful appearance, asked, "Leader, there are still other brothers on their way here. They also want some support.
Do you think, should we let them come?" The Whisperer shook his head and said, "No need. Our team of 8 is already near the limit. If we add more people, we might attract terrifying monsters."
Speaking, he seemed to notice the man's concerns and said, "Luzakai, you are a key member of the team.
If you have important relatives or friends, you can arrange for them to come over. Adding one more person shouldn't be a problem."
Luzakai thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, they're not really significant." The Whisperer nodded and continued, "If the brothers want to form teams, they can share their coordinates and strength information.
We will arrange suitable members to join based on team configuration and geographical location.
Huangwen, you are in charge of human resources at our company.
This matter will be entrusted to you. Make sure to quickly help the brothers find their organization and integrate into the team."
Beside him, a man with a black mole near the corner of his eye nodded in response, "Understood, Mr. Chen." The Whisperer arranged one task after another.
At that moment, a female team member asked, "Captain, have you seen the current rankings?"
That Xingha already reached level 8 by noon. "I have no idea how he's leveling up, he's truly a monster," she said, her tone carrying a hint of doubt.
"Do you think we can still catch up to him?"
The Whisperer pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we can't catch up."
This Xingha is indeed a genius.
His last 2 trades caused a sensation across the entire channel. He probably has a large stockpile of materials in his hands. If we can bring him under the banner of our Whisper of the Gods and have him turn over the resources in his hands, everyone's level and equipment strength will improve by several tiers.
However, unfortunately, I've been rejected every time I've tried to recruit him.
After hearing this, everyone felt a bit regretful, but they knew in their hearts that someone like Xingha would never be content to serve under others. Whisperer's idea was somewhat naive. After discussing a few matters regarding the team's future development, Whisperer announced the meeting's end.
Just as everyone was preparing to leave, he suddenly instructed Huangwen from HR.
"Recently, have the brothers keep an eye on the Sky Island territories of other survivors. If you find someone who has already built a castle on their territory, be sure to report the location to me.
There will be a generous reward.
However, this must be done quietly, without drawing attention.
You need to handle the discretion yourself."
Huangwen pondered for a moment and recalled that the Whisperer had traded a castle blueprint to Xingha during the auction for the elixir
of life. He immediately understood something.
He nodded solemnly. "All right, Mr. Chen, I will pay special attention to this matter."
The
Whisperer responded, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes.
At this moment, Han Xing was once again adjusting his territory, changing it from 2 layers to 3.
Although the overall area remained unchanged, the thickness of the territory had increased to 3 meters. He suddenly muttered to himself, "If I keep stacking in this way, as long as I explore quickly enough and obtain sufficient floating island fragments, could I one day create a piece of floating land?" This idea seemed feasible. After all, in the secret realm, he had seen the dwarves' palace, which even had a valley nearby. In this world, there might very well exist floating islands of astonishingly vast size. Living on such a wide floating island would be no different from living on land. After a period of busyness, the time had come to dusk. Han Xing was grilling meat, preparing to reward himself. Just as he finished roasting the first wild boar leg, an unusual movement suddenly appeared in the empty island territory before him. It was the territory of a survivor, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Nearby, there was also a monster's empty island covering more than 100 square meters. From a distance, a human mage could be seen raising a staff, fiercely battling a group of kobolds. The mage was a woman, tall and curvaceous, dressed in a green mage robe that appeared somewhat tight, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Beneath her beast-hide shorts were a pair of long, shapely legs, so fair they were almost dazzling. Most of her equipment was of green grade, but her weapon was a rare blue staff.
Among the survivors, such equipment strength was already considered quite formidable. Han Xing gnawed on a pig's trotter, his lips glistening with oil, and said with a spectator's attitude, "Whoa, I didn't expect to watch a good show while eating. This is quite interesting." However, just after taking 2 bites, he heard the female mage scream, "Ah!"
The sharp cry pierced the sky. Han Xing saw that the female mage's fireball spell missed its target, and before she could cast the next skill, the kobold monster had already charged in front of her. The next next moment, the kobold swung a large club, smashing it fiercely toward her waist.
The kobold showed no mercy, and with that strike, the female mage was sent flying several meters away. At the same time, the remaining 7 or 8 kobolds also leaped into her territory.
The situation suddenly became extremely critical. These kobolds are all level 5 or 6 monsters. In theory, with the female mage's equipment, as long as she remained calm and fought back, she should still be able to win. But when she saw the monsters charging into the territory, she was so frightened that she froze, unable even to chant her spells. Her poor reaction made Han Xing unable to help but wonder how she had managed to survive until now. At this moment, the woman was still screaming frantically, seemingly aware of Han Xing's presence.
Her once despairing eyes reignited with a strong desire to survive.
At the same time, Han Xing finally saw her face clearly, a visage of beauty tinged with a hint of mature charm, with delicate features.
She appeared to be slightly older than Han Xing.
Perhaps it was this maturity that added a unique aura to her demeanor, making her look every bit like an elegant
woman.
On Blue Star, a woman like her would undoubtedly be highly sought after by wealthy men. But now, all she could do was desperately cry out for help. Help! However, the moment she spoke, Han Xing immediately controlled the floating island and decisively turned away to distance himself. He wanted to stay far away from such a fool to avoid being dragged down.
Hero saving the beauty? That was simply non-existent. The voluptuous female mage swallowed the words she was about to say.
She had never imagined such a scene, a frail woman surrounded by monsters, and the man who heard her cries for help chose to leave without hesitation.
Leave.
Her heart was on the verge of collapse, anger, and helplessness intertwined. However, the current situation left her no time to think.
A kobold wielding a beast
bone club charged at her. She took a deep breath, her already ample chest now appearing even more exaggerated, as if another deep breath might burst her robe.
I can't die here. It's just a few monsters. I can defeat them.
The female mage encouraged herself. As long as I create some distance and cast a fireball.
She calmly analyzed the battlefield, but the next second, she suddenly looked up in confusion. What was the incantation for fireball again?
The air suddenly grew still, the atmosphere heavy.
But the kobold wouldn't give her time to think.
This time, the beast bone club struck hard against her soft shoulder. She was flung over 10 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood upon landing.
A wave of excruciating pain swept through her body, and tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes.
She looked at Han Xing, who was gradually moving away, as if grasping at the last straw of hope, and desperately shouted, "Help! Help me!" However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear and continued to walk away. The woman, in despair, kept shouting, "Help me! My fiancé is Lu Zikai, a member of the management team of the Divine Whisper team.
If you save me, he will surely reward you handsomely."
But Han Xing, who had already gone nearly a kilometer away, not only didn't stop upon hearing this but instead quickened his pace. He had no intention of getting involved with the people of Whisper of the Gods.
The woman was stunned.
She couldn't understand why, after clearly mentioning the name Whisper of the Gods, the man ran even faster.
Didn't Zikai say, Whisper of the Gods is a renowned team throughout District 107? That mentioning their name in times of trouble would bring help.
But now, after calling out the name, not only did it have no effect, it seemed to have backfired. At this moment, the two kobolds swung their bone clubs and charged forward. On the brink of death, the beautiful woman bit her lip tightly, her mind racing frantically. Suddenly, she thought of something and shouted loudly, "I have an item for a hidden quest. If you save me, I'll give it to you." Just as Han Xing was about to run nearly a kilometer away, he vaguely heard the words hidden quest. The next moment, under the surprised gaze of the female mage, Han Xing's floating island finally came to a stop. Immediately after, he quickly turned around and approached her.
The female mage was so overwhelmed with emotion that she was almost in tears.
What she thought was a certain death situation suddenly turned into a glimmer of hope.
At the
same time, she raised her staff again, casting the mage's most basic airburst skill in an attempt to push back the kobolds. While desperately fending off the attacks of 8 or 9 kobolds, she anxiously awaited Han Xing's assistance. However, when Han Xing was still a dozen meters away from her, he suddenly stopped the floating island.
Under the confused gaze of the female mage, Han Xing asked, "What hidden quest?"
He wouldn't rush forward based on just one sentence. He needed to first confirm whether this woman was worth rescuing. While Han Xing was assessing the rescue value of the female mage, she was overjoyed and quickly pulled out a piece of metal from her pouch. Its surface shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an extraordinary texture.
"This is the item." "What is this?" Han Xing continued to press. The female mage, while casting the air burst spell, responded intermittently, I really don't know.
The system says it's a fragment of some kind of ancient weapon, with coordinates engraved on it.
It can be used to open a certain door."
As soon as she finished speaking, Han Xing was already 80% convinced. After all, judging by her behavior, it was impossible for her to come up with a logically coherent lie in such a short time. So, he nodded and said, "I can save you, but on one condition, this quest item must belong to me."
"Is that okay?"
He must confirm clearly. If he saves someone and they turn against him, the trouble would be immense. The female mage nodded repeatedly, and with her exaggerated movements, her astonishingly large chest also trembled slightly.
Earlier, due to the distance, Han Xing hadn't seen clearly.
At this moment, he realized that this woman's figure was truly exaggerated. Previously, he had only thought her figure was nice with a curvy front and back, but now it seemed far more than that. She was absolutely scorching hot, with fullness where it should be and slenderness where it should be. What is even more astonishing is that hidden within her voluptuous curves is a slender waist as delicate as a water snake. Below the waistline lies a round and full pelvis, akin to a millstone, with two long, sensuous legs taut with muscle, appearing exceptionally firm and powerful. Han Xing secretly marveled in his heart, wondering how such a figure, seemingly straight out of a comic book, could exist in reality. At this moment, the beautiful female mage was evidently struggling to hold on, softly urging, young man, could you hurry up a bit?
Man, I can't hold on much longer.
She struggled to fend off the kobold's assault.
Don't worry. Han Xing calmly drew an arrow and placed it on the bowstring.
The next moment, an arrow carrying the breath of the wind shot out at lightning speed. The female mage stared in astonishment as the arrow precisely pierced through a kobold's head, passing straight through. Not only that, after killing the first kobold, the arrow's momentum remained undiminished as it continued toward the next target.
Thud, thud. 2 more kobolds were pierced by this arrow.
1 arrow, 3 kills, taking down 3 level 6 monsters.
This astonishing attack power almost redefined the mage's understanding. Before she could recover from the shock, Han Xing had already activated his burst skill, multi-shot. Yes, knock, knock, knock. The fine iron arrows hit their targets consecutively, almost every shot taking down a kobold.
The 2 skills combined instantly killed 6 formidable monsters.
Not only was the female mage dumbfounded, but even the remaining kobolds were stunned.
Seeing their companions fall one after another, the kobolds howled and charged at Han Xing, their hatred instantly redirected. However, despite their numbers, these monsters, whose levels were far below his, posed no threat to Han Xing.
A few arrows later, the kobold tribe was completely annihilated.
The female mage stood frozen in place, feeling a sense of unreality in her heart.
She remembered her fiancé once said that level 6 monsters were ferocious in nature and could easily kill ordinary survivors.
But the arrows of the young man before her made these monsters seem as fragile as children. What she didn't know was that Han Xing, in order to conceal the legendary effect of the moonlit bow, had deliberately switched to a high-quality longbow. Otherwise, the battle would not have ended so quickly. After the battle, Han Xing manipulated his territory to connect with the female mage's territory. Afterward, he slowly walked to her side. At this moment, the female mage was still immersed in the lingering fear of narrowly escaping death, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Seeing Han Xing approach, she seemed to come back to her senses and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young sir, for saving me.
My name is Zhang Lianmeng. You can call me Lianer or Sister Lian.
Before she finished speaking, she cautiously raised her head and stole a glance at Han Xing with her bright, watery eyes. However, Han Xing didn't care at all about her name. He only cared about whether he could obtain the hidden quest item as soon as possible. He extended his hand and said flatly, hand it over. Zhang Lianmeng bit her lip lightly after hearing this, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, this quest item was something she had obtained with great effort. She understood the importance of the hidden quest, but thinking of the earlier agreement and Han Xing's formidable combat strength, she could only compromise reluctantly. She lightly bit her lip, took out the piece of metal from her pouch again, and slowly walked toward Han Xing. She didn't notice that during the recent battle, her robe had been torn open at the abdomen by the kobold's attack. At this moment, a large area of skin above her abdomen was exposed, revealing an alluring sight. Han Xing seemed to catch a glimpse of 2 snow-white spheres trembling as they approached him.
It wasn't until Zhang Lianmeng handed the metal
fragment to him, the cold touch spreading through his hand, that Han Xing snapped back to reality. At the same time, a system notification popped up.
You have obtained an ancient weapon, a fragment of the melting gold cannon.
Han Xing saw a string of numbers on the fragment, 66487, 69876, 21346. These were clearly coordinates.
Zhang Lianmeng asked softly, is it okay now? Han Xing finally reacted, it's really big. What?
Zhang Lianmeng appeared somewhat puzzled.
Han Xing shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. Pleasure working with you.
Zhang Lianmeng seemed to suddenly realize something. She glanced down at her damaged robe, and her expression changed instantly. She instinctively crossed her arms tightly, her cheeks flushing so red they seemed about to drip. Han Xing cleared his throat twice and said, you're fine now, so I'll be leaving. After speaking, he turned and left. Zhang Lianmeng reached out her hand, wanting to say something but hesitated. Watching Han Xing's retreating figure without a glance back, she finally mustered the courage to say, could you help me again and take me to find my fiancé?
My fiancé's name is Lu Zikai.
He used to be the boss of Hangyu Company in Xinyang City, and now he's part of the management team of the Whisper of God group.
He has many people under him. If you can take me to him, he will definitely reward you generously.
Zhang Lianmeng spoke excitedly, her eyes revealing admiration for Lu Zikai.
However, Han Xing waved his hand, not interested, and I don't have the time. If you want to find your man, go find him yourself.
Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head in disappointment, but thinking of the mysterious young man's agile skills and exaggerated attack power, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Han Xing. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng said again, "Young man, please wait a moment." Han Xing slowly stopped walking and frowned, asking, "What else is there?" Seemingly sensing the impatience in Han Xing's tone, Zhang Lianmeng nervously said, Can I do this hidden quest with you?"
Han Xing's brow furrowed.
Zhang Lianmeng quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not suddenly backing out, but I just thought of something related to the quest."
"What is it?"
"Let's hear it," Han Xing said, his tone slightly impatient.
Zhang Lianmeng cautiously said, "This fragment, I accidentally discovered it while exploring a floating island."
At the same time, a system notification popped up. There was a goblin camp there. "I defeated the group of goblins and then found an iron cage in the camp, which held a very terrifying person."
System prompt ended.
That person was curled up on the ground, their body covered in bloody holes, yet not a single drop of blood was flowing out. They were so thin it was beyond skeletal.
At this point, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to recall something horrifying, her body trembling slightly.
"I wanted to rescue him, but as soon as I opened the iron cage, he suddenly grabbed my arm. His palm was as cold as ice, which terrified me. Then, without a word, he used his own blood to draw a mark on my wrist. He said there was a hidden location here, and only with this mark and that weapon fragment could the giant stone door be opened to start the mission. Level LV7. After saying that, he died. So, I think if I don't participate in this task, it might not be completed at all."
After listening to Zhang Lianmeng's account, Han Xing's eyes widened. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Xing's questioning made Zhang Lianmeng tremble all over, lowering her head and not daring to speak.
Han Xing realized his attitude was a bit harsh and softened his tone. "Let me see the mark on your arm." Zhang Lianmeng quickly rolled up her sleeve obediently, revealing a section of her snow-white arm and bringing it close to Han Xing. Han Xing saw that there was indeed a blood-colored mark on her wrist, resembling a symbol or some kind of strange script. Han Xing nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "How about this? You come with me to complete this task, but let me make it clear first, all the rewards from the task belong to me.
As compensation, after the task is completed, I can escort you to find your man. What do you think?"
Zhang Lianmeng was overjoyed upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Han Xing nodded, then returned to his floating island territory and slowly sailed away. Seeing Zhang Lianmeng still standing there in a daze, he said, "Follow me." Zhang Lianmeng hurriedly maneuvered her floating island territory to follow closely behind. Han Xing acted decisively. Since he had decided to take on this task, he immediately sprang into action. Standing on his territory, he toyed with the fragment that shimmered
with a golden luster in his hand and murmured to himself, "Molten gold cannon? Judging by the name, it sounds like a long-range weapon. Its power must be formidable.
If I can get my hands on it and place it in my territory, the attack power will definitely see a significant boost."
Two floating islands were flying one after the other. Han Xing had just rescued Zhang Lianmeng, and it was already nighttime. However, not long after
they set off, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly noticed that her territory was gradually falling behind Han Xing's, the distance between them growing wider. Her territory's speed was noticeably slower than Han Xing's. The reason was that her level was 2 tiers lower than Han Xing's, which made her
territory inherently slower.
On top of that, Han Xing's Lord's Castle provided a 10% speed boost, allowing him to leave her far behind in no time.
"PL, please wait for me." In the distance, Zhang Lianmeng's voice came through.
Helpless, Han Xing had to pause the floating island and wait for her for a moment. Looking back, Zhang Lianmeng was
gritting her teeth and desperately trying to catch up.
Han Xing shook his head, adjusted the speed of the floating island, and barely managed to keep pace with her. Only then did Zhang Lianmeng breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. The two of them traveled continuously for 4
hours, and by now, it was late at night.
According to Han Xing's habit, this was the time to rest. So, he stopped in his tracks. Zhang Lianmeng carefully maneuvered her floating island to merge with Han Xing's territory and nervously asked, "Why aren't we continuing?"
Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's getting late. The coordinates on the metal fragment are still quite far away.
Conservatively, it will take another 5 or 6 hours to get there.
Let's rest for today. Traveling at night is unsafe. Let's continue tomorrow."
After hearing him, Zhang Lianmeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed exhausted. Having narrowly escaped from the kobolds and then traveling for over 4 hours straight, her mind and body were utterly drained. At this moment, Han Xing noticed her unusually pale complexion. Upon closer inspection, he found that the wounds on her lower abdomen and shoulder were still bleeding. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This woman, dragging such injuries, had still stubbornly kept up with him. It was truly remarkable.
Even with a heart of stone, Han Xing couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. "Stop. Why aren't you using a life elixir to heal your wounds?" Han Xing asked.
Zhang Lianmeng was initially stunned, then shyly whispered, I
don't have any elixir of life." "Don't have any?" Han Xing asked in confusion. "Didn't you say your man is part of the management of Whisper of the Gods? Such a big team, and he can't even spare a single single elixir of life?
Zhang Lianming explained. He said the elixir of life is very precious, and he doesn't have many on hand. Recently, he just rejoined the team to challenge a 2-star secret realm, and the team members are in need of the elixirs.
My injury is just a minor one.
A couple of days rest will heal it. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Han Xing.
Han Xing stared at her with a complicated expression. Are you two not on good terms? Your own fiancé is injured, and you won't even give her a bottle of the life elixir?
These words pierced Zhang Lianming's heart. She trembled slightly, finding it hard to speak. Seeing this, Han Xing softened his tone. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Zhang Lianming raised her pitiful face and shook her head with a bitter smile. To say we're not on good terms, actually, we barely know each other. He and I were introduced through relatives and friends, and we've only met less than twice in total. The engagement was just to appease our families. After that, he devoted himself entirely to his career and rarely contacted me. I thought we could slowly get to know each other. But not long after, I ended up in this world. After hearing her words, Han Xing's expression turned strange, and he suddenly asked, is your fiancé not very capable? Ha! Zhang Lianming seemed to not understand the meaning behind his words. Forget it, it's nothing. Han Xing shook his head. After speaking, he took out a bottle of life elixir from his pocket and casually handed it to her.
Zhang Lianming instinctively
accepted it, and when she saw the attributes of the potion in the system description, her mouth opened into an O shape in shock. Han Xing waved his hand in front and said, hurry up and drink it to recover.
We still have tasks to complete later, and I don't want your injuries to hold me back.
Zhang Lianming tightly gripped the elixir in her hand and nodded heavily, her eyes full of gratitude. After all, Han Xing was several years younger than her, and she seemed to see through his personality at a glance, knowing he was definitely not the type to be overly reserved. So, in front of him, she drank the elixir in one gulp. The next moment, a warm energy slowly spread through her stomach, and a wave of warmth instantly surged through her entire body. The wound, in particular, felt tingly, almost making her cry out loud. A suppressed yet slightly pleasurable sound came from behind.
Ha! What was that sound?
Han Xing turned around abruptly, staring at her with wide eyes. Zhang Lianming realized her loss of composure and quickly covered her mouth, but the heat surging through her body kept coming.
She desperately tried to
control herself from making any sound, tightly clamping her legs together and gently rubbing them while covering her mouth and pressing on her wound. Her delicate and captivating appearance, so tender and pitiful, made the hot-blooded Han Xing's heart race, leaving him parched and flustered. He quickly turned his head and cleared his throat twice.
Ahem, once you've recovered, get some rest. We have to set out early tomorrow morning.
Zhang Lianming tried her best to suppress her voice, but the more she controlled it, the stranger it sounded. Seeing this, Han Xing rushed into his castle as if fleeing for his life. Behind him, Zhang Lianming endured for a while before the effects of the life elixir finally subsided. She let out a slow breath, her body drenched in fragrant sweat as she sat on the ground. Her close-fitting robe was soaked through, revealing her graceful figure, with her fair skin faintly visible. At this moment, she gazed at the majestic castle within Han Xing's territory, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't ask further and obediently returned to her own territory. At the center of her territory stood a simple tent made of wooden sticks and fabric, where she usually rested.
The night deepened, and Zhang Lianming lay on a straw mat, falling into a deep sleep.
In her dream, the vague silhouette of a man appeared. At dawn the next day, Zhang Lianming heard someone calling her outside the tent. As she poked her head out, she saw Han Xing quietly sitting on a rock near the tent, waiting. Their territories were already connected, allowing Han Xing to freely enter her domain. Zhang Lianming's cheeks flushed as she felt a bit shy, being seen by a man as she got up.
However, Han Xing asked with a serious expression, yesterday, you mentioned that your man is planning to challenge a 2-star secret realm soon?
When getting up in the morning, Han Xing suddenly remembered this matter. The Whisper of the Gods team was preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm, which caught his attention. After all, even he himself had struggled bitterly when challenging a 1-star secret realm.
Could it be that the Whisper of the Gods team's strength had grown to such an extent? However, he found this unlikely.
The difficulty of a 1-star secret realm was already high, and the difficulty of a 2-star secret realm increased steeply. At this stage, there were very few teams that could successfully pass through, and even if they did, it would come at a heavy cost. So, he approached Zhang Lianming and reminded her, friendly reminder, if you still want to see your man, tell him not to challenge the 2-star secret realm.
Why? Zhang Lianming asked in confusion.
Because you'll die, Han Xing answered succinctly.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianming's face instantly turned pale.
She did not doubt the words of the man before her. His formidable strength had already proven everything, and he would never lie about such matters. She immediately sent a message to her fiancé.
Moments later, Han Xing noticed her expression had turned extremely grim and asked, what did he say? Zhang Lianming hesitated for a moment and stammered. He said, what does a woman like me know?
The Divine Whisper team is very strong and won't fail. He also told me not to bother him these days. At this point, she appeared particularly aggrieved, feeling increasingly disappointed in this unfamiliar fiancé. Han Xing spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, "It's hard to advise a stubborn ghost. I was just giving a reminder. Whether they want to listen is up to them." Zhang Lianming was at a loss for what to do at this moment. Han Xing shook his head. "Since he doesn't want to listen, then forget it. Pack up, we need to set off quickly. Hopefully, he can survive." Zhang Lianming hesitated to speak, then sighed after a moment of silence, seemingly calculating something in her mind. After waking her up, Han Xing returned to his own territory and continued moving toward his goal. 6 hours passed, and the two traveled over 600 kilometers, bypassing many large clouds with hardly any rest. Finally, in the afternoon, they reached their destination. What came into view was a massive floating island. This floating island was a true island in every sense, comparable in size to a mountain peak. Consignor, Xinghe. It was not obscured by clouds or mist, and the internal scenery was fully visible. The island was covered with dense flowers, grass, and trees, with various plants intertwined, and occasionally flocks of birds could be seen flying out from the forest. This was Han Xing's first time seeing such a peculiar floating island, like a fairyland from a fairy tale. This place did not seem to be a monster's territory, as even when Han Xing approached, the system gave no warnings. He was full of confusion, controlling his territory to slowly approach and lock onto the position of the floating island, then stepped into the forest with Zhang Lianmeng. As soon as he landed, Han Xing felt the ground beneath his feet was soft, seemingly caused by years of accumulated fallen leaves, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. After entering the forest, Han Xing looked around, carefully observing the terrain. He turned back and asked in confusion, "Is this forest our destination?" Zhang Lianmeng quickly shook her head. I'm not too sure either." Han Xing nodded without saying much and continued leading her deeper into the mountain forest. Whether it is the destination or not, only exploration can reveal the answer. He was filled with curiosity about this deserted island. As he moved forward, Han Xing's gaze frequently glanced back over his shoulder. A dark shadow darted through the territory and swiftly leapt onto a branch. It was none other than Coalball. Ever since coming into contact with Zhang Lianmeng, Han Xing had been keeping Coalball hidden in the castle to conceal its existence. This time, upon arriving at the mission location, Han Xing had Meicho follow far behind just in case. The two walked one after the other for about 5 minutes and were already deep in the forest. Suddenly, an abandoned path appeared ahead. Due to years of neglect, the roadside was overgrown with weeds and tangled vines, but the direction could still barely be discerned. Han Xing took the lead on the path, while Zhang Lianmeng seemed a bit scared and followed closely behind. Since entering the forest, Zhang Lianmeng had appeared tense, her breathing heavier than usual. Apart from nervousness, there was also a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Since coming to this world, she had never seen such a massive floating island, always staying within her own territory in the past. When she usually sees the sky island shrouded in mist, she always cautiously and repeatedly confirms before daring to engage in battle. But even so, she has encountered enemies she couldn't defeat several times. If there are monsters hidden in this forest, Zhang Lianmeng's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she dared not imagine such a scenario. At this moment, she could only closely follow the man in front of her, fearing that he might abandon her. But Han Xing had no such intention. He only wanted to quickly find the mission location. Just then, Han Xing suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhang Lianmeng couldn't stop in time and hurriedly bumped into his back. A soft touch came from behind, and Han Xing turned around in confusion, seeing Zhang Lianmeng with flushed cheeks, looking down at her feet. He understood what had happened but didn't dwell on it, turning his gaze forward and falling into thought. "What do you think? Should we go left or right?" Han Xing asked. Zhang Lianmeng seemed to have just snapped out of it. What? I said, left or right." She looked up at the intersection ahead and noticed that the path indeed split into two, one to the left and one to the right. She blinked her bright eyes and tentatively said, "How about we check out the right side?" "All right." Han Xing agreed without hesitation and took the lead, stepping onto the path to the right. After walking for another 10 minutes, winding around the trees in a large circle, a clearing finally appeared ahead. At the end of the clearing was a dense forest, with nothing else in sight. Han Xing thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It seems we took the wrong path." Zhang Lianmeng quickly apologized. I am sorry, I shouldn't have suggested going to the right." Han Xing glanced at her, his tone impatient. "This has nothing to do with you. It was my decision to take this path, you just made a suggestion. Besides, it's just a wrong turn. We'll head back and go left, and it'll be fine. It's really not a big deal." Zhang Lianmeng heard him say this and softly responded with an feeling a bit more grateful toward Han Xing in her heart. Just as Han Xing was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed something unusual about the clearing ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pool of water. The surface was covered with fallen leaves, making it hard to notice without careful observation. At the same time, detailed information about the pool appeared in front of Han Xing. Spirit spring water, a type of pure drinking water that seems to contain a certain life essence. Drinking it can slowly heal injuries. It's actually spirit spring water. Han Xing was quite surprised. The last time he encountered spirit spring water was in the Dark Elf camp. That time, he collected as much as over 1,500 liters, which he exchanged for a large amount of resources. It was precisely that batch of spirit spring water that became the starting point of his fortune. The amount of spiritual spring water contained in this pool is simply immeasurable. As long as this location is secured, Han Xing will never have to worry about spiritual spring water resources in the future, and could even use it directly for bathing. Looking at the pool of spiritual spring water, Han Xing murmured to himself, the main ingredient for making the life elixir is spiritual spring water. Last time, the trade stopped because the materials ran out, and many survivors didn't get the medicine. Now, the entire Area 107 must still have a high demand for recovery-type items. The life elixir is just the right opportunity to make another profit. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to take away a batch of spirit spring water first. But when he glanced at his backpack, there was less than 5 slots of space left. This was only because he had cleared out quite a few life elixirs and bear strength elixirs. Otherwise, the space would be even tighter. There was no choice, just the elite-level psionic puppets alone took up 10 slots of his space. The remaining space can only hold up to 50 liters of water. But it doesn't matter, Han Xing plans to make a few more space backpacks on the spot. Although each survivor can equip at most 2 space backpacks, there's still Zhang Lianming here. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at Zhang Lianming and asked, "Do you have any storage space tools on you?" Zhang Lianming seemed to hear about storage space tools for the first time and shook her head blankly. Then, Han Xing made 2 spatial backpacks on the spot, one adding 4 points to spirit and the other adding 4 points to agility, and casually handed them to her. Seeing the attributes of the 2 spatial backpacks in her hands, Zhang Lianming was first stunned, then her mouth opened into an O shape in astonishment. Zhang Lianming was a bit incoherent. Is this a spatial backpack? Han Xing rolled his eyes at her. Isn't the item description written very clearly? A storage backpack with 30 slots of space. It can hold quite a lot of stuff. Come here, fill me 50 slots with this spiritual spring water first. I need it. Ha? Oh, okay. Zhang Lianming obediently walked over. Following Han Xing's instructions, she began collecting spiritual spring water from the pool. 50 slots of space, that's 500 liters of water, enough to make 5,000 bottles of life elixir, which could fetch a fortune in the trading market. After filling up, Zhang Lianming tentatively asked, "Is this enough?" "Of course not, but space is limited, so we can only take this much for now. We'll come back for more next time if there's a chance." "Oh, alright," Zhang Lianming replied obediently. Han Xing nodded and thought to himself, mature women are truly sensible, they do whatever they're asked without questioning why. SSS. After that, Han Xing led Zhang Lianming back to the fork in the road. This time, they chose the path on the left. The small path on the left twists and turns, with extremely poor road conditions. Along the way, various thorns and obstacles were cleared one by Han Xing. In the distance, Meicho still followed closely behind, ready at any moment. After walking for nearly half an hour, Han Xing felt they had finally reached their destination. They seemed to have entered a valley, surrounded by jagged rocks. The stones here were enormous, with a massive black boulder every few meters. Han Xing asked, "When you did the first ring task, what kind of door did it mention opening?" Zhang Lianming thought for a moment and replied, I think it was called the Boulder Gate. Gate of the Monoliths, monoliths. A glimmer of thought flashed in Han Xing's eyes. Could it be that behind these stones lies some hidden wonder? After saying this, he began searching through the valley, but the ground was covered with monoliths 1 to 2 meters high, making it impossible to tell which one held the key clue. Seeing Han Xing lost in thought, Zhang Lianming seemed to understand his dilemma. Although she wasn't particularly sharp-minded, her ability to take action was quite impressive. Thus, Zhang Lianming began to explore in her own way, feeling her way stone by stone. Han Xing said nothing more. Everyone has their own style of doing things, and he appreciated this kind of perceptive woman, someone who understood her strengths but refused to be merely a decorative figure, striving to contribute in her own way. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Lianming suddenly touched a massive black stone, and the entire valley trembled slightly. Noticing the disturbance on her side, Han Xing immediately walked over. The surface of the stone was incredibly smooth, and at its center, there seemed to be a groove about 1 centimeter deep. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before them. Gate of the Monolith. It seems that a certain entity has placed a prohibition on this stone, requiring the combination of molten cannon fragments and a blood mark to unlock it. The two exchanged a glance. Han Xing took out the metal fragment from his backpack, while Zhang Lianming rolled up her sleeve, revealing the blood-red mark. The metal fragment was placed into the groove on the monolith, and in the next moment, a burst of red light suddenly radiated from the center of the stone. Han Xing glanced at Zhang Lianming, and she understood his intention, aligning the mark on her wrist with the beam of red light. This seemed to be some kind of identity recognition device. After confirming the mark on Zhang Lianmeng's wrist, the red light instantly turned green. Immediately, the valley began to tremble violently. To be precise, it was the massive boulder in front of Han Xing that was shaking. The system prompt appeared again. The boulder gate is slowly opening. Rumble. After the shaking stopped, the boulder slowly moved to the side. A 2-meter high entrance appeared before Han Xing, Shing, leading to a deep, dark passage. The passage was pitch black, devoid of any light, and just looking at it was enough to inspire fear. However, this was not a problem for Han Shing. He took a torch made of dark firestone from his backpack, gave it a light flick, and the dark firestone immediately emitted a bright red glow, dispelling the darkness at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Lianmeng's frightened expression, Han Shing said, "If you're scared, you don't have to go in. After all, the door is already open, and your task is considered complete." Before he finished speaking, he stepped into the passage without hesitation. Behind her, Zhang Lianmeng saw Han Shing's figure disappear, and a sense of nervousness arose in her heart.
She looked around blankly and suddenly thought, what if that man had already entered the cave, and she encountered a monster? A strong wave of fear surged in her heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Lianmeng mustered her courage and followed in, trembling. This pitch-black passage was unexpectedly long. Han Shing had been walking for nearly 2 minutes and still hadn't reached the end. Suddenly, he heard strange noises and footsteps behind him and immediately asked, "Who is it?" A familiar female voice responded, It's me." Han Shing stopped in his tracks and, by the dim light of the firestone, saw Zhang Lianmeng behind him. She looked extremely frightened, her arms tightly crossed, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Why did you follow me in?" Han Shing asked.
Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head, her tone hesitant.
I don't know either. I just feel that, compared to the darkness here, I'm more afraid that you might leave me." Han Shing was stunned for a moment. "This girl, do you realize what you just said? Do you know how lethal those words are to a guy who's never been in a relationship?" He gave her a deep look. Then, he took out a dark firestone torch from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Lianmeng. She instinctively reached out to take it, and the torch's light illuminated the surroundings, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. This woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had not changed her damaged robe since yesterday's battle. The exposed fair skin at the torn area, in this deep mountain forest and pitch-black cave, inevitably stirred certain thoughts in one's mind. Han Shing quickly averted his gaze, silently reciting a calming mantra, and then looked forward again. After walking for a few more minutes, they finally reached the end of the passage. They arrived at a spacious cavern. The area was wide open, but it was still shrouded in darkness with no light at all. As soon as they stepped in, Han Shing caught a whiff of an unusual scent, resembling the stench of rotting animals. Due to the lack of air circulation inside the cave, the smell lingered for a long time. Zhang Lianmeng also smelled this pungent odor, but at this moment, her nerves were taut, leaving her no time to pay attention to anything else. Just then, she suddenly kicked something. Zhang Lianmeng held up the dim firestone torch and looked down. What appeared before her was a nearly decayed humanoid skeleton. This scene instantly scared her pale. She wanted to scream but quickly covered her mouth, desperately suppressing herself from making a sound. After a moment, as the fear slightly subsided, Zhang Lianmeng trembled as she spoke, There's something here." Han Shing could hear the intense fear in her voice and quickly turned around to check. He immediately saw the skeleton on the ground, but this skeleton looked different from an ordinary one. The size is small, resembling the remains of a child, and it hasn't been dead for long. A fresh corpse hidden in the pitch-black cave. This scene is quite eerie. Han Shing carefully observed the corpse on the ground and came to a conclusion. This is not the remains of a human child, but rather the corpse of another race in this world, the dwarf race. Dwarves? Han Shing's tone carried a hint of doubt. Zhang Lianmeng looked at him curiously. Han Shing did not offer further explanation and instead continued searching the cave floor. Initially thinking there was nothing unusual, he took a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. The cave floor was littered with the bones of various beasts and humanoid creatures, all in different shapes and forms. Some had horns on their foreheads, others had wings on their backs, and their skeletons varied in size, ranging from 2 or 3 meters to just 1 or 2 meters. There was no doubt that these corpses belonged to the unique beings of this world. Among them were several corpses that had died not long ago, their deaths unusually bizarre. Their skin remained intact, and not a single drop of blood was visible. However, it seemed as though the flesh and blood had been drained from their bodies, leaving only a thin layer of skin clinging tightly to their bones. Han Shing turned around and asked, "The person you saw last time at the goblin camp, did they look like this?" Zhang Lianmeng nodded, lightly bobbing her head like a pecking bird. Although still scared, for some reason, having Han Shing by her side always gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Han Shing could clearly sense that this cave was unusually eerie. So far, there was neither the next clue for the hidden quest nor any trace of ancient weapons. He decided to continue searching inside the cave. Half an hour later, they had almost explored the entire cave, but apart from discovering hundreds of skeletons, they still found nothing. However, Han Shing did come to one conclusion: this cave is extremely large. Conservatively estimated, its diameter exceeds at least 2 kilometers. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly pointed ahead. "It seems like something is drawn on the wall." Han Shing quickly looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw several patterns resembling graffiti. Upon closer inspection, the style of these patterns leaned towards realism, more like a series of murals. Han Shing walked to the beginning of the mural, which depicted an elf man with pointed ears and slender limbs. He sat on a high branch, smiling as he looked down at the village below. The second mural
mural, however, showed a drastic change in style, depicting the elf-man being bullied by other elves, kneeling and beaten. In the third mural, the elf-man retreated to his small room, silently shedding tears. By his bedside stood a terrifying-looking middle-aged elf, staring at him with a sinister smile. Particularly, the middle-aged elf's deep pupils were painted with extraordinary realism, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. The fifth and sixth murals, as well as the subsequent dozens of murals, all depict scenes of the young elf boy being bullied. From boyhood to youth, the elf-man was constantly subjected to bullying by other elves, and his demeanor grew increasingly gloomy.
Strangely, in the corner of each painting, the terrifying-faced middle-aged elf was always hidden, silently watching him.
It wasn't until the 30th mural that the elf-man was shown kneeling by the bedside, where the middle-aged elf, who frequently appeared, lay. Looking at the dying appearance of the middle-aged elf, the elf-man not only felt no pain but even showed a relieved smile. However, even with the death of the middle-aged elf, his situation did not seem to improve. He still endured the insults and beatings from the other elves. What was even more terrifying was that he could still feel those horrifying eyes staring at him.
Level LV7. That guy, wasn't he already dead?
Until the 53rd mural, a young elf girl with a gentle smile on her face appeared. She was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the world of this elven man.
Remaining psionic core defense, 100.
She stayed with him briefly for 2 days, then left gracefully. Whenever the elven man felt he could hardly hold on, he would always think of the girl's warm smile, and the same smile would unconsciously appear on his lips. However, when he saw the young girl again, he found her walking alongside a sprite who often bullied him. At that moment, the mental defenses the elf man had painstakingly built collapsed completely. He rushed forward to question the girl, only to be met with mockery and violence. Covered in blood and dirt, he fell to the ground, vaguely seeing the shadow of that middle-aged man squatting by his ear, whispering softly. In despair, the elf man descended into madness. He returned to the room, drew a bizarre magic circle, and then slit his wrist, letting the blood flow freely.
A terrifying phantom emerged within the magic circle.
On the brink of death, the elven man knelt respectfully on the ground, and in return, he gained immense power. Overjoyed, he went to find the girl with his newfound strength, believing he could win back her approval. However, when the girl saw him, she recoiled in fear, her gaze as if he had turned into a monster. At this moment, the elven man finally saw his current appearance clearly. His deep brown hair fell out in handfuls, even his eyebrows dropped off at the slightest touch, and eventually, even the fine hairs on his body were not spared, disappearing completely. He stood on the street like a bald, grotesque creature, facing the strange gazes of his kin. However, the transformation was far from over. After losing all his hair, his nails also fell off one by one, transforming into sharp claws, and his nose swelled up like that of a gula beast. Moreover, his arms fused tightly with his body, growing into a pair of massive fleshy wings.
At this moment, he transformed from a noble elf into a grotesque monstrous bird.
The tribesmen were terrified and hurriedly summoned the guards, vowing to hunt down this creature. When the sharp spear pierced his chest, the elven man widened his eyes, the fear of death instinctively driving him to flap his fleshy wings.
To everyone's shock, he actually took flight.
The elven man soared with his wings, his eyes filled with hatred and fury.
He charged into the town's secret location, dragging out a massive golden cannon and unleashing a frenzied barrage on the town. Countless elves perished tragically in the bombardment, and the town was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames.
After completing all this, he turned and fled. As a result,
he naturally became a wanted target among his people. In the desperate escape, the elven man discovered an ancient magic array.
The place the magic array leads to is called the Land Abandoned by the Gods. This place seems to instill fear in the strange bird,
but in order to survive, he ultimately activated the teleportation array.
In the final scene, the elf-man arrives at a floating island and dives into the dense forest. However, he failed to notice that another shadow had quietly followed him to this island. After reading this, Han Xing seemed to have an epiphany, and a faint sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He said gravely, "It seems, something has happened."
Zhang Lianmeng's expression was tense, her body trembling slightly. What happened? Han Xing frowned and said, "So far, we haven't found any clues about the hidden quest."
Speaking of which, when I touched that piece of metal earlier, the system didn't mention anything about a hidden quest. It only said that the metal fragment could be used to open the stone gate.
In other words, what that NPC told you is probably fake. We've been tricked.
What? Zhang Lianmeng trembled all over, looking at Han Xing in disbelief. At this moment, deep within the dark cave, a pair of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared.
Behind them, bursts of terrifying wind sounds came intermittently.
Han Xing immediately became alert and shouted urgently, "There's a monster, run!"
However, it was already too late.
A terrifying monster, accompanied by the howling wind, launched a swift attack from behind. Han Xing quickly drew the legendary quality Moon Crown Longbow, instantly entering combat mode.
At that moment, a terrifying hurricane surged forward.
Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng were swept away by the hurricane, thrown back more than 10 meters.
The dark firestone torch in hand flew out.
By the fiery glow emitted by the torch, Han Xing finally saw clearly the creature that attacked them. It was a terrifying monstrous bird over 2 meters tall, with a pair of massive fleshy wings and a completely bald body, exactly like the creature depicted in the mural. At that moment, the system notification sounded. You have found the hiding place of the elf traitor Jala, automatically triggering the bounty mission, City Massacre Perpetrator.
You can complete the mission based on your own choices.
Option 1, kill the monstrous bird Gal and bring its head to the Elven capital to claim the bounty. Option 2, head to the Elven capital, inform the Elven guard of Gal's hiding place, and assist them in capturing Gal. Please note, as you are currently in the land forsaken by the gods, the Elven capital map is not yet accessible, and this task cannot be completed for now. So this is the real hidden quest. Han Xing suddenly turned around, locking eyes with the monstrous bird's bloodthirsty gaze. Without much thought, he immediately fired a wind-chasing arrow. Ding! An arrow flew through the air, but the monstrous bird flapped its fleshy wings, stirring up a fierce wind that blew the arrow off course. The arrow had no effect, and Han Xing's heart sank sharply. At this moment, he finally saw the monster's attributes. Monstrous bird Jala, 1-star leader level creature. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 132, Spirit 105, -30, Constitution 76, -30. Skills, Whale of the Wind, Flesh Wing Protection, Giant Clawbite, Shadow Assault, Chaotic Wind Dance. It's actually a level 10 boss level creature. Han Xing's face instantly turned pale. Han Xing gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this mission was a trap from the very beginning. That piece of metal scrap was deliberately thrown out by the monster bird. It has already used this trick to lure quite a few people into its trap. Those corpses on the ground are all unlucky souls tricked into coming here by the monstrous bird. Zhang Lianmeng, standing nearby, turned even paler upon hearing this, gripping her staff tightly. Her voice trembled as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize this mission was actually a trap. I'm really sorry. Tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably. Han Xing was just about to speak when the monstrous bird's soul-piercing red eyes locked onto him. Immediately after, a terrifying figure lunged at him. The monstrous bird leader activated its skill, Shadow Assault. At the same time, Han Xing quickly crouched down, drank a bottle of bear strength elixir, and without hesitation unleashed his most powerful burst skill, Multi-Shot. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows shot out like a string of pearls. This attack triggered multiple effects: Lunar Flow, Barbarian Strength, and Piercing Arrows. With these combined buffs, Han Xing's attack power had reached an astonishing level. Splat, splat, splat. 3 arrows accurately struck the charging monstrous bird, deeply piercing its skin. Ga. Accompanied by a hoarse and miserable scream, the monstrous bird's charge suddenly halted and it crashed heavily to the ground. It clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly weak human in front of it could actually injure it. Even Zhang Lianmeng beside him was left utterly stunned. This was a level 10 boss class monster, and most level 6 survivors couldn't even break its defense. Her understanding of Han Xing's formidable attack power was once again redefined. However, the monstrous bird immediately activated another skill, Wailing Wind. A fierce hurricane swept in, mixed with flying stones, violently flinging Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng away. The two fell heavily to the ground, their bodies marked with bloody scratches from the stones. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng's robe was torn to shreds by the howling wind, exposing large areas of her fair skin, creating a somewhat provocative scene. But Han Xing had no mind to pay attention to any of this. He had just been blasted with several bloody wounds by the hurricane, and suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat before a mouthful of blood spurted out. Is this what a leader-level monster is like? Such terrifying attack power, Han Xing said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clearly felt that he was no match for the monster before him, and the situation was becoming extremely unfavorable. Seeing this, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to have made a decision. She gripped her staff tightly and stood in front of Han Xing. What are you doing? Han Xing asked, his face full of confusion. Zhang Lianmeng clenched her teeth, as if summoning all her courage. Her voice was firm but carried a slight tremble. I'm sorry. It's my fault you ended up here. I'm very weak, but I should be able to hold off this monster for a while. You should run. At this moment, the strange bird charged forward again, but it seemed wary of Han Xing's attack power and did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, it chose to circle around Han Xing, as if searching for the best angle to strike. Ga. The piercing cries of the strange bird echoed incessantly. Han Xing paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, are you planning to hold off this monster? How? Zhang Lianmeng's face was pale as she shook her head. I don't know what to do. Han Xing smiled faintly. That works too. This strange bird likes to suck blood, and you have plenty of meat on you, so there should be enough blood to let it feed for a while. Zhang Lianmeng, upon hearing this, knew Han Xing was joking. She bit her lip and softly retorted, I'm not fat. I don't even weigh 120 pounds. I just look a bit plump. Han Xing shook his head and stopped teasing her. Alright, come back. This is just a level 10 boss monster. It's not worth risking our lives over. Zhang Lianmeng stared at him blankly. At that moment, the strange bird suddenly charged again. Han Xing quickly pulled Zhang Lianmeng behind him, coldly glaring glaring at the bird and murmuring, "Ugly creature, today I'll show you what real power looks like." Zhang Lianmeng was full of confusion, thinking Han Xing was about to pull off some big move. Instead, Han Xing suddenly shouted, "Meiqiu, come help me." Zhang Lianmeng's face was full of question marks. As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow shot out from the passage behind them, appearing atop the bald head of the strange bird. In an instant, moving even faster than the bird itself, Meiqiu extended its sharp wolf claws, cold light glinting in the dim cave. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several bloody gashes appeared on the strange bird, which let out a miserable screech. This is just the beginning. The coal ball demonstrated its agility and maneuverability against the elite puppet. Before the monstrous bird could react, it had already been slashed with over a dozen wounds, rapidly stacking a weakened defense state. The monstrous bird, enraged, let out a long howl toward the sky, frantically flapping its fleshy wings in an attempt to strike the coal ball. However, with the coal ball's terrifying dodge rate and speed, even a level 10 boss monster couldn't land a hit on it. The coal ball barely dodged, enduring the monstrous bird's attacks head-on while continuously inflicting damage on it. This is the true combat power of the coal ball. Even when it had just leveled up, it could contend with psionic puppets comparable to boss-level monsters and completely suppress them. As for this monstrous bird, its threat level was far inferior to that of an elite psionic puppet. Its physical and mental attributes seem to have been negatively affected, dropping significantly. Its body is frail, completely lacking the defensive power of a lord-level creature. The only advantages are agility and strength, but even those are suppressed by coal ball. Zhang Lianmeng couldn't see the battle in the darkness clearly. She could only vaguely make out a shadow madly attacking the strange bird, which seemed to be at a disadvantage. The strange bird let out continuous shrieks. She was utterly bewildered, unable to figure out what kind of creature that shadow was, but she knew in her heart that it was definitely related to Han Xing. This man became even more mysterious and powerful in her mind. At that moment, the strange bird launched multiple attacks, but not only did it fail to touch a single hair on coal ball, its body was instead covered with dozens of claw marks. Furious, the strange bird took a deep breath, its skin and bones chest slowly swelling, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly remembered the fifth skill of the strange bird, Whirling Tempest, a powerful area damage ultimate move. His expression turned serious as he coldly said, "Using your ultimate move right in front of me, are you completely disregarding me?" The strange bird heard the voice and glanced at Han Xing with its blood-red eyes. The next moment, 5 arrows suddenly shot toward its head. The strange bird wanted to dodge at this point, but it was already too late. It was forced to interrupt its charge up and desperately raised its fleshy wings to shield its vital spots. Poof, poof, poof. All 5 arrows hit their mark, blood splattering everywhere. Bang, squawk. The strange bird let out a miserable cry, gravely injured. Han Xing had anticipated this outcome, knowing he could wound the strange bird. After all, his attack power was stronger than coal balls. When the strange bird leader first appeared, he was already able to harm it. Now, after multiple weakenings by coal ball, his arrows were even more lethal. Seeing it was no match, the strange bird flapped its wings, stirring up fierce winds and forcing coal ball to retreat. Then, it rushed deeper into the cave at an even faster speed without looking back. The strange bird actually fled directly. Han Xing was momentarily stunned and was about to give chase, but suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he decisively abandoned the pursuit. Coal ball's figure flickered as it was about to catch up. Han Xing quickly shouted, "Coal ball, come back." The coal ball stopped in its tracks, halting the pursuit abruptly. At this moment, in the deep cavern, only the sound of their breathing and that of the wolf remained. Han Xing took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the direction the strange bird had fled, and after a moment, he said softly, "Let's go." Zhang Lianmeng seemed to finally come to her senses. "Huh? Where to?" Han Xing glanced at her. "Where else can we go? That strange bird was only driven away, not killed. It could come back at any time. This is its territory. Who knows what other tricks it might have? It's better to leave quickly." At this moment, Han Xing suddenly turned to look at her, revealing a sinister smile. "Or is it that you like the atmosphere here and want to stay longer?" Zhang Lianmeng trembled upon hearing this and hurriedly denied, "No, I definitely don't want to stay here alone." "Then let's go quickly." Han Xing smiled and took the lead toward the passage entrance, with Zhang Lianmeng closely following behind, not leaving his side. She asked nervously, "What was that shadow that helped us fight just now?" Han Xing knew she was referring to Meiqiu and casually replied, "My pet, don't ask too much." Although Zhang Lianmeng was filled with curiosity, she vaguely sensed Han Xing's personality and refrained from asking further. Han Xing proceeded unhurriedly toward the passage entrance, faintly feeling as though a pair of sinister eyes from deep within the cave were fixed on him. Ever since seeing those murals, an indescribable unease had loomed over his heart. Even though the strange bird had been repelled, that unease had not diminished. At this moment, Han Xing recalled the records in the murals. That strange bird was clearly the transformed form of the Elven Man, and the murals also mentioned a terrifying shadow that had been following him, even accompanying him in his escape to this place. In other words, words, this cave might very well harbor more than just the strange bird as an enemy.
This place was truly eerie and ominous.
Until he had sufficient strength, Han Xing no longer wanted to set foot in this cursed place. This was also the reason he had called Meicho back at that time. At this moment, Meicho was quietly following behind them. It wasn't until they entered the passage that Han Xing finally let out a slow sigh of relief. A journey of just a few hundred meters felt as if his back was drenched in sweat, as though he had gone through a fierce battle. A dozen minutes later, they returned to the familiar entrance, and a bright expanse suddenly appeared before them. Han Xing, without a word, grabbed Zhang Lianmeng's wrist and quickened his pace. Zhang Lianmeng was suddenly pulled by him, her body instantly tensing up, almost instinctively wanting to break free. But the thought that it was him brought a strange feeling to her heart. That feeling was indescribable, as if being held by him gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Zhang Lianmeng felt the strength coming from her wrist, and her face was instantly tinged with a blush. This man's hand, so strong. Being held by him, she unexpectedly felt an unprecedented sense of security. Not even her fiancé or family had ever given her such a feeling. At this moment, the path ahead brightened as they walked out of the valley, and the view suddenly opened up.
Han Xing immediately let go of her hand. Zhang Lianmeng's daydream was interrupted, and for a moment, a faint sense of loss unexpectedly arose in her heart. Han Xing noticed the change in her expression and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Lianmeng quickly replied, "And nothing." Her voice carried a hint of guilt and shyness. Han Xing glanced at her but didn't ask further, continuing, "Let's go back to the territory first." Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head and responded softly. 20 minutes later, they returned to their respective territories one after another. Although this trip to the cave didn't yield any precious spoils and even involved a fight with a leader monster, it couldn't be said to be entirely fruitless. At least they brought back several hundred liters of spiritual spring water. More importantly, Han Xing obtained two key pieces of information from the mission briefing. The place where this group of survivors is located is called the Land Abandoned by the Gods, which seems to be a forbidden zone that the natives of this world avoid at all costs. Even the monstrous bird that committed heinous crimes deterred the elves from recklessly entering this place to pursue it. The second piece of information is that the Elven Royal Capital map might be unlocked later, but Han Xing has no idea about the specific timing. These two pieces of information may seem unremarkable, but they are of great help to Han Xing in understanding this unfamiliar world. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng still kept her head down, not daring to look directly at him. Han Xing couldn't figure out what she was thinking, so he said, "Tell your man to send me the coordinates, and I'll take you there." Zhang Lianmeng appeared somewhat confused. Han Xing continued, "According to the agreed terms, you help me complete the task, and then I'll take you to find him." Zhang Lianmeng listened and asked in confusion, "But isn't the task still incomplete?" Han Xing nodded in response, "It's true it's not completed, but some unexpected changes happened this time. Those incidents were beyond our control, and it's not your fault. I'm not exactly a good person, but I always keep my word." Zhang Lianmeng remained standing in place, her expression blank. Han Xing urged helplessly, "Hurry up." A sudden wave of melancholy surged in her heart. After some struggle, she softly said, "All right, I'll contact him." Han Xing nodded and waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Zhang Lianmeng nervously glanced at Han Xing. I can't reach him." Her face changed drastically, as if she had thought of something. In the morning, Han Xing had already reminded them that the 2-star secret realm challenged by Divine Whisper was extremely difficult and would definitely result in casualties. Zhang Lianmeng's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding surged within her. Trembling, she said, He wouldn't really be in trouble, would he?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at her. "You're asking me? How would I know?" At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was completely lost, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. She looked at Han Xing, feeling so aggrieved that she was almost about to cry. Whoosh! Han Xing saw this and quickly said, "Don't cry. Maybe your man is busy fighting in the secret realm and doesn't have time to reply to you. Try again later." Han Xing tried to comfort her, though he knew the possibility was slim. Zhang Lianmeng sobbed softly, then nodded heavily, seemingly suppressing the grievances in her heart. Han Xing then asked, "So what are you going to do now? Do you want me to just leave you here? I don't have time to wait for your man to slowly recover." Zhang Lianmeng lifted her head, a strange thought inexplicably surfacing in her mind. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Han Xing and tentatively asked, Can I follow you?" Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Stop dreaming." "Follow me? You want me to be your free babysitter?" Zhang Lianmeng mustered her courage and continued to plead, I'm very sensible. I can do housework, I can cook, and if we encounter monsters, I can help fight them. I definitely won't be a burden to you." There was a sob in her voice. Hearing her conditions, Han Xing pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. No. His firm refusal completely shattered Zhang Lianmeng's last hope, leaving her almost unable to stand. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, then." Han Xing paid no attention to Zhang Lianmeng, who stood behind him feeling lost, and turned to return to his own floating island territory. Just as he was about to maneuver the floating island to leave, a shadow suddenly streaked rapidly across
across the distant sky. Its speed was astonishing, crossing several kilometers in mere seconds and appearing above Han Xing's territory. A terrifying howling wind echoed from the sky above. Before Han Xing could react, a fireball the size of a wash basin, carrying a destructive force, suddenly blasted toward his territory.
Sensing the aura, Cobalt instantly darted out of the castle. But even with incredible speed, it was too late to dodge. The next moment, the fireball slammed into the ground of the territory and exploded. The massive shockwave blasted Han Xing more than 10 meters away. The incoming Cobalt was also shaken and sent flying backward by the shockwave. Han Xing's 3-story territory was directly blown into a large pit with a diameter of over 20 meters by this strike.
The system notification sounded.
Your territory has been shelled, resulting in a loss of 423 square. Shelled? By whom?
Han Xing looked up at the sky in confusion. He suddenly saw a large, bald bird circling in midair. This strange bird carried on its shoulder a massive cannon with a barrel diameter exceeding 40 centimeters, its surface shimmering with a golden luster.
The surface of the cannon was covered with dense cracks.
The strange bird's eyes were blood red as it let out a piercing cry toward the sky, its gaze filled with the thrill of revenge.
G.A. It's it.
Han Xing suddenly remembered that in the mural, this strange bird had gained power and massacred an entire elven town.
In other words, this creature is extremely vengeful.
Previously, it had suffered losses at the hands of Cobalt and Han Xing, and now it was already back seeking revenge so quickly. Han Xing gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear the strange bird to pieces on the spot.
At this moment, Cobalt also bared its teeth, its eyes flashing with ferocity,
ready to soar into the sky and bring down the strange bird. However, the strange bird, armed with heavy weaponry, was well aware of Cobalt's ferocity. In the next moment, the cannon barrel turned sharply, aiming directly at the charging Cobalt.
Cobalt, come back! Han Xing was terrified. With the terrifying destructive power of this cannon, a single shot could likely kill Cobalt instantly, perhaps even in one blow. Although Cobalt had a 50% chance of dodging, what if it failed to evade this time?
Han Xing's heart tightened. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. The strange bird clearly wouldn't give him time to think and pressed the red button on the gilded cannon. This shot was aimed not only at the Cobalt but also at Han Xing below. The next moment, a shell carrying a destructive aura descended once again. At this critical moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed the sky above his head darken abruptly as a floating island territory spanning over 1,000 square meters blocked the space above him.
A territory? Whose is it?
Before he could figure it out, the shell had already struck the territory above his head.
The next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted once again. Boom! A massive crater over 20 meters wide was blasted in the middle of the entire territory.
This shot seemed to have shattered the core of that territory, causing the entire area of over 1,000 square meters to collapse in an instant. A familiar graceful figure fell from above, landing heavily in front of Han Xing. At the same time, Cobalt let out an angry growl, soaring into the sky to fiercely battle the monstrous bird. The bird no longer had the chance to press the cannon button. Below, Han Xing softly uttered the name of that graceful figure.
Zhang Lianmeng. Why?
His eyes were full of confusion as he hurried to her side and crouched down. Zhang Lianmeng widened her eyes, staring blankly at Han Xing.
However, Han Xing couldn't sense the slightest breath from her.
Han Xing stood there in a daze for a long time, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had never experienced such a scene before, a vibrant life disappearing right in front of him, and it was all to protect him. He stood there motionless, a surge of uncontrollable anger suddenly welling up in his heart. The anger instantly engulfed him, his eyes turned blood red as he abruptly looked up at the monstrous bird in the sky, a terrifying killing intent erupting from within.
At this moment, Han Xing's hand gripping the Mooncrown longbow was bulging with veins.
In his entire life, he had never been this angry. Gritting his teeth, his voice icy, "Damn bastard, I will tear you to pieces." At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng, who was thought to have no breath left, suddenly trembled. The next moment, a trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Han Xing sensed that this woman's breathing at the tip of her nose had unexpectedly regained a faint trace of life. At this moment, the anger in Han Xing's heart instantly dissipated, and hope reignited within him.
He instinctively dropped the bow and arrow and hurriedly checked Zhang Lianmeng's injuries. Moments later, Han Xing let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Fortunately, it's just internal injuries caused by the shockwave of the shell, not an immediate fatality. At this moment, Han Xing felt as if the heavy burden on his shoulders had been lifted, and he was completely relieved. Internal organ injuries, such wounds in the modern society of Blue Star would likely be extremely difficult to treat, almost equivalent to a death sentence. But here, it is a magical world where even science cannot provide explanations.
Anything is possible.
As long as there is one bottle of the elixir of life, her injuries can be healed. Han Xing helped Zhang Lianmeng up, gently holding her in his arms, and quickly poured a bottle of the elixir of life into her mouth. A few seconds later, a hint of color returned to Zhang Lianmeng's pale face, and her once clouded pupils gradually regained focus. It was as if she had just returned from the brink of death. The moment she opened her eyes, she took a sharp breath.
Drink!
She instinctively gripped gripped Han Xing's arm tightly, using all her strength, her nails almost digging into his skin. Even so, her body still trembled violently, unable to bear the pain. A sharp pain radiated from his arm, but Han Xing did not pull away, letting her hold on tightly. He knew that Zhang Lianming was terrified. She had almost been directly killed by a shell. Anyone would be panic-stricken in such a situation. If one's mental fortitude were slightly weaker, even if they survived, the shadow of the experience might never fade for a lifetime. Han Xing gently patted her shoulder and softly comforted her. "It's all right now." These 3 words seemed to have a magical power, instantly pulling Zhang Lianming out of the fear of the brink of life and death. Her face was pale, and she stared helplessly at Han Xing before suddenly burying her head in his chest, breaking down into uncontrollable sobs. Sob, 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 sob. Zhang Lianming threw herself into Han Xing's arms. This time, he did not stop her, allowing her to pour out all her fear and sorrow until his chest was soaked with tears. In the sky, Cobalt was still fiercely battling the monstrous bird. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the monstrous bird prepared to flee once again. However, at this moment, Han Xing had already issued a kill order against it in his heart. After crying for a while, Zhang Lianmeng gradually fell into a deep sleep. Han Xing stood up, his gaze coldly fixed on the strange bird, and said, in a chilling voice, "I was planning to spare your life in the cave, but now that you dare to deliver yourself to death, I will grant your wish." In the next moment, Han Xing waved his hand. A steel giant over 6 meters tall, radiating a metallic sheen all over its body, suddenly appeared in the territory. Immediately, the psychic golem soared into the air and unleashed its earthquake impact skill. The strange bird seemed not to have fully reacted yet, but upon seeing this elite golem appear, it immediately realized the gravity of the situation. It flapped its fleshy wings desperately, trying to escape. But how could Han Xing let it have its way so easily? He directly shot a wind-chasing arrow, striking straight at the strange bird's vital heart. Cobalt followed closely behind and pounced. To evade the attack, the monstrous bird's escape was hindered, and it desperately flapped its wings, trying to fly into the sky. At that moment, the psionic puppet had already soared more than 10 meters into the air. Following Han Xing's command, it extended its 2 massive steel hands and grabbed the monstrous bird's wings. In the despairing gaze of the monstrous bird, the psionic puppet firmly seized it and yanked it down from the sky with force. The psionic puppet tightly gripped the monstrous bird's wings and forcefully dragged it down. The intense feeling of falling made the monstrous bird let out a miserable scream. Despair flickered in its eyes. The monstrous bird understood that once it lost the ability to fly, only death awaited it. The monstrous bird kept shrieking, as if desperately crying for help. Han Xing sensed a strange aura rapidly approaching from the distant floating island's forest, seemingly trying to stop him from slaying the monstrous bird. That aura, though not strong, showed faint signs. However, at this moment, Han Xing's determination was unwavering. Today, no matter who you call, they won't be able to save you. In the next moment, Han Xing waved his hand again, and 7 psionic puppets appeared instantly. 8 steel giants, each over 4 meters tall, dominated all sightlines. Just looking at them was utterly awe-inspiring. That aura continued to approach rapidly, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Han Xing coldly stared at the forest and said in a low voice, "If you want to show yourself now, then come out." As soon as the words fell, the eerie aura rushing through the forest came to an abrupt halt. At this time, the leader-level monstrous bird had already been slammed to the ground by the elite puppet. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the fall caused the monstrous bird to spit out a mouthful of blood, as if its internal organs had been shattered. The monstrous bird, which had just landed, tried to struggle. 8 psionic puppets quickly surrounded it, leaving it no chance to escape. Within the encirclement, Cobalt relentlessly launched attacks against it. The strange bird let out a piercing screech, but what awaited it were massive metal fists as large as basins and streaks of black light. The psychic puppet struck punch after punch, each blow creating gusts of wind, while the strange bird let out continuous wails of agony. In a short time, countless wounds split open on the strange bird's body, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Its breath grew weaker and weaker, leaving it with no choice but to pin its last hope on the presence in the mountain forest. However, whether it was intimidated by the overwhelming power of these puppets or wary of Han Xing's earlier words, the terrifying aura in the forest gradually dissipated. At this moment, the monstrous bird was utterly desperate. In the final moments of its life, it could only see several massive steel feet firmly occupying its field of vision. Amidst a series of anguished cries, the level 10 monstrous bird leader was stomped to death by several psychic puppets. Looking at the pile of mangled, unrecognizable corpses on the ground, Han Xing let out a long breath, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Successfully killed the monster bird Jiala, 1-star leader-level creature. You gained 18,000 experience points, and your pet Cobalt gained 14,400 experience points. System announcement: as the first survivor in the entire server to kill this leader-level monster, you have received the first kill. Reward: Spirit Core *5000, Space Backpack Blueprint, Blue, *1, and an additional reward, Bloodborne Curse Antidote Recipe *1. First,
first kill reward again? Han Xing was immediately astonished. There's even a blueprint for a blue backpack. Previously, he had felt that his backpack space was a bit cramped, and he hadn't expected this first kill reward to directly provide a blueprint for a blue spatial backpack. Han Xing wanted to check it out immediately, but remembering the terrifying presence in that mountain forest, he suppressed his curiosity, stored the rewards in his backpack, and quickly maneuvered the floating island away from the area. A dozen minutes later, he was already tens of kilometers away from that mountain forest. Han Xing finally spoke slowly. This should be far enough. Luckily, that thing didn't follow us. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although he knew nothing about the presence inside the cave or its strength, the terrifying aura that made his heart race was enough to indicate that it was even more powerful than the leader of the strange birds. Fortunately, he deduced from the details of the mural that the aura did not want to be noticed by others. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hiding behind the strange birds all along. His earlier threats had at least served their purpose. After escaping danger, Han Xing began to carefully examine the attributes of the blueprint in his backpack. Space backpack, blue, a backpack that can be crafted with 100 to 200 storage slots, accompanied by certain attribute bonuses. Crafting materials, spirit core * 200, high quality beast hide * 3, ether * 2000. Crafting success rate 25%, enhanced by divine craftsman talent, success rate increased to 100%. Equipment requirement, LV10. Han Xing nodded and said, "That's right, the blue backpack has at least 100 slots, much larger than my current capacity. The only restriction is that you have to be level 10 to equip it, which isn't too hard for me." After just killing that level 10 boss monster, his experience bar had surged to 95%, and he would soon reach level 9. At his current leveling speed, reaching level 10 was just around the corner. At this moment, Han Xing took out another reward item from his backpack. Formula for blood curse antidote. With this formula, you can concoct a potion to lift the blood curse. Antidote formula? What exactly is the blood curse? He was instantly intrigued. Compared to the two formulas he had obtained earlier, this one seemed unique, with a detailed description below. Before the Great Collapse era, the Witch Clan was one of the 100 clans in the Holy Spirit realm, possessing immense power. One day, while the leader of the Witch Clan was conducting a tribal ceremony, a whisper reached his ears. He thought it was the soul of an ancestor communicating with him, guiding him to a place of supreme sanctity. He asked the voice how to lead the Witch Clan to prosperity. The voice was silent for a moment, then uttered only 3 words: faith, sacrifice, blood. The leader of the Wu tribe was overjoyed upon hearing this, believing it to be a response from their ancestors and that the revival of the Wu tribe was imminent. From then on, he continuously communicated with the voice until he received the complete sacrificial information. However, he discovered that the scale of the sacrifice was enormous, requiring almost the entire tribe's effort to complete. Thus, tribe members from all over were summoned back, and a grand sacrificial ceremony unfolded in full swing. But it was precisely this ceremony that attracted 4 terrifying entities from another dimension. Their identities are mysterious, with unknown names, unclear origins, and no way to assess their abilities. The only commonality is that they can all spread curses at an astonishing speed, like wildfire sweeping across the land. 4 types of curses quickly spread throughout the entire Witch Tribe territory. That night, the Witch Tribe was nearly wiped out. Realizing the severity of the crisis, the Elf King and the Giant King, at the peak of their power, brought their tribe's sacred relics to combat the curse. Even so, they only barely managed to slay 2 of the otherworldly beings, while the other 2 escaped back to their dimension. With the crisis temporarily resolved, the surviving sorcerer tribe began to recuperate and rebuild. However, the Elf King and the Giant King failed to notice that at the site where the otherworldly beings were slain, a drop of crimson blood seeped into the soil, becoming one of the sources of the curse. Years later, a terrifying entity awakened, preparing to unleash a new catastrophe. However, after experiencing a failure, this entity became more cautious and decided to proceed steadily, deploying its plans gradually. Moreover, it had already identified a suitable target. Under its intentional or unintentional manipulation, the remnants of this entity's spirit finally arrived at the land abandoned by the gods. It planned to complete its sinister scheme in this forbidden area of the Holy Spirit realm, a place where even living beings dared not enter. Now, its plans were advancing step by step, nearing completion. When the time came, the skies over the entire land abandoned by the gods would be stained with blood, an ominous phenomenon known as the blood tide. Under the blood tide, all living beings would lose control and transform into grotesque and terrifying monsters. Only those who had consumed the blood curse antidote would be immune to this dreadful curse. After reading this lengthy formula description, Han Xing couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary potion recipe, but he hadn't expected it to be tied to such an earth-shattering event. Who exactly was the entity secretly plotting this? Could it be related to the aura emanating from the forest earlier? When would the blood tide erupt? He had no answers to these questions. All he knew was that if no one stopped it, this disaster
disaster would inevitably come to pass. Han Xing took a deep breath and lowered his head in contemplation. At this moment, among the survivors who know these secrets, I fear I may be the only one. Whether the natives of this world are aware of it is unknown, but it's likely they aren't clear about it either. What's more, I currently have no way to contact them, let alone inform them of these circumstances. Moreover, the formula mentions that this land of the gods' abandonment, where I reside, is a place even the natives dare not easily step into. In other words, once the disaster breaks out, the billions of humans on Blue Star will bear the brunt. This is a big problem now. Han Xing frowned deeply. Under the blood tide, all living beings will undergo mutations. Only by possessing the bloodborne curse antidote can one resist this curse? He suddenly caught a key piece of information and realized the importance of the formula in his hand. Someday in the future, if the blood tide erupts, this formula could very well become the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Thinking of this, Han Xing decisively clicked to learn the formula and then checked the materials needed for crafting. Bloodborne curse antidote. Consuming it can remove the curse of blood. Materials required for crafting: cursed blood *1, holy radiance *1, witchroot grass *1, spirit core *100. The recipe for crafting the potion is not complicated, but 3 of the key materials were completely unfamiliar to Han Xing. It seems these items aren't something that can be easily obtained at this stage. I'll have to check the trading channel when I get the chance. Ever since reading the recipe's description, Han Xing's heart had been shrouded in a sense of foreboding. The name Blood Tide itself foretold an unimaginably catastrophic disaster, one that had nearly wiped out the once powerful witch clan. As for the survivors from Blue Star, like them, even the fastest levelers among them had only just reached level 7 or 8 and had yet to advance to their first-tier professions. In other words, they were still at the very bottom of this world's hierarchy, mere cannon fodder at the mercy of others. Faced with such a disaster, everyone would be affected, and even Han Xing himself had no confidence in resisting a calamity of this magnitude. A sense of urgency welled up in his heart. Han Xing understood that he must quickly improve his strength. At the very least, he needed the ability to protect himself when the blood tide erupted. He redirected his gaze forward. The territory before him was in complete disarray, with traces of battle everywhere. 8 massive psionic puppets stood silently. Han Xing glanced down at the ground. Zhang Lianming was still in a deep sleep. He casually created a bed within the territory and gently picked her up. In her unconscious state, she was completely unaware of her surroundings. Han Xing felt the softness of her body in his arms, and a faint, unique fragrance quietly wafted to his nose. After placing her on the bed to rest, Han Xing muttered with a strange expression, "This woman's body is really soft." Next, he retrieved all 8 puppets into his storage space, instantly clearing up the view of the territory. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive crater over 20 meters wide, created by the strange cannon fire from that monstrous bird. Han Xing's mouth twitched as he quickly manipulated the excess territory to begin repairing the giant crater. Then, he walked over to the mangled corpse of the monstrous bird and angrily kicked it. Damn it, that one shot destroyed over 400 square meters of my territory. If my territory weren't big enough, I really would have been done for today. At this moment, Han Xing secretly felt fortunate that he had built the castle at the core of his territory. If others wanted to attack his core, they would first have to break through the castle's 1,000 defense points. The earlier shot from the monstrous bird had only reduced the castle's defense by less than 60 points through splash damage. Looking at the corpse of the monstrous bird, Han Xing felt a surge of unquenchable anger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He wanted to see if the monstrous bird's corpse could be dismantled. He opened the operation menu, and a system prompt appeared. "Do you want to dismantle the corpse of the monstrous bird, gal? 1-star boss creature? It can actually be dismantled." Without hesitation, Han Xing clicked yes. Dismantling successful. Obtained monstrous bird head *1, monstrous bird eyeball *2, cursed blood *7. Strange bird skull. Quest item. The holder can go to the Elf King's capital to claim the bounty. Strange bird eyeball. Special item, suspected to be a medium for an alchemy array. Cursed blood. Special material. Contains a trace of cursed aura, seemingly usable for crafting certain potions. Han Xing paid particular attention to the last material. The formula for the blood curse antidote in his possession required cursed blood. Unexpectedly, this material could be extracted from the strange bird. More importantly, this strange bird was connected to the terrifying presence in the cave. This further supported his earlier speculation. The aura in the cave was very likely related to the impending blood tide. No wonder the system's first kill reward gave him this potion recipe. After dealing with the strange bird's corpse, Han Xing prepared to clean up the messy items in his territory. Just then, Little Cole suddenly jumped to his feet. Han Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Cole?" Little Cole scratched at his boot, then in a flash, darted toward the area near the castle. Han Xing followed and saw a massive gilded cannon prominently appearing in the corner of the castle. "Isn't this the cannon that strange bird used to bombard me?" Han Xing suddenly recalled that when the elite puppet dragged the bird down from the sky, the cannon on its shoulder builder had also fallen.
This cannon is extremely powerful.
As someone who experienced it firsthand, Han Xing knew very well that when a shot was fired, even his
own territory was left with a breach. If it hit someone, even an elite-level psionic puppet probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is truly a weapon of mass destruction. After the initial surprise, Han Xing's excitement almost made his heart leap out of his chest, and his breathing became rapid. He quickly walked over and picked up the golden cannon. The screen immediately displayed the item's attributes. Molten Gold Cannon LV-10, Golden Special Equipment, Quality Rare, Attack Power 436-472, Special Effect, Explosion. When the cannonball makes contact with an object, it deals 150% impact damage, then detonates, causing 80% explosive damage to all objects within a 20-meter radius. Special Effect, Burnout. Units attacked by the Molten Gold Cannon will be inflicted with a Scorching Ash status, continuously burning their life force. Remaining durability, 2/50ths. Each attack consumes 1 point of durability.
When durability reaches 0, the equipment will be scrapped and cannot be repaired.
Looking at the cracked surface of the cannon, Han Xing's heart sank. Only 2 points of durability left? Does that mean I can only fire 2 more shots?
He felt a bit regretful and tentatively clicked on the durability indicator at the back of the cannon.
A system prompt immediately popped up. Do you want to repair the special equipment, Molten Gold Cannon?
Materials required for repair: adamantite ingot *48, energizing ore *48, spirit core *4800, rare earth *48,000.
Once repaired, durability will be fully restored. It really can be repaired.
A trace of excitement flashed in Han Xing's eyes, but he quickly fell into contemplation. However, the repair materials are too
high-end. Adamantite ingots and energizing ore, I've never come across these before.
Even in the entire Zone 107, it might be difficult to gather them all.
He glanced at the durability of the Molten Gold Cannon and let out a long sigh. 0 durability means it's scrapped.
In other words, until I find enough materials, I can only fire 1 more shell at most. After pondering for a moment, Han Xing shook his head and muttered to himself, forget it. Even if it's just 1 shot, it's still an extra trump card in my hand. Figuring this out, he no longer dwelled on it and began organizing his territory. About half an hour later, Zhang Lianmeng woke up from her unconscious state to find herself lying on a bed. As soon as she opened her eyes, Han Xing's back came into view. She was momentarily confused, then immediately recalled the scene before she fainted, where she was tightly held in Han Xing's arms. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep red, and her breathing became somewhat rapid.
Hearing the movement behind him,
Han Xing slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was lying on her side on the bed, a position that further accentuated her graceful figure.
The unique blend of maturity and a hint of innocence in her aura made it hard for anyone to look away.
Sensing Han Xing's approach, Zhang Lianmeng immediately tensed up, her slender jade-like feet curling her 10 delicate toes tightly together. To hide her nervousness, she closed her
eyes again, trying to pretend she was still unconscious.
But Han Xing's voice rang in her ears. Alright, your breathing is so heavy I could hear it from over 10 meters away. Zhang Lianmeng immediately sat up, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Han Xing said no more, but solemnly remarked, this time, thank you. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt, as she had indeed saved his life.
Zhang Lianmeng clearly felt that Han Xing's attitude had softened considerably.
Han Xing was cold and indifferent to strangers, but he couldn't remain aloof towards someone willing to risk their life to save him. Zhang Lianmeng softly responded with a hum.
At this moment, Han Xing asked, what are your plans next?
Mentioning this question, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly felt a bit lost.
Indeed, where could she go?
Her core territory had been destroyed, and rebuilding was out of the question. Without the floating island, she couldn't even move freely in this world.
Han Xing noticed her predicament and asked, what about your man?
Has he replied yet? Zhang Lianmeng seemed to recall this point and quickly checked her messages. The next moment, Han Xing saw a trace of sadness appear on her face.
He's dead.
Zhang Lianmeng's voice trembled lightly.
Dead?
Han Xing asked in shock. Zhang Lianmeng nodded gently. His chat window turned black, and the system indicated that the survivor is out of the game and can no longer be contacted.
At this point, tears had already begun to slide down Zhang Lianmeng's cheeks.
Han Xing froze for a moment, but deep down, he had already expected it.
That guy
ignored Zhang Lianmeng's advice, acted recklessly, and challenged a 2-star secret realm without even understanding its difficulty. His death was not surprising. After a moment, Han Xing could only say softly, my condolences. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was still sobbing quietly, but strangely, she didn't feel as sad as she had imagined. After all, she and Lu Zikai had just gotten engaged, and their familiarity with each other was even less than that of the receptionist at his company. He didn't even know the name of Zhang Lianmeng's mother, let alone care about her affairs. Previously, she had always wanted to find Lu Zikai because, in this world, he was the only person she could reach out to. Since arriving here, she had never felt a shred of security, merely treating Lu Zikai as a mental support in times of fear. However, after spending the past 2 days together, that mental support seemed to have quietly taken taken on a different form. She looked at the man in front of her. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Han Xing gave her a sense of security she had never experienced before.
Half an hour later, Zhang Lianmeng's emotions gradually calmed down.
Han Xing walked up to her, seemingly having made some kind of decision, and slowly said, Zhang Lianmeng, stay here. Han Xing said softly, Zhang Lianmeng, stay here.
Zhang Lianmeng raised her head and looked at Han Xing blankly, as if she couldn't believe her ears.
Han Xing continued, your core territory was destroyed because you saved me, and I'm not the kind of person who doesn't repay a favor. Next, if you have nowhere else to go, just stay here for now.
I'll also find a way to help you restore your territory. What do you think?
After Han Xing finished speaking, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to have only heard the words stay here for now.
She looked up and tentatively asked, Can I really stay?
Han Xing nodded. Until you have your own territory, you can stay here as long as you want.
Of course, if you have other ideas, you can let me know.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng immediately wanted to excitedly say I'm willing, but felt it might not be appropriate. Instead, she changed her wording and sincerely said, thank you. As soon as the words were spoken, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, a smile filled with genuine happiness and joy. Zhang Lianmeng was already stunningly beautiful, and at this moment, with that smile, she resembled a blooming begonia flower. Han Xing was momentarily entranced. A few seconds later, he snapped out of it, coughed awkwardly twice, and changed the subject, saying, by the way, are you hungry?
If you are, come over and eat. I've prepared some barbecue.
Hearing about food, Zhang Lianmeng's stomach let out a few growls, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Han Xing didn't take it to heart, lit the bonfire, and took out the refined iron arrows to start roasting meat. The cut pieces of beast meat sizzled on the charcoal fire, with golden oil seeping out from the surface. Han Xing occasionally flipped the meat pieces and sprinkled seasoning on them.
Before long, the aroma spread, filling the entire camp.
Zhang Lianmeng squatted nearby, watching his movements with a smile and praised, your actions are so skillful.
Do you often roast meat yourself?
Her squatting posture at this moment not only accentuated her voluptuous chest but also fully revealed the curves of her rounded hips. Han Xing glanced briefly and immediately looked away, muttering to himself, seductress.
Don't even think about swaying my thoughts.
He nodded in response, there aren't many ingredients in this world, so we basically eat meat every day. I do have some vegetable seeds, but I don't want to farm, it's too much trouble.
Zhang Lianmeng's eyes lit up. Can you give me the seeds? Han Xing understood her thoughts and asked, you want a farm?
Zhang Lianmeng nodded earnestly, resting her chin on her hand as she said, I've dreamed of having my own garden since I was little.
I want to plant all kinds of fruits, vegetables, and flowers.
Seeing her brimming with enthusiasm, Han Xing casually tossed her a few packets of seeds. Here, take these.
I'll make a few tools for you in a bit. Zhang Lianmeng gave him a grateful glance.
The two tacitly avoided mentioning Luzakai again. She carefully put the seeds into her backpack, then turned her gaze to Han Xing, hesitating to speak. Han Xing smiled and said, just ask whatever you want, no need to be so reserved.
Zhang Lianmeng stammered,
actually, I still don't know your name.
Han Xing listened and then realized this.
Up until now, although Zhang Lianmeng had introduced herself, he still hadn't mentioned his own name.
He said helplessly, to be honest, Miss Zhang, you don't even know my name, yet you dared to risk your life to save me? What exactly were you thinking at the time?
Zhang Lianmeng replied shyly, I wasn't thinking about anything, I just felt that since you saved me once, I should repay you.
And besides, you're so capable, I believed you wouldn't let me die.
She smiled foolishly, her eyes filled with admiration. Han Xing silently stared at her, feeling somewhat shy, while Zhang Lianmeng bashfully lowered her head.
After a moment, Han Xing spoke, my name is Han Xing.
After saying that, he turned and walked toward the castle. Zhang Lianmeng softly murmured his name, Han Xing. At this moment, Han Xing's voice came from ahead, Zhang Lianmeng, come here.
Oh.
Zhang Lianmeng stood up and obediently walked to his side. She looked up at the nearly 20-meter-high castle, her eyes filled with curiosity. She exclaimed, wow, what a huge castle.
Brother Xing, is this your home?
Han Xing's eyes widened sharply when he heard the latter sentence. What did you just call me?
Brother Xing, do you not like me calling you that? Zhang Lianmeng looked at him blankly with her innocent big eyes.
She was a few years older than him, yet still appeared youthful, exuding a mix of maturity and naivety. Calling him Brother Xing didn't seem out of place either. Han Xing shook his head helplessly. She could call him whatever she wanted, it was just a name after all.
He led Zhang Lianmeng into the castle.
Han Xing turned around and said, the castle is huge, and there are rooms under every tower.
You can choose anyone to stay in. After hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng asked with a somewhat dazed expression, Xingji, do you mean I can also live in the castle?
Yes.
Is there a problem? Han Xing replied.
Zhang Lianmeng quickly shook her head, but in her heart, she felt as if she were in a dream. She had been in this world for nearly half a month, always using the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed, with a casually pitched tent as her temporary shelter. This was also the situation for most survivors. Han Xing's willingness to take her in filled her with immense gratitude. Even if it was still like before, sleeping in a tent outside the territory, she would feel incredibly satisfied. She had had never imagined that Han Xing would let her live in this castle, and her heart was instantly filled with deep gratitude toward him. She solemnly said, "Brother Xing, thank you." Han Xing rolled his eyes helplessly.
It was just a matter of giving her a room. Was there really a need to be so grateful? He continued, "The topmost room in the central tower is mine. You can pick any of the others.
Once you've chosen, take a look at what furniture you need, and I'll make it for you." Zhang Lianming responded softly, gazing at the vast space inside the castle with a hint of confusion in her eyes, as she had no idea which room
to choose. After a moment, she mustered up her courage and asked softly, "Brother Xing, can I stay in the room right below yours?"
As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Lianming's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples, almost so hot that one might be tempted to take a gentle bite. Han Xing glanced at her. Although he felt a bit inclined to refuse, the thought of her having once saved his life made him ultimately nod in agreement.
Zhang Lianmeng let out a soft breath and said joyfully in a low voice, "That's wonderful."
After arriving at the room in the middle of the tower, Han Xing crafted a brand new set of furniture for Zhang Lianmeng, including a bed, a table, a mirror, and a gentle moonlight lamp.
Time unknowingly reached late night.
Afterward, Han Xing made a few sets of clothes for her, all simple sleepwear styles. In this world, this is the convenience. So long as there are blueprints and materials, the required items can be
created anytime, anywhere. These basic blueprints can all be found in the Comprehensive Furniture Blueprint Collection, Daily Necessities Blueprint Collection, and Basic Tools Blueprint Collection. After a busy day, Han Xing was also tired. He returned to his room, collapsed straight onto the bed, and quickly fell asleep. Coal Ball obediently lay at his feet. For the past 2 days, without Han Xing's orders, it hadn't moved at all, staying in the room without taking a single step outside. The night deepened. The castle was different from usual at this moment, as tonight, another person had moved in. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng lay on the bed, her two fair jade-like legs tightly clutching a pillow. She lay on her side, tossing and turning, yet unable to fall asleep. So comfortable. It's been so long since I felt what it's like to sleep on a bed.
She couldn't help but recall the events of the past 2 days. Ever since meeting Han Xing, her life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Not only had he saved her life from the kobolds, but he had also provided her with a warm place to stay. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng felt that this man was simply a light sent by heaven to save her life, allowing her to feel an unprecedented sense of security in this perilous world. She secretly rejoiced that she had mustered the courage to seek his help back then, and she chuckled to herself, "Good thing I had the courage to ask for your help at the time." Just then, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly twitched her nose. Sniff, sniff. She tentatively sniffed the pillow and found that it didn't have Han Xing's scent.
Her expression instantly turned disappointed.
It was then that she realized her earlier actions were somewhat obsessive. Feeling shy, she buried her face deeply under the pillow.
The next morning, Han Xing got up from bed on time.
As he just opened the door, he saw a sexy beauty standing in front of him, dressed in a thin nightgown with a white apron tied around her chest, waiting respectfully at the doorway. This beauty was, of course, Zhang Lianmeng. She was holding 2 bowls of steaming hot rice porridge in her hands. However, Han Xing noticed that the pajamas he made were obviously a bit small, tightly fitting Zhang Lianmeng's body and perfectly showcasing her curves, almost leaving nothing to the imagination. Seeing her dressed like this, Han Xing's blood instantly surged.
Damn it, wearing an apron and pajamas early in the morning, what young man could resist such temptation? He quickly looked away, coughed twice, and asked, "Up so early?"
Zhang Lianmeng chuckled and nodded. "I heard you say you eat meat every day, which isn't good for your health, so I got up early to make 2 bowls of porridge for you.
See which flavor you like?"
The porridge in her hands contained millet, red dates, and some vegetable seeds.
"Either is fine."
Han Xing nodded and said, "Come in, I have a table on the balcony.
Let's eat there."
Zhang Lianmeng cautiously stepped forward, following Han Xing into the room. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around Han Xing's room.
At that moment, she seemed to notice the lump of coal lying on the bed and exclaimed in delight, "What an adorable little dog." She quickly placed the porridge she was holding to the side and was about to reach out to pet the lump of coal when it suddenly sprang up from the bed, baring its sharp fangs and glaring at her with a fierce yet cute expression. Zhang Lianmeng immediately panicked, unsure of what to do.
Han Xing then reminded her, "The lump of coal is a wolf. It doesn't like strangers touching it, so it's best not to get too close." After hearing Han Xing's words, Zhang Lianmeng gave up the idea of stroking the little wolf cub, but her gaze still lingered on it, her face full of doting affection. She picked up the steaming millet porridge again and sat across from Han Xing standing on the small balcony on the top floor. Zhang Lianmeng looked at the scenery outside and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow,
the view here is so open.
I didn't expect to find such good living conditions in this world.
I thought everyone was like me, sleeping in tents." Han Xing didn't respond to this topic.
Instead, he tasted a spoonful of porridge, and the warm, delicate texture made him praise, "It tastes good."
As long as you like it." Zhang Lianmeng smiled foolishly, "I can make many kinds of porridge and various breakfasts. My cooking skills are quite good. As long as there are ingredients, I can make something different for you every day."
Han Xing nodded. She had indeed mentioned mentioned her good cooking skills before. In such a perilous world, having someone to cook for you seemed like a good thing. After breakfast, Zhang Lianmeng skillfully cleaned up the tableware and went downstairs. At that moment, messages from Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun appeared in the discussion group. Cheng Jianyong, brother Xing, Shen Yun, and I are about to meet up. When will you come over? Only then did Han Xing remember that he had promised to meet at the same coordinates, but because of Zhang Lianmeng's mission fragment, he had completely forgotten about it. Not only had he not gotten closer, but he had actually moved farther away. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I completed a mission here and ended up running quite far. I won't be able to make it anytime soon. Let's talk in a few days. Shen Yun spoke up, brother Xing, do you want us to come over and find you? Han Xing hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, no need for now. Since you're about to regroup, hurry up and form a team to level up. Focus on securing the leaderboard rewards first. Once the teleportation array is built, you can come over anytime. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun also realized this point. This time, the leaderboard rewards included a basic teleportation array blueprint for the top 100. With their strength combined with Han Xing's help, securing the ranking rewards wouldn't be difficult. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing continued, by the way, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun, there's something important I need to tell you. The two of them stiffened, realizing that if even Han Xing said it was something important, it must not be simple. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun quietly waited for Han Xing to continue. After a moment, Han Xing slowly said, while carrying out a covert mission, I uncovered some terrifying information. Next, I fear a disaster is about to erupt, and all of humanity on Blue Star will become victims of this catastrophe. The exact time of the outbreak is still uncertain, but it shouldn't be too far off. So, we must improve our strength as soon as possible, at least become first-tier professionals, or we won't even have the ability to protect ourselves. Han Xing shared the information and speculations he had gathered word by word. In the chat channel, the two could clearly sense the gravity in Han Xing's tone, knowing he would never joke about such matters. Shen Yun solemnly asked, brother Xing, will this disaster be very severe? Yes, I'm afraid it will far exceed expectations, extremely terrifying. Han Xing thought of the description and the formula, a disaster almost at the level of genocide, its severity far beyond imagination. After hearing this, Shen Yun also said in a deep voice, understood, we'll follow your lead. Let's focus on reaching level 10 first and then complete the advancement. The two finished speaking, then closed the discussion group and started leveling up like crazy. Han Xing also felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He needed to level up quickly as well. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he received a private message from a friend. It was from Smart Sheep, also known as Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, Star God, are you there? Han Xing replied, I'm here, what's up? Not much, I just wanted to ask if you might need a teammate to form a party? I noticed that everyone seems to have their own small groups now. They say, having a teammate nearby is much safer, and you can look out for each other in case of danger. If you need, I can come to you. Han Xing was speechless. What was going on today? Why was everyone coming to find him one after another? After thinking for a moment, he politely declined Su Xiaoyang's invitation to team up and also shared with her what he had just told Shen Yun and the others. Su Xiaoyang was dumbfounded upon hearing this. After a long pause, she asked in disbelief, really? Could such a terrifying disaster actually break out? Yes, it's indeed very frightening. Han Xing replied. That's why our top priority now is to reach level 10 and complete the class advancement. Su Xiaoyang nodded solemnly after hearing this. I will. Thank you for reminding me. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Xing thought for a moment and then sent a trade request to Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang clicked accept in confusion. When she saw the purple longbow in the trade window, she couldn't help but exclaim, such a high-level weapon, aren't you planning to use it yourself? Han Xing smiled and said, you're overthinking it. Of course, I have better weapons, which is why I'm giving this to you. When Han Xing was crafting the Moon Corona longbow, he also made a few exquisite quality longbows. Since they would just gather dust in the warehouse, he had no intention of putting purple weapons on the trading channel for exchange for the time being. Seeing Su Xiaoyang hesitating and unsure about confirming the trade, Han Xing urged, take it. Focus on leveling up first, that's the priority. A weapon like this is nothing to me. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath and then placed a book in the trading bar, skill book, weakness perception. When Han Xing saw the skill book, his eyes lit up. Every class has 5 basic skills in the early stages, and Han Xing had already learned the other 4 but had never found the last one, weakness perception. Thinking of Su Xiaoyang also being in the hunter profession, he asked, you're a hunter too, so you can use this skill book, right? Su Xiaoyang chuckled, it's okay, I've already learned the other 4, missing this one isn't a big deal. Besides, you gave me such a powerful weapon, which is far more valuable than this skill book. I can't just accept your things for free. Su Xiaoyang seemed to be a person with strong principles. Han Xing thought for a moment and clicked accept. Transaction successful, you have obtained the skill book, weakness perception, hunter exclusive, and you have lost the Mooncrest longbow, purple, dot. Weakness perception, after activating the skill skill, enter a 10-second weakness perception state, with a 50% increase in hit rate and a 50% increase in critical rate. Han Xing directly clicked to learn. Now, he had fully mastered the 5 early-stage skills for hunters. Next, it was time to start leveling up. When Han Xing walked out of the castle, he saw Zhang Lianmeng already dressed in a mage's robe, standing nearby with a smile on her face, waiting for him.
Zhang Lianmeng asked softly, "Are we going to start leveling up next?" Han Xing nodded. Zhang Lianmeng took a deep breath, waved the staff in her hand as if to cheer herself up. "Alright, I definitely won't hold you back." Han Xing glanced at her and thought to himself, what a sensible woman. Next, Han Xing looked around and noticed a cloud about 100 square meters in size not far away. As he approached, a system prompt appeared. A group of intellectually inferior creatures is active inside. "Do you want to enter?" Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation. The cloud dispersed, and a group of kobolds appeared once again.
They held beast bone clubs, shouting loudly, "Candles!
"Give me candles! It's a human! Kill them!"
Looking at this group of familiar monsters, Zhang Lianmeng's heart tightened. She instinctively raised her staff, ready to cast a spell attack. However, a black shadow rushed over at an even faster speed. It was Kobold. Kobold charged into the kobold crowd like a tiger among sheep, starting a massacre. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several kobolds were covered in bloodstains. Black light flickered continuously, and the kobolds let out miserable screams. Even more terrifying, 10 seconds into the battle, Kobold suddenly erupted with 10 sharp spikes, directly piercing several kobolds and severely injuring them.
At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was still standing there in a daze.
Han Xing reminded, "Don't just stand there, throw a skill to get some damage in, or you won't get any experience." The party system in this world worked like this: only by dealing damage to enemies could one share in the experience. Zhang Lianmeng seemed to finally react. She quickly raised her staff and softly began chanting a spell.
"Blazing flames, burn everything to ashes."
As soon as the words left her mouth, a fireball the size of a wash basin suddenly shot out from her staff, slamming fiercely into the kobold crowd and unleashing a violent explosion. Han Xing even noticed that as the woman waved her staff, its majestic form trembled violently once again. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "The way you are, it feels like you'd be quite suited for the holy vocation path."
Zhang Lianmeng asked with a face full of confusion. "Huh?
Why do you say that?"
"Because you can heal others."
Hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to understand Han Xing's meaning, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. However, she did not lower her head to avoid as before. Instead, she gripped her staff tightly, raised her head, and stood tall. Although she was still somewhat shy and even felt a faint sense of shame deep inside, she no longer avoided Han Xing's gaze. Instead, she began to enjoy the feeling. At this moment, the battle on Kobold's side had already ended, and a system notification arrived.
"Killed Kobold Shaman LV9, Kobold Warrior LV8, Kobold.
Gained 810 experience points. Pet Kobold gained 648 experience points. Compared to before, Han Xing felt that the experience points gained this time were slightly less, about 20% less.
This was because the experience was shared with an additional teammate. However, Zhang Lianmeng also gained 810 experience points. Overall, teaming up is indeed faster for gaining experience than fighting solo. Although 20% of the experience is lost, the speed of killing monsters has greatly increased.
The premise is that the two team members have similar levels of strength. For Han Xing, having the energetic little boss Meicho ahead to share 20% of the experience doesn't matter. Next, he continued sprinting to level up.
An hour passed, and Han Xing's level directly rose to level 9, only one level away from reaching level 10 and claiming the first place reward.
On the leaderboard, the fastest competitor, Whisperer, has only just reached level 8, and the huge gap with Han Xing has almost made others give up on catching up. From morning till night, Han Xing explored at least over 20 floating islands, gaining a large amount of resources and experience. His experience bar has already reached halfway through level 9, and barring any surprises, he will reach level 10 tomorrow. And under Zhang Lianmeng's soy sauce-like accompaniment throughout the day, her level also rose to level 7. Regarding this, Zhang Lianmeng felt quite embarrassed, thinking she had hardly contributed and was just leeching off Han Xing's experience.
But Han Xing smiled and said, "These low-level mobs don't require you to take action.
For now, focus on leveling up, so you can help me more when we encounter powerful bosses in the future."
Zhang Lianmeng nodded earnestly after hearing this.
At this moment, the sun had already set, and Han Xing was preparing to explore the last floating island before taking a temporary rest. On this floating island territory, he heard a different prompt. There is a piece of fertile land inside, planted with some crops.
Would you like to enter? Fertile land?
Han Xing heard the prompt and chose to enter without hesitation. As the mist cleared, a lush green floating island of over 100 square meters appeared before their eyes. Zhang Lianmeng, standing nearby, immediately lit up upon seeing the green leaves on the ground.
"Oh my gosh, so many potatoes."
She rushed over excitedly, digging out fist-sized, earthy yellow potatoes from the soil.
At this moment, Han Xing felt like an idiot for not even recognizing potatoes.
Zhang Lianmeng held up 2 potatoes and said said excitedly to him, "Brother Xing, we have potatoes to eat." A pure smile blossomed on her face, like a little girl who had just discovered a treasure.
Han Xing was also infected and couldn't help but laugh.
The system notification sounded, and Han Xing successfully merged this over 100 square meter floating island. You have obtained fertile land *121, you have obtained the crop potato 45 kilograms, and your territory area has expanded. On the outskirts of Han Xing's territory, a deep black area appeared, filled with fully matured potatoes.
At this moment, Zhang Lianming's eyes lit up. "Xing Gur, can I use this piece of land to grow vegetables?"
While exploring today, I found a lot of vegetable seeds, like eggplant, cabbage, radish, water spinach, and so on. Han Xing glanced at her and said with a smile, "So you've been squatting on those floating islands all day searching for these seeds?" Zhang Lianming nodded excitedly. "I was thinking of planting lots and lots of vegetables for you in the future, so you can have a balanced diet and stay healthy." Han Xing nodded. "Alright, this piece of land will be allocated to you as your little vegetable garden.
From now on, I'll rely on you to supply my vegetables."
Thank you, Brother Xing." Zhang Lianming nodded excitedly, then immediately ran into the castle, grabbed a few small hoes, and began busily cultivating the land. Han Xing watched her and secretly sighed in his heart. This woman is truly a farming fanatic, brimming with 100% enthusiasm for it.
Moreover, in some
aspects, she was even more familiar with the workings of this world than Han Xing himself.
Sure enough, she came to Han Xing again asking for bones.
"Brother Xing, grind the bones into powder and sprinkle them on the soil. It will not only increase nutrients but also speed up crop growth." Han Xing nodded and replied, "I have plenty of beast bones in my storage box.
Go ahead and take them yourself." He conveniently granted Zhang Lianming access to use the storage box. Generally, as long as the lord of the territory is still alive, other survivors cannot open the storage boxes within the territory without permission.
Zhang Lianming ran to the castle's warehouse area, opened a storage box, and was instantly stunned by the dazzling and seemingly endless array of materials inside.
"Oh my!"
she exclaimed, but without thinking much, she directly carried several massive bones as thick as arms back outside the castle. Han Xing watched her with an intrigued gaze. Zhang Lianmeng placed the bones on a grinding table made of stone, raised a stone hammer, and began crushing the bones with all her might. But the beast bones were too hard, and her strength was insufficient. Despite hammering many times, she couldn't break the structure of the bones. Han Xing watched her swing the stone hammer with trembling hands, swallowed hard, and walked over, saying, "Let me do it."
"You're too weak to break these bones."
Zhang Lianmeng wiped the sweat from her forehead, her cheeks flushed from exertion, and looked at Han Xing with a dazed expression. At this moment, her robe was already soaked with sweat, the thin fabric accentuating her devilish figure.
That unique scent spread in the air, as if the atmosphere was infused with an alluring fragrance.
This scene almost instantly stirred an irresistible desire deep within Han Xing. He took a few deep breaths to barely suppress the turmoil in his heart. Walking to Zhang Lianming's side, he picked up the bone. Of course, Han Xing wouldn't foolishly continue smashing the bone with a stone hammer. That would be too inefficient.
He directly summoned a psionic puppet.
Zhang Lianmeng looked on in astonishment as the psychic puppet picked up the bone, placed it in its palm, and then slammed down with an iron-like hand. Several beast bones were instantly crushed into powder.
So amazing," Zhang Lianmeng exclaimed.
Han Xing saw the admiration in her eyes and silently recited the purity mantra in his heart. Then, he controlled the puppet to sprinkle bone meal on the soil, and a system prompt appeared.
"Bone meal fertilization successful.
This plot of land will provide more nutrients for crops, accelerating their growth cycle.
Zhang Lianmeng wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Brother Xing, take a break. I'll go cook." With that, she lifted a corner of her mage robe and walked away with light steps, her hips swaying slightly. He thought to himself.
Looking at her busy figure, Han Xing felt a stir in his heart and thought, this woman is really virtuous. And also, her hips are quite big. Having someone like this to take care of logistics for him is indeed a good thing. As he was thinking about these things, Zhang Lianmeng had already prepared a table full of delicious and visually appealing dishes. After coming to this world, Han Xing hadn't eaten such delicious dishes in a long time and immediately began to wolf them down. Zhang Lianmeng rested her chin in her hands on the side, smiling foolishly as she watched Han Xing, her face glowing with happiness. This scene seemed to be the one she had always dreamed of. Han Xing noticed her unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?"
"No, it's nothing." Zhang Lianmeng shook her head.
After a moment, she said somewhat shyly,
I sweated a lot today. Can I use some water to take a bath?" Han Xing was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "Of course, use as much as you like.
There's plenty of water in the storage boxes." The last time it rained, Han Xing had specifically stored water in 2 storage boxes to meet daily needs. Zhang Lianming nodded, her face slightly flushed, and returned to the castle. Under Han Xing's guidance, she was specially assigned a room to freshen up. There were plenty of rooms, so she could indulge as she pleased. As Han Xing passed by, he heard the sound of rushing water, which stirred his imagination. Late at night, Han Xing was still sitting on the balcony, gazing up at the starry sky. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if two survivors' territories were slowly approaching him.
Encountering other survivors again?
Han Xing quickly drew his weapon, ready to wait and see what would happen. Strangely, when the two survivors were still a kilometer away from Han Xing, they suddenly stopped. They did not continue to approach but observed for a while before turning around and leaving.
Gone?
Han Xing put the weapon back into his backpack, thought about it briefly, and didn't dwell too much on the matter. However, not long after, one of the two departing survivors, a human hunter, excitedly made a call to report the situation to his superior.
Boss, we found the territory you mentioned.
There is a castle over 20 meters high on that territory, and the area is divided into 3 or 4 levels, with a total volume of at least 4 or 5,000 cubic meters.
It should be the guy you mentioned.
At this moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man heard the news, and his ashen expression finally showed a slight change. This man was none other than the Whisperer.
Listening to his subordinate's report, he quickly said, "Did you record a video? Send it to me." "Got it, boss."
A video file was quickly sent over. After watching it, the Whisperer finally confirmed the target, and a rare smile appeared on their face.
Good, 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 well done. You two, go directly to Huangwen later to collect the reward. The two survivors thanked him excitedly and then hung up the phone. The Whisperer clenched their fist and whispered excitedly, "Xingha, I've finally found you." Thinking of this, he summoned Huangwen, one of his few trusted confidants, and Whisperer trusted him deeply. In the night, a warrior clad in light armor quietly arrived at Whisperer's territory. Whisperer whispered a few instructions into Huangwen's ear. "Xingha has already reached level 9, and by tomorrow it will reach level 10, securing the first place reward. Huangwen, tonight is the time to act."
This somewhat thin man had a trace of solemnity flash in his eyes. The Whisperer solemnly instructed, "Remember, find trustworthy brothers.
This matter must not be leaked." After a moment, Huangwen nodded in agreement. "Got it, boss. I'll make the arrangements right away."
When Huangwen silently retreated, a trace of killing intent flashed across the Whisperer's face.
"Xingha, don't blame me. I originally didn't want to make a move against you, but during the last Secret Realm expedition, we lost too many brothers, and I barely managed to survive.
The Divine Whisper team has suffered a severe blow and urgently needs a large amount of resources to recover its strength. Although there is no deep-seated hatred between us, you have gathered too many resources in your hands. These resources can only realize their true value when controlled by large teams like ours. So, don't blame me for being ruthless." That night, several survivors simultaneously received a secret message. Their hearts stirred, and they obtained the same coordinates. At the same time, under the maneuvering of certain individuals, 8 survivors' floating islands began moving in the dead of night. Their target was none other than the Sky Island where Han Xing was located. Late at night, Han Xing was sound asleep. In the room below him, Zhang Lianming was also sleeping peacefully. At that moment, 8 Sky Island territories slowly approached him. When all 8 floating islands converged, the coal ball lying at their feet was the first to awaken. As a void shadow wolf, the coal ball was naturally sensitive to danger and malice. With a flash of black light, the coal ball leapt onto the balcony. After noticing the anomaly at the edge, it instantly returned to Han Xing's bedside and gently nudged his shoulder with its paw. Han Xing noticed something unusual about Coal Ball and immediately woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Coal Ball looking uneasy, glancing out the window from time to time. He instantly sensed something was wrong and followed Coal Ball's lead to the window. At a glance, 8 sneaky figures were quietly entering his territory. In the dead of night, this group of survivors actually joined forces and silently infiltrated someone else's territory. If one were to say they had no ulterior motives, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Han Xing's face suddenly turned cold, and he silently drew out his legendary quality longbow. At this moment, those survivors were still unaware that Han Xing had already woken up and detected their tracks. They gazed at the magnificent castle before them, their eyes gleaming with greed. Then, the survivors exchanged glances and each pulled out a palm-sized bamboo tube from their backpacks. Han Xing also noticed their actions. Phew! The bamboo tubes they took out appeared particularly unusual, with fuses attached to their front ends. This turned out to be improvised explosives they made themselves. They are clearly up to no good. Han Xing frowned deeply, his vigilance heightened. These people were fully equipped, well prepared, and their lineup was extremely balanced. 2 rogues, 2 warriors, 2 mages, a hunter, and a cleric. If it were ordinary survivors, they would have no power to resist against such a formation. This was also the first time Han Xing encountered an invasion by other survivors. However, he did not panic. Han Xing slowly tightened the bowstring, a glint of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. 8 intruders, each holding several makeshift explosive tubes in their hands. At this moment, the leading human warrior whispered, "Light it up, throw them together, blow open the castle gate, and then launch a direct assault." The others nodded one after another. Just as a human hunter was about to ignite the fuse, an arrow shot down like lightning from the top of the castle. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrow pierced precisely through the hunter's forehead, penetrating his skull. Poof! A blood hole appeared on the forehead, and the hunter collapsed limply. A message notification came. You caused damage to the survivor Dragon Tamer and successfully killed them. Han Xing recalled in his mind that this survivor was named Dragon Tamer, but he had not known or interacted with him before. The remaining 7 intruders stared in horror at their fallen teammate, their faces filled with shock. Xiaolong, damn it, we've been exposed. Everyone, launch a direct assault. As soon as the leading warrior finished speaking, everyone simultaneously lit the fuses on their rocket launchers. Throw! Before the words had even faded, 7 intruders simultaneously hurled their sticks of dynamite. However, Han Xing merely glanced at them indifferently, completely unconcerned. He sneered, a bunch of fools. My castle has a defense power of 1,000 points. With your little firecrackers, at most, you'll just scratch the surface. Sure enough, 7 cannons landed in front of the castle's iron gate. After a violent explosion, the gate remained completely unmoved. Han Xing glanced at the state of the castle. Remaining defense value, 963. An explosion only weakened the defense value by 37 points. The intruders were dumbfounded. Their self-made explosive tubes, which they had always been proud of, turned out to be completely ineffective. Just as they hesitated, Han Xing poked his head out again and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the chest of another human mage. In a team fight, the first priority is to eliminate the squishy targets. This has always been Han Xing's belief. The mage stared blankly at his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground. You dealt damage to the survivor Amber Glimmer and successfully killed them. The remaining survivors were in a state of panic. Damn it, that guy is in the tower. Mages and ranged units, aim at that window and attack with full force. Everyone else, follow me and sneak in through the city wall to take him out. However, Han Xing had already taken down 2 ranged units, leaving only the mage and the cleric with ranged attack capabilities on the field. These people had decent combat awareness. The mage immediately launched a counterattack after Han Xing killed the second person. A blazing fireball came rushing toward him. Han Xing gently sidestepped to avoid it. Bang! With a loud explosion, the outer wall of the balcony was scorched black. At the same time, the cleric also hurled a ball of holy light at him. The Korean star was forced to retreat to the room, her eyes flickering slightly. In the next moment, a streak of black light shot out swiftly. The shadow of the coal ball flashed and darted straight toward the mage's head. The leading warrior shouted urgently, "Old Su, watch out, something's flying over." The mage's face turned deathly pale, and he hastily raised his staff. But his speed couldn't keep up with coal ball at all. Swish, swish, a cold gleam flashed, and the wolf's claws suddenly slashed across the mage's cheek, blood splattering. This was only the beginning. Facing the enemy, coal ball displayed the same ferocity as when dealing with monsters, the black light on its body flickering continuously. With the strength of this mage's equipment, a green quality robe, it was as fragile as paper under the coal attack. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and with each swipe of the wolf's claws, the wounds were so deep that the bone was visible. The mage's screams were blood-curdling. Lao Su, how's the situation on your side? The coal ball's astonishing speed and immense power instill fear in people's hearts. The human cleric stood in place holding a bronze holy hammer, appearing somewhat dazed. At this moment, Han Xing poked his head out again, firing a double arrow in rapid succession. The target was none other than the cleric. In the critical moment, the human cleric quickly enveloped himself in a layer of holy light shield, which gave him a slight sense of reassurance. In the past, whenever danger arose, the holy light shield always provided strong defense, at least capable of withstanding several attacks. However, he did not know that, given Han Xing's attack power, this layer of holy light shield was utterly insignificant. The next moment, a crisp shattering sound rang out. The holy light shield instantly broke. The human cleric witnessed 2 arrows piercing through the chest armor's defense, directly into the chest. What terrifying attack power! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a wave of weakness and slowly collapsed. On the other side, Coalball also took down the mage. You dealt damage to the survivor King of Steel and successfully killed them. Your pet Coalball dealt damage to the survivor Dark Knight and successfully killed them. At this point, all ranged professions had been completely wiped out by Han Xing. Only 2 warriors and 2 stealthers remained on the field. At this moment, they were still struggling to climb over the city wall. The outer wall of the castle was over 3 meters high and smooth on the surface. Even for these survivors, it took considerable effort to get up. When a warrior looked back, he found that half of his teammates were already dead, and fear instantly gripped his heart. "Brothers, we've run into a tough one." Beside him, other teammates asked in panic, "Boss, what do we do now? Should we retreat?" The human warrior pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "That guy is ruthless and won't let us go. Keep going, we must take him down." Others also realized this. At this moment, the 2 stalkers seemed to have mastered the thrust skill. As they climbed halfway up, their figures flickered and instantly leaped onto the city wall. The next moment, they entered stealth mode right in front of Han Xing. Han Xing was unconcerned. It would still take some time for these 2 stalkers to come over, and during this time, it was enough for him to clear out the 2 warriors outside the castle. At this moment, without the mage's restraint, these 2 warriors were nothing more than live targets in front of Han Xing. Han Xing stared coldly, drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Thud, thud. The first warrior was hit by arrows in the shoulder and back, let out a miserable scream, and fell off the city wall, dying on the spot. Han Xing launched the second wave of attacks. After 2 rounds of arrow rain, no matter how unwilling the 2 warriors were, they could only fall helplessly under Han Xing's arrows. On the field, only the 2 rogues who had entered stealth mode remained. Han Xing pondered for a moment. Without skills like the Eye of Truth in the early stages, dealing with such enemies was indeed troublesome. He knew that the 2 stealth attackers were inside the castle, but their exact location was unknown. Unless they got closer, Han Xing could only rely on his danger sense to detect their general direction. However, while Han Xing was at a loss, Cobalt had another solution. Wolves are naturally born with a sense of smell far superior to that of humans. Cobalt, find these 2 guys. Han Xing gave the order. Cobalt's figure flickered as it leapt onto the city wall, swiftly darting around the area to search for traces of the infiltrators. Soon, Cobalt noticed signs of one of the enemies. At the edge of the tower corridor, where there was clearly nothing, Cobalt bared its teeth and suddenly pounced. In stealth mode, this human infiltrator was nervous but full of confidence in their stealth abilities. With their agility attribute, even when facing elite monsters of the same level, it was difficult to be detected. He originally thought that hiding here would allow him to escape the disaster, but when Cobalt charged straight at him, his eyes revealed intense disbelief. What he didn't know was that his meager agility attributes were completely meaningless in the face of Cobalt at S+ level. Cobalt lunged forward and swiftly bit down on the shoulder of the stealthy figure. The stalker let out a miserable scream, and by the time he reacted, he found his heart had already been pierced by Cobalt's wolf claw. Cobalt's attack was both swift and fierce. Against fragile enemies, 1 claw strike was enough to settle it. The stalker was declared dead on the spot. Now, only 1 human infiltrator remains undiscovered. Han Xing scanned the area below, this angle almost encompassing the entire territory. However, he did not spot the figure of the intruder. This indicates that the opponent is most likely hiding inside a building. At that moment, he suddenly heard a panicked scream coming from downstairs. Ah! Immediately followed by the sound of an explosion. The scream was clearly from a woman. Han Xing suddenly realized something, his face changed drastically, and he rushed over quickly. However, when he arrived at Zhang Lianming's room, the scene before him left him somewhat puzzled. She was holding a mithril staff, her face pale as she looked at him, and in front of her lay a charred human corpse. You already dealt with him? Han Xing asked in confusion. Zhang Lianming's body trembled slightly. Hearing Han Xing's words, she instinctively took a step back from the corpse. Han Xing hadn't even spoken yet when Zhang Lianming's staff suddenly slipped from her hand and fell into his arms. Initially, Han Xing instinctively wanted to push her away, but he felt the woman trembling violently all over. She looked extremely frightened. Han Xing understood the reason for her fear. After all, she had just personally ended a human life. Although the other party was an intruder, for someone like her who had always lived in a civilized society, killing was still something hard to accept. The hand Han Xing had prepared to push her away stopped mid-air. Half a minute later, he felt the soft body in his arms stop trembling, and her body temperature gradually returned to normal. When he looked down, he saw Zhang Lianming lifting her slightly flushed face, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. Beyond fear, there was also a hint of shyness in her expression. As if realizing the situation at that moment, her face suddenly turned a shade of red. From this angle, Zhang Lianming's slightly flushed cheeks appeared tender and alluring, and her slightly trembling lips made it hard to resist the urge to taste them. The two could even feel each other's warm breaths. Zhang Lianming clung tightly to Han Xing's arm, a trace of anticipation hidden within her nervousness. Xing Ji-er, she called softly. Before she could finish her words, the man's face suddenly leaned in, sealing her lips directly. Zhang Lianming let out a seductive moan, her mind nearly blank. Moments later, she gradually responded from her initial hesitation, passionately returning his kiss. The night was ablaze, and the atmosphere in the small room of the castle grew increasingly heated. A few minutes later, Han Xing took a deep breath and abruptly pulled himself away from the tender embrace. Although he didn't consider himself a gentleman or a virtuous man, he knew this was not the right time for such things. Couldn't she see the charred corpse in the room? He gently let go of Zhang Lianming, cleared his throat twice, and said, "I'll go take care of the corpse." Zhang Lianming blushed and nodded shyly. Recalling what had just happened, her heart was almost overflowing with embarrassment. If her legs weren't so weak at the moment, she would have wanted to flee on the spot. Although Han Xing also felt a bit awkward, it wasn't as exaggerated. He walked to the window, picked up the charred corpse, and threw it directly out of the window. With a thud, the corpse landed on the castle's corridor. Afterward, he summoned the puppet giant, had it pick up the corpse, and threw it straight into the territory outside the castle. Turning around, he asked, "When did you wake up?" Zhang Lianming gradually calmed down and replied, "I woke up when the explosion sounded. Oh, I saw you fighting and was afraid of dragging you down, so I prepared to hide in the cabinet. Then, I saw the window being opened and thought to myself, maybe maybe someone had come in. She stammered, then I just. Han Xing nodded, understanding what she was about to say. You did very well.
Don't feel burdened. You need to understand, these people are here to kill us.
If you don't strike first, you'll be the one killed in the end.
You did well today. Receiving Han Xing's affirmation, Zhang Lianmeng's uneasiness gradually faded, and she managed to force a smile.
After the battle, Han Xing walked out of the castle and began inspecting the bodies of the intruders.
As expected, no useful information was found. Things were becoming increasingly complicated.
Looking at the bodies on the ground, Han Xing pondered, there are no clues, but from their conversation, it can be inferred that these people came prepared.
Moreover, it sounds like this is far from their first operation. They are clearly quite skilled. It's just unfortunate for them that they ran into me. After gathering this information, Han Xing continued searching the bodies for clues. Obtained bronze staff *1, homemade explosive tubes *3, gunpowder *17.
The harvest was mediocre. Apart from a few green items, there were only some scattered materials. Han Xing began searching the second corpse, which seemed to be the warrior in charge of command. He found a blue greatsword on the man, and aside from that, there were only some ordinary materials.
When all 8 corpses had been searched, Han Xing couldn't help but curse, broke bastards.
The equipment on these survivors was nothing more than a mix of ordinary green and blue items, all of very low quality and completely insignificant. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed the edge of the territory, where 8 survivor floating islands, each with an area of no less than 1,000 square meters, caught his eye. This was the first time he had encountered survivor floating islands whose owners had already died.
These guys are all dead, so their territory should be able to merge with mine, right?
Han Xing calculated silently in his heart. The next moment, system notifications popped up one after another.
You have merged an ownerless floating island,
gaining 1,433 territories, 2 core territories, and territory resources, 4,512 spirit cores, 12 homemade explosive tubes, 3,213 refined iron, and you have merged an ownerless floating island, gaining 1,012 territories, 1 core territory, and territory resources, 775 dark firestones, 93 mithril, 1 bronze battle axe, and you have merged an ownerless floating island. 8 consecutive prompts appeared in succession, and Han Xing's territory area surged by nearly 10,000 cubic meters in just a few seconds, directly doubling in total size. Such a terrifying expansion speed left Han Xing stunned for quite a while. After a long time, he looked at his suddenly massive territory, which had reached over 15,000 square meters, and couldn't help but reveal an uncontrollable smile.
Alright, so this is how it's done, huh?
No wonder these guys love engaging in murder and robbery. Damn, the profits are simply terrifying. After killing 8 people, Han Xing gained over 10,000 square meters of territory, far more than what he had painstakingly explored for over 10 days.
Not only that,
but there were also a large amount of materials. All the results of these 8 people's efforts over the past half-month were completely taken by Han Xing. With such a vast territory, he could do many more things. At this moment, Han Xing noticed a different notification in the system. In addition to these territories, he also obtained 9 core territories. Han Xing remembered that when he first entered this world, the system mentioned that everyone had a core territory beneath their feet, which would serve as the foundation for future development.
Could it be?
He stared at the territory section in the status bar and found that the number of his core territories had suddenly increased from 1 to 10, leaving him so shocked that he was speechless.
No way, it's actually true.
Han Xing tried to control the 9 newly acquired core territories and discovered that they all flew toward him, hovering not far in front of him. At this moment, he more or less understood the function of the core territory. It's like a brand new territorial foundation, which can be used to create several more floating islands. In the future, if the floating islands become massive and inconvenient to move, he could also choose to settle down in one place, control a new core territory, and build a new floating island.
Suddenly, Han Xing thought of a question. Can these core territories be given to other survivors?
He thought of Zhang Lianmeng. Last time, in order to protect him, Zhang Lianmeng's core territory was bombarded and collapsed, causing the territory to disappear. Han Xing had been wondering whether survivors who lost their territory could never rise again. Now, these 9 core territories before him gave him the answer.
There is a way, which is to eliminate other survivors, seize their core territories, and essentially take over their nests.
Previously, I promised that woman to help her restore her territory. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. A faint, relaxed smile appeared on Han Xing's lips as he planned to discuss this matter with Zhang Lianmeng tomorrow. At this moment, he looked again at the corpse on the ground, and a few speculations had already formed in his mind.
This group of people should be related to the 2 survivors I saw during the day. Are they targeting the castle within my territory, driven by greed? At this stage, no survivor has been able to construct such a massive territorial building like he has. Even with building blueprints, the required materials would take them ages to accumulate. And Han Xing's castle is absolutely unique. Boom!
Therefore, Han Xing deduced that these people must have been driven by greed, intending to kill him and seize his territory. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other reason why they would attack his floating island in the middle of the night. Worried that these people might have accomplices, Han Xing controlled his floating island territory overnight, traveling hundreds of kilometers. Seeing that there was still some time before dawn, he decided to go back and catch up on some sleep. To be on the safe side, he specifically had Cobalt patrol the perimeter of the territory for the time being. Meanwhile, the Whisperer also received a report from his subordinate, Huang Wen.
Did the operation fail?
He pondered for a moment, but there was not a trace of frustration on his face.
Instead, a smug smile appeared.
Very well, in that case, let's proceed directly to the next step of the plan tomorrow. Han Xing returned to the room on the top floor of the tower, carefully reflecting on the gains from this battle. It was his first time facing off against other survivors. Although these individuals couldn't be considered extremely powerful, they weren't weak either. Leveraging the terrain advantage and his equipment, Han Xing successfully suppressed them. However, if the fight had taken place in an open area, he couldn't guarantee an easy victory. I still need to improve my strength as quickly as possible and build up the territory's defense system early, he muttered to himself. At the very least, I need to make sure others can't casually land on my territory. He recalled that the first place reward included the blueprint for a psionic shield tower and a leader-level golden armored golem. After securing first place tomorrow, immediately start building defense towers. By then, the territory's defensive strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Han Xing decided to level up as soon as dawn breaks, aiming to reach level 10 within the day. Just as he was about to go to sleep, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Han Xing felt puzzled. There were only him and Zhang Lianmeng in this castle. Why would this girl be awake in the middle of the night? Could it be something important? Thinking about his impulsive actions just now, Han Xing couldn't help but picture that alluring figure in his mind. Bastard! He opened the door and immediately saw Zhang Lianmeng standing outside, dressed in a thin nightgown, her expression nervous. She was panting, her cheeks flushed.
Han Xing asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Hearing his voice, Zhang Lianmeng seemed a bit hesitant to speak.
After a moment, she mustered her courage, took a deep breath, and said, "Well, I'm a little scared and don't dare to sleep alone in that room."
Can I come to your room to sleep?"
Han Xing was stunned, then immediately remembered the situation. Someone had just died in Zhang Lianmeng's room, so it was perfectly normal for her to be scared. He thought she wanted to switch rooms, nodded, and said, "Sure, I'll tidy up a bit. Tonight, you can sleep on the top, and I'll take the bottom." Han Xing had no qualms about these things. Zhang Lianmeng quickly shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant. I want to stay in the same room with you. I'm really scared." After speaking, she seemed to use all her strength, lowered her head, and quietly waited for Han Xing's response. Moonlight spilled onto her smooth bare feet, and her legs, as white as jade, were tightly pressed together, revealing an unmistakable sense of unease. Han Xing could even see her chest slightly rising and falling. Zhang Lianmeng, due to her shyness, had a complexion that glowed with a rosy tint. Though the distance was far, he could still feel the gradually rising warmth emanating from her. At this moment, if Han Xing still didn't understand her meaning, then he was truly too foolish. Thinking about what had just happened downstairs, a surge of heat also rose in Han Xing's heart. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Lianmeng's wrist and pulled her tightly into his arms. Zhang Lianmeng was clearly unprepared for Han Xing's boldness and let out a soft, delicate moan. The next moment, she realized her feet had left the ground, and her whole body was lifted up by Han Xing. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she instinctively clung tightly to Han Xing's neck. At this moment, she only felt the world spinning, as if in a dream. In her ears came the sound of a man's heavy and powerful breathing, and beneath his solid chest, the intense heartbeat could still be heard.
"Xing, brother Xing."
Zhang Lianmeng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her head buried in Han Xing's embrace. Han Xing gently placed the beauty in his arms onto the bed, then turned away himself. The rustling sound of clothes being removed echoed. Zhang Lianmeng, lying on the bed, bit her lip tightly. Listening to the sound, her heart involuntarily tensed. Amidst her nervousness, there was also a trace of tingling anticipation. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she fixed her gaze on Han Xing's back. Thinking about what was about to happen next, her legs instinctively pressed tightly together. Han Xing turned to look at Zhang Lianmeng on the bed. Moonlight spilled over her, and her snow-white skin reflected a faint blush of shyness. When Han Xing's gaze met Zhang Lianmeng's, she felt her heart skip a beat.
"Have you made up your mind?" Han Xing asked solemnly.
Zhang Lianmeng understood his meaning, her cheeks shy, and she softly responded. Han Xing no longer hesitated. The night was enchanting, and in the castle room, suppressed murmurs quickly arose.
"Brother Xing, brother Xing."
Accompanied by a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing gradually calmed down. At the break of dawn, Han Xing opened his eyes. Dead? At this time of day, he would usually get up and walk to the balcony to take in the view outside, but today was different. Because in his arms, there was a beautiful woman with slightly flushed cheeks, looking as delicate as a blooming flower. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was still asleep with her eyes closed. Han Xing did not wake her. He knew that Zhang Lianmeng was extremely exhausted last night. He gently prepared to withdraw withdraw his wrist from beneath her neck. Just as he moved slightly, Zhang Lianmeng in his arms seemed to be startled awake.
She opened her eyes drowsily and softly asked, Xinggur, are you awake?
Tasting the pleasures of intimacy for the first time, Zhang Lianmeng exuded a newfound maturity, radiance, and captivating charm.
Han
Xing responded softly. After that, the two fell into a prolonged silence. At this moment, they both seemed to feel a hint of awkwardness. After a while, Zhang Lianmeng took the initiative to break the silence and slowly spoke. She seemed to think of something, with a hint of fear, cautiously saying,
Xinggur, last night it was me who took the initiative. If you don't like it, we can pretend nothing happened.
As soon as she finished speaking, she forced a smile and looked at Han Xing. However, that smile, in Han Xing's eyes, was heart-wrenching.
After a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, What are you talking about? Do you think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage and then denies it?
Zhang Lianmeng hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Han Xing gently pulled her into his arms and slowly said, The last time you risked your life to save me, I already thought you were a remarkable woman. After coming into this world, the order of human society had long since collapsed.
To survive, people inevitably became selfish.
After a moment of silence, Han Xing said solemnly, Zhang Lianmeng, if no one takes care of you in the future, let me take care of you. Hearing words that almost sounded like a confession, Zhang Lianmeng was stunned for a moment, and her eyes gradually grew moist. Han Xing thought he had scared her. As someone who had never been close to a girl before, he couldn't think of any words to comfort her at that moment. At that moment, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly raised her head and leaned in proactively. At that instant, Han Xing stopped thinking, only feeling a wave of warmth and a faint fragrance rushing toward him. Zhang Lianmeng let out soft breaths continuously.
A few minutes later, she became even more proactive, gently pressing herself closer.
Feeling the warmth of the body in his arms, Han Xing's heart seemed to be ignited once again.
A few minutes later, the soft breathing of a woman echoed in the room once more. Brother Xing, I can hardly breathe. Brother Xing.
The sound gradually faded, turning into soft whispers in the rainy night.
When the sky fully brightened, Zhang Lianmeng had already risen from the bed.
Han Xing lay on the bed, gazing at her stunningly beautiful back, utterly captivated. Last night was filled with so much, and it truly transformed Zhang Lianmeng from a girl into a woman, making her demeanor even more enchanting and captivating. Coupled with her devilish figure, every move she made drew Han Xing's gaze. Zhang Lianmeng slightly turned her body, catching sight of the half-naked Han Xing. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she softly said,
I'll go make you some food. You'll need energy to fight monsters.
After speaking, she left the room as if fleeing. Han Xing smiled, got up from the bed, put on his gear, and walked out again.
At this moment, the coal ball was still leisurely wandering around the territory.
Seeing Han Xing come out, it excitedly kicked its four legs and rushed over quickly. Han Xing squatted down and patted its head.
Today's coal ball seemed a bit different, first sniffing Han Xing's hand and then lightly smelling around his leg.
It seemed to have detected a different scent from Han Xing. Coal ball curiously glanced at Han Xing and then looked toward Zhang Lianmeng, who was cooking nearby. Han Xing suddenly felt a bit awkward and quickly took out a spirit core from his backpack to feed Coal Ball. With food available, Coal Ball no longer fixated on the scent on Han Xing. As one spirit core after another was devoured, system notifications sounded one after another. Feeding successful, pet Coal Ball potential value +1 dot. Feeding successful, pet Coal Ball potential value +1 dot. More than 30 spirit cores consumed, Coal Ball's satiety level returned to 100%. At this moment, Han Xing noticed the change in Coal Ball's growth potential value. Growth level, S+, the pet's growth level can be increased through potential value. Every 10,000 potential value points allow for one increase.
Current potential value, 215.
After several days of careful feeding, Coal Ball's growth level had made noticeable progress, but there was still a long way to go to reach the goal of 10,000 potential value points. After breakfast, Han Xing took Zhang Lianmeng to continue leveling up.
However, the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit subtle. It's okay now. Zhang Lianmeng became even shyer, occasionally staring blankly at Han Xing's back.
Several times, it was only after Han Xing reminded her that she snapped out of it and cast her spells. Fortunately, with Han Xing and Coal Ball by her side, she wasn't in much danger. Moreover, Zhang Lianmeng also noticed today that Han Xing was significantly more patient with her. This made her heart feel warm, and her emotions became softer. After a whole day of leveling up, Han Xing's experience bar steadily climbed, and the territory area expanded rapidly. By evening, Han Xing put away his arrows, and the corpse of a level 10 elite tiger lay at his feet. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Successfully killed the striped tiger, 1-star elite, LV10, gained 7,320 experience points. Pet Coal Ball gained 5,856 experience points.
Your level has increased, current level LV10.
As a beam of white light flashed, Han Xing finally reached level 10.
Meanwhile, system notifications continued to appear.
You have successfully reached level 10, meeting the requirements for the level leaderboard, currently ranked first. You have received ranking rewards, Psionic Shield Obelisk Blueprint *1, 1, Golden Armor Golem *1, Basic Teleportation Array.
Blueprint *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint *1, Golden Selectable Weapon Blueprint *1, Golden Treasure Chest *1, Spirit Cores *10,000.
A large pile of rewards instantly rained down on Han Xing. He had just claimed the generous reward for first place, and the chat channel in Zone 107 immediately erupted in heated discussion. As expected, Star God took first place again, and this time with an absolutely crushing advantage.
Yeah, that leveling speed is truly unmatched. It's terrifying.
I just reached level 7, and I have no idea how Star God managed to do it.
The speed of Han Xing's upgrades once again shattered everyone's understanding.
At this moment, other survivors also began to share their opinions.
But next, those people will probably start putting in more effort, right?
Although the first place reward is already secured, the rewards for the following ranks are also quite generous.
Who do you think will take second place?
There's a reward of 5 elite-level puppet guards and a golden treasure chest. It's hard to say, now the first tier has all reached level 8. Whisperer and Black Hawk are the most promising candidates. However, that Lone Warrior and Yun Tianming also have great potential. I heard they have a good relationship with Star God. With Star God's help, these two might also compete for second place.
Friends of Star God? That indeed holds great potential.
While everyone was fervently discussing the rankings, Han Xing had already begun carefully examining the rewards he had just received.
He first picked up a blueprint, and detailed information appeared on the screen. Psionic Shield Obelisk Blueprint. Beginner, a territorial building that constructs an obelisk capable of generating a psionic shield. The psionic shield can resist both physical and magical attacks. Obelisk defense value 500, shield defense value 200. Han Xing clicked learn without hesitation.
As the defensive structure he had always dreamed of, it was finally in his hands, and he couldn't hide his excitement.
Afterward, he checked the construction requirements in the blueprint section.
Psionic Shield Crystal Tower, basic. Depending on the size of the territory, a corresponding number of spirit cores must be invested
to generate a circular psionic shield.
The psionic shield can withstand physical and magical attacks, with a defense value of 200. Materials required for construction: refined iron *30,000, mithril *1,000, magic crystals *10,000, rare earth *50,000, ether *50,000, spirit cores *20,000. Note: survivors can adjust the shield size according to the territory area, with a diameter ranging from 10 meters to 200 meters, requiring a corresponding input of spirit core energy.
This is it,
Han Xing said excitedly. With this obelisk, he could construct a shield with 200 defense points.
Coupled with the castle's bonus, the shield's defense value would reach 240.
If other survivors or monsters wanted to invade his territory, they would first have to break through this layer of defense.
Security was greatly enhanced. Excellent.
From now on, those little brats dreaming of attacking me at night are simply delusional.
Without hesitation, Han Xing decided to start construction immediately.
Although the materials required to build the psionic shield obelisk were considerable, with his current reserves, he had more than enough. Han Xing found an open area not far from the castle, approximately 30 square meters in size.
He directly clicked on the construction option. The system prompt immediately sounded. Do you wish to consume materials to construct the basic psionic shield obelisk? This construction will take 20 hours. Under construction, remaining time, 19 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Not bad, much less time than building a castle.
After dealing with the construction reward of the obelisk, his fiery gaze fell on another reward, the Golden Armored Golem.
Level, LV10. Boom.
Skills: Steel Body, Flame Jet, Blood Slash, Heavy Hammer Strike, Metal Blast. This creature's size exceeds 10 meters, making it significantly larger than his elite-level psionic puppet, with attributes a whole tier higher.
Han Xing stroked
his chin, looked up, and muttered to himself, if it were to duel that elite-level psionic puppet, the Golden Armor puppet would likely crush it one-sidedly. However, compared to the psionic puppet, the biggest drawback of the Golden Armor puppet is that it can only operate within the territory. In other words, it can only defend and cannot accompany me to fight monsters like the psionic puppet.